Chapter 1. The Avengers Return. On that day, snow fell softly. Ring, ring, ring. The operator swiftly answered the call, her voice firm and composed. Hello, this is the Snow Kingdom Police Force. It has begun. The voice on the other end was unmistakably altered. May I assist you? The operator inquired. A sinister chuckle echoed from the phone. No, the one who requires assistance is Liu Ruxu. Liu Ruxu? A beautiful visage flashed in the operator's mind. Liu Ruxu, a prominent entrepreneur at the age of 40, was renowned for her philanthropic endeavors, with scarcely any negative press. 3 days from now, it will be her end. The voice carried an icy chill. Sir, the operator faltered momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. Are you implying? The caller rudely interrupted. 3 days from now is their company's shareholders. Meeting the truth will be revealed at that moment. She will endure betrayal and torment, and then die. A sense of gravity washed over the operator. Such matters were best believed than doubted. She discreetly signaled a colleague nearby, and then spoke into the phone. Sir, if there are any conflicts, we can. Ha ha ha, the laughter erupted, breathless. Then the line went dead. The operator stood frozen for a few seconds before hastily making her way to the office. Meanwhile, on the 31st floor rooftop, the wind howled fiercely. Shen Feng, clad in leather gloves, extracted the SIM card from an old black and white mobile phone, crushed it, and let the pieces scatter into the wind. Dressed in a deep blue coat, he gazed at the distant neon lights alone. I have returned. All those connected to this affair shall pay the price, perhaps finding it insufficiently profound, he added. All. A decade ago, Shen Feng had a wealthy and blissful family, with loving parents and a charming younger sister. Yet, everything transformed due to a tragic incident. In a devastating fire, he lost it all. His parents perished in the flames, and his 11-year-old sister, grievously burned, chose to leap from a building after enduring excruciating pain. This calamity was merely a facade. The Shen family had been struck by misfortune solely because they had declined an invitation from the Alliance. That night, the Grand Shen residence was reduced to ashes. Apart from him and his sister, no one survived. After his sister's tragic fall, Shen Feng himself fell victim to foul play. Yet now, he had returned, though the journey had left his mind marred by unforeseen circumstances. This had rendered his mental state exceedingly unstable, birthing a fragment of madness within him. Shen Feng lifted his gaze to the heavens. He remained silent for an extended period. Liu Ruxu was a traitor. Once, she had been the cherished little sister of the Shen family, trusted implicitly by his mother. Yet this seemingly innocuous little sister had plunged the Shen family into despair. It was her betrayal that had led to their disastrous fate. Ha. In the shadows, Shen Feng grinned. That smile resembled a jarring fissure in the dark of night. His maniacal laughter was shredded by the wind. Amidst the swirling snowflakes on the desolate rooftop, Shen Feng slowly extended his arms. Then he began to dance with an imaginary partner, twirling gracefully, sometimes embracing tightly, at other times gently pushing away. In that moment, the sound of the wind and snow transformed into a magnificent symphony. Everything commenced at that instant. We cannot dismiss this as a mere prank. Captain Zhong Haiyang removed his earpiece, speaking slowly. He had just replayed the recorded conversation once more. Years of professional experience had instilled in him a habit of not overlooking even the slightest possibility. So, Captain, what are we? A young officer queried. Zhong Haiyang lit a cigarette, holding it delicately between his fingers. If this is a prank, we may simply be wasting our efforts and being toyed with. But if it is not, neglecting it would be a dereliction of our duty to protect life. We are police officers, not gamblers. We cannot afford to wager, even on the faintest chance. Because Zhong Haiyang's eyes momentarily flickered, as if concealing unspoken agony. Our momentary lapse could alter the course of another's life. Thus, we must treat every possibility with utmost seriousness. The gazes of those present gradually solidified with resolve. Boss, what should we do now? Just say the word. Zhong Haiyang nodded, his tone quickening. Immediately locate the origin of that call. Simultaneously, investigate Liu Ruxu's recent activities and her relationships, identifying any past grievances. Pausing, he turned to two young officers. Su Kuan, Kai Xiaoming, you two will stake out near Liu Ruxu's residence. Do not act without my command. Understood? Due to Shen Feng's use of an old black and white phone and the destruction of the SIM card, pinpointing his location proved challenging. Fortunately, the team comprised numerous experts in this field. After some time, they successfully established a location. It was an abandoned construction site. As the team climbed breathlessly to the rooftop of the 31st floor, they found it utterly deserted. Only a small suitcase lay quietly there. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Zhong Haiyang approached and opened the suitcase. Inside was a disposable voice recorder. The wind howled, swirling snowflakes that stung the skin. Zhong Haiyang donned gloves and pressed the button on the recorder. A manic laughter reverberated through the frigid night. It seems you all have found your way here. I shall reiterate. This is the beginning, not the end. We shall all be participants. Let us await with anticipation. Ha ha ha. The recording abruptly ceased. On the rooftop, the expressions of the gathered individuals darkened. A gust of wind swept by, and Zhong Haiyang's profound gaze turned towards the distant neon lights. The curtain had already risen. He was determined to apprehend this criminal. Chapter 2. Modus operandi, the broken window effect. The following day. The Island Bar. Shen Feng, the proprietor of this establishment, has not managed it well due to his inherent character traits, resulting in a sparse clientele. However, he relishes the tranquility. At this hour, in the early afternoon, the bar is occupied by only a handful of patrons. Shen Feng sits at the counter, idly watching Animal Planet on the television, quietly contemplating the passage of time and his schemes. Boss, the usual, a melodious voice interrupts Shen Feng's reverie. It belongs to a young woman in her 20s. A regular at the bar. Notably, she holds another identity, a junior employee at Liu Ruxu's company. It is through her social circle that Shen Feng has been able to observe Liu Ruxu's company more closely. Of course, Shen Feng replies with a smile, pouring her a drink. You know, Boss Shen, you can't be more than 30, yet you still enjoy watching Animal Planet? She inquires curiously while savoring her beverage. At this moment, a glimmer of interest sparkles in Shen Feng and Appo's eyes. Sometimes, the behavior of animals serves as a metaphor for humanity. His gaze shifts to the wall-mounted television, where a pack of wolves encircles a solitary brown bear, hesitating to strike. Yet Shen Feng knows they will eventually attack. When faced with extreme hunger or the threat of death, certain actions, even if unwelcome, must be taken. Before long, the wolves launch their assault on the bear, with a lead wolf probing before suddenly charging. Following its lead, the other wolves join in the fray. This phenomenon is known in sociology as the broken window effect, but Shen Feng prefers to call it the wolf pack effect. Outside, the snow continues to fall, albeit lightly, rendering the atmosphere even more frigid. The floating island city criminal police team, led by Zhong Haiyang, is gathered in a warm conference room, deliberating over the Liu Ruxu case. Thus far, they conclude that the phone call is highly unlikely to be a prank. The mysterious individual is exceedingly cautious. Every action appears meticulously planned, leaving no traces on surveillance and no fingerprints behind. Additionally, footprints on the abandoned building have long been blanketed by heavy snow, rendering them unidentifiable. Zhong Haiyang nods thoughtfully and turns to a young officer. Based on the tracking process, we have reason to suspect that the mysterious individual may be using an old-fashioned antique phone. Such devices typically lack GPS capabilities, making accurate location tracking difficult. As for the voice recorder, it is among the most common on the market, with millions sold online, making it impossible to trace its origin. Taken together, this indicates a premeditated event. Although nothing has occurred yet, the mysterious individual poses a significant threat to Liu Ruxu. Zhong Haiyang lights a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before asking, what about Liu Ruxu's relationships? In recent times or perhaps over the years, has she had any feuds? Boss, you may find this hard to believe, another officer interjects, but Liu Ruxu has not had any disputes with anyone in recent years, at least not publicly. Zhong Haiyang exhales a cloud of smoke. It appears the situation is more complex than anticipated. Boss, I still don't understand why the mysterious individual would contact us. Is it a provocation or some other motive? Zhong Haiyang contemplates. Perhaps this individual possesses a pronounced antisocial personality, he asserts with conviction. Though an unsettling thought lingers in his mind, the phrase recorded on the device, you will become my accomplices. An ominous premonition begins to permeate his thoughts. Zhong Haiyang extinguishes his cigarette, having only taken a few drags. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The mysterious individual may be attempting to mislead us. We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated. Immediately commence an extensive investigation into Liu Ruxu's interpersonal relationships and covertly scrutinize all personnel at Ruxu Company to identify any potential conflicts of interest. Shally, remain on standby. If you receive another call from the mysterious individual, notify me at once. Sukuan, Kai Xiaoming, accompany me to find Liu Ruxu. Understood. Zhong Haiyang takes a deep breath, slowly clenching his fist. He silently vows to himself, this time, I shall not falter. The Island Bar. Shen Feng sits alone in the dimly lit lounge, his silhouette appearing solitary and cold. My revenge is about to commence, he muses, tearing out the page of his diary bearing Liu Ruxu's name and igniting it with a lighter. The flickering orange flames cast shadows across his face. He inhales deeply, savoring the moment. On the television outside, the program nears its conclusion. The wolf pack successfully hunts a young brown bear. The wolves attack not solely out of hunger. Perhaps that was their initial motivation. Yet as time passes, they find themselves with no other choice. They have crossed a threshold from which there is no return. Much like Shen Feng's own plan. Chapter 3. The arrangement of Zhong Haiyang. What? Someone wants to kill me? In the opulent villa, Liu Ruxu stared in shock at Zhong Haiyang. Although Liu Ruxu had already reached the age of 40, her exquisite maintenance made her appear as if she were still in her 30s. Her enchanting eyes held the unique charm of her age, a beauty that could easily captivate countless men. Indeed, Zhong Haiyang was a man of few words. Miss Liu, I need to know with whom you have recently had enmities. Enmities? Liu Ruxu chuckled bitterly and shook her head. Officer Zhong, you know how it is in business. If we were to discuss grudges, we could talk for 3 days and nights. Zhong Haiyang nodded slightly, narrowing down the possibilities, and asked again, what about within the company? Have you had any conflicts with anyone? A mysterious figure on the phone had mentioned that Liu Ruxu would be killed during the shareholders' meeting. Logically, it was likely to be someone from the company. Liu Ruxu shook her head. I truly don't know. I maintain good relations with everyone at the company. Just then, Su Kuan, who was standing nearby, interjected, if you were to die, who would benefit? At his words, the expressions of everyone in the room changed instantly. Cough, cough. Zhong Haiyang cleared his throat loudly and admonished, is that how you speak? Su Kuan scratched his head awkwardly. I speak without thinking, heh. Liu Ruxu, however, remained relatively unfazed. As for beneficiaries, there are many, but I believe no one would go that far. Miss Liu, Zhong Haiyang said earnestly, this matter is not a joke. For your safety, we must take action. Liu Ruxu sighed. Is this truly not a prank? Zhong Haiyang lifted his gaze to meet Liu Ruxu's eyes directly. I can responsibly say that the chances of this being a prank are merely 1%. Liu Ruxu paused, her expression darkening. She was well aware of Zhong Haiyang's character. In fact, she had encountered him a few times before, back when he had not yet been relegated to this place. Officer Zhong, how can I assist you? Zhong Haiyang pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, but suddenly realized he was not at home and withdrew the lighter. To ensure your safety, the best course of action is to suspend the shareholders' meeting. We will also interview some suspicious individuals within your company. Suspending it would be quite difficult. Liu Ruxu shook her head. Officer Zhang, to be honest, while I am the president, the company does not solely rely on my words. Moreover, Liu Ruxu reasoned, if someone truly wishes to kill me, even if they evade this time, what about next time? Zhong Haiyang frowned. In that case, we will have to adopt a different approach. I hope you can allow me to attend the shareholders' meeting in 3 days, as it may pertain to your safety. This left Liu Ruxu in a difficult position. Yet, in that moment, a thought suddenly struck her. A hidden corner of her heart trembled subtly. I understand now, Officer Zhong. I will trouble you with this matter. At 2 in the morning, Shen Feng returned to his home. The building was somewhat aged, although still considered upscale, it bore signs of wear. He resided on the 5th floor, in apartment 501. The decor of the apartment was sparse. Aside from essential living items, there was little else. Shen Feng removed his coat and retrieved a small suitcase from beneath the bed, opening it. Amidst off-season clothing lay a pure white mask adorned with a wig. The mask itself was simple, devoid of embellishments, merely sketched with a black pen to depict a grotesque smile. Gently, Shen Feng placed the mask over his face, allowing the wig to cascade down, enhancing his eerie appearance. No one can escape. The shareholders of Liu Ruxu's company were, in various ways, aware of or involved in past events, thus, they were not innocent bystanders. You have torn apart my past. Now, I shall bestow upon you despair. In the ensuing 2 days, a tense atmosphere enveloped Liu Ruxu's company. Employees whispered among themselves, their conversations hushed, while they were unaware of the specifics. Everyone sensed that it was far from a trivial matter. The presence of criminal police officer Zhong Haiyang and his inquiries regarding certain individuals heightened their awareness that the situation was serious. Despite Zhong Haiyang maintaining a low profile over the past few days to avoid drawing too much attention from the company, it was clear that the truth could not remain hidden forever. What on earth is happening? One employee quietly asked a colleague. That man is the captain of the criminal police team. The colleague shook his head. Who knows? Let's hope it is merely a false alarm. The entire company seemed shrouded in a pall of gloom. The previous hustle and vitality had vanished, replaced by an oppressive tension. The eyes of the people reflected confusion and concern, uncertain of what consequences this unknown storm might bring. During these 2 days, Zhong Haiyang busied himself with investigations, scarcely resting. However, despite his tremendous efforts, he had yet to uncover any concrete leads regarding the mysterious figure. Doubt began to seep into his mind. Had he chosen the wrong direction? But were there any alternatives? Time passed slowly amid the unease, and finally, the day of the shareholders' meeting arrived. The sky was overcast, as if it were about to engulf the cold city. At 8 in the morning, Shen Feng donned a clean, neat-down jacket and left his home. However, his path did not lead toward Liu Ruxu's company, but rather in the opposite direction. Good morning, Mr. Shen. Brother Shen. Off for a morning jog again? Little brother Shen. It's quite a feat to keep jogging in this cold weather. Along the way, familiar faces from the community greeted Shen Feng. He wore a smile that warmed others like spring sunshine, exchanging pleasantries with each one. It was only when he passed through the crowd, turning his back to them, that the smile on his face abruptly transformed. The game begins. Who will emerge victorious in this first round? Chapter 4. The bomb at the shareholders' meeting. On the 48th floor of the Jianghe building lies the headquarters of Liu Ruxu's company, Ruxu Media. Zhong Haiyang had arrived early and stood sternly outside the conference room, clad in plain clothes and accompanied by several officers, to ensure utmost safety. He had even discreetly positioned numerous elite personnel and a sniper nearby. Each shareholder was subjected to rigorous checks before entering the meeting room: metal detectors, identity verification, and thorough inspections of their belongings with no detail overlooked. The shareholders expressed their discontent, a chorus of complaints echoing through the corridor. However, Zhang remained unfazed. He understood the necessity of these precautions. If the mysterious individual were among the shareholders, a sudden outburst during the meeting could spiral out of control. Thus, it was imperative to nip any potential threat in the bud. What is the meaning of all this tension? One disgruntled shareholder inquired. Apologies, but these measures are essential for the smooth conduct of the meeting and everyone's safety, Zhang replied, his expression unyielding. Fine. This is such a hassle. Though the shareholders were unaware of the specifics of the situation, Liu Ruxu's serious demeanor and the police's heightened alertness made them realize that today's meeting was likely to be anything but ordinary. Reluctantly, they complied with the checks and entered the conference room. Zhang had strategically positioned law enforcement around the meeting room, keeping a vigilant eye on everyone's movements. His gaze was sharp, leaving no suspicious behavior unchecked. He was acutely aware that the enigmatic figure could very well be among these shareholders, poised to strike at any moment. He had to remain ever watchful, ready to confront any emerging danger. Inside the conference room, Liu Ruxu and the shareholders took their seats, with Zhong following closely behind. Although their thoughts were varied, the expressions on their faces were grim. Whispers filled the air before gradually subsiding into silence. An elderly shareholder rose first, indignation evident in his voice. Whoever is causing this disruption has brought us all this trouble. We stand firmly behind you, President Liu. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed. Whoever dares to create chaos at this moment will not be tolerated. Rest assured, President Liu, we are with you in this. Liu Ruxu was taken aback, her gaze sweeping over the usually stern and astute shareholders, now united in unwavering support. A warmth surged within her, although they had initially come together for mutual benefit. The bonds forged over the years were not devoid of emotion. Despite their complexities, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suppressing her feelings, she nodded slightly, her voice trembling. Thank you all. Your support moves me deeply. I believe that together, we can overcome any difficulties that arise. Her heartfelt words enveloped the room in warmth. After all, they had weathered storms together for many years. What could they not face? Besides, with Zhong Haiyang present, there was little to fear. Just as the atmosphere began to relax, the large screen in the conference room flickered ominously. A distorted laughter erupted, echoing eerily, hee hee. Ha ha. The sound had been manipulated, rendering its original tone unrecognizable. Yet Zhang's demeanor shifted to one of acute alertness. That laughter bore an uncanny resemblance to the voice of the mysterious caller from the previous incident. He has indeed arrived. Be prepared for any eventuality, Zhang commanded in a hushed tone. The attendees were initially startled, suspecting a technical malfunction. However, the screen suddenly illuminated, revealing a figure, wearing a mask adorned with a sinister smile, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The visage sent chills down the spines of all present. Who is this? What is happening? Is this the troublemaker? The shareholders erupted in a cacophony of horror and confusion. Was this the so-called special situation? Zhang's expression grew grave as he instinctively reached for his firearm. The mysterious individual had finally revealed themselves, choosing this critical moment to strike. He observed his surroundings with vigilance, signaling the officers nearby to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Good morning, everyone. Shen Feng greeted from the other side of the screen, a smile playing on his lips, holding what appeared to be a remote-like device. At the sight of it, Zhong's pupils constricted in alarm. Years of experience had honed his instincts. That device could very well be a bomb detonator. Quick, contact the headquarters immediately and find a way to locate him. The term headquarters was a colloquialism among detectives, indicating their central command. Understood, Su Kuan responded promptly, hastening out of the conference room. The tense atmosphere seemed to envelop the entire floor. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense, Shen Feng laughed maniacally from the screen. Today, I wish to play a game, a rather intriguing game. Liu Ruxu, he continued, his voice slightly hoarse, you are a traitor, and traitors deserve betrayal. Thus, you are the main character of today's game. As he spoke, Shen Feng held up an object, shaking it before the camera. Gasps filled the room as the shareholders recoiled in fear. Even through the screen, terror washed over them. That was a bomb. Liu Ruxu's complexion drained of color in an instant. A traitor? Why did he label her as such? Suddenly, a white-haired shareholder pointed at the screen. Trembling as he exclaimed, the supply room. He is in the supply room. Next door. Boom. The collective fear ignited within them. Their eyes fixated on the screen's backdrop. Moments later, beads of cold sweat dripped down each of their brows. Indeed. The individual was in the supply room adjacent to the conference room. The bomb was perilously close. Ladies and gentlemen, Shen Feng's distorted laughter reverberated once more. I advise you not to engage in actions I would rather not witness. Should you disobey, I may just press this button, and we shall all descend into hell together. Do not doubt my resolve. Now, let the game begin. His laughter echoed ominously, heralding the onset of chaos. Chapter 5. The trolley problem. A young man was so frightened by the scene before him that he instinctively rose to flee. Without hesitation, Shen Feng raised his finger and pressed the button. Come back. Two shareholders rushed forward to restrain the young man attempting to escape. Only then did Shen Feng halt his action, remarking, "Yes, that's more like it." With unwavering resolve, Zhang Haiyang signaled an order. Surround the storage room entrance immediately and evacuate all personnel. Contact the bomb squad. The officers sprang into action, swiftly encircling the entrance to the storage room, forming an impenetrable human barrier. Every nerve was taut, for they understood that they faced not merely an ordinary criminal, but a potential madman poised to detonate a bomb at any moment. Zhang Haiyang's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the large screen displaying the face adorned with a sinister mask. 3 days prior, the police station had received a chilling murder threat from a mysterious figure who claimed he would kill Liu Ruxu during the shareholders' meeting, with the police being his unwitting accomplices. And now, this enigmatic individual lurked just a step away, concealed within the adjacent storage room, brandishing a remote control for a bomb that threatened everyone's safety. Moreover, the sniper Zhang Haiyang had previously prepared was rendered entirely ineffective. Indeed, the storage room lacked any windows. This was both a misfortune and a blessing. The absence of windows meant that the target could not be locked onto externally. Yet it also indicated that there was only one exit, the door of the storage room. As long as they secured this door, capturing the culprit was merely a matter of time. However, Zhang Haiyang could not fathom why the mysterious figure would expose himself in such a manner. If he truly intended to murder Liu Ruxu, how could he possibly escape? Or was it that he had no intention of leaving at all? Zhang Haiyang furrowed his brow, acutely aware that in this precarious situation, any rash move could lead to catastrophic consequences. Although he yearned to lead his team directly into the storage room to apprehend the mysterious individual, reason dictated that such an action was far too perilous. The threat of the bomb loomed like the sword of Damocles over them all. He was neither a gambler nor one who could afford to take such risks. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Haiyang stepped forward and addressed the screen solemnly. Your position has been compromised. While there is still time to avert irreparable consequences, I urge you to bring this farce to an end. No, no, no. Shen Feng's laughter abruptly ceased. The game has only just begun. There is no reason to end it now. He lifted the bomb and waved it before the screen, declaring, the game time is 5 minutes. Should you fail to adhere to my rules, this bomb will detonate in 5 minutes. Shen Feng leaned closer to the camera, mimicking the sound of an explosion. Boom. Instantly, everyone shuddered, some even gasping in instinctive terror. As they regained their composure, expressions of shame and anger washed over their faces. Ha ha ha. Shen Feng, as if witnessing something amusing, pointed at them through the screen and laughed uproariously, his demeanor utterly unhinged. Madman. Kai Xiaoming, standing behind Zhang Haiyang, muttered curses under his breath. All right. Shen Feng struggled to suppress his laughter, his voice distorting as he continued. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the game. Oh, and please, do not even think about escaping. The instant I detect anyone attempting to leave, I will detonate the bomb. If you don't believe me, feel free to test that theory. In my eyes, none of you are innocent, so don't expect any leniency. As Shen Feng's words echoed, several individuals who had been restless, contemplating escape, froze in their tracks. Very good, just as I expected. Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, let me clarify the rules. In 5 minutes, this bomb will go boom. Miss Liu Ruxu, the shareholders present here have known you for many years. You surely don't wish for them to accompany you to hell, do you? Liu Ruxu's eyes flickered, fear creeping into her heart like ivy, enveloping her. Yet she knew she could not betray any sign of fear at this moment. This mysterious figure was attempting to sow discord. She would not fall for it. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruxu gazed at the screen and coldly declared, I do not know who you are, nor when I may have offended you. And I am utterly unaware of the traitor you speak of. If you have grievances, direct them solely at me. The shareholders present are innocent, and I implore you to spare them. Our enmity should not implicate others. Upon hearing Liu Ruxu's words, the eyes of everyone present turned toward her, reflecting a mix of emotions. Some appeared moved, others uncertain. Don't be afraid, Liu Zong. We will always stand behind you. Yes, we share in both fortune and adversity. We will not abandon you, Liu Zong. The crowd erupted with indignation. TSK, Miss Liu is truly magnificent. Shen Feng chuckled. I hope you can remain this united moving forward. Now, I shall declare the rules of the game, which are quite simple. There is only one way to prevent me from detonating the bomb. 3 minutes. Shen Feng extended 3 fingers. Within 3 minutes, Miss Liu must mar her own face with any object of her choosing. Otherwise, I will detonate the bomb. As Shen Feng proposed this extreme rule, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. While the shareholders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and dread. They had never envisioned finding themselves in such a harrowing predicament. The Madness game hinged on Liu Ruxu's face, which could determine their very lives. Some began to mutter curses. Who on earth is this guy? Is he insane? Another trembled as he spoke. How could Liu Zong possibly agree to such a demand? This is utterly deranged. Their emotions simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption, a volatile mix of fear and fury ready to explode. The countdown has begun. Shen Feng said with a grin, observing the starkly varying expressions on everyone's faces through the screen. Liu Ruxu's complexion drained of color as she bit her lip, her graceful form trembling slightly. Indeed, he was a madman. Zhang Haiyang's brow furrowed even deeper. This mysterious individual was exceedingly difficult to contend with. As well as adept at manipulating human psychology, Zhang Haiyang was acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. His mind raced, contemplating strategies. He could not allow Liu Ruxu to be harmed, nor could he risk the bomb exploding and endangering everyone's lives. He whispered to the officer beside him, "Be ready to act at a moment's notice. Should an opportunity arise, we charge in to subdue him." Kai Xiaoming clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. "We cannot allow him to manipulate us." Tick-tock, the seconds dragged on. 30 seconds have passed. Shen Feng smiled, his eyes glinting with a chilling excitement behind the mask. Everyone awaited Liu Ruxu's decision, a decision that would determine their fates. Fear, anxiety, and unease flickered across their faces. The initial shock in the shareholders' eyes gradually morphed into profound terror. They began to recall Zhang Haiyang's investigations over the past 2 days, their unrest intensifying. Had Zhang Haiyang and the police not been present, perhaps some among them would have dismissed Shen Feng's claims entirely. Yet, the police had been investigating for 2 full days. How could they still doubt the authenticity of the situation? Moreover, Liu Ruxu's expression of fear was unmistakably genuine. All of this is an integral part of Shen Feng's plan. The emergence of Zhang Haiyang serves as a potent psychological suggestion and a perilous signal. Even if Zhang Haiyang does not proceed according to the steps he has meticulously crafted, Shen Feng possesses alternative methods to guide him forward. From the very moment the alarm was raised, everyone became mere pawns in his quest for vengeance. Chapter 6, Round 1, Victory. Esteemed guests, my target is Liu Ruxu. Shen Feng's voice resonated like a siren from the depths of hell. As long as she obediently complies, all will be well. His words struck the ears of those present like a piercing dagger. It seemed that the power to decide now rested in Liu Ruxu's hands. Time stretched into an agonizing eternity, each second a torment. After what felt like an eternity, a middle-aged man finally stepped forward, cautiously regarding Liu Ruxu. His voice trembling as he spoke. "Liu, we have always placed our trust in you, but you cannot lead us into danger." The shareholders' expressions brightened instantaneously. Not only them, but Shen Feng also perked up, for the alpha wolf had commenced its assault on the brown bear. Liu Ruxu's countenance shifted dramatically, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. Her voice icy as she inquired, "What do you mean?" The man lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes, yet his words betrayed his inner fear. "Liu, perhaps you should heed that person's demands." The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, and hushed whispers began to circulate among the others. No one wished to be dragged down. Just a moment ago, they had been pledging their loyalty to Liu Ruxu. A minute had passed. Shen Feng's excitement escalated as he waved a bomb in front of the screen. An invisible pressure intensified. Finally, the wolf pack was poised to strike. Another shareholder stepped forward, saying, "Indeed, Liu," but he ultimately could not finish his sentence. Perhaps it was too revealing. "Liu, we will ensure that you receive the best medical care. Please, Liu. Just agree." Zhang Haiyang observed the reactions of the crowd, his heart sinking slightly. This mysterious figure was truly a master of manipulation. He quickly raised his voice. "Everyone, calm down. Do not let fear cloud your judgment." But from the moment he entered the conference room, Zhang Haiyang found himself ensnared in a moral quandary. Someone shouted excitedly, "Of course you can stand there without a care. What about us?" After saying this, the individual turned to Liu Ruxu, their demeanor turning exceedingly hostile, almost coercively declaring, "Liu Ruxu, do not drag us all down." Shen Feng smiled with increasing enthusiasm. 1 minute and 30 seconds have elapsed. Time is running out. This proclamation struck the hearts of the assembly like a heavy hammer. With one person leading the charge, the attitudes of the others shifted instantaneously. They were no longer as polite as they had initially been. All of this was her fault. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with animosity towards Liu Ruxu. "Liu Ruxu, do not be selfish. Do you wish to drag us all down with you? Yes, we will find you a doctor. Do not delay any longer." Liu Ruxu stood there, her body trembling slightly. Those who had just moments ago vowed their support were now pressing her. Humanity, in that moment, was laid bare. What to do? What to do? Liu Ruxu's mind was in turmoil, tears brimming in her eyes as she felt ensnared in a dark abyss, unable to find any escape. Hurry, hurry. Follow his orders. You wretched being. Do you wish to condemn us all? The people in the conference room resembled frenzied beasts, relentlessly pressuring Liu Ruxu, disregarding Zhong Haiyang's attempts to intervene. Their words pierced her heart like sharp daggers. Liu Ruxu, do not hesitate any longer. This is all you're doing. Do you want us all to perish due to your stubbornness? Liu Ruxu's gaze became unfocused, her heart gradually crumbling under the weight of their relentless demands. The glory and dignity she once possessed evaporated in that instant, despair inundating her like a tidal wave. If you do not comply, you will perish too. By doing so, we can all survive. Such words echoed incessantly in her ears, like a haunting incantation. Countdown, 40 seconds. Shen Feng's grin grew increasingly maniacal. Time is nearly up. The shareholders glared fiercely at Liu Ruxu. Hurry up. You wretched being, do you want us to accompany you to the grave? I shall haunt you even in death. Hurry. Under the mounting pressure, Liu Ruxu began to scream frantically. Just as Shen Feng had envisioned, life and death, coercion, had brought her to the brink of collapse. She seized a vase from the table and smashed it with all her might. The crisp sound reverberated through the conference room. Trembling, she picked up a shard of porcelain. Raising it with a scream. Liu, no. Kai Xiaoming rushed forward, but as he extended his hand, he was intercepted by the other shareholders. What are you doing? How dare you jeopardize all our lives? Step aside. In this absurd scene, Shen Feng's voice slowed as he initiated the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. In despair, Liu Ruxu raised the shard high above her head. Chapter 7. The first kill is complete. The game continues with a piercing scream. Liu Ruxu staggered and broke down in tears. Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied? She roared at the screen, her voice laced with fury. In response, only a chilling remark echoed back. What does it feel like to be betrayed? The onlookers in the conference room were left in stunned silence, their faces reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, guilt, relief, and remorse. Yet, everything was beyond redemption. Zhong Haiyang stood there, his gaze fraught with complexity. The mysterious figure lurked just next door, threatening the safety of all present. A shiver of dread coursed through Zhong Haiyang's heart. This was all a trap. This person not only manipulated every aspect to create the current predicament but also discerned the frailties of human nature, exploiting people's fears to achieve his own ends. No one wished to be eliminated, hence they were compelled to abide by his so-called rules. Zhong Haiyang's fists clenched so tightly that his palms almost bled. He cast a glance towards the storage room and murmured, Today, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to escape. Since Zhong Haiyang's transfer to this place years ago, they had been invincible in every battle. Now, confronted by this enigmatic individual, everyone realized a new challenge had arrived. To them, the mysterious figure's strategy seemed rather rudimentary, merely employing a trolley problem. Yet, it rendered everyone utterly helpless. The true potency lay not in his tactics but in his mastery of human nature. No one wished to face elimination for any reason. Creak, creak. There was but a single door. He could not escape. Someone encouraged, no matter what, we will capture him. In the conference room, Zhong Haiyang asked in a low voice. Now, is your farce coming to an end? End? Shen Feng chuckled softly. Oh no, no, no. Although Miss Liu has successfully completed her task. She exceeded the time limit by 2 seconds, thus everything is far from over. Must we continue? The hearts of all present sank at that moment. The atmosphere enveloped in despair. What do you want? Zhong Haiyang fixed his intense gaze upon the mask. You are surrounded by us. There is no way out. Surrender immediately while there is still a chance. What do I want? Shen Feng's voice suddenly turned grotesque as the mask with its eerie smile leaned closer to the screen. Is it not obvious enough? Well then, I now declare the new rules. 2 minutes. Shen Feng waved the remote control in hand. If Liu Ruxu is eliminated within 2 minutes, all will remain unscathed. Otherwise, we shall all visit the perfect world together. Ha ha ha. Now, the countdown begins. 120, 119, 118. Despair clung to them like a shadow. All eyes fixated on Liu Ruxu, filled with terror, resentment, and confusion. Yet, as Shen Feng's countdown progressed, the expressions began to shift. Sometimes, once that door is opened, it's akin to stepping into an inescapable vortex. Had they not pressured Liu Ruxu to disfigure herself from the onset, Shen Feng's game might have faltered at this very moment. However, once the first step was taken, many instinctively took the second. Just like the first domino falling, the subsequent reaction spiraled out of control, leading them deeper into a quagmire from which they could not extricate themselves. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Liu Ruxu's face turned pale. As a new crisis emerged before the old one had even subsided, she retreated into a corner, fearfully gazing at those who had been so loyal just moments before. Everyone, listen to me. Don't act rashly. Zhong Haiyang urged immediately. He understood the necessity of protecting Liu Ruxu at all costs. He then shouted at the screen. You let them all go. I'll continue with you. However, Shen Feng remained unmoved, continuing his countdown, like a cold-blooded higher being, toying with their emotions. 67, 66, 65. The time was running out. 63. Seconds ticked away, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew unbearably tense. In Shen Feng's not-so-sophisticated game, everyone found themselves in a position of utter passivity, as if it had all been meticulously orchestrated. Don't come any closer. Please, don't. Liu Ruxu's face was soaked with blood and tears, while the shareholders stared at her, their gazes gradually turning indifferent. There was no need to suffer great losses for small gains. Human nature was laid bare at that moment. 45, 44, 43. Do you know there is something called an emergency BX? This statement seemed to possess a peculiar, almost magical power. Everyone, consider this. You were all unrelated to this situation, yet because of this woman. 39. Shen Feng's words caused one of the youngest shareholders to begin breathing rapidly. The countdown was nearing its end, and Shen Feng twisted his fingers, emitting a distorted laugh. Suddenly, unable to bear the mounting pressure, the young man shouted, snatched a shard of a vase from the ground, and charged at Liu Ruxu. Liu Ruxu let out a heart-stopping scream. Stop. Chapter 8. The Perfect Escape. The second call stopped. Zhang Haiyang attempted to intervene, yet was blocked by a human wall of shareholders. Step aside. Do you wish for us all to be ousted? Amidst the heated arguments, tragedy struck. Liu Ruxu's eyes widened as she collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, memories of the Shen family, whom she had once betrayed, flooded her mind. Now, she too was betrayed. Could this truly be retribution? As they gazed at Liu Ruxu lying motionless, a heavy silence fell upon all the shareholders, who stood frozen in shock. Suddenly, a harsh mocking laughter echoed from the screen. It seems the game is up, huh? Help! Someone help! Zhang Haiyang nearly roared. In an instant, someone rushed to lift Liu Ruxu and carry her away, while the assailant was swiftly subdued and taken to the police station. Moments later, the conference room erupted in anguished cries. The shareholders, having narrowly escaped death, could no longer contain their emotions and broke down in tears. Regardless of their past demeanor, they had just faced the most harrowing ordeal of their lives. Amidst the cacophony of despair, Zhang Haiyang ascended the stage, striving to maintain his composure. Now, there is no turning back. Shen Feng chuckled with satisfaction. I am a man of rules. Everyone is free to leave, including you. Upon hearing this, the shareholders, who had been weeping in despair just moments before, simultaneously ceased their cries and rushed for the exit. Within mere seconds, the expansive conference room was left with only a few of Zhang Haiyang's remaining companions and the remnants of chaos. Zhang Haiyang's gaze was fixed on the screen. I will not leave. I will apprehend you. The contest had begun. It appears you are quite confident, Shen Feng said with a smile, peering through the screen at Zhang Haiyang. You have no escape route, Zhang Haiyang replied coldly. The storage room has but one entrance. Lives have already been lost. Do not make another mistake. I do not know what burdens compel you to enact this self-destructive vengeance, but no one can take the law into their own hands. Your actions have breached the law. The only path before you is surrender. Zhang Haiyang's voice was chillingly calm, entirely unlike someone who had just faced life and death. He was resolute that Shen Feng had nowhere to run. The utmost priority now was to minimize casualties and thwart Shen Feng's reckless actions. He had contemplated aggressive tactics. Yet the opaque door of the storage room concealed its contents, leaving them in the dark about the situation within. Furthermore, the bomb squad had yet to arrive. A mere twitch of the mysterious person's finger or a slight drop of the remote could yield catastrophic consequences. Oh, you were so confident? Shen Feng's tone was relaxed, utterly unperturbed by the heavy encirclement. Ha ha ha, let us engage in another contest. Let us see if you can capture me. As his words fell, the conference room's large screen abruptly went dark. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Haiyang. He immediately realized that the mysterious individual might be preparing to make a move. Xiaofei, stay here. The rest, follow me. He decisively left one person to guard the screen while leading the others swiftly toward the door of the adjacent storage room. Zhang Haiyang's eyes were resolute. He vowed to personally handcuff that scoundrel. At the storage room's entrance, a tense atmosphere loomed like a heavy storm cloud over everyone. The bomb squad was in position, and Zhang Haiyang and his fellow officers had donned protective gear, surrounding the storage room door. Their expressions were grave. The madman was undoubtedly inside, separated from them by a single door, possibly observing them. In the face of the unknown within the storage room and the potential for an explosion, no one could remain entirely composed. This was a life and death struggle. Even a slight misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Action! At the commander's signal, the specialized team stormed through the door with the force of a tempest. The resounding crash seemed to shatter all tension and fear, and the officers surged into the storage room like a tidal wave. However, upon entering, they all stood frozen in disbelief. What? Impossible! Zhang Haiyang's eyes widened in shock. as if struck by lightning, immobilized in place. The entire bomb squad and all officers halted, staring blankly into the storage room. Each expression was filled with horror. Inside the storage room, the scene was clear. There was no sign of the mysterious individual. No bomb. Only a disarray of discarded items piled in the corner. The officers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the reality before them. How could this be? How had the mysterious person managed this? Just moments ago, he had been conversing with them from within the storage room. There were no windows. No other exits, only that one door. Half an hour later, outside the building. The crowd of onlookers watched as Zhang Haiyang and his team emerged with somber expressions, prompting a flurry of murmurs. They looked like they failed. What happened? Did they catch the criminal? Among the crowd, Shen Feng observed everything with cold detachment, his eyes narrowing in amusement, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Like a mad ghost hiding in the shadows, he whispered to himself, "Now, it is 1-0. He then turned, walking away with his back to the crowd. In that moment, it felt as if the throng behind him faded to monochrome, leaving only Shen Feng in vivid color, before he vanished into the bustling street. Liu Ruxu ultimately perished. The ramifications of this incident spread like a tempest, garnering significant attention from higher authorities, who established a special task force. The case was codenamed Mask. They decided to dispatch a seasoned criminal investigator to assist in capturing the perpetrator. In the task force's office, Zhang Haiyang and his team sat together, their expressions grave. All eyes were fixated on the documents and photographs on the wall, replaying every detail since the mysterious individual had appeared. Based on all known information, the masked man exhibited a pronounced antisocial personality, possessed hacking skills, and was remarkably familiar with the building's internal structure. Moreover, he operated meticulously, adept at manipulating human nature. The atmosphere was grim. If they failed to investigate and create a sense of urgency during the shareholder meeting, it was highly probable that they would dismiss everything orchestrated by Shen Feng as a prank. They might not even believe it. In this murder case, everything had been meticulously arranged by him. According to all dialogue from today, the masked man referred to Liu Ruxu as the traitor. His revenge ritual revolved around betrayal and human nature, leading to the inference that the masked man and Liu Ruxu shared an undisclosed grudge. As for the storage room, they had meticulously examined it multiple times, confirming there were no hiding places or secret passages. One team member suggested, could it be that he was never in the storage room at all? We cannot allow ourselves to be led by him. There must be undiscovered clues. Zhang Haiyang nodded slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. You are all correct. We must not be deceived by his facade. No matter how cunning he may be, he will inevitably leave behind traces. Moreover, based on the masked man's words, we can deduce that Liu Ruxu is certainly not the last victim. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. On one hand, we will continue to investigate the interpersonal relationships of the deceased Liu Ruxu and interview the staff within the building to see if we can uncover any clues. On the other hand, we will conduct a meticulous examination of all surveillance footage and interrogate the personnel. I refuse to believe he has left no evidence. Additionally, we shall investigate the mask itself to identify which vendors are selling it. Lastly, we must be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, as the masked man may be poised to strike at any moment. The team members nodded in agreement, each expressing their own opinions. A fervent discussion ensued, despite the absence of crucial leads. Just as the group was analyzing the case, the operator rushed in, breathless. We've received another call from the mysterious individual. This announcement struck like thunder, instantly heightening the tension in the office. So soon? Zhang Haiyang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately rose to his feet, striding towards the door. Chapter 9. The second announcement. Educator Wu Jun. Greetings, my friend. Shen Feng stood by the completely frozen river, relishing the exhilaration brought by the biting wind. After a moment of silence, Zhang Haiyang refrained from uttering any petulant remarks about friendship, instead calmly inquired, what is your intention? Revenge. I am a vengeful spirit returned from the abyss. Revenge? Zhang Haiyang's brow furrowed as he signaled his subordinates to initiate a location trace. Whom do you seek to avenge? What have they done? Shen Feng gently brushed the snow from his shoulders. That depends on whether you can uncover it. After all, a game must possess a certain degree of challenge, mustn't it? Zhang Haiyang pressed further. What is the purpose of your call? Naturally, to announce the second game. Shen Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips, his speech unhurried, akin to a bard's soft refrain. My second prey is Wu Jun. Zhang Haiyang gasped. What? You mean? That Wu Jun? Bingo. Do not doubt it, he is indeed the renowned educator, Wu Jun, Shen Feng extolled. So, what say you, officer? Is your blood not boiling? Ah? Ah. Madman. Unfazed, Shen Feng continued. I will claim Wu Jun's life in 1 week. I shall be the attacker, and you shall defend. From this moment forth, the game begins. Zhang Haiyang shook his head. A life is not a game. Apologies, but what I say is final. For I am the master of this game. With that, Shen Feng hung up the phone, a manic smile lingering on his face. By the riverside, the wind howled and snow swirled, leaving the area desolate. The frigid air enveloped everything. Shen Feng stood amidst the storm, discarding the SIM card. His gaze gradually lost focus as he stared into the distance. In a daze, he seemed to see a small girl, her body wrapped in bandages, standing by the window. Crying out in despair, "Brother, it hurts. I don't want to suffer anymore." "No." Shen Feng's hand shot forward, yearning to grasp the girl. Yet, all he clutched was the icy wind and snow. Bang! A loud echo reverberated in Shen Feng's mind. The girl's figure vanished in an instant. As if she had never existed. Shen Feng emerged from his reverie, his focus sharpening. The smile on his face twisted grotesquely in the darkness. "Wu Jun, you were the second. They all must die. They all must die." Athahaha. Based on the call signal's location. The police soon arrived at the frozen river. However, since Shen Feng used an old-fashioned mobile phone and had destroyed the SIM card, tracing him proved challenging. When the police arrived, they naturally found nothing. At that moment, within the Special Investigation Team's office, a man's photograph appeared on the large screen. He appeared to be just under 50, with a somewhat naive demeanor, his gold-rimmed glasses obscuring the brilliance in his eyes. Zhang Haiyang pointed to the photograph with a laser pointer, stating, "Wu Jun, 48 years old, a prominent educator in our city. 8 years ago, he founded the Yujingxiang Academy. His students claim he can help children break various bad habits. 5 years ago, he was named one of the top 10 outstanding educators." After succinctly introducing Wu Jun, Zhang Haiyang looked at the gathered individuals. "What are your thoughts?" Su Kuan stroked his chin, analyzing. "Firstly, the information provided by the masked man is rather vague. He merely stated that he would kill Wu Jun within a certain time frame, but the exact timing is indeterminate." A female officer interjected, "The masked man is quite cunning. Even if he divulges information, whether we can trust it remains uncertain. I believe we must protect Wu Jun while also continuing the investigation into Liu Ruxu's case." "But what is the motive? Why does the masked man want to kill Wu Jun?" Zhang Haiyang's pupils suddenly shifted slightly. "Motive? Boss, what are you thinking?" Zhang Haiyang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Do you all remember how the masked man referred to Liu Ruxu?" Before anyone could respond, he continued, "A traitor. Therefore, the masked man's actions are fueled by vengeance, a vendetta. If Liu Ruxu is so, perhaps Wu Jun is too." Zhang Haiyang's speech quickened. The eyes of the gathered individuals brightened in an instant. Su Kuan murmured, "So, if this hypothesis holds, Wu Jun and Liu Ruxu may share some connection?" "Exactly," Zhang Haiyang affirmed. "If all deductions are valid, then Wu Jun and Liu Ruxu likely became enemies of the masked man due to a certain incident. Thus, if we can clarify what that incident is, we may be able to deduce the identity of the masked man." Zhang Haiyang grew increasingly animated, as if the truth lay just before them. "Boss, how shall we proceed?" Kai Xiaoming cracked his knuckles. Today's humiliation must be repaid tenfold. Kai Xiaoming, with his fiery temper, found today's events a profound disgrace. A group of officers had been played by a criminal, ultimately witnessing Liu Ruxu's death before their eyes. Kai Xiaoming could not tolerate this. "Calm down," Zhang Haiyang admonished softly. "You are a police officer. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment." Kai Xiaoming stiffened momentarily, then reluctantly nodded. Zhang Haiyang instructed, "We shall divide our forces. Li Hai, continue analyzing the Liu Ruxu case, discreetly investigating and interviewing suspicious employees and their relationships. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Hu will secretly investigate whether Wu Jun has any undisclosed criminal records or connections. Su Kuan and Kai Xiaoming will maintain surveillance and report any developments immediately. I will contact Wu Jun promptly to explain the situation. The rest of you stand by." In unison, they replied, "Understood." The following day, overcast with strong winds. The third cemetery lay at the edge of Fudao City, surrounded by desolate woods. The cold wind howled through the graves, as if the souls of the departed whispered. Despite being daytime, the heavy clouds obscured the sun, casting the entire cemetery in a gloomy shroud. Shen Feng stood quietly before a gravestone, his coat fluttering gently in the wind, his hood covering much of his face. The eyes above the mask revealed an indescribable chill. His hands were buried deep in his pockets, as if merging with the surrounding cold. Before long, a man approached slowly, his steps heavy, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. He paused before the gravestone to Shen Feng's left, silently contemplating the name etched upon it for an extended time. Simultaneously, a woman appeared on the path of the cemetery. She was beautiful yet weary, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. She walked directly to the gravestone on Shen Feng's right, crouching to gently place the flowers before it. "Have you made your decision?" Shen Feng spoke in a low voice, deliberately muffling his tone, rendering it entirely different from his usual manner. Chapter 10 New Deployment. Wu Jun, bait. A weary-faced woman let out a bitter smile. Her gaze fixed on the name etched on the gravestone, swayed by the chilling wind. It was her son's name. A resolve ignited within her once despondent eyes. "He has caused my son's demise. Though my son cannot return, I shall ensure he pays with his life." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man wiped the icy tears that had crystallized at the corners of his eyes. Should this matter reach the courtroom, he would face a maximum sentence of merely 10 years, far too lenient for what he has done. "I must avenge my daughter," He must die? The man gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth sending shivers down one's spine. Heh, heh, heh. Shen Feng lowered his head, his laughter growing increasingly sinister. Excellent, excellent. He lifted his gaze, and thus, the second act, the players, are now in position. Slowly, he turned his back toward the two individuals. Proceed according to plan. These two individuals had been brought together by Shen Feng through certain unconventional means. They were both parents who had faced failure. Once, they had sent their wayward children to the Yu Jinxiang Academy for reform. Now, their children lay eternally buried in the cemetery. Thus, they sought vengeance, yearning for Wu Jun's demise, even though their children could never be resurrected. Perhaps this course of action would alleviate their own hearts. Who is to say that revenge is not their own form of catharsis and redemption? As Shen Feng exited the cemetery, a beam of sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Under the sunlight, Shen Feng's eyes gleamed with a frightening intensity. The seeds have been sown, awaiting the day they will quietly blossom and bear fruit. At this moment, in Wu Jun's office, Officer Zhong, I truly do not know whom I have offended. For all these years, I have diligently managed the school. Who could I possibly have angered? Wu Jun's face was marked with grievance, his voice trembling slightly. Zhong Haiyang paused for a moment and said, Mr. Wu, this matter pertains to your life's safety and cannot be treated lightly. Previously, Miss Liu Ruxu was killed by this criminal. Are you aware of that? As he posed this question, Zhong Haiyang carefully scrutinized every subtle reaction from Wu Jun, especially upon mentioning Liu Ruxu. If Wu Jun had shared any undisclosed matters with Liu Ruxu in the past, he would certainly not admit it. Thus, Zhong Haiyang intended to probe first. However, the outcome left him disappointed. Upon hearing about Liu Ruxu, apart from a hint of surprise, Wu Jun exhibited no suspicious emotions whatsoever. Liu Ruxu, is she the female president? Wu Jun inquired. Mr. Wu, you don't know her? Wu Jun shook his head. I do not know her. Do not know her? Zhong Haiyang's expression grew grave. Mr. Wu, this is a matter of your life. I hope you are not concealing anything. Upon hearing this, Wu Jun's countenance darkened. Officer Zhong, please understand. You are not interrogating me. I am the victim here. I truly do not know Liu Ruxu. I have never even met her. I know you wish to investigate, but I genuinely do not recognize her. Seeing that Wu Jun did not appear to be lying, Zhong Haiyang sighed inwardly. If Wu Jun truly did not know Liu Ruxu, then this lead would be severed. Was his deduction flawed? Nevertheless, this did not imply that Zhong Haiyang intended to abandon the investigation. Even if these two individuals truly did not know each other, there might still be an intersection in certain matters, perhaps unbeknownst to them both. Perhaps Wu Jun also realized his tone was somewhat harsh, and with a sigh, he softened his voice. By the way, Officer Zhong, how does the police plan to handle the death threats against me? Zhong Haiyang had already devised a plan, stating, in the coming days, the police will deploy numerous undercover officers along the routes you frequently traverse to ensure your safety, while also aiming to capture the criminal. This time, Zhong Haiyang intended to set a trap, feigning inactivity, while laying a comprehensive net to await the masked man. Wu Jun was no fool. He immediately understood the underlying implication. He had become the bait. Officer Zhong, what about my life safety? Zhong Haiyang solemnly replied, rest assured. The police will exert maximum effort. He gestured toward the window. The entire street is lined with our undercover agents. There are even snipers positioned at a distance to guarantee your safety. Wu Jun paused, ultimately nodding. All right, I trust you. Zhong Haiyang extended his hand, shaking hands with Wu Jun. In his heart, he silently vowed, this time, I shall not lose. Suddenly, a phone rang. Zhong Haiyang took out his phone and answered, hello. What? All right. I'll head over immediately. Zhong Haiyang, accompanied by several officers, jumped into the car and activated the navigation system, racing toward their destination. Boss, where are we headed? Su Kuan eagerly inquired from the back seat. It was his first time witnessing Zhong Haiyang so animated. Zhong Haiyang gripped the steering wheel. His tone urgent. Our base has pinpointed a location based on previous signals. It is highly likely to be where the masked man is located. Everyone froze for a moment. Then their faces lit up with excitement. Su Kuan's eyes widened in exhilaration. Really? That is fantastic. We must capture that scoundrel this time. The other officers in the vehicle also displayed expressions of joy, as if they could see the dawn of victory approaching. Boss, this time we will definitely succeed. One officer exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhong Haiyang did not respond directly, instead stating, everyone, stay alert and prepare for this crucial battle, even if we do not capture him. We will surely gain something. At the Lonely Island bar. Hey, why are you so free today? Shen Feng smiled at the young woman before him. Don't you have to work? This girl, named Jia, was the one who had previously watched Animal World with Shen Feng. Shen Feng had also learned about the situation of Liu Ruxu's company through her social media. Oh, boss Shen, don't mention it. Our company has encountered some issues. And Jia's face was filled with irritation. Oh, issues you say? Indeed. Just recently at the shareholder meeting, it seems there was a masked man. And Jia then recounted all that she had heard. While some details were embellished, the overall narrative aligned with the truth. Speaking of which, this is somewhat reminiscent of the wolf pack effect we discussed the other day, and Jia forced a smile. Now the company is on holiday. I truly do not know what to do. Whether human or animal, sometimes taking a step forward indeed means there is no turning back, Shen Feng remarked with a smile. His calm words seemingly concealing something deeper. Boss Shen, how do you think that Madden escaped the storeroom? And Jia tilted her head in inquiry. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt, leaving a trail in the snow. Zhang Haiyang drew his sidearm, checking it thoroughly. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Everyone, prepare. We're going in." Yes. Su Kuan and the others responded in unison, drawing their own firearms. Chapter 11. The truth behind the masked man's escape, I wonder. Have we all been misled? Shen Feng chuckled as he poured himself a glass of sparkling wine. The liquid in the glass emitted a faint sound. Misled? What do you mean, Boss Shen? And Jia asked, perplexed. Shen Feng smiled. It means that those involved are often confused, while bystanders see clearly. He winked playfully at Jia but chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyang and the others pushed open the car doors. A cold, biting wind whipped against their faces like a knife. The group exchanged glances and approached the door. Their footsteps were heavy, for they all knew that behind that door lay the terrifying madman. In the swirling snow, several raised their guns, the atmosphere thick with tension. Each breath felt as if it had been frozen. Zhang Haiyang's expression was grave, his gaze fixed on the closed door, as if he could see the dreadful madman lurking behind it. He raised his hand slightly, signaling readiness, and everyone's nerves tightened instantaneously. Action! Zhang Haiyang's voice was deep and commanding. The group surged toward the door like arrows released from a bow, crashing through it with force. Inside the bar, Shen Feng was engaged in lively conversation with Jia when suddenly, bang! The bar's entrance was violently pushed open from the outside. They both turned to see a drunken man stagger in. Boss Shen, what good drinks do you have today? Life is unbearable, the drunkard shouted, lamenting about his troubles at work and his wife's constant nagging. On the other side, after bursting into the room, Zhang Haiyang and his companions were taken aback. What? All their eyes widened in disbelief. They stood frozen as if under a spell. Dust particles danced silently in the air. The atmosphere was electric, and they felt as if struck by lightning. Had they crossed over? Were they back in the storage room? No. This was not the storage room of Susu Media. What lay before them was an almost identical scene to that day's storage room. Identical walls, identical chandelier placement, nearly the same displays and layout. Even every item's position was remarkably similar. On the table lay the bomb and remote control that had appeared on camera that day, as if silently mocking and provoking them. It felt as though time had reversed, returning them to that heart-stopping moment. They exchanged glances, and suddenly, a great door in their minds swung open. Everything became clear. Zhang Haiyang's face darkened, and he struggled to voice his thoughts, words caught in his throat. He stepped forward, put on gloves, and slowly picked up the bomb and remote from the table, trying to glean some clues. Moments later, he let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, it was a fake. What? Zhang Haiyang shook the bomb, his tone increasingly bitter. The bomb is fake. The bomb is not real, and the masked man is not in the storage room. He has been here all along, remotely manipulating the situation and misleading us all. A collective gasp filled the air. Just like that? Perhaps it was just like that. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to say. Damn it. Kai Xiaoming couldn't contain his anger. Truly cunning. Our appearance, a female officer murmured. Indeed, it seems everything was calculated. Many fell into deep self-doubt. Zhang Haiyang felt a jolt. He looked at the demoralized group, subconsciously questioning whether this place was deliberately exposed by the masked man. Was his aim to deliver a crushing blow to everyone? Everyone, pull yourselves together. Zhang Haiyang spoke sternly. Although we've been played, discovering this place is also a gain. There can never be a fire that is completely concealed. As long as there are clues, we will surely follow the trail and capture that madman. His words slightly revived the group's spirits. They regarded the storage room before them. Indeed, no case could exist without leaving some trace. The first to respond was Su Kuan. The boss is right. Don't be discouraged. Finding this place is a good thing for us. Zhang Haiyang took a deep breath and immediately commanded. There is no wall that does not let air through. Begin investigating the owner of this room, whether it has been rented out, and who the tenants were. Simultaneously, meticulously examine this room to see if we can extract fingerprints and DNA. Scrutinize all surrounding surveillance, locking onto any suspicious individuals. The other officers snapped back to attention, some contacting their hometowns, while others began searching the room, hoping to uncover useful clues. However, the room seemed like a meticulously designed trap. Apart from the identical scene from that day, there were no other clues, not even a single hair. Even more disappointing was the room's remote location and its status as a shantytown, rendering the surrounding surveillance insufficient. The masked man loomed like a shadow over everyone's minds. He bore no flaws, yet was rife with them. But those so-called flaws were elusive, leaving no avenue for investigation. It was as if he were delighting in playing with them all. The mystery of the masked man resembled AM by a strip. Whether it was the relationship between Liu Ruxu and Wu Jun, or this identical room, every time a clue emerged, the investigation would swiftly revert to its starting point. In the cold wind, Zhong Haiyang stepped out of the room alone, standing there for a long time, deep in thought. Chapter 12. The emergence of Yujingxiang. Shen Feng sat alone in the dimly lit lounge of a bar. The surrounding walls seemed to be engulfed by darkness, with only a flickering yellow lamp above casting a feeble glow. The name Wu Jun stood out prominently on the notebook before him. He slightly lifted his head, revealing a chilling smile. Retrieving his phone, his slender fingers glided swiftly across the screen, seeking information about Wu Jun. As he delved deeper into the data, his smile grew increasingly sinister, his facial muscles contorting slightly as laughter escaped his throat, echoing in the cramped lounge. Wu Jun was the first to propose the annihilation of the Shen family after Liu Ruxu betrayed them during the tragic massacre. Now, he had established a foothold within the alliance, flaunting the guise of an educator while deceiving society. Wu Jun, ha ha ha. Shen Feng raised his hand, holding the phone aloft, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Jun's photograph displayed on the screen. In the picture, Wu Jun wore a radiant smile. I hope that soon, you two will find a reason to smile. As he contemplated the image, he leisurely began to hum an ancient tune. Sweet, sweet. Your smile is sweet, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Meanwhile, in the office of the task force, the atmosphere was stifling. Team members sat around the conference table, each wearing a troubled expression. Su Kuan stood slowly, clutching a document, and reported the findings. Boss, we've discovered that the owner of that house has been abroad for several years, leaving the property abandoned. Moreover, we have failed to retrieve the fingerprints and DNA we sought. From the scene, it aligns with your analysis. Boss, we have fallen into a trap. He anticipated our arrival and deliberately awaited us here. Upon hearing this, the faces of the team darkened further. Zhong Haiyang furrowed his brow. What a cunning individual. Let's assign the investigation of the house to other colleagues. It appears we won't uncover anything in the short term. However, he will inevitably reveal a flaw. Everyone should meticulously review the leads we currently possess to see if anything has been overlooked. Zhong Haiyang surveyed the room before asking. Hasn't the higher-ups dispatched experts to assist in the investigation? When will they arrive? By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, came the reply. Zhong Haiyang nodded. What is the situation at the scene? We have deployed a significant number of officers and stationed 2 snipers at critical points, Kai Xiaoming detailed, also providing Wu Jun with a set of bulletproof attire. He will maintain his regular schedule, but our personnel will be discreetly monitoring his route, ensuring complete security. Zhong Haiyang nodded in satisfaction. This time, as that madman put it, it is a new game. However, unlike last time, we are concealed while he is exposed. I refuse to believe he can escape from our intricate net. Zhong Haiyang's words served to rally the officers and bolster his own resolve. His gaze narrowed as he looked out the window. The image of the masked man's deranged smile and that eerie mask echoed in his mind. The trap was set. All that was left was for him to walk into it. At that moment, Officer Wang Qin rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Team leader Zhang. We have encountered another problem. Zhong Haiyang immediately inquired. What is it? Wang Qin produced her phone and handed it to Zhong Haiyang. Wu Jun's recent actions have been exposed online, and public opinion has turned against him. As Zhong Haiyang took the phone and examined the screen, his expression grew grave. The internet was rife with accusations and doubts regarding Wu Jun. Many questioned the integrity of his institution, alleging numerous issues regarding his supposed addiction recovery program, which was widely understood among those in the know. Already, several parents had come forth to criticize him, and former students were posting testimonies. The incident had gained significant traction, soaring to the top of trending searches. Everyone began to check their phones. Wu Jun, who would have thought? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Su Kuan slammed the table in frustration, cursing. That scoundrel. If we were to apprehend Wu Jun for questioning, but that would only address the symptom, not the root cause. It is better than. Zhong Haiyang disregarded the ongoing debate, his focus locked onto the phone. A peculiar sense of foreboding enveloped him. He felt increasingly uneasy. Why now? The timing of this revelation was suspicious. Was it orchestrated by the masked man? Is it possible to trace the source of this information? Zhong Haiyang inquired urgently. Wang Qian hesitated momentarily but soon grasped Zhong Haiyang's concern, shaking her head in resignation. Team leader Zhong, it will be challenging in the short term. There are thousands of posts online, and we cannot compile them quickly. Moreover, if this is indeed the work of the masked man, he likely deleted the posts or erased traces through other means. He possesses considerable technical skills. Zhong Haiyang rubbed his temples in frustration. Just as there seemed to be a glimmer of progress, it felt as if uncontrollable factors were about to derail everything. This situation must be addressed promptly. Public opinion cannot impede our actions. We need to monitor online developments closely and strive to control the narrative, Zhang Haiyang stated sternly. Additionally, inform all undercover colleagues to carefully observe their surroundings. We cannot allow parents to interfere and disrupt our plans. From this moment on, I expect everyone to be on high alert. Zhang Haiyang was a perceptive individual. From the moment he saw the post, he understood that the situation was far from simple. The following morning, as the sunlight had yet to fully penetrate the morning mist, a well-dressed individual resembling a service worker was meticulously clearing the accumulated snow on the hotel rooftop. His eyes were deep and sharp, radiating an elusive intensity. After a moment, he retrieved a miniature telescope from his pocket, adeptly adjusting the focus to scrutinize the movements around Yujingxiang Academy across the street. The thoroughfare appeared ordinary, bustling with pedestrians. Yet, from his elevated vantage point, how could he overlook the anomalies? The street near Yujingxiang had been surrounded by plainclothes police officers. At least 9 were visible to him. It seemed everyone had arrived. His voice carried a mixture of derision for the adversaries and anticipation for the impending vengeful scheme. Such extensive arrangements presented an unfavorable scenario for him. Yet, it also served as the finest camouflage. The second act of this revenge drama would unfold gradually under his meticulous orchestration, inching towards its climax. Chapter 13. Creating Chaos and Fishing in Troubled Waters. At 8:20 a.m., Wu Jun sat in the spacious living room, his face ablaze with fury as he scrolled through various news headlines on his phone. The blood-soaked truth of Yujingxiang Academy. The hidden face of a renowned educator in floating island city. Is it a school or hell? Unveiling Yujingxiang Academy. The mere sight of these headlines made Wu Jun's molars grind together in disbelief. How could this happen? How could he be exposed? He had meticulously handled every detail and had the alliance as a protective shield. How could things have spiraled out of control? By mid-morning, Wu Jun had already received dozens of calls, one of which he could not afford to offend the alliance. This so-called alliance was, in truth, a mysterious organization. No one knew who the leader was, and many members within the alliance were strangers to one another. All they understood was that it constituted a vast empire of wealth and power. The alliance's demand from Wu Jun was simple: resolve the issue within a week, or face expulsion. Damn it! Wu Jun cursed vehemently, kicking over the glass coffee table, startling the housekeeper, who dared not breathe a word. It was the first time she had seen the usually refined Wu Jun lose his composure. After venting his emotions, Wu Jun took a deep breath and prepared to rush to Yujingxiang Academy to discuss countermeasures, for if this chaos continued, it would only be a matter of time before the police intervened. Changing into appropriate attire, Wu Jun hurriedly exited. As he stepped outside, his eyelids twitched violently. After a moment's thought, he tore off a small piece of paper, moistened it with saliva, and affixed it to his right eyelid. It's about time. Shen Feng murmured on the hotel rooftop, packing away his telescope before descending the stairs. In the corridor, Shen Feng brushed past a young man clad in identical attire. The young man, taken aback, glanced at Shen Feng and muttered, "How strange. Am I not the one scheduled to clean the rooftop today? Why is there someone else?" Hearing the young man's soliloquy, Shen Feng merely smiled faintly and quickened his pace. On the streets surrounding Yujingxiang Academy, undercover police officers appeared to be casually dispersed in various corners, yet they remained highly vigilant, observing their surroundings for any suspicious individuals. A man enjoying a breakfast crepe spoke softly through a concealed earpiece. All clear at the eastern intersection. No unusual activity on the western street. The casual passerby continued, their eyes discreetly scanning every potential hiding place for danger. Some posed as breakfast vendors, while others pretended to browse goods at shop entrances, all the while remaining alert to their surroundings. They were well disguised, with some even wearing makeup to avoid detection, to prevent exposure. Certain individuals who had previously appeared at shareholder meetings donned false beards or wigs and trimmed their eyebrows. Not even a masked man would be recognized easily. Even colleagues would require a few moments to identify them. Soon, Wu Jun's black sedan arrived, halting before the gates of Yujingxiang Academy. At this point, Wu Jun felt increasingly agitated. He gulped down several swigs of mineral water, his stomach churning from having missed breakfast. "Damn it," he exclaimed, clutching his abdomen. "What misfortune has befallen me these past few days? I ought to find someone to account for this." Muttering to himself, Wu Jun cautiously opened the door to get out of the car. "Wu Jun, you bastard." A sudden voice startled Wu Jun, instantly drawing the attention of all undercover officers. A disheveled middle-aged man, appearing out of nowhere, rushed towards Wu Jun, his expression wild with fury. "You owe me my daughter's life, you scoundrel." The man's eyes were bloodshot, burning with rage as if he longed to rend Wu Jun limb from limb. "You wretched monster, what kind of educator are you? Return my daughter's life." As the middle-aged man grew increasingly agitated, the undercover officers, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly approached under the guise of bystanders, attempting to pacify and restrain him. "Hey, brother, what's the matter? Calm down, we can talk this over. Are you looking to start a fight?" While the undercover officers were diffusing the situation, A large group of parents suddenly surged into view from a distance. They emerged from all directions, their faces twisted with anger. And a significant number directly blocked the entrance to Yujingxiang Academy. Wu Jun, you beast. My child has been abused in your school. If you don't give us an explanation today, this matter is far from over. Yes. Return my son's life. The crowd erupted with indignation. Led by a woman whose pallor betrayed her distress, her eyes were sunken, dark circles evident, as if she had rested properly in ages. Her gaze burned with fury as she marched toward the academy, with other parents rallying behind her, their voices rising in a cacophony of curses. Moreover, some parents raised placards as if participating in a protest. The sudden upheaval sent a chill down Zhang Haiyang's spine. This was bad. He was currently feigning a casual breakfast at the street corner when he witnessed the mass of parents approaching, his expression shifting, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Why did they have to arrive at this moment? He realized the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Zhang Haiyang quickly considered that this uproar might have been instigated by the masked man in the shadows. Could it be that he intended to strike amidst the chaos? Or was he hiding among this throng of parents? He swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie and urgently relayed commands. All units, be advised, a large group of parents has appeared on site. The situation has changed. Form a line to control the scene, reveal identities if necessary, block the streets with teams 2 and 3, and group 4, ensure Wu Jun's safety. No parent must approach Wu Jun. Upon receiving the orders, the undercover officers sprang into action. Hey, what are you all doing? What's happening? A dozen undercover officers swiftly mobilized, concealing their identities while blending in as onlookers, forming an invisible barrier to obstruct the enraged parents. Everyone, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. However, the parents, consumed by fury, were deaf to any pleas for calm. Move aside. We want to confront Wu Jun for an explanation. The weary woman at the forefront shouted, her eyes reflecting a reckless determination. She was the first to charge toward the undercover officers, inspiring other parents to follow suit. Some parents began shoving the undercover officers, hurling accusations, get out of our way. Are you in cahoots with him? Why are you stopping us? Someone help. They're bullying the common people. The crowd surged forward, and chaos erupted. Despite the undercover officers' best efforts to maintain order, they struggled to keep up with the frenzy of the enraged parents. One officer was knocked to the ground, but quickly regained his footing, continuing to obstruct while ensuring his identity remained hidden. Meanwhile, Wu Jun, sheltered in the middle, witnessed the turmoil unfold, his face paling in horror. Chapter 14. In troubled waters, seeking revenge on Wu Jun pressed his lips tightly together, rage flickering in his eyes concealed behind his glasses. He muttered curses under his breath as he hastily retreated toward the academy, attempting to keep the parents at bay outside the gates. However, the entrance of Yujingxiang Academy was already besieged by dozens of furious parents. Wu Jun, you scoundrel. You must give us an explanation today. The voices of the parents grew increasingly louder, their emotions escalating. Let us put an end to this beast. Some parents even began to pick up stones from the ground, hurling them in Wu Jun's direction. The plainclothes officers, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. If the masked man truly mingled among the parents, it would spell trouble. They had to contain the situation. Dividing into two groups, some officers continued to block the parents, while the others endeavored to escort Wu Jun to a relatively secure location. This is not good. Someone shouted. Immediately take Wu Jun to safety. Everyone, please remain calm. Yet the parents seemed beyond caring for the consequences, pressing forward recklessly. They might have feigned ignorance about their children's experiences before, but now they were compelled to react with fervor, justifying their roles as parents. Wu Jun, don't run. You beast. The officers felt a deep sense of despair. Some were even prepared to draw their weapons in alarm. The atmosphere descended into utter chaos, with shouts, insults, and pushing merging into a cacophony. The entrance of Yujingxiang Academy had transformed into a battlefield. The officers had to not only fend off the enraged parents, but also protect Wu Jun, all while remaining vigilant for the lurking masked men hidden in the crowd. In the distance, two snipers assigned by Zhang Haiyang were poised, one targeting the crowd in search of a mark, and the other focusing on Wu Jun's vicinity for his protection. Yet, under such circumstances, who would dare to fire? How could one ascertain whether the individuals rushing toward Wu Jun were innocent parents or lethal assailants? Soon, the parents and oppos, fury surged like a tidal wave, breaking through the barrier formed by the plainclothes officers. They charged at Wu Jun, their eyes ablaze with hatred. Beast! One parent roared, launching a stone with all his might toward Wu Jun. The stone arced through the air, narrowly missing him. Wu Jun cursed inwardly, retreating swiftly under the officer's protection. Hurry! This way! An officer shouted, as they clustered around Wu Jun, seeking a safe haven. The parents pressed forward, gathering more stones, hurling them incessantly at Wu Jun and the officers. Observing the increasingly chaotic scene, Zhang Haiyang's mind raced. Everything unfolding could very well be a trap orchestrated by the masked man. If that were the case, he must have seen through the officer's disguises. Realizing this, Zhong Haiyang swiftly produced his identification, declaring loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. We are the police. Your actions will not resolve anything." Some parents paused, clearly taken aback. After all, no one had anticipated the sudden appearance of law enforcement. The gaunt woman at the forefront glared. "What right do you have to protect this scum? We demand an explanation. Have you been bribed?" Her words ignited the emotions of all the parents. "Yes, what right do you have to shield this scoundrel? He should be arrested." The parents grew even more indignant, with more of them surging in from all directions. The officers could only dodge the parents' attacks while striving to maintain order. As Wu Jun retreated in disarray, his teeth clenched anxiously. Damn it, what do I do? The situation had spiraled completely out of control. The outrage of hundreds of parents nearly engulfed the entire street. Just as Wu Jun felt utterly lost, a vehicle screeched to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, and a voice called out, "Mr. Wu, this is an emergency. It's too dangerous here. You need to come with us to the police station." Grasping this lifeline, Wu Jun quickly opened the door and jumped inside. The other officers instinctively formed another line of defense. As the door slammed shut, several stones struck the vehicle with loud thuds. "Mr. Wu, hold on tight." The occupants urged. Wu Jun fumbled to fasten his seatbelt as the car sped off, cutting through the chaos towards the street. Sitting in the vehicle, Wu Jun gasped for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat, his eyes still wide with panic. He dared not imagine the fate he would have faced had he been even a moment later in boarding. Outside the window, the furious parents continued to clash with the plainclothes officers, the tumult gradually fading into the distance. Not long after, the turmoil at the academy's entrance began to subside with Wu Jun's departure. The parents' emotions stabilized somewhat, yet they remained gathered at the gates, unwilling to disperse, with some attempting to breach the academy's premises. Zhong Haiyang, flustered and anxious, sat in the vehicle, his heart racing. Fortunately, the situation had calmed somewhat, and Wu Jun had been safely relocated. He quickly retrieved his phone, calling headquarters. "Has Wu Jun arrived yet?" A woman's voice responded. "Not yet, Captain Zhong." "Did you send someone to bring Wu Jun back?" "Not yet." Zhong Haiyang and Appo's heart sank, and his expression darkened. This is bad. He suddenly understood that something was amiss. Given that Yujingxiang operated under a closed management system, traffic incidents were unlikely on this route. Normally, it would take only a few minutes to reach the police station from there. Had something gone wrong? He immediately dialed Wu Jun's number, but it went unanswered. Dark thoughts raced through Zhong Haiyang's mind. It's a trap. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he took a deep breath and turned the vehicle around. As he sped toward the end of the street, he commanded through the radio, "All units, pay attention." Immediately detained the parents who caused the disturbance, especially that leading man and woman. They must not be allowed to leave. Simultaneously, he contacted the traffic police, urgency lacing his tone. "This is Detective Zhong Haiyang. We have an emergency. You can verify my identity with the city's criminal police. Please assist in retrieving the surveillance footage from near Yujingxiang Academy." Focusing on a vehicle that just left the entrance. "The model is XXX. The license plate number is unclear. Please provide me with results immediately." He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain, joints bulging as if he might crush the wheel. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, trickling down his cheeks. Damn it! Damn it! What on earth is happening?" Kai Xiaoming, in the passenger seat, asked nervously. "We might have fallen into that masked man's trap again." Zhong Haiyang's breathing grew heavy, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. While driving, he rapidly contemplated various possible scenarios. At that moment, he could only hope to locate that vehicle swiftly and avert impending danger. Chapter 15. Another voice recorder left by Shen Feng on the other side. Wu Jun sat in the passenger seat, appearing somewhat shaken. At this moment, he looked disheveled, beads of cold sweat dotting his face, and his glasses askew on his nose, presenting a stark contrast to his usual scholarly demeanor. The weather outside remained dreary, with a gray, overcast sky devoid of sunlight. Gradually, Wu Jun regained his composure, though a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes, obscured by his glasses. He noticed that the road around them seemed amiss, veering off course. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "This doesn't feel right. Have we taken a wrong turn?" "For reasons unknown." Wu Jun's agitation grew, and his tone became noticeably more abrupt. The driver chuckled softly, explaining, "Mr. Wu, this route is safer, so I opted for a detour." Wu Jun, still skeptical, nodded hesitantly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered, "These parents are becoming increasingly reckless. Once this matter is resolved, I shall." He abruptly realized someone was beside him and quickly amended, "I shall certainly file a complaint against them." The driver merely smiled, offering no reply. Wu Jun pondered aloud. Do you think the individual posing as the assassin could be concealed amongst those parents? Previously, the urgency of the situation had prevented him from considering this possibility. Yet, upon reflection, a cold sweat broke out anew. If that person truly lurked among the parents, it would be nearly impossible to guard against. Unlikely. At least I don't think so, the driver responded with a smile. Minutes later, the vehicle came to a gradual halt in a desolate area. Devoid of pedestrians, only a few dilapidated houses scattered in the distance and an overgrowth of weeds, accompanied by the chilling wind. Wu Jun momentarily froze, unease creeping into his mind. What have you brought me here for? The driver slowly turned his head, casting a penetrating gaze upon Wu Jun that seemed to pierce through his very soul, sending shivers down his spine. What are your intentions? Wu Jun stammered. Mr. Wu, do you recall the Shen family from years past? The driver inquired, revealing himself as Shen Feng. What? Wu Jun blinked, momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, a realization struck him like thunder, and his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds would have comprehended the gravity of the situation. You are not, he blurted out. Correct? But there is no reward for your answer. I am indeed a member of the Shen family. Shen Feng's smile grew increasingly maniacal. Wu Jun's mind erupted in chaos, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Without hesitation, he turned to flee from this perilous location. Meanwhile, based on the tracking information received, Zhong Haiyang sped urgently toward the target location, the wheels churning the accumulated snow beneath. As he drove, a multitude of dreadful scenarios flooded his mind, his heart racing violently within his chest. The others shared his grave expression, each aware of the potential calamity that might unfold. At last, in a barren landscape, Zhong Haiyang caught sight of a solitary vehicle parked by the roadside. Beside it stood a tree, forlorn in the winter chill, its bare branches trembling in the wind, a few desolate leaves clinging on for dear life. This desolate locale was devoid of any human presence, even lacking surveillance. Zhong Haiyang inhaled deeply, commanding, action. With that, he and his team swiftly exited the vehicle, their movements cautious yet decisive. The moment they stepped out, each drew their firearm. Zhong Haiyang, with a serious demeanor, aimed at the car, approaching from various angles. Su Kuan and Kai Xiaoming remained vigilant, their weapons trained on the surroundings, prepared for any unexpected developments. As they neared the vehicle, Zhong Haiyang's heart raced with mounting anxiety, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him. Upon reaching the car, he peered through the window, and his heart plummeted. Damn it! Kai Xiaoming ground his teeth in frustration. At that moment, the acrid scent of blood assaulted their senses. Slumped in the passenger seat lay a body with a slashed throat. On the driver's seat rested a disposable voice recorder, identical to the one seen previously. Zhong Haiyang felt a surge of fury rise within him. The masked man had first incited chaos through public opinion, then masqueraded to brazenly abduct the target in plain sight. Zhong Haiyang's breath grew heavy, staring at Wu Jun in the vehicle, rendered speechless. A few crows cawed ominously as they flew across the somber sky, their cries piercing the silence. Finally, Zhong Haiyang regained his composure, his voice hoarse and low. It's too late. These words seemed to exhaust every ounce of his strength. The enigmatic masked man loomed like a colossal shadow over their hearts, adept at manipulating circumstances to ensnare minds in confusion. He had yet to encounter such a formidable adversary. Both Liu Ruxu and Wu Jun were illustrative of this. Zhong Haiyang slowly opened the car door, donned white gloves, and cautiously retrieved the voice recorder from the driver's seat. He understood this was undoubtedly a provocation from the masked man. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Haiyang pressed the play button. Chapter 16, Provocation. New members of the task force. The cold wind cut like a knife, swirling the powdery snow on the ground, resembling fog. Every sensation was strikingly vivid, be it the chill or the darkness. Soon, the recording device emitted the frenzied yet taunting voice of Shen Feng. His words, carried by the frigid wind, seemed to harbor shards of ice, piercing the ears of all who listened. 3 days hence, the game shall resume. Let us await the manner in which it shall commence. Ha ha. Shen Feng's laughter echoed across the desolate wilderness, mingling with the howling wind, as if it were a curse from the depths of hell. Zhong Haiyang and his companions felt their anger ignite upon hearing these words. Such audacity in an adversary was a first for them. Zhong Haiyang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Boss, we. Su Kuan sighed, hesitating to continue. Zhong Haiyang remained silent for a long moment, eyes closed. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. We still have one last lead. Are you referring to the parents who took the lead? Indeed, Zhong Haiyang nodded. If they were indeed lured by the masked man, perhaps they can provide us with some valuable information. But what if they? There are no what ifs. Zhong Haiyang interrupted. This is our only lead at present. He picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Command center, this is Zhong Haiyang. We have confirmed a body. It is the previously protected subject, Wu Jun. In the distance, Shen Feng stood quietly, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the minuscule figures of Zhong Haiyang and his companions. His hair danced wildly in the wind, his gaze devoid of warmth. His body trembled slightly, as if suppressing some intense emotion. Then, he took a half step back, one hand resting on his shoulder, the other concealed behind his back, and elegantly bowed in that direction. Against the barren backdrop, his silhouette appeared strikingly solitary. A perfect conclusion. After concluding his performance, Shen Feng returned to his prearranged vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, he turned on the radio, which played a soothing instrumental melody. With his eyes closed, his fingers gently tapped the steering wheel in time with the music. At that moment, he reveled in the enchanting strains of melody. Not long before, he had sat in another driver's seat, humming a captivating tune. Beside him, a bespectacled man was gradually inching toward the abyss. After secretively changing several vehicles and taking a winding route, Shen Feng finally returned to the island bar at 1:30 in the afternoon. In half an hour, the bar would open for business. Shen Feng leisurely alighted from the car, one hand in his pocket, the other twirling a set of keys as he strolled towards the bar entrance. "Hey, Boss Shen, getting ready to open early today? Are you not coming in for a drink?" Shen Feng greeted the surrounding merchants with familiarity, wearing a smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. He then slowly opened the rolling shutter door, stepping into the dimly lit bar and switching on the lights. The warm yellow glow illuminated him, casting a long shadow. Meanwhile, in the task force office, a dozen individuals sat in a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Apart from Zhong Haiyang, Su Kuan, Kai Xiaoming, and Wang Qian, there were two unfamiliar faces, a man in his late 20s with neatly trimmed hair, playing with AM by a strip, and a woman around 30 with shoulder-length hair, who, while quite beautiful, displayed an air of cold detachment. "Well, everyone is here." Zhong Haiyang surveyed the room. "Now, let me introduce our two new members, sent from above to assist us in solving the case of the masked man." The other members of the task force regarded the newcomers with a scrutinizing gaze, primarily due to their youth. How much experience could individuals in their 30s possess? Zhong Haiyang's attention shifted to the man. "This is Zhang Yiyang, a criminal psychology expert." Zhang Yiyang shrugged, rising with a broad smile, nodding to everyone. "Nice to meet you all." Zhong Haiyang then turned to the woman with shoulder-length hair. "This is Liu Meihua. I trust her name requires no further introduction." Upon hearing Liu Meihua's name, the members of the task force brightened slightly. Indeed, few in the police force were unfamiliar with this name. She was renowned as a detective, having solved numerous intricate cases over the years, including the notorious dismemberment case that had baffled the neighboring city 3 years prior. Moreover, Liu Meihua was a genuine detective, unlike some others, with a track record that was indisputable and devoid of embellishment. "Hello, everyone," Liu Meihua greeted succinctly, without superfluous words. Zhang Haiyang then proceeded to introduce the other members of the task force to the newcomers. "This is Su Kuan, responsible for field intelligence." Su Kuan stood up, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere with a smile. "I can't play basketball." Wang Qian, in charge of logistics. Kai Xiaoming, Li Zhendong. Chapter 17, The Detective's Analysis, Target Locked? After introducing everyone one by one, Zhang Haiyang settled back into his chair, fingers interlaced atop the table. "Well, now that we are all acquainted, let us discuss your perspectives on the case." Wang Qian first nodded at the group, then picked up a document, proceeding to recount the events surrounding the cases of Liu Ruxu and Wu Jun. It is now established that on the day of Liu Ruxu's incident, the masked man did not visit Ruxu Media, but rather misled everyone by using an identical room. Investigations revealed that the homeowner of that room was abroad and unaware that his property had been borrowed by the masked man. "We have examined suspicious employees at Ruxu Media, but thus far, we have yielded no results." Turning a page in the document, Wang Qian continued, regarding the Wu Jun case. "Currently, the two instigators, Wang Lei and Tang Lingling, are under investigation, and there is reasonable suspicion that they acted on the masked man's instructions. The recent scandal involving Yujingxiang Academy, which erupted yesterday, appears to be another of the masked man's manipulations." Officer Liu Meihua inquired, "Have we located the first post regarding Yujingxiang?" Wang Qian sighed and nodded. The first post was made by Tang Lingling, the woman leading the charge in the parent group today. Strangely, within just 10 minutes, her post was shared over 100 times, likely a result of the masked man's covert influence. Based on his motives, it is highly probable that this is an act of revenge, yet our investigation shows that the two victims were not acquainted. The current situation is rather bleak. Wang Qian pressed her lips together, which had turned pale, and murmured, "To put it bluntly, we do not possess any advantageous clues at this point." The vehicle was also a black car, making it nearly impossible to trace. The expressions of the others reflected their dismay. The masked man is indeed a formidable adversary. He appears to have numerous flaws, yet in reality, he possesses none. The so-called flaws are so elusive that they render any approach futile, akin to a return to simplicity. "Officer Liu, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Haiyang inquired, seeking to gauge Liu Meihua's capabilities. Liu Meihua did not answer directly. Instead, she turned her gaze to criminal psychology expert Zhang Yiyang. "Yiyang, can you deduce the identity of the perpetrator based on the information we currently have?" Zhang Yiyang smiled broadly. "Of course." At this, the group leaned in closer, eager to hear from the expert in criminal psychology. Zhang Yiyang leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms casually. "Firstly, we can ascertain that the masked man harbors a deep-seated vendetta against Liu Ruxu and Wu Jun. Otherwise, he would not resort to such extreme measures. Liu Ruxu is nearly 40, suggesting that the roots of their enmity likely took shape over the past 20 years. Kai Xiaoming asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhang Yiyang replied, "Prior to that, Liu Ruxu was merely a young girl without such capabilities. Hence, considering these factors in the masked man and Oppos, as meticulous logic and planning, his age is likely between 25 and 40. Individuals in this age range possess sufficient life experience and mental maturity to orchestrate such a complex revenge scheme. As for his physique, based on the incomplete footprints previously discovered in the video, we estimate his height to be between 175 and 185 centimeters." The group nodded in silent agreement. Although Zhang Yiyang's hypotheses lacked concrete evidence, they held a semblance of logic. Lu Meihua cast an approving glance at Zhang Yiyang before calmly stating, "Now, allow me to share my perspective." Her voice was steady, almost mechanical in its calmness. Anticipation filled the room as everyone awaited insights from this esteemed detective. Lu Meihua's expression remained devoid of unnecessary emotion. The masked man did not choose to alert the authorities but opted for vigilante justice, which leaves us with a few possibilities. First, he may not wish to report the incident. Second, he may have previously reported it, but the police dismissed his claims. Third, there may be an extensive network behind this matter, leading him to believe that reporting would be futile. Lu Meihua's bright eyes sparkled with intensity. One of our investigative approaches should focus on the major unsolved cases in Floating Island City over the past 2 decades, as well as certain tragedies that may be more extensive than they appear. These tragedies could have been mistaken for accidents, yet are, in fact, the result of human intervention. The true identity of the masked man may very well be concealed within these occurrences. Su Kuan sighed. 2 decades is quite a span. By the time we uncover the truth, the masked man may have claimed countless victims. Lu Meihua promptly replied, "Thus, the most prudent course of action is to narrow our focus. We should start our investigation from 10 years ago. While thoroughly examining the past of the 2 victims in light of the current cases, as our investigation deepens, we can further refine our scope." "Why 10 years?" Su Kuan asked. Lu Meihua adjusted a stray strand of hair. Yujingxiang Academy was established 8 years ago, marking a pivotal moment in Wu Jun's life. Typically, significant turning points in one's life are accompanied by major events. This particular turning point coincides closely with the 10-year mark. Does that suffice as a rationale? As her words settled, Lu Meihua noticed that everyone was gazing at her with a peculiar expression. Even the usually composed Zhong Haiyang displayed a hint of disbelief. "What is it?" Lu Meihua asked, half-jokingly, as she regarded the group. "Am I mistaken in my analysis?" No. Su Kuan was the first to regain his composure. Excitedly giving Lu Meihua a thumbs up. "Sister Lu, you are incredible. No, you are truly remarkable." Previously, the team's investigative direction regarding the masked man had been utterly aimless. However, Lu Meihua had managed to establish a coherent and reasonable approach based on limited information. "Officer Liu, you truly deserve the title of goddess detective. I am in awe." Zhong Haiyang expressed his genuine admiration. "Please, no need for such formality," Lu Meihua replied calmly, her voice devoid of any tremor. "Just call me Meihua." Zhang Yiyang interjected, "Everyone, before we celebrate with champagne, I have something to add." "Oh, do share." Zhong Haiyang's tone lightened, the oppressive atmosphere of the past few days lifting considerably. Chapter 18. The Elegant Madman. Psychological portrait. Zhang Yiyang subtly shifted his somewhat sore shoulders, producing a U-shaped pillow from an unknown source and placing it around his neck. "What I wish to convey pertains to the identity of the perpetrator." Upon hearing the mention of a criminal identity, everyone in attendance stirred with intrigue, their focus intensifying. Based on the information at hand, this individual exemplifies a typical antisocial personality. Through his messages and his speech at the shareholders meeting, we can conclude that he is indeed an elegant madman. Such individuals are unlikely to be found among the lower echelons of labor, such as construction workers. Therefore, drawing from my experience, it is reasonable to speculate that this individual possesses a certain degree of taste. Generally speaking, these types of criminals do not exhibit overtly deranged behavior in reality. That would be far too conspicuous. Instead, they maintain a legitimate profession to mask their true selves. At this juncture, Zhang Yiyang ceased his commentary. Casting a meaningful glance towards Lu Meihua shot Zhang Yiyang a cold glare, to which he responded with a cheerful shrug. Moments later, her nearly emotionless voice resonated within the conference room. Based on the timing of the crimes, it can be inferred that he is most likely not a corporate employee. "Why is that?" Kai Xiaoming inquired. Lu Meihua elaborated. Both incidents occurred on weekdays. If he were a corporate worker, he would have been at his place of employment during each occurrence, which would raise suspicions. Furthermore, the information available suggests that the masked man's quest for vengeance is far from over. Thus, he would not engage in actions that could gradually lead to his exposure. This implies that the masked man may possess considerable wealth or perhaps be a freelancer. The analysis provided by Lu Meihua and Zhang Yiyang lifted the atmosphere in the conference room, dispelling the previous gloom. At the very least, there was now a clear direction. Su Kuan excitedly applauded, exclaiming, "Sister Liu, Brother Zhang, this is a significant breakthrough." Zhang Haiyang's eyes sparkled with a hint of enthusiasm as he nodded in agreement, affirming that this indeed represented the clearest investigative path thus far. Unperturbed by the accolades, Liu Meihua continued, "Therefore, based on our current deductions, the masked man is likely between the ages of 25 and 40. He has experienced considerable upheaval in his life, resulting in a warped personality. Yet he is adept at concealing it. He may pursue a freelance career or operate as an independent entrepreneur, granting him ample time to commit his crimes. Additionally, he should possess a certain level of refinement, along with hacking skills and an awareness of evasion tactics. Moreover, his residence ought to be in close proximity to the room you discovered, though this is not absolute. Nevertheless, we should commence our investigation in the vicinity of that room masquerading as a storage area, identifying individuals who fit the aforementioned profile through a process of elimination." Leaning back with his arms crossed, Zhang Yang casually remarked, "I'll leave these arduous tasks to all of you." Other members of the special investigation team nodded in agreement. Their spirits rekindled as the previous oppression and confusion dissipated. Zhang Haiyang stood and outlined the next steps. Firstly, we must further interrogate Wang Lei and Tang Lingling, as they must have encountered the masked man in some capacity. Let us see if we can uncover more information about him. This incident is undoubtedly orchestrated by the masked man. The two are currently under investigation for instigating trouble, but our time is limited. Secondly, based on Officer Liu's analysis, we seek suspects aged 25 to 40, standing between 175 and 185 centimeters, freelancers with a sense of taste, who have experienced significant life changes, to identify individuals matching these characteristics through elimination. Thirdly, we will continue to investigate the relationship between Wu Jun and Liu Ruxu to see if we can discover any mutual acquaintances from 10 years ago. Given that the masked man refers to Liu Ruxu as a traitor, we should examine whom she has been closely associated with over the years, particularly those who have encountered major upheavals. Fourthly, Zhang Haiyang smiled for a rare moment. "Everyone has worked hard, so I shall treat tonight." At that moment, he felt as though the clouds shrouding him were gradually dissipating. He turned to Zhang Yang and Liu Meihua. "This is also a welcome gathering for our new colleagues." Cheers erupted in response. That evening, at the island bar, there were slightly more patrons, yet the ambience remained tranquil. It seemed the visitors adhered to an unspoken rule, to maintain the serene atmosphere. Shen Feng lounged at the bar, listening to soothing music while contemplating the next game. Hu Delin, aged 42, stood in stark contrast to Liu Ruxu and Wu Jun, as his fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Although he had once served the Alliance, even as a peripheral member, one would expect a more favorable lot. Yet, this man displayed no ambition, being both a compulsive gambler and an addict, accumulating a mountain of debt over the years. Now, at 42, he found himself as a motorcycle gang member in Beijing, resorting to theft for survival. The only valuable possession left in his household was likely that motorcycle. In his day-to-day life, Hu Delin resided in an old house on the outskirts of the city, only venturing into the urban area for business. Despite his current decline, he had once played a crucial role during the siege of the Shen family. Shen Feng slowly closed his eyes, envisioning a villa engulfed in roaring flames, alongside a girl ablaze with fire. Hu Delin Shen Feng mused aloud, in a voice only he could hear, "What shall I do with you? Your hell is coming in 2 days." A blizzard would descend upon floating island city, marking the occasion of Hu Delin's funeral. Creaking open, the bar door allowed a gust of cold wind to sweep inside. 2 figures, cloaked in snow, gradually came into view. "Is it them?" A flicker of recognition stirred within Shen Feng. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Yang and Su Kuan. In mere moments, a warm smile spread across Shen Feng's face, though behind that smile lay an abyss of untold depths. Zhang Yang strode forward, his cheeks flushed, clearly having indulged in drink. "Shen Feng, long time no see." His voice resonated with the joy of reunion. Many readers seem bewildered, so allow me to clarify. The protagonist, Shen Feng, died 10 years ago, and his body has long since decayed. He then transmigrated into the body of the bar owner, also named Shen Feng, who was acquainted with Zhang Yang. Chapter 19. Dancing on the edge of a blade. It has indeed been quite a while since I last saw Zhang Yang. Shen Feng smiled, for sometimes, the world is remarkably small. The original Shen Feng and Zhang Yang were, in fact, middle school classmates. To be precise, Zhang Yang is a classmate of this current body. Furthermore, their relationship was rather amicable, qualifying them as good friends. "Shen Feng, allow me to introduce my colleague, Su Kuan," Zhang Yang said. "Hello." Shen Feng extended his hand with a smile that resembled a mask, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Su Kuan, with a boisterous grip, chuckled. "Just call me A Kuan, Shen Ge." Zhang Yang and Su Kuan settled at the bar, and Shen Feng inquired with a grin, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me. A glass of soda water, please." I've had enough alcohol for now, Zhang Yiyang replied, turning with poise. Shen Feng poured a glass of soda water for each of them. Zhang Yiyang accepted his glass, chuckling. It's been so long since we last met, and there you are. Still guarding this little CAF without any grand plans. Plans? Shen Feng shrugged, responding lightly. For some, life is merely a ledger of business accounts. For others, it is akin to a poet-esque collection of casual verses. As for his own life, it resembled a meticulously orchestrated feast of vengeance. And you? Aren't you in Jiahai City? What brings you back? As soon as the words left his lips, Su Kuan lamented, It's nothing. Sigh. What's the matter? Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing a tinge of curiosity, mixed with a hint of mockery. Zhang Yiyang sighed. I encountered a rather troublesome case, which is why I was transferred here. Oh, a troublesome case? Shen Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was well aware of what Zhang Yiyang referred to. With Su Kuan's appearance serving as perfect corroboration, Shen Feng's heartbeat quickened, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves surging within him and calmly asked, What kind of case could warrant the mobilization of our esteemed officer Zhang? Zhang Yiyang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly responding, a maniacal individual. Is that so? A subtle smile graced Shen Feng's lips, though his eyes betrayed a hint of madness that would be imperceptible to others. Indeed, Zhang Yiyang nodded resolutely. To speak candidly, this is a highly challenging case. Shen Feng chuckled lightly. For you to say such a thing, it must be an extraordinarily troublesome character. Zhang Yiyang's gaze became piercing, his tone imbued with determination. But as you know, I never lose. I will certainly apprehend that criminal and bring him to justice. The smile on Shen Feng's face deepened. And with a cheerful demeanor, he raised his glass of soda water, his eyes seemingly brewing a storm. I wish you success. Thank you for your kind words. The two glasses clinked together under the soft light, producing a crisp sound, the liquid within swaying gently. After Zhang Yiyang and Su Kuan departed, Shen Feng sat quietly at the bar. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, the molten lava churning wildly within. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. He slowly rose, adjusting his elegantly draping black shirt, and confidently made his way to the corner of the bar designated for performances. Perched on a high stool, he grasped the guitar, holding its neck with familiarity. Then, he began to strum the strings. A melodious yet fervent and uninhibited tune resonated throughout the bar. Shen Feng rarely played the guitar, except during moments of exhilaration. Today, witnessing Zhang Yiyang's resolve ignited a similar fire within him. As if the dormant blood coursing through his veins had awakened and began to roar. This distorted emotion flowed through his fingertips, infusing each note with fervor, captivating all the patrons present. Who knew Boshin could play so well? This is my first time witnessing it. Such beautiful music. The patrons in the bar were entranced by the enchanting melody, becoming lost in Shen Feng's performance, as if their emotions were no longer under their control, entirely ensnared by the music. As the piece concluded, applause erupted in the bar. Shen Feng's gaze fell gently upon the slightly quivering strings. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. The next target, Hudelin, emerged unbidden in his thoughts. At that moment, as he gazed at the strings, a spark of creativity surged within him. Chapter 20. Frenzied hunt amidst the blizzard and inspiration to design the demise of Hudelin enveloped him. With rapture, he closed his eyes, anticipating a game that would prove even more exhilarating, akin to the music he had just played. Shen Feng gently set down his guitar, rising to tidy his attire. His movements remained graceful, betraying none of the surging murderous intent within. He turned and strolled towards the bar, preparing for the imminent performance. At the bar's entrance, the warmth within the car contrasted sharply with the blustering snowstorm outside. Su Kuan lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling as he inquired with curiosity. Brother Zhang, are you well acquainted with Brother Shen? Zhang Yiyang gazed through the car window, his eyes seemingly traversing through time. That fellow? We've known each other for over a decade, he replied. Such a long time, Su Kuan mused, exhaling a thoughtful puff of smoke. I sensed that Brother Shen must be a man of stories. He hesitated, then inquisitively asked, He hasn't lost a wife, has he? Zhang Yiyang chuckled at this remark, playfully retorting, Go to hell. Captain Zhong was right about your foul mouth. Su Kuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head innocently. I genuinely feel that Brother Shen has quite the tale to tell. Zhang Yiyang's expression grew serious as he pondered. Shen Feng has always possessed a character that shuns conflict. Stop making wild guesses. Besides, his family is perfectly fine. A hint of concern seeped into his tone. That said, I feel something has changed about him since our last encounter. Su Kuan flashed a grin, attempting to lighten the mood. People naturally evolve. Perhaps he resents your presence. Feeling you're freeloading on his soda. Zhang Yiyang shot him a disapproving glare. Shut up. The atmosphere inside the car lightened with their laughter, yet the tempest outside grew fiercer. The radio host's voice crackled with urgency. Dear listeners, tomorrow, Floating Island City is expected to face a rare blizzard. Citizens are advised to take precautions and limit their outings. Su Kuan lowered the volume, glancing outside at the increasingly dense snowfall, frowning. This snowstorm comes at a most inopportune moment. I hope our plans remain unaffected. Zhang Yiyang's expression darkened as he lightly drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, gazing off into the distance as if deep in thought. The blizzard would obscure many traces and complicate numerous matters. Su Kuan pondered aloud. Are you suggesting? We must be prepared. I suspect the masked man will strike during the blizzard. The following day, the afternoon sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. A once-in-decades colossal blizzard had arrived. Snowflakes initially fell like grains of salt, then intensified with the howling winds, gradually obscuring visibility. Beyond 5 meters, nothing was discernible. The once bustling streets turned desolate, with businesses shuttered. All awaiting the passage of this monumental storm. Shen Feng's bar was, of course, empty. He donned a black windbreaker, meticulously fastening a voice modulator to the collar. Then, pulling up the hood to conceal his masked visage, he prepared to leave. Before stepping out, he grabbed a fist-sized lamp and a small plastic box. Tucking them into his pocket, essential props for the night's endeavors, he chuckled to himself. Exiting through the back door, Shen Feng found the snowfall so heavy that all surveillance could only capture a mere 5 meters. Thus, he strolled boldly through the desolate streets, resembling a dark specter in a white world. As he moved toward a certain direction, he danced with exaggerated steps, his body twisting and contorting. Each motion infused with unrestrained madness, as if waltzing with the raging winds. Haraha! Haraha! His laughter echoed amidst the tempest, torn apart by the howling winds, scattering into the vast expanse of snow. Chapter 21. Dialogue with Zhong Haiyang 40 minutes later. Shen Feng drove a car without a license plate, appearing like a specter near Hu Delin's residence. This was a secluded corner on the outskirts of the city, seemingly a forgotten fragment of the world. The surveillance at the T-junction was nearly paralyzed amidst the ravaging blizzard, resembling a blind cyclops. Though referred to as a T-junction, it was more accurately described as a crossroads, as a winding path meandered to the north. This path, seldom trodden on ordinary days, had become almost desolate, overgrown with weeds that thrived in the storm. However, tonight, this place was destined to awaken from its solitude, soon to be engulfed by a tempest of blood and treachery. Shen Feng concealed the vehicle in an excellent hiding spot before plunging into the fury of swirling snow. Before long, his preparations were nearly complete. He had meticulously traced the map of this area in his mind countless times. He understood that should the police arrive, they would emerge from the left path. A crucial element in his plan. With the entire scheme interlocked in his thoughts like finely tuned gears, Shen Feng made his way to the central junction. He then took out his phone and, with a smile, dialed out. In the Special Investigation Team's office, although night had fallen, no member was absent. Everyone congregated in the modest office, listening to the howling winds outside. Thus far, the clues in the case remained elusive. Although Zhang Yiyang and Lu Meihua provided a clear investigative direction, these matters could not be unraveled in a single day. As for the two troublesome parents, Wang Lei and Tang Lingling, they adamantly claimed to have acted without anyone's instigation, asserting that their actions stemmed solely from the belief that Wu Jun had caused their child's demise. When questioned about how they discovered the truth behind Yujingxiang Academy, they fell into silence. On this stormy night, the team felt somewhat disheartened, speculating whether the masked man would take action amid the blizzard. When would this ordeal come to an end? Kai Xiaoming repeatedly glanced at his watch, appearing exceptionally agitated. Zhang Yiyang, slurping a steaming bowl of noodles, urged everyone. Don't be anxious. A blizzard and murder are a perfect match. That guy will undoubtedly seize such a golden opportunity. Zhong Haiyang, puffing on a cigarette, murmured. Let us endure a bit longer. We are at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Bang. Before Zhong Haiyang could finish, the office door was abruptly pushed open. And Wang Qian spoke urgently. Captain Zhong, the masked man, called. Upon hearing the phrase masked man, a sharp glint flashed in Zhong Haiyang's eyes. It had come. He quickly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, rising abruptly, the weariness on his face replaced by heightened vigilance and focus. The other team members, as if jolted by electricity, set aside their tasks, their previously lackluster expressions morphing into tense anticipation as they hurried out alongside Zhong Haiyang. Soon, Zhong Haiyang answered the call. Hello? Haraha. Good evening, everyone. Shen Feng's voice, altered and mingled with the howling wind, resonated from the other end. Hearing this voice, Zhong Haiyang's heart sank. Are you starting again? Bingo. Shen Feng snapped his fingers, his tone exuding wild arrogance. Without further ado, the target tonight is Hu Delin, residing at 35, Yulua Street. No need to worry about the address. I am a man of my word. Well, time is short. I will act in 40 minutes. Let us see if you can win this game. Ha ha. Damn you. However, before Zhong Haiyang could finish, Shen Feng had already hung up. Zhong Haiyang's knuckles turned white around the receiver, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Yet, within moments, he composed himself. At that moment, a statistician beside him remarked, Captain Zhong, the masked man is correct about the address. Good. Zhong Haiyang inhaled deeply. Based on the call, Lock onto the masked man's signal source immediately. All field members. Mobilize. On the outskirts of the city. Ah, what a delightful feeling. Houdelin abruptly sat up in bed. A look of satisfaction etched on his face as he stretched lazily, resembling someone just returned from a realm of ecstasy. On the bedside table lay various injection paraphernalia. Countless needle marks marred Houdelin's nearly deformed arms, resembling a multitude of sinister eyes. He was corpulent, yet years of drug use had left his limbs emaciated. At first glance, he resembled a grotesque basketball with rope-like legs, revolting to behold. When it came to a lack of ambition, Houdelin would likely be unrivaled. In fact, he probably couldn't even be bothered to compete for that title. Years ago, he had a chance to change his fate. That year, he aided a mysterious organization by disposing of a boy's corpse in the deep mountains. Initially, he could have leveraged this opportunity to earn the organization as trust step by step. However, after receiving his payment, he succumbed to gambling and drug addiction, engaging in a life of debauchery, theft, and deceit. Now, at over 40, he had become a petty criminal engaging in street robberies. Who has seen such a decrepit individual still committing crimes on the streets? Over the years, he scraped together funds for drugs through thievery, robbery, and scams, leading to a life that deteriorated day by day, like a decaying zombie lingering in a forsaken place. Yet, he remained indifferent, even living in such a dilapidated area. As long as he could indulge in his pleasures, he cared little. Drugs and gambling could transform a person into something less than human. Oh, even the gods are no different. Houdelin, having just reveled in pleasure, now felt invigorated, his mind in a state of ecstatic unreason. He gazed at the syringe on the bedside table, muttering, "The supplies are running low. It seems I need to plan a big deal." Just then, a pulsating DJ beat erupted. His phone was ringing. Houdelin glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. His heart skipped a beat, not out of foreboding, but because each ring sent a jolt through him, akin to a near cardiac arrest. After several moments of hesitation, Houdelin decided to answer the call. Who is this? Chapter 22, A Three-Sided Ambush, an inescapable dilemma. 3 minutes earlier, Shen Feng arrived at the intersection, standing at the center of the thoroughfare. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, he produced 2 handheld walkie-talkies, adjusting the frequency before testing their functionality. This batch of walkie-talkies had been procured from the black market a year prior, boasting remarkably clear signals that could barely withstand the tempestuous weather. Shen Feng's intent in acquiring the devices was to facilitate the orchestration of this inextricable predicament for Houdelin. After testing the walkie-talkies, Shen Feng excavated a small cavity in a snowbank by the roadside, depositing one of the devices within. He then retrieved an old black and white mobile phone, previously used to make an emergency call, glancing at the time as he estimated that Zhang Haiyang and his team would soon arrive. He dialed Houdelin's number. Moments later, the call connected, and Houdelin's voice, tinged with excitement and distortion, resonated through the receiver. "Who is this?" In a low tone. Shen Feng leaned closer to the voice modulator, coldly retorting, "Houdelin, you fool." Houdelin's temper flared instantly, having just injected himself with drugs. He was in a reckless state of mind. "Who the hell are you talking to? Damn it." He spat angrily. Shen Feng's voice grew increasingly frigid. "You imbecile. Are you tired of living? Your dealings with us regarding the goods have been exposed. I've received word that the police are on their way to apprehend you. Houdelin, I warn you, if you dare utter anything you shouldn't, I will make you regret ever being born." "What? Exposed?" Houdelin's body broke into a cold sweat. "The police are coming for me? Or else what?" Shen Feng's chilling tone continued. "You had better keep your mouth shut, or else." He left the threat hanging. But Houdelin was already trembling with fear. It was not solely due to the drug-related incident. Throughout the years, he had committed countless crimes, including disposing of a body a decade ago. Should he be captured, the repercussions of his drug addiction could lead him to unwittingly reveal secrets that would ruin him for life. Moreover, as mentioned in the call, the police would undoubtedly investigate the drug's origins. Would he speak? If he did, the consequences would be severe. The authorities would not relent. If he stayed silent, the repercussions would be even graver. Those Flower brothers would not spare him. Houdelin was acutely aware of the ruthless methods employed by such desperate men. In an instant, the drug-induced fog in his mind lifted, replaced by an overwhelming tide of dread. What about you?" Shen Feng understood that Houdelin's mind had been dulled by years of drug use. Therefore, he did not grant him the luxury of contemplation but continued to threaten him. "Before long, the police will arrive. You had best be wise and not get caught." Houdelin and Apo's heart raced, and he instinctively swallowed hard. I understand. "Do not hang up the phone," Shen Feng commanded. "I will inform you of any developments at the first opportunity." The police were on their way via the left road, while Shen Feng had placed the phone on the central path. Now, he proceeded towards the right road, clutching the walkie-talkie. Houdelin would not suspect the reason for the call remaining active. After all, they were akin to 2 sides of the same coin, their fates intertwined. Should Houdelin be captured, it could trigger a cascade of events. Shen Feng was exploiting this very aspect of human nature. Humanity is complex. However, by seizing upon a singular point within this complexity, such as self-interest or fear, it can be deftly manipulated. Meanwhile, several police vehicles traversed the snow-laden streets, their red and blue lights shimmering in the blizzard. Zhang Haiyang gripped the steering wheel tightly, fully focused, knowing that in such extreme weather, a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe. Yet, with time of the essence, he could not afford to drive slowly, placing him in a state of heightened tension. In the passenger seat, Su Kuan frowned. "Boss, we can't reach Hu Delin. His phone is unavailable." "Unavailable? It's busy. Keep trying to contact him." Su Kuan dialed Hu Delin's number again, stating, "This guy deliberately chose a snowstorm. He must have ulterior motives." Zhang Haiyang gritted his teeth. "He aims to use the weather to disrupt us. As for the rest, we remain in the dark regarding his true intentions." Su Kuan's expression sharpened. Could he be attempting a diversion? For instance, luring us to Hu Delin while his actual target lies elsewhere? Zhang Haiyang replied coldly, "That is a possibility. However, we must proceed regardless, as we lack clarity on his precise plans. This is our only option." "This is a bold strategy," a police officer in the back seat remarked. At that moment, Zhang Haiyang's phone rang. He swiped to answer, activating the speakerphone. "This is Zhang Haiyang. What new information do you have?" "Captain Zhang." Wang Qian's voice came through urgently. "We have successfully pinpointed the signal source of the masked man." "Where?" Zhang Haiyang's voice tightened. "On Huaqing Road." Wang Qian continued. "It's just to the right of the route you're taking to Hu Delin's house. The signal source remains stationary. I'll send you the coordinates immediately." After hanging up, Zhang Haiyang quickly received the location from Wang Qian. He tossed his phone to an officer in the back seat, commanding, "Disseminate this location to all colleagues. Have Xiaohu's vehicle head to Huaqing Road to track the signal source." "Yes." The officer complied, but inquired, "Captain Zhong, if..." "I know what you're about to say." Zhang Haiyang's gaze was eagle-like, fixed ahead. The swift tracking of the signal hinted at something amiss, perhaps a ploy to draw them away. Yet, the signal source was there, and we could not afford to ignore it, even if it meant traversing through flames and blades. The officer nodded. "Understood." Shortly thereafter, amidst the raging blizzard, two police vehicles diverged from the convoy, heading towards Huaqing Road, their target being the masked man's signal source. The storm rendered the outlines of the vehicles indistinguishable, with only the flashing red and blue lights visible against the pallid backdrop of snow. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyang accelerated, determination gleaming in his eyes as he murmured, "Madman, I will personally bring you to justice." His target, Hu Delin's residence. Simultaneously, Shen Feng had reached the far right road. In the tempest, his black coat billowed like waves. He gazed into the distance, unable to suppress the thrill rising in his chest. His objective, to eliminate Hu Delin. The arrow of vengeance was nocked and ready to be released. The gears of retribution churned madly amidst the snowfall. The collision of blood and order poised to erupt at any moment. Chapter 23. Stepping into the trap. The third kill. Shen Feng's gaze was sharp, piercing through the layers of swirling snow as he peered into the distance. The snowfall was so heavy that visibility was nearly non-existent, save for the lights. The red and blue beams flickered in and out of the snowstorm, drawing ever closer. It seemed the actors had taken their positions. Shen Feng felt a surge of excitement and madness coursing through his veins, akin to a tidal wave crashing within his heart. He forcefully suppressed these emotions and spoke coldly into the phone. "Hu Delin, time is running short. The police are en route to apprehend you." At that moment, Hu Delin was inside a room, wedging the phone between his shoulder as he hastily donned his clothes with the speed of a gusting wind. The veins on his forehead bulged slightly from tension. "I know. I damn well know. Once I escape, I'll meet at the old place. We'll arrange for you to go to another city." Shen Feng deliberately infused his voice with a chilling menace. Indeed, a mocking chuckle escaped Hu Delin's lips as he retorted, "You think you would be so kind? I suspect you're just planning to eliminate me. After all, I did help you transport those items." A satisfied smile crept across Shen Feng's face. This was precisely the reaction he desired. He sought to render everything so palpably real, to instill in Hu Delin an unwavering belief in the impending danger, erasing even the slightest shred of doubt from his mind. Simultaneously, like a cat toying with a mouse, he carefully provoked Hu Delin, planting seeds of trepidation and fear within him, leaving no room for contemplation of anything else. "Hu Delin, be careful with your words." Shen Feng maintained an icy demeanor. "Ah, we're all foxes here. Spare me the tales." Hu Delin hastily slipped on his shoes, his other hand swiftly placing on his headphones. "I know your tricks all too well. If I fall into your hands, I'll likely disappear without a trace. I'll leave the city as soon as possible. And from now on, we want to know each other." As he spoke, Hu Delin completed dressing. Shen Feng turned his gaze to the two streets ahead, where the red and blue lights were drawing nearer. Slowly, he retrieved a fist-sized electronic light from his pocket, his fingers trembling with excitement. He gently pressed the switch, and the red and blue lights illuminated instantly, casting an eerie glow upon his mask, accentuating its contours in the interplay of light and shadow. Then, Shen Feng carefully placed the light in the center of the road, allowing it to flicker amidst the blizzard. The heavy snowfall obscured clear vision, rendering the light a distant semblance of a police vehicle. This device, a homemade creation of Shen Feng's, required only simple materials, inexpensive LED lights, a cup, a power switch, and a battery. As he completed this setup, the distant police lights continued to approach. Shen Feng urged, "Hu Delin, hurry. The police are almost here." A chill ran down Hu Delin's spine as he grabbed the motorcycle key and peered out through the glass. Just one glance sent a jolt of terror through him. 7 police cars flashed across the 3 streets before him. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 in total. The sheer number of police deployed to capture him was staggering. Behind him, he felt a tightening in his chest, his scalp prickling. 7 police cars for a mere drug user? To his right were 4 vehicles, 2 in the center, and 1 on the left, already halted. How many officers did that entail? Among them, 1 police car was rapidly closing in. Was this all for him, a drug-addled biker? Suddenly, Hu Delin felt as though struck by a bolt of electricity, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Could it be that the events of a decade ago had resurfaced? Had the authorities come for those past transgressions? Otherwise, why such a heavy police presence for mere drug use? The thought sent him into a panic. If this information were to leak, his life could very well be at stake. Even if he escaped a death sentence, imprisonment could lead to his silencing. His knowledge, however minimal, of that organization's terror was merely the tip of the iceberg, enough to instill profound fear within him. Run, 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 he silently urged himself. Yet, the 3 roads ahead were firmly barricaded by police, as insurmountable as a chasm. What to do? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through darkness. He recalled an alternative route, a desolate back road. That was his last hope. Without hesitation, Hu Delin burst through the door like a crazed beast. The biting wind and snow stung his face like daggers as he squinted against the elements, hastening to his motorcycle, twisting the key to start it. The roar of the engine echoed through the tempest, akin to a final desperate struggle against despair. Meanwhile, upon hearing the engine's growl, Shen Feng knew that his plan was halfway successful. He clutched the walkie-talkie while heading in the opposite direction, reiterating, if he refused to go to the old meeting place, should you be caught? A cold laugh resonated from the other end of the line. Hu Delin cryptically replied, rest assured, if I'm caught, I won't betray you. Some secrets I'll take to my grave. That was the best outcome. Hu Delin revved his motorcycle, executing a sharp turn that left deep marks in the ground, then sped toward that narrow, winding path. The urgency of the situation eclipsed any concern for the blizzard as he pressed the throttle to the limit, the vehicle darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Hearing the engine's roar, Shen Feng's smile broadened. Hu Delin, much like a cornered beast, could flee all he wished, but ultimately, he would find himself ensnared in the hunter's trap. The third kill has begun. Chapter 24. Successful Hunt. The most magnificent movement as Shen Feng walked, he inquired, Hu Delin, have you escaped? Soon, Hu Delin's voice boomed from the other end of the line. Rest assured. The howling winds and the roar of the engine rendered his words chaotic and indistinct. Who on earth are you? Hu Delin shouted. What do you mean? You are not a merchant. His eyes, narrowed against the storm, glowed a blood red, veins on his forehead writhing like worms. The term merchant in their circles was a coded reference to the Flower Brotherhood. Having left the room and mounted his motorcycle, Hu Delin was beginning to regain his composure. How could a mere merchant possess such knowledge? Even if he did, why would he personally call to arrange my escape? It was evident that Hu Delin believed Shen Feng's concealed identity was of utmost importance. He bellowed, who are you really? I assure you, the events of the era buried within me do not harbor any intentions against me. Hu Delin silently rejoiced at having decided against returning to that old place. Otherwise, he would have fallen into a trap. Shen Feng's silhouette gradually faded into the storm. He calmly replied, who I am is of little consequence. But your silence is greatly significant to me. Ha ha. I see. Hu Delin suddenly laughed, only to be interrupted by a violent cough due to the fierce wind. You are. Bang. Before Hu Delin could finish, a sudden loud noise erupted from Shen Feng's intercom. Following that, only the wind's howl remained. As Shen Feng walked steadily through the storm, he listened intently. After confirming that no further sounds would emerge from the other end, he shut off the intercom and tossed it into the snow by the roadside. It seems your words went unfinished, he chuckled, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the howling winds. The snowfall intensified, with his back to the flickering lights and the raging blizzard. Shen Feng took deliberate steps toward the endless darkness ahead. His figure gradually disappeared into the storm, while Xiao Hu, following Zhong Haiyang's orders, arrived at the designated location and immediately began to search the surroundings. A sharp screech of tires sliced through the night as Zhong Haiyang and his companion's vehicle came to an abrupt stop at Hu Delin's doorstep, snow swirling in their wake. Zhong Haiyang swiftly pushed open the car door, the biting wind and snow pouring into the vehicle. Everyone exited the car and rushed toward the door of Hu Delin's residence. Dim lights spilled from within, and the door creaked ominously in the wind, as if lamenting the hasty departure of its owner. Zhong Haiyang cautiously drew his weapon, signaling the others before being the first to enter. Lu Meihua, Kai Xiaoming, and the others followed suit, their guns drawn. Yet, the room was empty. A pungent odor lingered in the dim light, and the room was in disarray. Clothes and miscellaneous items lay strewn about, indicative of Hu Delin's hurried exit. It appears we have arrived too late, Lu Meihua sighed softly. Damn it! Kai Xiaoming slammed his fist against the yellowed, peeling wall, producing a dull thud. At that moment, Su Kuan's voice rang out from outside. Boss, there are tire tracks. The group exchanged glances and immediately dashed outside. In the snow at the entrance, there indeed lay a deep motorcycle imprint, extending into the depths of the storm. Pursue. Zhong Haiyang commanded decisively. Given the severity of the snowstorm, driving could obscure the tracks. So they split into 3 groups. Zhong Haiyang, Kai Xiaoming, and others pursued on foot, while Lu Meihua, Su Kuan, and others took to their vehicles. Another team of officers began searching Hu Delin's house and the surrounding area for any useful clues. This time, we cannot let him escape, Zhong Haiyang said solemnly. The storm raged even more fiercely, rendering the world a stark white, and visibility had dwindled to mere meters due to the heavy snowfall and night. The group followed the tire tracks until they reached the narrow path's entrance. The tracks, not yet buried by snow, led down a dark, unlit road. Gazing at this desolate and shadowy path, an ominous premonition gripped everyone's hearts. This place is so remote, so dark. Considering the cunning of the masked man, Hu Delin may be in grave danger. Boss. In the midst of the storm, Zhong Haiyang's expression hardened as he shouted, Get in the car, pursue. With only one road ahead, they deemed it unnecessary to split up further. A swift wave of his hand saw everyone climbing aboard. Following the tire tracks down the narrow path, the rapidly spinning wheels kicked up snow, and the vehicle jolted violently along the rough terrain. Yet, their gazes remained steadfastly fixed ahead. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated in Zhong Haiyang's ears. It felt as though the vehicle had struck something, causing a slight tremor. What is happening? The others were perplexed. Did we hit someone? But there is nothing ahead. Zhong Haiyang immediately hit the brakes, stating, Something seems amiss. Let us get out and investigate. The others promptly retrieved tactical flashlights, fastening them to their chests, and followed Zhong Haiyang out of the car, scanning the area. This dilapidated path was covered in snow, obscuring any discernible features of the landscape. Everyone, be cautious. Zhong Haiyang called out. Make sure not to disturb the tire tracks beneath us. Captain, I found something. Lu Meihua exclaimed suddenly. She was crouched down, examining something. And due to the heavy snowfall, the others couldn't see clearly and hurried over. Under the flashlight's beam, a motorcycle emerged from the snow, half buried and appearing like a forsaken specter. The surrounding snow was stained a vivid red, creating a haunting contrast in the pristine white landscape. Zhong Haiyang and the others immediately became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The wind howled, sounding eerily mournful. Could this be Hu Delin and Appo's motorcycle? Zhong Haiyang furrowed his brow. A heavy weight settled in the hearts of the group, as if a massive stone pressed down upon them. The presence of Hu Delin's motorcycle here, coupled with the bloodstains that had yet to be fully obscured, suggested he had met with misfortune. But where was Hu Delin? Where could he have gone? Chapter 25. Unraveling the mystery of death. The masked man was nowhere to be found. Observing the motorcycle, Lu Meihua remarked, Look at the thickness of the snow. It could not have formed in a short time. This vehicle has been here for quite a while. Zhong Haiyang furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Perhaps Hu Delin is still alive and fleeing. Everyone, pair up and search the surroundings meticulously for Hu Delin. They chorused in unison before swiftly pairing off. The fierce winds whipped against their bodies, mercilessly driving the blizzard. Battling the increasingly savage storm, they trudged through the wide expanse, searching with great difficulty. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in Zhong Haiyang's pocket crackled with static, its faint sound piercing through the howling blizzard. He hastily retrieved the device, and then the anxious and furious voice of Xiao Hu echoed from within. Captain Zhong, can you hear me? Zhong Haiyang replied. Xiao Hu, have you discovered anything? Captain, something feels amiss. Xiao Hu's tone was grave. What is it? Zhong Haiyang queried, his forehead throbbing with tension. Xiao Hu responded indignantly, Captain, I found the location of the signal source, but the masked man is not here. I discovered an old Nokia phone and a miniature walkie-talkie in a snow pit. They were left by the masked man. However, there was one detail Xiao Hu did not disclose. Beside the phone, someone had drawn a sinister smiley face in the snow with their finger. The contours of the smile twisted, resembling a ghost lurking in the shadows, observing their every move with cold eyes, occasionally emitting a chilling, mocking laugh. Meanwhile, Shen Feng wandered far away. Upon passing another surveillance camera, he paused in jest. Like a child who had found an intriguing toy. Standing directly beneath the camera, he slowly lifted his head, his expression concealed by the mask. Yet, from the subtle tremors in his body, one could sense his madness. He raised his hand toward the camera, making a slashing gesture across his throat, as if issuing a challenge or declaring war. Following that, he waved goodbye to the camera, as if bidding farewell to an adversary. Not far from the camera's view, Shen Feng arrived at an open space where a pre-prepared vehicle awaited him. The car cover was already blanketed with a thick layer of snow. He hastily approached the car, flinging the cover aside, causing the snow to cascade down. Shen Feng quickly rolled up the cover and tossed it into the trunk, then opened the door and took his seat in the driver's seat. Instead of starting the engine immediately, he first activated the radio. Good evening, dear listeners. Up next, please enjoy a song performed by XX. As the soothing, heartwarming music from the evening radio filled the air, he smiled contentedly and softly addressed the direction of Hudelin's home. Good night, everyone. The engine emitted a low rumble before the car slowly pulled away, leaving deep tracks in the snow. Those tracks resembled a scar cutting through the white world. On the other side, along a narrow path, Zhong Haiyang instructed, search the area once more for any additional clues. Secure the walkie-talkie and phone in evidence bags. Understood. Zhong Haiyang ended the call, his expression dark as he conveyed Xiaohu's report to Lu Meihua. Upon hearing this, Lu Meihua's eyes sharpened, and her brows knitted tightly. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, this was deliberately left by the masked man to lure our people to Huaqing Road, using both the walkie-talkie and phone for dual communication. What a cunning fellow. Zhong Haiyang asked in a low voice, but what could his purpose be? Lu Meihua lowered her head, her mind racing. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, I understand. The masked man intentionally left the signal source to draw us in, thereby blocking Hudelin's escape route and forcing him onto this narrow path. At that moment, a distant voice called out, Boss, come quickly. The voice trembled slightly, whether from fear or cold was uncertain. Zhong Haiyang and Lu Meihua exchanged glances and promptly made their way toward the sound. By the roadside, a few meters from the motorcycle, lay a headless corpse. The tattered clothing fluttered slightly in the wind. The body was plump, yet its limbs were emaciated, covered by a blanket of snow that resembled a shroud. A collective gasp escaped from nearly everyone present. Is this Hudelin? Su Cohen stammered. No one replied. Only the cold wind continued to howl. Yet, everyone understood, this was most likely Hudelin. But what had transpired? Oh no! Kai Xiaoming suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Zhong Haiyang and Lu Meihua exchanged a knowing glance and rushed over. What Kai Xiaoming beheld was another part of the grim scene. The wind howled fiercely, and the blizzard swept across the land. The officers stared in shock at Hudelin's frozen visage. After a moment, Zhong Haiyang snapped back to reality. This lunatic. He turned and commanded loudly, secure the scene and contact headquarters for reinforcements. The body has not yet cooled. The masked man must be nearby. Everyone, conduct a thorough investigation and seal off all exits. His voice grew hoarse and distorted from agitation. The shadow of the masked man loomed over them like a heavy mountain, pressing upon each heart. Captain, Lu Meihua shook her head. I fear it may already be too late. Zhong Haiyang looked at Lu Meihua. The masked man has likely already departed. Lu Meihua's voice bore a hint of bitterness. No, perhaps the masked man is not even on this narrow path. Chapter 26. Tenderness and Slaughter, the weapon of the crime. Is that you? It has indeed been a long while. Amidst the fierce snowstorm of the night, Shen Feng gazed at a trembling stray cat in front of the roller shutter door of the Lonely Island bar. The little creature was entirely snow white, its large blue eyes glistening with fear and helplessness. Its fur was slightly disheveled from the blizzard, and it shivered incessantly, resembling a pitiful being abandoned by the world. Are you cold? Shen Feng inquired softly, then produced a key to unlock the shutter. The little cat eagerly leaped into the warmth of the bar, turning back to meow at Shen Feng. Shen Feng flicked on the lights, the warm glow illuminating the bar's furnishings. He calmly approached the refrigerator, retrieved a carton of fresh milk, opened it, and placed it in the microwave to heat. The white kitten quietly lay beside him, patiently awaiting its treat. Ding! The microwave chimed cheerfully, and Shen Feng poured the warm milk into a small dish, gently sliding it towards the kitten. The little creature expressed its gratitude with a meow and lowered its head to drink the warm milk. Shen Feng settled beside it, feeling an unusual tranquility wash over him, a stark contrast to the restlessness and madness that often consumed him. In truth, each time a plan came to fruition, his heart would find such rare serenity and comfort. Observing the kitten at his feet, Shen Feng spoke in a low voice, Jian Gua, let me tell you a story. Although the stray cat had no name, Shen Feng had bestowed upon it an elegant and noble title, Jian Gua. Once upon a time, there was a young boy who lived in a joyful and affluent family. Though his parents were often preoccupied with work, they never neglected him and his sister. He particularly enjoyed playing with his sister, who frequently bickered with him but would reconcile within mere minutes. Yet, one day, everything changed. A calamity shattered the family beyond repair. As Shen Feng narrated the tale, his tone was eerily calm, devoid of any fluctuations, as if recounting the story of someone else. His parents perished in a devastating fire, and his beloved sister, now grievously burned, would never again scowl at him in their playful quarrels. The kitten tilted its head, seemingly understanding, yet not quite grasping the gravity of the tale. It nuzzled Shen Feng's leg with its damp little head, offering comfort and gratitude for his kindness. The perpetrator of that dreadful fire was named Yi Chumping. Shen Feng spoke quietly. What do you suggest I do? Meow. The kitten did not comprehend human language, yet it sensed a wave of sorrow emanating from Shen Feng. It leapt into his embrace, persistently rubbing against his chest. Shen Feng lowered his head, his handsome face cloaked in shadows. He gently stroked the kitten, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, Yi Chumping, you are next. Yi Chumping, 45 years of age, a local resident. On the surface, he appeared to be the owner of a logistics company. However, the reality was far more complex. He was actually a mid-level member of an underground alliance. Unlike Liu Ruxu, Wu Jun, and the disheveled Hu Delin, this man was relatively cautious, always accompanied by bodyguards when he ventured out. His residences numbered several, akin to a wily hare with multiple burrows. Thus, dealing with Yi Chumping was no simple task. Yet, humans are not machines. There are moments of oversight. A competent hunter always finds the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to their prey. Furthermore, this matter held extraordinary significance. Unlike peripheral members such as Liu Ruxu and Wu Jun, although he was merely a pawn, he occupied a higher echelon. Once the truth is unveiled, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves beyond just floating island city. Shen Feng awaited the day when the truth would be revealed to all. It would be the most magnificent display of fireworks. Yi Chumping. Shen Feng caressed the soft kitten in his arms, smiling. The late-night blizzard continued unabated, growing ever more fierce. In the Special Investigation Team's office, the atmosphere was grave as everyone gathered around the conference table, their expressions somber. The forensic report had arrived. Zhong Haiyang's voice was heavy with sorrow as he stated, Hu Delin exited the scene 2 hours and 30 minutes ago. The cause of death was a sharp object severing the data. He paused momentarily before continuing, simultaneously. The phone and walkie-talkie discovered at the scene yielded no fingerprints or useful information. A colleague had uncovered something along another path. Zhong Haiyang produced the red and blue light created by Shen Feng. Boss, is it possible to trace the origin of these items? Su Kuan inquired. Futile. Zhang Yiyang shook his head. The masked man left this behind, indicating he harbors no fear of our investigation. His gaze fell upon the evidence, of course. We must not abandon our pursuit. Zhong Haiyang nodded and turned to Liu Meihua. Officer Liu, please take it from here. Liu Meihua sighed softly. The modus operandi of the masked man has been deciphered. She picked up an evidence bag containing a fine metal wire coiled in a circle. This is the weapon. Wang Qiandai furrowed her brows in confusion. What is this? Chapter 27. Restoration of the Crime Method. Investigation of a new target. Guitar strings. Liu Meihua gazed at the metallic wire within the evidence bag, the string of a guitar. Zhang Yiyang stretched his shoulders and remarked, this is the high E string of a folk guitar, commonly referred to as the first string, with a diameter of merely 0.2 millimeters. During his middle school years, Zhang Yiyang had played the guitar for a time alongside his friend Shen Feng, thus he recognized it immediately. What exactly is going on? Wang Qian inquired. Liu Meihua replied, it is quite simple. We have been utilized this time. Initially, the masked man had contacted them, claiming to have killed Hu Delin. Subsequently, he had meticulously prepared a mobile phone and a walkie-talkie, dialing Hu Delin's number. He intentionally left the phone behind, aiming to lure our personnel to the scene. Simultaneously, he had placed a fake police light on another road, creating the illusion that all 3 routes were monitored by police. I am unaware of what the masked man and Hu Delin conversed about, but it is certain that Hu Delin left in haste, not fleeing from the masked man, but rather. Liu Meihua inhaled deeply, stating, but from us. According to the autopsy report, Hu Delin had been a long-term drug user. Hence, he must have feared exposure and hurriedly rode his motorcycle in an attempt to escape via a side road. However, that very path was a trap set by the masked man. He had tied 2 segments of the guitar string to the trunks of trees on either side of the road. As Hu Delin sped along on his motorcycle, the sharp strings severed his head. Zhang Haiyang added, do you remember before we parked? It seemed we hit something? The group reflected, recalling a thud and a slight tremor in the vehicle. What we struck was indeed the very string that decapitated Hu Delin. 5 identical traps were discovered at the scene. Even if Hu Delin had narrowly escaped the first, for more awaited him. The method of the crime had been successfully reconstructed. Yet, the expressions on everyone's faces bore no trace of joy. Had this truly solved the case? The perpetrator's arrangements and actions had been entirely unraveled. Yet he slipped away right under their noses, leaving almost no useful clues. This case, while deciphered, felt like a riddle unsolved. What a cunning fellow. Damn it. We've been toyed with. Kai Xiaoming muttered under his breath. Let us not be so pessimistic, Zhang Yiyang encouraged, moving his shoulders and his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. Though Hu Delin is deceased, we have not left empty-handed. At the very least, we have discovered this guitar string, which constitutes a vital clue. Upon hearing this, the others raised their heads, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. Lumiwa picked up the evidence bag, scrutinizing the string within, and remarked, "Indeed, starting from this guitar string, we may uncover some leads." The ability to wield a guitar string as a weapon and to cleverly set traps suggests that the perpetrator is likely well acquainted with them. Perhaps someone involved in the music industry. Otherwise, would it not attract attention if an amateur suddenly purchased such a quantity of guitar strings? Su Kuan stroked his chin and pondered. Could it be the owner of a music store? They handle guitar strings daily and are intimately familiar with their characteristics. Additionally, purchasing large quantities would be entirely reasonable behavior for them. Zhang Yang snapped his fingers. Thus, this at least confirms our prior analysis. The masked man possesses a certain taste. Zhang Haiyang nodded in agreement, stating, "This indeed presents a direction worth investigating. We can begin our inquiries at the music stores in Floating Island City, seeking individuals who match the suspect's profile." Zhang Yang continued, "Therefore, based on our previous deductions, we can add that the masked man is likely between 175 and 185 centimeters tall, aged 25 to 40, has previously known Liu Ruxu, and has undergone significant family turmoil. The masked man may currently be involved in freelance work or self-employment, likely related to music. They resolved to pursue these avenues in their investigation." Zhang Haiyang then inquired, "Have we gleaned any useful information from Wang Lei and Tang Lingling?" The officer in charge replied, "No, they refused to say anything." "Release them," Zhang Haiyang ordered. "Release them? What else can we do?" Zhang Haiyang retorted, "We have no evidence linking them to Wu Jun's death, at most. We can detain them for a few days for disturbing the peace. Release them, but simultaneously arrange for surveillance on their movements. They may contact the masked man once they are free." "Understood." Zhang Haiyang took a deep breath, extinguishing his cigarette, his eyes radiating a resolute glow. "Everyone, go home and rest well tonight. Although we have suffered setbacks thrice, these failures are not without merit. The masked man, to some extent, has left behind clues that we can follow. I believe we are inching closer to the truth. Starting tomorrow, let us revitalize our spirits and investigate every possible lead. We must strive to apprehend him before he strikes again." In the ensuing days, everything could be described as uneventful. The masked man had not contacted the police again, and the officers had commenced a thorough investigation and outreach. Beneath the calm surface, however, turbulent currents awaited their moment. It is worth noting that the 3 incidents involving the masked man could not ultimately be suppressed. After all, too many individuals were involved. Whether it was Liu Ruxu or Wu Jun, both had numerous witnesses present at the time of their demise. Not to mention, both were considered public figures. Liu Ruxu was a renowned female CEO, while Wu Jun was a once-respected educator whose reputation had since crumbled. Even Hu Delin garnered a modicum of notoriety due to the brutality of his death. Their demises, even if one wished to suppress them, could not be contained. While the dissemination of information regarding these events was somewhat controlled online, the whispers among the populace were impossible to quell. Many had already become aware of the masked man's existence, despite the varied details and differing accounts circulating. One fact remained indisputable. The masked man had murdered 3 individuals under the protection of the police. During these days, Shen Feng had been equally industrious. Whenever he found the opportunity, he would disguise himself and visit the headquarters of Spring Ping Logistics to observe He Chumping's daily habits and routines. In the evenings, he would compile the information he gathered into detailed diagrams. Within a few days, Shen Feng had acquired a substantial understanding of He Chumping's lifestyle. Chapter 28. A distinct hunt. The ritual He Chumping's life trajectory is relatively regular. At the age of 45, he has sent his wife and daughter abroad to live. Every day at precisely 8 a.m., he heads to the office to verify accounts. This routine remains almost unchanged, presenting an opportune moment for an attack. However, during this process, He Chumping is seldom alone. He is accompanied by a bodyguard. For lunch, He Chumping opts for the staff canteen. Should he be poisoned, it could potentially implicate a multitude of employees, steering events toward an uncontrollable outcome. In the afternoon, he typically attends social gatherings, with the guests often uncertain. Generally, He Chumping's evening activities are confined to 3 locations: a bathing center, the home of his mistress Ai Lawn, or his own residence. Thus, the actual opportunities for action are limited to 3. 1. Disguising oneself as a logistics company employee to strike in the morning, although timing remains difficult to manage with numerous uncertainties. 2. Lurking in Ai Land's home, waiting for the right moment to act. 3. Hiding in He Chumping's own house. Nevertheless, both Ai Lan's and He Chumping's homes are fortified with excellent security measures, featuring comprehensive surveillance and facial recognition locks, making infiltration exceedingly challenging. As for bribing Ai Lan, it seems implausible. Her entire existence is sustained by He Chumping, rendering her a compliant and understanding canary, devoid of leverage to betray him. In the dimly lit lounge, Shen Feng pondered his plan to eliminate He Chumpeng. Tick-tock. The seconds slipped away as various strategies flickered through Shen Feng's mind like scenes from a film. Like a finely tuned apparatus, every detail, every cog, was crucial to the grand design. Indeed, this was not solely about He Chumpeng. Shen Feng's entire revenge scheme was a meticulously crafted mechanism, with Liu Ruxu, Wu Jun, Hu Dellen, and He Chumpeng serving as mere cogs within this intricate plan. After a while, Shen Feng slowly lifted his head. His face emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the light. A method to kill He Chumpeng had been conceived. Shen Feng retrieved his phone, fixating on the screen for an extended period before dialing a number. After a few rings, the call connected. Yet neither Shen Feng nor the person on the other end spoke. They remained silent for roughly a minute until the voice on the other end finally broke the stillness. Long time no see, it rasped, as though stained by blood. Shen Feng adjusted his demeanor, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, it has been a while. What instructions do you have for me, Mr. Shen?" While glancing at He Chumpeng's name in his notebook, Shen Feng continued, "I need you to prepare something for me." "What is it?" 5 days later, on a sunny afternoon, Shen Feng, with a half-smile, observed Zhang Yiyang at the bar in the lonely island pub. "Tell me, besides soda, do you drink anything else?" "I can't help it. I just enjoy this," Zhang Yiyang replied, rubbing his neck. Officer Zhang. Anjia, a female employee of Liu Ruxu, approached, her expression brimming with curiosity. "How's the case of the masked killer progressing?" Since this matter had essentially become public knowledge, despite being prohibited from online discussion, people privately referred to it as the masked killer case. Zhang Yang feigned contemplation as he gazed at the lively and charming girl. What do you think?" Anjia pouted. "I'm not a fortune teller." Zhang Yiyang smiled nonchalantly. "We're still investigating." Anjia rolled her eyes. "If you're not going to say it, then don't." "Anyway, Just then, the bar's entrance swung open, and a delivery person clad in a thick windbreaker walked in, cradling a box. "Mr. Shen, your package. Who will sign for it?" Shen Feng felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed the items were ready. Within that box lay the crucial tools for eliminating He Chumpeng. In the presence of Zhang Yiyang, Shen Feng calmly approached the bar to sign for the delivery. The package he received in front of Zhang Yiyang contained the essential props for the upcoming game. "What did you buy?" Zhang Yiyang inquired, intrigued. Shen Feng shook the box lightly and replied with a carefree smile, "A new wine recipe. Want to take a look?" "Forget it. I'll pass. I don't want to end up paying you." They both laughed heartily as Shen Feng placed the package inside the counter. Continuing their casual conversation, on the bar's hanging television, an enthralling old film, Infernal Affairs, played. As Shen Feng observed the intertwining fates of the two male protagonists, he smiled. This time, his revenge against He Chumpeng was a significant act. It was more than just a straightforward vendetta. It would cast a stone into the calm waters of the Alliance, heralding the commencement of an official confrontation with them. To honor this ritual, the night promised to be exceptionally splendid. The grand drama of his revenge was poised to reach its climax. Tonight, Shen Feng intended to close the bar to concoct his new wine, ensuring no patrons were present. He locked the doors early, while soft, soothing instrumental music filled the air. Sitting alone on a high stool, he held a small brush dipped in glue, applying it to his other hand. This method, though not particularly sophisticated, was undeniably effective. Once the glue solidified, it would obscure his fingerprints, leaving no incriminating traces behind. Everything was beginning to brew like an impending storm. "He Chumpeng, tonight, you shall be the protagonist of this game." In the empty bar, Shen Feng's manic laughter echoed. At this moment, the clock read 8:30 p.m. An hour later, at 9:30 p.m., the moon was shrouded by clouds. He Chumpeng strolled back to the entrance of his villa community. After exchanging smiles and waves with the security guard at the gate, he approached his villa. With a facial recognition scan, he entered. In the darkness of the night, something seemed to stir restlessly. At 9:40 p.m., the floating island city criminal police unit received another call from the masked man. "Are you ready?" Captain Zhang Haiyang asked the technician beside him. "Don't worry, Captain Zhang. As soon as the call connects, I will immediately begin tracking." Captain Zhang inhaled deeply, his expression grave, and answered the call. "Hello?" Chapter 29, The Hunting Game. "Who is the killer?" "Oh, Officer Zhang, good evening." A chilling, distorted voice echoed through the phone. Zhang Haiyang raised an eyebrow. "You know me?" "Haha. Officer Zhang, with such a commotion, it would be hard not to recognize you. Bastard." Zhang Haiyang spat the words through clenched teeth. "Don't be so irate. It won't aid our communication." Taking a deep breath, Zhang inquired solemnly, "Speak. Who is it this time?" "He Chumpeng," Shen Feng answered without hesitation, "the owner of Chumpeng Logistics. This time, we shall play something different. This game is called, Who is the Killer? Ha ha ha. Who is the killer?" Zhang Haiyang asked coldly, "What absurd trick are you up to now?" Unfazed, Shen Feng chuckled. "Let He Chumpeng's residence be the playground for this round. Ha ha. But do not think of breaking the rules." Shen Feng's tone suddenly turned icy. You know of my methods. And one last thing. Officer Zhong, your hell has only just begun. Ha ha. Zhong Haiyang gritted his teeth. You bastard. I swear I will. Beep, beep, beep. Zhong's words were abruptly cut off as the call ended. It felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. Damn it. Zhong couldn't help but curse, then turned to the technicians. Have you located him? The technician shook his head with a wry smile. The other party is quite skilled. It seems they calculated the timing perfectly. Just 5 more seconds, and we could have pinpointed him. Su Kuan asked with resentment. Boss, what shall we do next? Are we really going to follow his lead? Kai Xiaoming suggested. In my opinion, we should simply bring He Chunpong to the station for the night. I refuse to believe the masked man would dare to commit murder in the precinct. That is futile. Zhang Yiyang plopped down casually in a chair. Can you guarantee his protection for a night, let alone a lifetime? What then? Should we let him lead us by the nose? Whatever he instructs, we comply. Kai Xiaoming's face gradually flushed, his chest heaving with agitation. Being a police officer felt utterly stifling. Su Kuan echoed his frustration. At that moment, Zhong Haiyang was furrowing his brow slightly. He sensed that the situation was rather unusual. What did the masked man mean by that statement? What did it imply that his hell was only just beginning? What exactly was this so-called hell? Team leader Zhang? Team leader Zhang? Zhang Yiyang gently nudged him. Stop daydreaming. Everyone is waiting for your orders. Zhang suddenly returned to reality, realizing everyone was gazing at him expectantly. He cursed himself for being foolish. How could he let a criminal's words rattle his composure? That statement might merely be a smokescreen. Observing the dispirited crowd, Zhong Haiyang spoke gravely. Find a way to contact He Chunpong. Tonight, we must ensure his safety. Su Kuan, notify all field members to closely monitor the surroundings of He Chunpong's residence. Not even a fly should be allowed in. The rest of you, accompany me to keep vigil at He Chunpong's house. Everyone steeled themselves, determined to safeguard He Chunpong's life that night. We are in dire need of a victory. At 10:08 p.m., in the Shuiyan Villa district, He Chunpong, clad in a black suit and a black mink coat, awaited Zhong Haiyang and his team at the entrance. Beside him stood a towering bodyguard, nearly 190 centimeters tall. In this world, some individuals seem to be exquisitely sculpted by fate itself. They possess a gentle demeanor and extraordinary talents, as if all the beauty in the world converges within them. Their thoughts are clear, and their emotions refined, often radiating warmth that illuminates their surroundings. Conversely, some individuals exude the intensity of a blazing fire, brimming with ceaseless energy and an aggressive aura. Their emotions surge like tumultuous waves, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible force within, often leading to astonishing actions. He Chunpong clearly belongs to the latter category. Born in a tumultuous neighborhood, He Chunpong emerged like a destructive projectile. As an infant, he was exceptionally restless, often crying incessantly, his incredible strength leaving his parents at a loss for control. In childhood, he exhibited a fierce aggression toward everything around him, dismantling toys and often turning playtime with friends into brawls. His brutish energy instilled both fear and avoidance in other children. Upon entering school, he became a calamity in the classroom, often clashing violently with classmates and even teachers over trivial matters. After dropping out in middle school, he worked at the docks, befriending a band of equally impoverished yet audacious companions. He realized that in this world, sheer ruthlessness could secure more opportunities. Thus, he drove off rival crews and monopolized a small area of business. Gradually, he ascended through sheer ferocity. Later, he ventured into the logistics industry, beginning to handle questionable shipments and facilitating smuggling operations. Eventually, he joined a mysterious alliance. With the alliance's assistance, his power grew substantially. Of course, there are no free lunches. Over the years, he has assisted the alliance with numerous shady tasks, such as the Shen family incident a decade ago. Now, in a bid to protect his business, he recruited a team of individuals with criminal records to form his own security force. Whenever faced with competition, his methods became increasingly ruthless, employing threats, intimidation, and even hiring assassins without hesitation. Why haven't they arrived yet? He Chunpong impatiently glanced at his watch as 3 more minutes ticked by. Damn it. I truly want to see who has the audacity to target me. The masked killer? Damn. He Chunpong cursed restlessly, while his bodyguard remained silent. He understood his boss's temperament. Uttering even a single wrong word when the boss was in a foul mood could lead to dire consequences. Before long, a police car pulled up at the entrance of the villa district, and Zhang Haiyang along with his team disembarked. Hello, Mr. He. Zhang Haiyang extended his hand. With a stoic expression, He Chunpong shook Zhong's hand and replied, let's talk inside. The group entered the villa district. As they passed the security booth at the entrance, the guard cheerfully greeted, Mr. He, welcome back. However, an irritable He Chunpong offered no pleasantries, merely casting a cold glance at the guard. The guard's friendly banter was abruptly stifled. Watching the departing figures, the guard scratched his head and murmured, what's gotten into Mr. He today? Chapter 30. Not the end. But beginning at 10:20 p.m., the night outside remained bitterly cold. Zhang Haiyang, accompanied by several police officers, was seated on the plush sofa in He Chuanping's home. He Chuanping, however, sat across from them with a sullen expression, his aggressive gaze occasionally sweeping over Liu Meihua, who sat beside Zhang Haiyang. As if she were a mere possession. Typically, a woman, even one in law enforcement, would feel uncomfortable under such scrutiny. However, Liu Meihua not only met his gaze but also returned it with a smirk, coldly asking, "Have you seen enough?" Despite He Chuanping's arrogance, he could only avert his eyes in response. Deep within Liu Meihua's eyes lay a barely perceptible disdain for such individuals. At that moment, only 20 minutes remained until the hour that Shen Feng had declared over the phone. Zhang Haiyang firmly believed that within these 20 minutes, regardless of the mask-wearing man's tactics, he could never succeed in taking He Chuanping's life under their watch. All the officers shared this conviction, and at Liu Meihua's suggestion, they stationed Xiaohu at the circuit breaker to prevent the masked man from cutting the power before launching an attack. Dozens of officers occupied various corners of the room, vigilantly observing the slightest movement outside through the drawn blinds. For the first time, they felt victory was within reach. Previously, the masked man had outwitted them thrice. First with a fake bomb that left them in disarray. Second, by inciting chaos through public opinion, which allowed him to abduct and murder Wu Jun. And third, by using police traps to decapitate Hu Dellen. The memories of these failures lingered in their minds, fueling a desire for redemption. This time, no one believed the masked man had any further tricks up his sleeve, not even Liu Meihua. Even if they failed to capture him, protecting He Chuanping would still be a victory. As a result, everyone clenched their fists in determination. Zhang Haiyang glanced at the clock. It was now 10:25 p.m., with only 15 minutes remaining. However, as the hour approached its end, the danger heightened. Unbeknownst to him, his palms were already damp with perspiration. As time wore on, He Chuanping paced back and forth like a caged beast, visibly agitated. "I say we should take the initiative. Search everywhere, and shoot that bastard on sight if we find him. Don't you agree, Officer Liu?" Liu Meihua replied coldly, "It seems, Mr. He, that you understand police work better than the police do." Zhang Haiyang stood up, attempting to placate He Chuanping. "Mr. He, please calm down. We have deployed a substantial number of officers around the area. He cannot strike easily. Just 15 more minutes, and we will commence other operations." He Chuanping halted, fixing Zhang Haiyang with a fierce and disdainful glare, yet ultimately slumped back onto the sofa. "Humph, the masked killer? If I catch him, I'll show him who the real killer is." Zhang Haiyang's lips moved slightly, but he refrained from speaking. He understood this was not the moment to educate He Chuanping on decorum. The spacious living room fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by He Chuanping's gritted teeth and occasional mutterings of curses. Tick, tick. The seconds passed relentlessly on the large clock, each sound echoing like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer. Time dragged on, with only 5 minutes remaining until the hour claimed by the masked man. The tension in the air thickened like ink slowly spreading through the room, oppressive as a taut string, threatening to snap with the slightest pressure. He Chuanping, dark-faced, grew restless again. Frustrated, he lit a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs before crushing it violently into the ashtray, sparks flying and extinguishing in the air. As he toyed with his lighter, a ferocious glint flickered in his eyes as he warily scanned his surroundings. Countdown, 3 minutes. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the officers in the room. 2 minutes. Everyone became increasingly alert. Even the faintest sound could prompt them to draw their weapons. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. The tension was palpable, nerves stretched to their limits, each officer gripping their firearms tightly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the hands of the clock pointed to 10:40, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the door and windows. Yet, when the countdown ended, the masked man did not appear, not even a shadow. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous. Had they succeeded? Had this truly been a success? After 10:40, the hour-long countdown had concluded, and the masked man had not acted. He Chuanping was still alive. A collective sigh of relief swept through the officers, their taut nerves finally loosening. They had triumphed at last. If not for the presence of outsiders, many would have celebrated with applause. It was clear, the police had effectively surrounded the area. Not even a character like Kid the Phantom Thief could have managed to kill He Chuanping and escape in such circumstances. With their morale gradually recovering from 3 consecutive failures, this success underscored a crucial realization. The masked man was merely a man, with proper planning and unwavering vigilance. Even the most cunning of adversaries could be thwarted. The officers' pent-up emotions were finally released, their faces relaxing into smiles. Zhang Haiyang and Liu Meihua also exhaled, sharing rare smiles. They had successfully protected their target, preventing the masked man from succeeding. However, they remained vigilant, the tension dissipating but not entirely gone. Zhang Haiyang retrieved his walkie-talkie, commanding in a steady voice, "Commence the search for the masked man's whereabouts immediately. He may still be nearby." Received, understood, came the response from officers outside. He Chumping leaned back on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Though a hint of wariness lingered in his gaze, there was also a sense of relaxation and pride. It seemed that the so-called masked killer was not so formidable after all. Perhaps he realized he was no match and had retreated in defeat? Zhang Haiyang did not immediately respond to He Chumping, but sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Mr. He, while we have temporarily evaded danger, we cannot ascertain whether the masked man will take further action. Therefore, we hope you will cooperate with our investigation and accompany us to the police station. This is to apprehend the masked man and, of course, for your own safety. Zhang Haiyang had many questions for He Chumping, such as his connection to the previous 3 victims, or if he had done anything significant over the years. Yet, he understood that He Chumping was no fool. He would respond to the police's inquiries as he saw fit. All of this required a careful approach. Zhang Haiyang instinctively glanced at the clock. It was now 10:43. Exceeding the time by 3 full minutes. He Chumping hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. I will go to the police station tomorrow to cooperate with the investigation. Given that Zhang Haiyang's identity is prominent and he has just been protected, it would be rather impolite for him to refuse too harshly. At that moment, He Chumping suddenly felt his phone in his pocket vibrate slightly. Chapter 31. The most bizarre murder completed. Haunted? He Chumping retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at the message. Upon reading its content, his pupils dilated, and his complexion shifted dramatically. Yet, within less than a second, his expression returned to normal. Bowing his head, he drew no attention from Zhang Haiyang and Lu Meihua. Unbeknownst to them, his fingertips trembled slightly. After regaining his composure, he inconspicuously stated, "Officers, please wait a moment. I need to attend to a personal matter and will return shortly." Lu Meihua looked at him suspiciously. "Mr. He, the danger has not yet passed. I advise you not to wander about recklessly." He Chumping dismissively replied, "What is there to fear? I am merely going to the basement to fetch something." As he spoke, a smile crept onto his face, though it appeared somewhat strained. Zhang Haiyang scrutinized He Chumping's smile, his instincts warning him that He Chumping was concealing something. He couldn't help but ponder He Chumping's ambiguous affiliations. Was he hiding something he feared would be uncovered? However, the primary purpose of their presence was to ensure He Chumping's safety. Without a search warrant or his consent, they could not proceed with the search. At this moment, safeguarding He Chumping was of utmost importance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Haiyang inquired, "Do you require someone to accompany you?" "Safety comes first." He Chumping promptly rejected the offer. "No need. The basement is my private space. It would be better if you stayed out. If you are concerned, you may wait at the top of the stairs." His words were blunt, as if the officers present were mere subordinates. Zhang Haiyang considered this for a moment, then nodded in agreement, instructing Su Kuan to follow He Chumping to the basement door. Seizing the opportunity while He Chumping was distracted, Zhang Haiyang subtly signaled Su Kuan to keep a close watch on He Chumping's movements. Su Kuan understood and nodded discreetly. Arriving at the basement stairs, He Chumping said, "You can wait here. My personal belongings are below, and it's not suitable for you to see." Su Kuan merely shrugged, remaining silent and leaning against the stairway. At this moment, He Chumping was anxious and chose not to engage in idle chatter, bypassing Su Kuan and descending step by step into the darkness of the stairwell. The dim lighting cast eerie shadows as his footsteps echoed rapidly. Upon reaching the basement door, he hesitated, glancing back at Su Kuan. Noticing Su Kuan and Appo's reluctance to follow, He Chumping retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and entered the damp, dimly lit basement. Su Kuan stood guard outside, his vigilance scanning the surroundings. "Boss." Su Kuan adjusted his earpiece, murmuring, "I sense something amiss with He Chumping. He seems to be hiding something from us." "I've noticed as well." Zhang Haiyang replied in a hushed tone. "Let us set that aside for now. Our primary objective is to ensure his safety while locating the masked man." "I understand," Su Kuan affirmed, continuing his silent watch. Minutes passed, and the clock struck 10:48 p.m. as He Chumping emerged from the basement. "Mr. He, have you finished?" Su Kuan inquired. He Chumping nodded and offered a faint smile as they proceeded towards the living room. Halfway there, He Chumping suddenly stated in a low, hurried tone, "I need to use the restroom." Su Kuan rolled his eyes in resignation and followed He Chumping to the restroom door. Once inside, the sound of running water soon filled the air. Outside the window, the night deepened into an inky darkness, enveloping the world like a vast black curtain, devoid of starlight or moonlight. The howling wind stirred the dry branches, creating an eerie symphony. In the shadows, an unknown dread seemed poised to strike. In the living room, Zhang Haiyang was discussing their next plan with several officers. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Although He Chumping is temporarily safe, we must not let our guard down." Xiaohu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must enhance our protection for He Chumping while continuing to track the masked man." Lu Meihua whispered, "Captain Zhang, don't you find that our mission has progressed rather smoothly?" Just then, Kai Xiaoming suddenly perked up, sniffing the air like a vigilant hound. "What are you doing, Xiaoming?" Xiaohu asked, perplexed. Kai Xiaoming furrowed his brow, responding, "Do Do you smell something burning? Burning? The group began to inhale deeply, and a faint charred odor wafted through the air, tightening their chest with unease. What is going on? They scanned their surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked, yet found no signs of a fire. But where was the source of this scent? Zhang Haiyang strode purposefully towards the restroom, knocking firmly on the door. Mr. He, we smell something burning. Would you mind stepping out? He raised his voice, fearing He Chumpeng might not hear him. Mr. He? However, inside the restroom, He Chumpeng offered no response. Only the sound of running water continued. Zhang Haiyang's brow furrowed in concern as he called out louder several times, yet received no answer. An ominous premonition surged within him. Testing the door, he found it unyielding. Suddenly, it dawned on Zhang Haiyang that something was amiss. Mr. He, without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, and with a resounding crash, the restroom door flew open. Yet, inside, it was utterly empty. He Chumpeng had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Where is He Chumpeng? Lu Meihua seemed to grasp the critical nature of the situation, shouting, "Quick! To the basement!" Hearing this, everyone immediately dashed towards the basement, racing to the staircase where a pungent smoke invaded their senses. The odor Kai Xiaoming had detected originated from here. Break the door! Zhang Haiyang commanded without a moment's hesitation. Kai Xiaoming, from a higher vantage point, forcefully kicked the basement door open. As the solid wood door swung wide, a rush of crimson light enveloped them. The flames blazed like a ferocious beast, momentarily blinding all present. In the center of the fire, they could distinctly see what appeared to be a contorted figure lying amidst the inferno. Chapter 32. The trap of the time maze. The wind stirred the crushed snow on the ground, shrouding the night in a veil of white. The air had grown colder. Why has the temperature dropped so drastically recently? The security guard at the entrance of the villa community instinctively rubbed his hands together. He then glanced into the community. Several beams of light danced in the darkness, seemingly searching for something. I wonder what a group of police officers is doing here at this hour. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting past outside the booth. He peered through the window, but in the pitch-black night, there were no pedestrians in sight. Am I seeing things? The guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked into the distance. Still, there was no one. What on earth is happening tonight? He felt an unsettling sensation, as if something profoundly disturbing had slipped his mind. What could it be? He couldn't recall. But at this moment, all he desired was to finish his shift and return home, to forget the chaos and lie comfortably in bed while scrolling through his phone. He anxiously checked his watch. It was 10:38 p.m. In just 22 minutes, he could clock out. In the basement of He Chuanping's villa, flames engulfed a twisted corpse, emitting a strange aroma. Quick, extinguish the fire. Zhang Haiyang commanded loudly. As he shouted, he swiftly drew his firearm, his gaze scanning every corner of the basement with vigilance. I'll get the fire extinguisher, Kai Xiaoming exclaimed, rushing upstairs without hesitation. The other officers sprang into action, drawing their weapons and searching the area. Soon, Kai Xiaoming returned, the fire extinguisher in hand, dashing back into the basement like an arrow released from its bow. Stand back, he bellowed, aiming the extinguisher at the burning corpse. A cloud of white powder erupted, fiercely assaulting the ravenous flames. The fire was soon subdued, gradually extinguishing. Through the smoke, the charred remains of the body became visible. Lu Meihua covered her nose and stepped forward. The corpse was blackened, with a gaping, nearly 10-centimeter-long wound across its throat. The charred blood made the injury appear particularly grotesque. A collective gasp escaped everyone's lips. Su Kuan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Simultaneously, their hearts sank, for despite the obscured features, they could vaguely discern that it resembled He Chuanping. But what on earth had transpired? Just minutes before, He Chuanping had walked into the restroom alive. Yet now his body lay here. If the corpse was indeed He Chuanping, then who had entered the restroom earlier? Was it a ghost? Or the true murderer? Regardless of the possibility, a chilling sensation enveloped them all. It seems we have lost, Lu Meihua uttered coldly. Damn it, bastard. Kai Xiaoming cursed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. That guy didn't keep his word. He promised an hour, yet. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, yearning to immediately unearth that despicable culprit. Xiaoming, Su Kuan urged with a furrowed brow, gravely patting him on the shoulder. We cannot trust the words of criminals. Perhaps he never intended to abide by the rules. However, Lu Meihua remained silent, her brow furrowed as if ensnared in a convoluted labyrinth. Based on her years of investigative experience, such highly intelligent criminals were akin to cunning foxes. Exceedingly arrogant. They often treated their crimes as a game, adhering strictly to their self-imposed rules, relishing the sensation of control. Yet, the murder of He Chuanping appeared to contradict this logic, as it seemed to occur in blatant disregard of the rules. Since no one had brought a camera, she retrieved her phone from her pocket, intending to document the scene for evidence. Lu Meihua skillfully unlocked her phone with her fingerprint. The moment the screen illuminated, the harsh light pierced through the dimness like a sharp blade, casting a pallid glow on her face. Her pupils dilated slightly in astonishment. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck through her mind. So that's how it is. Lu Meihua murmured in disbelief. Sister Lu? Sister Lu? A fellow officer gently tapped her shoulder, noticing her dazed expression. Startled, Lu Meihua snapped back to reality, her face cold as she hurried upstairs to the lobby. Several confused officers trailing closely behind. The living room was eerily silent. Under the warm yellow light, the large clock continued its mechanical ticking. Standing beneath the clock, Lu Meihua stared intently at the time displayed. 10:52 p.m. The golden hands were particularly vivid in the light. Then, with great difficulty, she lowered her gaze. As if burdened by an immense weight, she looked at her phone screen, which read 10:42 p.m. The two times intertwined in her mind, revealing fragments of the truth. In an instant, Lu Meihua comprehended everything. The masked man had not violated any rules. He had orchestrated a game of time, deceiving everyone. The clock in the villa had been tampered with, advancing the time by a full 10 minutes. From the outset, they had fallen into the time maze set by the murderer. The police, relying on the hastened clock, mistakenly believed an hour had passed, allowing their guard to slip. Meanwhile, the masked man had exploited those extra 10 minutes to kill He Chunpeng. When the masked man made the call to report the incident, he had uttered a phrase, "This game is called, Who is the murderer?" Now, Lu Meihua understood the meaning behind those words. Yet, she remained perplexed. How had the murderer infiltrated the villa? What was the nature of the person who bore an uncanny resemblance to He Chunpeng? Moreover, while the tactic of advancing the clock by 10 minutes seemed clever, it was an exceedingly perilous strategy. For if anyone casually glanced at the time on their phone or watch, the scheme would unravel. Why would the masked man resort to such a method? Lu Meihua looked up at the clock. That seemingly ordinary mechanical device appeared to be the core of the entire case, interlinking countless clues hidden in the shadows. While they were misled by various pieces of information, the murderer stood in the darkness, observing the movement of the clock's hands, manipulating the entire situation like a puppeteer. Chapter 33, 101 Enemies. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind cut like a blade. Shen Feng stood in the shadows of a tall building, resembling a ghost lurking in the dark. His gaze pierced through the veil of night, quietly observing He Chunpeng's villa. Not long ago, it had been his stage, but now, the curtain had fallen. He tilted his head mockingly. Ladies and gentlemen, the performance has come to an end. Lowering his head, he emitted a strange laugh from his throat. With his laughter, his shoulders slightly shook in the night. The fourth one. There are still 96 left. Shen Feng's enemies, those whose names he could recall, totaled 100. Among this 100 were so-called social elites, including dignitaries, philanthropists, and members of organized crime. They were present in nearly every profession. Perhaps they had intersections among themselves, or perhaps they were complete strangers. The alliance resembled a massive mechanical apparatus in the dark. Each member was a cog within it, turning mechanically. Yet, due to the darkness, no one could see the shape of the other cogs. Additionally, there was another enemy. One who could not be counted as an enemy, Zhang Haiyang. 10 years ago, Zhang mistakenly regarded a phone call as a prank. If only Zhang had taken it more seriously at that time. Perhaps he could not have salvaged everything, but he might have saved Shen Feng and Apos, sister, Shen Xiaoyu. Yet, everything was irretrievable. He merely considered it a prank call. Although Zhang faced repercussions afterward, being exiled and experiencing a drastic fall in his career, Shen Feng could not find peace. He was determined to punish his soul in this manner. The incidents involving Liu Ruxu, Wu Jun, and Hu Dellen were the same. As was He Chunpeng, he would make Zhang Haiyang thoroughly experience the abyss of despair. Ironically, Zhang's obsession stemmed from the Shen family tragedy of that year. Yet now, he was pursuing the masked man, who was, in fact, a survivor of that very tragedy. Unbeknownst to him, he was diligently hunting down the one seeking vengeance for his family. Every effort he made, every decision he took, unknowingly collided with Shen Feng's revenge plan, as well as with his own path to redemption. When the day came that he learned the entire truth, what would transpire then? Just as Shen Feng had said, your hell has only just begun. Everyone, let us play together next time. Farewell, Shen Feng spoke again. His voice bore a hint of amusement, a touch of provocation, and a trace of reluctance. He was savoring the final moments of this game, relishing the thrill of dancing on the edge of a precipice, feeling the exhilaration of controlling everything amidst danger and excitement. Shen Feng retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. It was not his, but He Chunpeng's. Casually, he tossed the formatted phone into the snow on the ground, then slipped his hands back into his pockets and turned to leave. His figure gradually blurred into the night, resembling a stroke in an inkwash painting, slowly merging with the background. His farewell was akin to a silent drama, leaving behind a profound silence after the curtain fell. Behind him, the police in the villa district continued their search. The beams of their flashlights crisscrossed in the darkness, slicing through the night-esque curtain. Inside the villa, the officers led by Zhang Haiyang were still busy. They endeavored to unravel this mystery, attempting to uncover the identity of the enigmatic masked man. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the true culprit had elegantly exited the game right beneath their noses. In the night breeze, it seemed that Shen Feng's whispers lingered. The story has only just begun. The following day, morning light streamed through the windows of the task force office, illuminating the cluttered desk. The weary faces of the officers appeared even heavier in the new day. The previous night's failure weighed upon everyone like a colossal stone, suffocating their spirits. Zhang Haiyang sat at the head of the conference table, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having spent a sleepless night. The autopsy report of Yi Chumping was spread out on the table, with Zhong and the members of the task force gathered around. The report meticulously detailed the results of Yi Chumping's autopsy, each line of text silently recounting the brutality of the crime scene. According to the report, Yi Chumping had suffered a fatal throat wound before being set ablaze. Forensic expert Cheng Xixue pointed to a detail within the report. It clearly indicated that the wound on the throat was deep and precise, nearly severing the trachea and carotid artery. Wang Qian frowned and added, "This means he was already dead by the time he was burned. The burning appears to be a means of post-mortem disposal." "No." Cheng Xixue shook his head. Although it was a fatal wound, the victim would not die immediately, but would endure a painful struggle before succumbing. Someone inquired, if the throat cutting was the fatal injury, then why did the murderer proceed to burn the body? Was it to conceal evidence? Kai Xiaoming slammed his fist on the table, his voice filled with anger. This is more than just concealing evidence. It is a provocation. He wants to show us that he can control everything. Cheng Xixue sighed and continued, based on the evidence from the crime scene, after slitting Yi Chumping's throat, the murderer doused him in gasoline. Then, using a rope as a wick, he ignited it. The flames would spread gradually. In the end, he ignited the barely alive Yi Chumping, inflicting even greater suffering upon him. The expressions of the group shifted slightly. They had witnessed many cruel criminals, but few were as merciless and composed as this one. Zhang Haiyang's gaze swept across the faces of his team members, finally landing on Officer Liu Meihua. "Officer Liu, please share the important clue you discovered last night." Zhong's voice was hoarse, betraying a hint of exhaustion. Liu Meihua nodded, placing her phone on the table, the screen displaying a photo of a wall clock. "We were played by him," she said calmly, yet with a hint of frustration. The wall clock in the villa was set 10 minutes fast. We were all misled by this time discrepancy. Kai Xiaoming slammed his fist down again, angrily exclaiming, "That bastard! How dare he so brazenly toy with us?" Zhang Yiyang, reclining lazily in his chair with a U-shaped pillow, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone languid. "Not only does he dare, but he has also succeeded. His plans are always so precise, yet fraught with risk." "Why is that?" someone asked. Zhang Yiyang shrugged. "A pursuit of thrill, carried out to the end. For such a criminal, he revels in the ecstasy of killing while also enjoying the uncertainty that the game brings. Despite the potential dangers it poses to him, I have seen countless cases. And all these types of criminals share this mentality." Zhang Haiyang stated, "We cannot be led by his rhythm. Now, we need to reorganize the case and find his flaws." Liu Meihua nodded, then turned to the officer in charge of evidence management. The officer understood and nodded in agreement. Soon, all the evidence discovered the previous night was laid out before everyone. These pieces of evidence were contained in bags of varying sizes. An empty mineral water bottle that had once held gasoline, 2 strands of hair, a small translucent substance nearly the size of dust, and a piece of rope that had been burned. These were practically all the meaningful evidence collected from the previous night. Chapter 34. The reconstruction of the case and the figure of the masked man. Liu Meihua began by elucidating the origins of the evidence. The 2 strands of hair were discovered at the entrance of the basement, and the identity of their owner remains undetermined. The water bottle, evidently, was utilized to contain the gasoline employed in the incineration of Yi Chumping's remains. Liu Meihua lifted the evidence bag and stated, "This rope serves as the trigger for the perpetrator's act of cremation." The small fragment of translucent residue, found on the wall clock, was identified through testing as a common adhesive available on the market. Based on my deductions, the assailant likely applied the glue to their hands to obscure their fingerprints. Thus far, these represent the only useful leads we possess. With the existing evidence, Liu Meihua commenced the task of organizing the timeline of events. She rose and approached the whiteboard, inscribing 9:40 with a marker. Following this, she drew an arrow and said, "At 9:40 last night, we received a call from the masked man. By 10:20, we had arrived at Yi Chumping's villa. During this interval, there were no irregularities." Her voice quivered slightly as she continued. At 10:40, according to the wall clock, the time claimed by the masked man had elapsed. We mistakenly believed we had successfully thwarted the attack, but in reality, the clock in the villa had been set forward by 10 minutes. The actual time was 10:30. At this juncture, she drew 2 arrows, one above the other. The upper time read 10:40, while the lower indicated the true time, 10:30. At 10:43, Yi Chumping received a private message and proceeded to the basement. However, the actual time was 10:33, leaving only 7 minutes until the countdown concluded. At 10:48, he returned from the basement, claiming to have gone to the restroom, but this was actually at 10:38. The real He Chumpong had already met his demise by then, having been brutally slain, and the individual emerging from the basement was, in fact, the perpetrator themselves. Subsequently, the assailant brushed past us right under our noses. Upon hearing the revelation that they had nearly crossed paths with the murderer, a wave of regret washed over the group, leaving them with a profound sense of anguish. This failure felt utterly inexcusable, akin to watching something that could have been seized slip through one's fingers. The killer lingered within arm's reach, accessible at any moment. Shockingly, the perpetrator had even conversed with Su Kuan, yet they managed to evade capture. This also highlighted the sheer madness of the individual. How outrageous it is that a murderer would brazenly appear before the police mere seconds after committing their crime. Either they possess absolute confidence in their disguising methods, or they are entirely deranged. Perhaps both. Lu Meihua understood that the atmosphere was heavy with discontent. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to articulate her thoughts. I believe the assailant likely arrived at Yi Chuanping's villa in advance, concealed themselves in the basement after adjusting the time. Colleagues have already noted signs of tampering on the basement door lock. Zhang Haiyang added, regrettably, we did not discover any suspicious fingerprints throughout the villa. We only found a few strands of hair, which are currently undergoing analysis. Lu Meihua continued. At 10:30, the assailant sent a text to Yi Chuanping. The content of this message remains unknown, but undoubtedly contains some form of threat. However, we have not located Yi Chuanping's phone, and the signal has been entirely lost. It is highly probable that the murderer took it and destroyed it. Upon reading the message, Yi Chuanping ventured alone to the basement, where he was ambushed and fatally harmed by the concealed assailant. Subsequently, the murderer impersonated Yi Chuanping, entered the restroom, and escaped through the window, thereby evading our patrolling officers. This has been corroborated, as the restroom window shows signs of having been climbed over. Lu Meihua paused before adding, alternatively, he might have employed some method to create a carefully orchestrated illusion of Yi Chuanping. Yet, we currently possess no knowledge of the specifics and must continue our investigation. As her words concluded, a profound silence enveloped the office. The expressions of the team members were grim. The masked man was exceptionally cunning and terrifying. All his tactics rendered them powerless to defend against him. Since the beginning, 4 individuals had fallen victim to his hand, while the police could only watch helplessly. A heavy atmosphere loomed over the special investigation team, and some began to harbor doubts. Could they truly apprehend such an adversary? After a prolonged silence, Lu Meihua broke the quiet. Let us not be overly disheartened. We have indeed made some progress. She cleared her throat and continued, at the very least, we can ascertain 2 additional key pieces of information regarding the masked man, which may assist us in unraveling this case. Chapter 35. So it was you. At the mention of this, everyone raised their heads in unison. Lu Meihua spoke calmly. Firstly, the masked man must possess extraordinary skills, otherwise, he could not have subdued and killed an adult man without attracting attention. Secondly, his height and build must closely resemble Yi Chuanping's. The fact that he could replace Yi Chuanping right under our noses indicates that his disguise is nearly flawless. Although we have faced failures, the image of the masked man is becoming increasingly clear. Lu Meihua's words caused a slight stir among the group. She was correct. Despite having failed 4 times in succession, they had not left empty-handed. At the very least, the image of the masked man was becoming more defined. Following their encounter last night, everyone felt a mix of regret and another sensation. In the previous attempts, they had only communicated with the masked man over the phone. However, last night, they had seen him in person. Although he had escaped in plain sight, they now felt that he was a tangible entity, rather than an elusive specter. Moreover, current information suggested that there was likely only one masked man. A single individual could not possibly contend against the might of the entire task force. Despite not having captured him yet, with each attempt, they were nearing a nearly 100% understanding of his modus operandi. Lu Meihua pondered for a moment, her gaze sharp as she declared, our investigation will proceed in 4 directions. First, we will thoroughly investigate the 4 victims, delving into their past from a decade ago to see if there are any direct or indirect connections. Second, we will continue to monitor Wang Lei and Tang Lingling, the 2 parents who instigated trouble in the Wu Jun case. They are likely accomplices of the masked man and may still be in contact with him. Third, we await the results of the hair analysis for DNA matching. Fourth, we will persist in reviewing the surveillance footage from the villa community where Yi Chuanping resides. I refuse to believe he left no trace. Does anyone have anything to add? The crowd shook their heads in unison. No. Good, Zhang Haiyang proclaimed with a resonant voice. Since there are no additions needed, we shall act immediately. In a dimly lit corner of the lonely island bar sat a middle-aged man, lost in despair. He appeared to be in his 40s, standing around 180 centimeters tall, with graying hair. This man was Liu Zhan, a regular patron whom Shen Feng recognized. In fact, most of Shen Feng's clientele consisted of familiar faces. Liu Zhan, a retired reconnaissance soldier, was now weeping profusely. His eyes were bloodshot, and his disheveled hair resembled tangled weeds as he consumed drink after drink. Liquor dribbled down his chin, soaking his clothes. Nearby, several patrons softly offered words of comfort. Liu, death cannot be undone. Oh, what a wonderful girl. How could this happen to her? What kind of world is this? Bang. Lu Xun slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth as he spoke with venomous intensity. I will kill that bastard. I swear it. His voice brimmed with an almost overwhelming hatred. My daughter was only in her 20s. The onlookers quickly advised, Old Liu, don't act rashly. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for such a scoundrel. Lu Xun remained unresponsive, downing another glass of liquor. In this world, some are born with silver spoons, enjoying wealth and prosperity, while others are born with spoons of bitterness, fated to endure hardships. Lu Xun hailed from a remote mountain village, raised on the charity of neighbors. After serving in the military, he married a woman named Chen Hui, who, though not strikingly beautiful, was kind and gentle. Soon after, they welcomed a lovely daughter, Lu Xingyu. Those were the happiest days of Lu Xun's life. Despite a troubled upbringing, he finally had a joyful family. Yet, fate often revels in turning joy to despair. Chen Hui had an affair and absconded with nearly all of Lu Xun's possessions, leaving behind a 5-year-old Lu Xingyu to fend for herself. Over the years, Lu Xun worked tirelessly in various jobs, laborer, security guard, delivery driver, to support his daughter. Though arduous, the sight of his understanding and considerate daughter made it all worthwhile. After graduating from university, Lu Xingyu landed a well-paying job at a foreign company, allowing Lu Xun to finally set down his burdens. In his leisure time, he frequented Shen Feng's bar, where he made many friends. However, just days prior, his daughter had died. Her superior, a tall black man, had taken advantage of Lu Xingyu's youthful beauty during a gathering, getting her drunk before assaulting her and capturing the act on camera as leverage. These individuals seemed to revel in committing such heinous acts in foreign lands. Unable to withstand the rumors that followed, Lu Xingyu leapt from the 30th floor. Her young life extinguished like a flower wilting in the harsh winter. Lu Xun attempted to bring a lawsuit against her superior to hold him accountable, but was met with the cold, disheartening response of insufficient evidence. Those 4 chilling words shattered the last remnants of hope for the man. While everyone sympathized with Lu Xun's plight, they felt powerless, for such tragedies were not uncommon. Darkness seemed to cloak these miscreants, shielding them as they perpetrated their vile deeds in the shadows. My daughter was only in her 20s, Lu Xun drunkenly repeated, his voice trembling with sorrow. The middle-aged man wept like a child, drowning his grief in alcohol. Shen Feng, observing from behind the bar, cast a deep gaze at Lu Xun. He understood the anguish of losing a loved one, having endured it himself. Lu Xun poured himself another drink, slurring, Carl, that beast. I will make him pay. Carl. At the mention of this name, a glimmer of recognition flashed in Shen Feng's eyes, quickly followed by a bone-chilling realization. He was all too familiar with the name Carl. Returning to the bar's lounge, Shen Feng sat at a table, opened a drawer, and retrieved his notebook. On its pages, a name pinned in red ink stood out starkly, Carl. So it was you all along. Shen Feng's eyes glinted with cold fury as a sinister smile crept across his face, transforming him into a figure of malevolence. What a peculiar twist of fate. He chuckled softly, tearing out the page that bore Carl's name, tilting his head to scrutinize the blood-red letters. In the tragic incident involving the Shen family a decade prior, Carl played a pivotal role. He had devised schemes and employed despicable tactics during the commercial siege against the Shuns. Originally, according to Shen Feng's plan, Carl was to be the 8th executed. However, now, Shen Feng had changed his mind. He lowered his head and chuckled coldly, his shoulders shaking with mirth as he caressed the paper bearing Carl's name. I shall bestow upon you a deeper despair, ha ha ha. Ha ha. Chapter 36. Piecing together the truth of the murder in the Special Investigation Team's office, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Not long ago, the team had rekindled their spirits. But now, the harsh reality felt like a bucket of cold water thrown over them. The results of the hair samples collected from the crime scene had been revealed. The analysis confirmed that the hair belonged to a woman named Yang Shan. Yet, the most astonishing fact was that Yang Shan had already passed away, having died in a car accident 6 months prior. How could the hair of a deceased individual be found at the scene? Surely, it could not be the work of a ghost, could it? Kai Xiaoming was the first to break the silence, his voice rising in pitch. These 2 strands of hair are deliberately left as misleading clues by the masked man. Lu Meihua, seated at her desk, rhythmically tapped her slender fingers on the surface. The investigation had shown that Yang Shan's death was purely an unfortunate accident, devoid of any suspicious circumstances. But how had the perpetrator obtained the hair of the deceased? Wang Qian inquired, but before Lu Meihua could respond, Wang Qian suddenly exclaimed, I understand now, it's a wig. Exactly. Lu Meihua acknowledged with a nod of approval toward Wang Qian. It is indeed a wig, used by the masked man when he disguised himself as He Chunpeng. Xiao Hu interjected with a question. Can we trace the origin of the wig? We will do our best to investigate, but, Lu Meihua admitted, the likelihood is slim. This time, the team did not display any signs of disappointment, they had grown numb to such feelings. Their investigation into the masked man always seemed to follow a similar pattern. Just when they believed they were on the verge of a breakthrough, the lead would abruptly vanish, leaving them back at square one. New clues would appear, only to lead them in circles, returning them once again to the starting point, like an endless, unbiased strip. Lu Meihua fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on the whiteboard. It was cluttered with all known clues, evidence, and hypotheses regarding the relationships between the victims and the masked man. The lines were chaotic, resembling a disordered maze with no exit. The masked visage haunted Lu Meihua's thoughts, representing the most formidable adversary she had faced since donning her police uniform. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiyang and Su Kuan stood in the surveillance room of He Chunping's villa, their eyes glued to the screen, searching for any semblance of a clue within the somewhat unclear footage. The security guard on duty last night sat beside them, his face pale and marked by dark circles under his eyes, clearly shaken and glancing around nervously. After a restless night, he seemed to have aged 10 years, muttering, "Please, don't look for me, Mr. He. I have no grievances with you." Su Kuan, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. "I say, you." "Ah." The security guard screamed, startled by Su Kuan's voice. "Oh, my goodness." Su Kuan jumped in surprise, and when they regained their composure, they exchanged bewildered glances. Su Kuan asked, "What is wrong with you? You scared me." The guard, now embarrassed, scratched his head and stammered, I. Su Kuan rolled his eyes. "What are you afraid of? This has nothing to do with you." The guard looked on the verge of tears, pleading, "I'm afraid of ghosts." Last night, after returning home from work, he had taken a shower and lay down in bed, only to suddenly jump up with a scream, startling his sleeping wife. He realized something was amiss. He had clearly seen He Chunping enter the villa and even waved to him in greeting. At that moment, he had been exhilarated, as he was just a lowly security guard in the presence of a wealthy and prominent figure. However, shortly thereafter, another car had arrived, and He Chunping exited it, seemingly waiting for someone. But how could there be two He Chunpings? As the guard spiraled into self-doubt, he received the devastating news. He Chunping was dead. His mind raced with countless horror stories he had heard, and he was instantly terrified. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost? Was the figure who had greeted him the spirit of He Chunping? After all, ghost stories often speak of souls departing their bodies before death. But why was it him who saw this? He spent the night wide awake, terrified that closing his eyes would reveal He Chunping smiling and waving at him. In a desperate attempt to find solace, he purchased paper money and offerings and burned them at a crossroads for He Chunping, feeling slightly more at ease after doing so. "So, officers, that's how it happened," he recounted, still visibly shaken. After hearing the guard's account, Zhang Yiyang and Su Kuan could hardly contain their amusement. "So, this fellow is afraid of being haunted by He Chunping," one remarked. But soon, they realized something important. Zhang Yiyang quickly asked, "What time did you see the first He Chunping?" The guard thought hard and replied, "Around 9:30. The two exchanged knowing glances and adjusted the surveillance equipment to 9:20, intently watching the footage. As seconds ticked by, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared on the screen. It was now 9:28. "This He Chunping is a fake," Zhang Yiyang stated, his voice low. Su Kuan leaned closer to scrutinize the figure on the screen, noting the identical appearance, height, and hairstyle to He Chunping. After waving to the guard, this imposter casually entered the villa compound, using facial recognition to gain access. Moments later, Zhang Yiyang adjusted the surveillance to after 10 o'clock, revealing the real He Chunping returning in his car, waiting for Zhong Haiyang and others at the entrance of the Water Cloud Villa district. As the footage progressed to 10:40, shortly after He Chunping's demise, they witnessed him confidently exiting the villa compound, waving goodbye before leaving. In that instant, the entire case's narrative became crystal clear. Like fragmented pieces of a puzzle reassembling after a rewind in time, the complete truth emerged. A door swung open in Zhang Yiyang and Su Kuan's minds. "Su Kuan, do you understand now?" "I understand," Su Kuan nodded. At 9:28, the masked man entered He Chunping's villa to prepare, waiting for our arrival, just as Sister Lu predicted. After killing He Chunping, the masked man escaped through the bathroom window, evading our search and leaving through the front door. Zhang Yiyang nodded. "Thus, we must add another detail to the psychological profile of the masked man." Su Kuan blinked. "What is it?" Zhang Yiyang pointed at the beams of light on the screen. "Look, our personnel are patrolling here, and there are dozens of them. It's a veritable net." Su Kuan gazed at the screen, realizing the dense interweaving of lights created an impenetrable web. Zhang Yiyang continued, "To be able to leave so brazenly without drawing any attention under such rigorous surveillance indicates." Su Kuan interjected, "This is an individual with a keen sense of both investigation and counter-investigation." Indeed. However, Su Kuan pondered, how could he have achieved such an uncanny resemblance to He Chunping? Was it through makeup? Zhang Yiyang refuted, asserting that it could not possibly be achieved through makeup alone, as cosmetics could never deceive a facial recognition system. Then what could it be? Chapter 37, A Madman. Enforcing justice in the darkness. Zhang Yiyang paused momentarily, yet remained silent. for he too was uncertain of how to respond. It is essential to recognize that facial recognition systems possess the remarkable ability to accurately identify minute facial features, even bone structure and biological traits. Merely relying on makeup, regardless of its sophistication, would be insufficient to deceive such systems. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yang finally spoke. This is indeed the sole challenge in unraveling this case. Su Kuan nodded in agreement, remarking, "What a cunning individual." Zhang Yang shrugged. The masked man. I find myself rather intrigued by this character. I am eager to discover what sort of person he truly is in reality. Deep within Zhang Yang's heart lay a dormant fervor, buried so deeply that even he was unaware of its existence. To be candid, as an expert in psychology, he had seen and experienced much. Few things could still ignite his curiosity. However, after several encounters with the masked man, Zhang Yang sensed that certain aspects of himself were gradually awakening. It was a thrill, the exhilaration of facing a formidable adversary. He yearned to engage in a contest with this unseen opponent. Regardless of the outcome, the prospect of such a visceral experience captivated his imagination. Brother Zhang, you. Su Kuan observed Zhang Yang's slightly agitated demeanor, his face reflecting confusion. Zhang Yang snapped back to the moment, offering a knowing smile. It's nothing. He retrieved a USB drive, copied the surveillance footage from the day of the incident onto it, and then addressed Su Kuan. The task is complete. We should return and present this USB to Captain Zhang. Furthermore, we must analyze his disguise techniques. Su Kuan nodded, still somewhat dazed. Oh, all right. The security guard, sitting idly nearby, listened to the exchange between the two officers, seemingly beginning to understand. Excuse me, officers, so what I actually saw last night wasn't a ghost. But the real murderer? He blinked, his confusion palpable. Su Kuan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. If you're easily frightened, perhaps you should read fewer horror novels. Otherwise, not only will you terrify yourself, but you might frighten others as well. To Su Kuan's astonishment, the guard suddenly slumped in his chair, appearing utterly drained. Gradually, he lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, officers. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would probably carry a psychological scar for the rest of my life. Su Kuan, suppressing a chuckle, patted the man on the shoulder. Try to read fewer novels in the future. Now, come with us to the station. Huh? Is reading novels against the law, officer? The guard was taken aback. Su Kuan could no longer contain his laughter and pretended to cough to mask his amusement, silently reminding himself, I am professionally trained. I am professionally trained. Zhang Yang, bemused, said, reading novels is certainly not illegal. However, since you encountered a suspect last night, we must ask you to accompany us to take a statement. Soon, the three of them boarded a police car, heading towards the criminal investigation unit. The vehicle sped along the road, but as they passed the island bar, Zhang Yang glanced at his watch and instructed Su Kuan to halt the car. Brother Zhang, are you going to see Brother Shen? Su Kuan inquired after stopping the vehicle. Indeed, just to enjoy a soda, Zhang Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Su Kuan chuckled. You're slacking off. Not at all, Zhang Yang retorted with a smile. I have a strong sense of time. It's currently the lunch break. Inside the island bar, Shen Feng sat at the bar contemplating the next course of action regarding Carl when Zhang Yang entered. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Shen Feng grinned and teased. Isn't this Officer Zhang? Zhang Yang strode to the bar and took a seat, ordering, soda, please. Shen Feng replied with a playful tone. The kind that doesn't require payment? I owe you, Zhang Yang chuckled. Shen Feng poured 2 glasses of soda, and the two began to converse. Unbeknownst to them, the topic drifted back to the masked killer. Yang, how is it that a psychological expert like you has ventured to the front lines? Shen Feng inquired, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as if he were discussing an inconsequential piece of gossip. Curiosity, Zhang Yang responded. Curiosity? Shen Feng echoed. Zhang Yang smiled. He is a fascinating individual, and my intrigue only deepens. Shen Feng remarked. It is no small feat to pique your curiosity. Zhang Yang's work typically focused on the rear lines. However, through his recent encounters with the masked man and his deductions regarding the latter's methods, Zhang Yang found it increasingly difficult to suppress the excitement stirring within him. He yearned to partake in this deadly game. His inner madness was gradually being unleashed. In truth, Zhang Yang and Shen Feng were of the same ilk. The difference lay in their approaches. Shen Feng endeavored to appear normal when not committing crimes, while he fully embraced his inner madness during the act. Conversely, Zhang Yang exhibited a semblance of madness in his everyday life, yet maintained absolute composure while solving cases. They were two extremes, each embodying the other's opposite. Zhang Yang took a sip of soda, gently placing the glass down as he remarked, the masked man is a complex and elusive individual. Engaging with such a character presents a true challenge, does it not? Shen Feng tilted his head slightly, a flicker of subtle light glimmering in his eyes. As he continued, do you perceive him as a vengeful spirit, a social avenger, or perhaps as some claim, a dark enforcer of justice? given the magnitude of the case. The identity of the masked man could not be concealed, leading to various speculations circulating among the public. Zhang Yiyang shook his head gently, a serious expression overtaking his features. There is no such thing as a dark enforcer of justice. In my view, no one possesses the right to enforce the law beyond its bounds. Thus, the masked man, like any other criminal, is merely a transgressor of the law. The sole distinction lies in his brazen audacity and cunning. Shen Feng stirred the soda in his glass, the bubbles swirling within, before he spoke. Yet, what if the victims themselves bore some culpability? Perhaps they committed unforgivable wrongs, leading to their own retribution. Chapter 38. Shen Feng. Have you ever heard of the masked killer? Zhang Yiyang chuckled and shook his head. Even if the victim is guilty, it is the law that should pass judgment. His actions would only bring chaos. Shen Feng, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Perhaps he cannot wait for the law to deliver justice, or perhaps he simply does not believe that the law can restore his honor. Zhang Yiyang paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating Shen Feng's words. After a brief silence, he lifted his head and replied, I do not know what he has experienced. I am aware that he has taken several lives. I am a police officer, and he is the murderer. My duty is to apprehend him. As for how to reach a conclusion about him, that is the judge's responsibility. Shen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Zhang Yiyang, and casually inquired, Do you have confidence in capturing him? Zhang Yiyang smiled confidently. I will certainly succeed. Oh, Shen Feng asked, what makes you so sure? Zhang Yiyang drained his glass of soda water. Through our investigation and analysis over this period, we have gathered numerous clues regarding him, based on his methods, techniques, and style. His psychological profile is becoming increasingly distinct. Moreover, he always operates alone. It is impossible for him to continuously contend with the entire police force. Upon hearing Zhang Yiyang's words, Shen Feng felt a subtle shift within him. It seemed that the police and Oppo's investigation had made significant progress. Yet, he still displayed no emotional fluctuations. Then I wish you success. Zhang Yiyang rubbed his neck and stood up. All right, await my good news. I shall treat you to drinks when the time comes. With that, he turned and walked toward the bar's entrance. As Shen Feng watched Zhang Yiyang's retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually faded, his gaze turning cold and profound. However, mere moments later, the corners of his mouth curled upward again, revealing a hint of madness. After Zhang Yiyang's departure, the bar fell silent once more. Shen Feng's slender fingers lightly tapped the surface of the bar. Zhang Yiyang's earlier remarks had awakened him. The police's investigative capabilities should never be underestimated. Although Shen Feng could not ascertain the extent of their progress, he keenly sensed that the psychological profile of the masked man was becoming increasingly vivid under their scrutiny. This realization sparked a thrill of excitement and tension within him. Yet, he now needed to redirect his focus, or rather, create a diversion. He aimed to disrupt all of the police's analyses, ensuring that this game could continue flawlessly. Shen Feng's thoughts oscillated between madness and calmness, his mind functioning like a finely tuned machine, whirring into action. At present, if things continued on this trajectory, he would inevitably expose himself to the police's gaze. This was unacceptable. He needed to muddle the waters thoroughly, drawing out the puppet master behind the alliance. Thus, he required a new direction, one that could divert the police's attention while allowing him to continue this game. He rose and moved to the bar's window, gazing at the bustling street outside, already formulating a plan in his mind. The police believed they had amassed sufficient clues. Yet, they were unaware that the rules of this game had always been dictated solely by him, Shen Feng. His fingers glided across the glass, leaving trails of condensation in their wake. Next, there must be greater chaos, Shen Feng murmured, a touch of mockery in his tone. Only then would it be deemed interesting. Wouldn't you agree, Officer Zhang? As his words fell, a deep, resonant laughter echoed through the empty bar, gradually fading into silence. The night enveloped the old neighborhood like a heavy shroud. Numerous small advertisements cluttered the walls, while scraps of paper floated through the dimly lit alleys, silently narrating the history and decay of this place. The biting cold wind pierced through, but for Liu Zhan, nothing felt colder than his own heart. The life of his beloved daughter, once vibrant like a blooming flower, had withered away. It was that scoundrel, Karl, who had caused his daughter's demise. Yet, that man seemed to cloak himself in darkness, perhaps protected by powerful connections, escaping the punishment he so rightfully deserved. The chilling words insufficient evidence still echoed in his ears after filing the report. Xiaoyu, I'm so sorry, Dad failed you. Liu Zhan sat alone in the living room, gazing at his daughter's portrait on the wall, tears streaming down his face. Do not worry, soon, Dad will avenge you. That scoundrel will be sent to hell. He must not die a peaceful death. Liu Zhan had made up his mind. If others could not deliver justice, then he would take matters into his own hands. He resolved to personally kill that beast, Karl, to exact vengeance for his daughter. As a former exceptional scout, Liu Zhan undoubtedly possessed the capability, though he was aware that in this era of advanced technology, seeking revenge could land him in prison. Or worse, expose him to gunfire. However, At this moment, he felt he had nothing left to lose, no fears to hold him back. There was no one left in his life worth caring for. As long as he could avenge his daughter, what difference did it make whether he lived or died? Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking at the door resonated sharply in the silent hallway. Who is it? Liu Ruxu inquired, his voice hoarse as if soaked in blood and tears. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside offered no reply, continuing to knock on the door. Liu Ruxu took a deep breath, wiped away the still-drying tears from his eyes, and slowly approached the door. As he opened the door, a shadowy figure appeared before him like a wraith, causing him to momentarily freeze. Who are you? The figure outside seemed to have emerged from the depths of darkness, cloaked entirely. A long coat, hood, and mask obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to discern his emotions. I am someone who can help you, Shen Feng spoke in a low voice, then lowered his head and stepped into Liu Ruxu's home. The room was simply yet neatly arranged, indicating that Liu Ruxu was a man of disciplined habits. Help me? Liu Ruxu stared incredulously at the unexpected visitor, his eyes filled with suspicion and caution. What do you mean? Shen Feng paced the room. Carl, that bastard. You want to kill him, don't you? You. Liu Ruxu's expression shifted slightly. Who exactly are you? Have you heard of the masked killer? Chapter 39. The hellish Vendetta squad. Liu Ruxu instinctively took a step back, pressing against the wall. You are me. Shen Feng acknowledged with calmness, his eyes concealed in darkness, flickering with a cold glimmer. You seek vengeance against Carl, and I can assist you. Liu Ruxu stood motionless, momentarily lost in thought. He had certainly heard of the masked killer. In fact, by now, most citizens of Floating Island City were aware of the situation, albeit without open discussion. He had heard whispers regarding those cases, but he could not fathom why the masked man would appear before him. Why do you wish to help me? Because we share a common enemy. Carl? No, Shen Feng shook his head. Do you truly believe your daughter was killed by Carl? Then who? Someone else? Shen Feng spoke in a low voice. Behind Carl lies a vast alliance. It is only because he joined them that he acts with such impunity. They are the true culprits, are they not? You. Shen Feng slowly spread his arms, inhaling deeply. My purpose is to annihilate this alliance, to eradicate them. His voice turned icy at the climax. They all deserve to die. They all must perish. The chill in his tone was akin to the surging current beneath a winter's frozen surface. He abruptly turned to Liu Ruxu, his gaze seeming to penetrate all barriers. Carl is merely an outsider, a scoundrel. Do you truly think he possesses such power? If not for the organization backing him, do you believe he would have survived this long? And now, their influence extends far and wide, with countless individuals like you, countless daughters suffering persecution. Once, I too was like that. They destroyed everything I held dear, and now I have returned for vengeance. What about you? Liu Ruxu felt an unsettling familiarity in those eyes hidden in the shadows, yet he could not recall where he had seen them before. Silence enveloped the room. A deathly stillness devoid of sound. Beneath the portrait of Liu Ruxu's daughter, Liu Xingyu, the white candle flickered, its flame dancing gently. Liu Ruxu was unaware of the direction in which this enigmatic man would lead him, but at this moment, the fire of vengeance burned ever more fiercely in his heart, threatening to consume his rationality. After a prolonged silence, Liu Ruxu finally inquired, how do you intend to assist me? Shen Feng responded, you wish to exact revenge on Carl. Correct? Indeed, Liu Ruxu replied without hesitation. In a few days, follow my instructions, Shen Feng stated. Not only will I help you achieve your desires, but I will also stage a truly perfect act. Though Shen Feng's earlier endeavors had demonstrated clever methodologies, they still lacked the finesse of a flawless execution. This time, however, he aimed to bridge that gap and present a genuine masterpiece. As Shen Feng departed Liu Ruxu's residence, the night had deepened, resembling ink smudged across the canvas of the sky. With hands buried in his pockets, he strolled alone through the dimly lit alley. The distant streetlights elongated his shadow. Liu Ruxu served as a pawn in Shen Feng's intricate game to confound the police's judgment. This time, he would orchestrate the entire scenario from a distance, refraining from direct involvement. Zhang Yiyang had claimed that the masked man was a solitary figure. Very well, soon, he would shatter their preconceived notions, ensnaring them within the labyrinth of his meticulously crafted thoughts, rendering them helpless. The methods and details employed by different individuals vary greatly. At this moment, Shen Feng's decision would act as a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, provoking immeasurable ripples of consequence. In the aftermath, countless individuals would don the masks of vengeance, igniting a storm of retribution that would sweep through the dark underworld. They would come to be known as the hellish Vendetta squad. The sound of footsteps echoed through the cold, dark alley. Shen Feng grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, a brilliant scar slicing through the boundless darkness. Thus, the first step of his perfect scheme had quietly been completed. Next, it was time for another pivotal actor to take the stage. In recent days, Tang Lingling had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Note: Tang Lingling was the parent who Shen Feng had orchestrated to lead the disturbances in the Wu Jun case. Although Wu Jun had met his demise, the pain in her heart had not diminished. Her child could never return. In truth, Tang Lingling herself was uncertain as to why she agreed to assist the mysterious man. Was it purely for avenging her daughter? Or was she seeking a semblance of self-redemption to alleviate her tormented soul? Perhaps it was a blend of both. For Tang Lingling, this was undoubtedly a form of punishment. Yet, as a parent, did they truly remain oblivious to what their children would endure at Yujingxiang Academy? No. They were aware and could even have guessed. However, they preferred the comforting delusion of ignorance, believing they could await the return of a reformed child without the burden of conscience. Wu Jun was indeed the murderer. Yet, those parents who had sent their children to Yujingxiang Academy had unwittingly become accomplices in the shadows. After being incarcerated for a few days due to charges of disturbing the peace, Tang Lingling felt as though she was under surveillance. In the days that followed, she treaded carefully, almost never venturing outside, fearful of exposing any vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the jarring ringtone of a mobile phone startled Tang Lingling, who had been lost in thought on the couch. She opened a drawer and retrieved an old black and white Nokia phone. Her gaze appeared reluctant, for she knew that only one person could reach this number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. Hello? Tang Lingling, I need your assistance with something, came Shen Feng's deliberately lowered voice over the line, devoid of warmth. Tang Lingling's voice, tinged with fatigue and a hint of tears, responded, I am being watched. I cannot do anything right now. Sir, I am grateful for your help in avenging my daughter, but I am truly frightened. Shen Feng gently interrupted her. This time, it is not about risking yourself. I need you to help me craft a performance. A performance? Tang Lingling paused, momentarily bewildered. I cannot act. At this moment, she genuinely struggled to comprehend the other's intentions. Tentatively, she inquired, What are you planning? Shen Feng fell silent. And that silence felt like an invisible blade, shattering Tang Lingling's heart in an instant. She understood she had guessed correctly. After a pause, she could no longer contain her emotional breakdown, choking back tears as she spoke. Wu Jun's incident has already aroused their suspicions. If I continue to assist you in this charade, I truly cannot turn back. Shen Feng calmly replied, You have long since crossed that point of no return. Now, we are in the same boat. You have no choice. But rest assured, I guarantee your safety this time. Tang Lingling offered no response, only weeping softly on the phone, her cries heart-wrenching. Shen Feng listened patiently, offering no urgency. At this moment, Tang Lingling faced an immensely difficult choice. She knew that once she took this step, there would be no turning back. It was a one-way street, forever devoid of retreat. Outside the window, the wind howled, producing a chilling and eerie wail, reminiscent of an unknown beast's roar. At last, Tang Lingling's final line of defense was utterly shattered by this cacophony. After a prolonged moment, she wiped away her tears and asked, What role do you wish for me to play? A performance depicting your experience of sexual harassment. Tang Lingling was taken aback by the revelation. Sexual harassment? Indeed, Shen Feng emphasized, but merely a performance. Tang Lingling then exhaled in relief. All right, I understand. Shen Feng replied. I will notify you, and promptly ended the call. Holding her phone, Tang Lingling sat in a daze upon the sofa, her gaze unfocused as she stared blankly ahead. After a long while, it seemed as though all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed onto the coffee table, weeping uncontrollably. Thus, the second step of the meticulously crafted plan was successfully accomplished. Chapter 40. A fatal misconception within the office of the task force. The stillness of the lunch break was occasionally pierced by sighs of exhaustion. The officers, having been tirelessly engaged in their duties for days, were utterly fatigued. They seized this fleeting moment of respite, some resting their heads on their desks, while others reclined in their chairs, eyes closed, seeking solace. Zhang Yiyang languidly leaned back, engrossed in a video on his phone about repairing donkey hooves, his rapt attention suggesting that nothing else in the world could captivate him quite like this. Do you think the masked man could be using a silicone mask or headgear for disguise? Wang Qian suddenly inquired. Highly unlikely, Lu Meihua, who had been resting with her eyes shut, shook her head. For advanced smart locks, a silicone mask would struggle to achieve a perfect imitation. Previously, such masks could deceive smart locks, but with the rise in these cases, manufacturers have bolstered their security measures. Today's sophisticated smart locks employ various recognition technologies capable of accurately analyzing facial depth, temperature, and blood flow, all biological traits absent in silicone masks. Truly perplexing. Xiaohu exclaimed. Brother Zhang, do you believe a perfect murder exists? Zhang Yiyang, still fixated on the video, replied, It does, and it doesn't, much like S.C. Chardinger's cat. He elaborated slowly. Once a case is discovered and becomes a reference point, it ceases to be a perfect murder. However, if no trace is left, and no one realizes the victim has perished, theoretically, it is as if the crime never transpired. Hence, the concept of a perfect murder is fundamentally indefinable, akin to that cat which is both dead and alive. Xiaohu nodded thoughtfully, then asked, is there another possibility? What possibility? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Could it be that everyone is pretty much certain of the killer's identity, yet unable to secure a conviction? Could such a murder be labeled a perfect murder? Zhang Yang paused, momentarily taken aback. At that instant, Su Kuan, who had been scrolling through his phone, sighed and shook his head, muttering, what kind of world is this? A Kuan, what's wrong? Someone inquired. See for yourselves. Su Kuan turned his phone toward the group. The screen displayed a news report stating that Carl was accused of sexually assaulting Lu Xingyu, leading her to commit suicide, but due to insufficient evidence, he could not be prosecuted. Moreover, Carl was preparing to countersue Lu Zhen for malicious defamation. This is nothing short of heartless. Xiaohu fumed. Carl, we seem to have investigated him once before, right? Zhang Haiyang furrowed his brow, trying to recall. Indeed, Xiaohu replied indignantly. It was also an allegation of sexual assault. But midway through our investigation, someone from above came to take over. There must be something amiss. Damn it, that Carl is a scoundrel. Kai Xiaoming could not contain his outrage. Zhang Haiyang shot him a glance, an expression of helplessness in his eyes, yet he remained silent. The report also mentioned that Lu Zhen's mental state had deteriorated following his daughter's tragic fate. He was desperately seeking justice for her, only to face repeated setbacks. The group watched the news, gazing at Carl's smug face, and could only sigh in silence. Little did anyone know that all of this had been orchestrated by Shen Feng. Public opinion had always been one of the most potent weapons it could guide or mislead, leading people into a perilous visual trap. This trap, indeed, was lethal. The third step of the perfect murder scheme was complete. Days later, in the early morning, sunlight poured onto the bustling streets of the morning market, filled with a vibrant throng of people, the air alive with the sounds of commerce. The vendors' cries intermingled with the bargaining of customers, creating a rich tapestry of lively ambience. Shen Feng, donning a mask, strolled through the streets with hands in his pockets. His hands were smeared with glue, yet aside from the mask, he had made little effort to disguise his appearance. He approached a wonton stall, where the owner greeted him with warmth upon seeing a customer. A bowl of wontons, Shen Feng said in a tranquil tone. Coming right up. The vendor busily prepared. And soon a steaming bowl of wontons was placed before Shen Feng. Sitting at an outdoor table, he began his breakfast. After a brief moment, he glanced at his watch. A slight smile playing on his lips as he silently counted down, 5 minutes until the plan is executed. The people around him continued their bustling activities, oblivious to his presence. Boss, I'll settle the bill. Shen Feng swiftly finished the remaining wontons. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. Tang Lingling meticulously arranged her makeup in her room, attempting to conceal her fatigue and anxiety. She scrutinized herself in the mirror, striving to present a more vibrant visage. Today, she was to visit a close friend, a visit that had been premeditated. The previous night, she had called her dear friend, pouring out her heart and chatting for an extended period. Ultimately, her friend had invited her over, aligning perfectly with Tang Lingling's intentions. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. As she reached the door, she hesitated once more, fully aware of the implications of stepping through it. It meant that this morning, she would once again become an accomplice to a perfect murder. With a sigh, Tang Lingling exhaled before exiting her home and walking towards the subway station. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous car parked at the entrance of the community, 2 men, munching on steamed buns, noticed her departure. "She's out," said the man in the passenger seat. The driver quickly shoved the remaining half-bun into his mouth. "Let us follow her, but be discreet." As Tang Lingling walked under the winter sun, she took deep breaths, silently reminding herself to remain composed. She felt as though a pair of eyes were watching her from behind. She understood that these were the police surveilling her. Ever since her release, they had been covertly monitoring her movements. Clutching her bag strapped tightly, she quickened her pace towards the subway station. Simultaneously, Shen Feng had stealthily arrived at a deserted corner of the morning market. Pulling up the hood of his coat, he lit a cigarette, feigning a casual smoke break. Amidst the curling smoke, his gaze turned increasingly icy. The revenge was about to commence. Chapter 41. The Sword of Judgment, confronting Zhang Yang in this world. There exists a certain type of individual who, within the confines of their homeland, languishes in mediocrity or even earns infamy. Yet, upon stepping onto foreign soil, they seem to be cloaked in a veneer of golden allure, transforming into figures of captivating prominence. It is as if their darkened visage serves as a distinguishing emblem of nobility, setting them apart from the common populace. Carl embodies this phenomenon. Not long ago, in his native land, he was but a petty thief, engaging in trivial acts of larceny and robbery. However, upon clandestinely crossing into this new territory, his fortunes inexplicably shifted, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. From a nameless smuggler, he gradually established a foothold in this foreign realm, not only assimilating into the upper echelons of society through years of relentless effort, but also forging connections with influential alliances. Thus, his existence underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, becoming one of opulence and extravagance. Perhaps, for some, the moon shines brighter abroad. Numerous women either willingly cast their affections upon Carl or fall prey to his beguiling words. Lured into his bed. Just recently, an innocent female subordinate was intoxicated by Carl and subsequently violated, with photographs taken as a means of coercion. Unable to bear the humiliation, the young girl leapt from the 30th floor, tragically ending her life. Yet, Carl felt not a shred of remorse. His heart had long been consumed by darkness, mirroring his own malevolent nature. As Carl slowly regained consciousness, the throbbing headache from his hangover did little to impede his swift and decisive movements. "Sweetheart, wait for me to return tonight," he murmured, his bleary eyes brushing against the tear-streaked visage of the woman beside him. The disheveled bed bore witness to the remnants of the previous night's encounter, lingering with the scent of her tears and despair. He, however, feigned ignorance, rising languidly. After freshening up and partaking in breakfast, he selected a lavish suit from his wardrobe. A faint smile graced his reflection in the mirror, and with an air of arrogance, he sauntered out of the bedroom. As he traversed the living room, his gaze fell upon discarded liquor bottles and used syringes strewn across the floor. Indifferently, he stepped over the detritus and exited his home, slipping into his luxury vehicle. With the engine roaring, he sped towards his workplace in the city, his spirits buoyant as he skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel while humming a nameless tune. Yet, the sword of judgment loomed ominously above. As he passed along a secluded, deserted lane, a man clad in an overcoat and hat suddenly appeared, halting his car. Though Carl was audacious, he would not dare to take a life in broad daylight. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, leaning out of the window to utter in imperfect Chinese, "Are you seeking death? Step aside." Yet, the man seemed oblivious to his words, steadily advancing towards him. Moments later, panic gripped Carl as he questioned, "Who are you?" He sat trembling in the driver's seat, hands gripping the wheel. The enigmatic figure had subdued him in mere seconds. At that moment, a curved dagger was pressed menacingly against his throat, drawing forth a trickle of blood with the slightest pressure. "What do you want? Money? I can give it to you," Carl stammered, attempting to negotiate. With his life in another's grasp, his voice quivered, the bravado of yesteryears evaporating. All he received in return was the cold command, "Enough chatter. Turn right at the next intersection and drive as I instruct. Otherwise, I will kill you." Reluctantly, Carl complied, the luxurious car gliding towards a dilapidated location under the morning sun. At the morning market, Shen Feng lingered in a quiet corner, exhaling clouds of smoke. His hood concealed much of his face, ensuring that no one would notice the vintage black and white Nokia cell phone discreetly taped inside, close to his ear. At that moment, he dialed the number that symbolized order. Releasing a plume of smoke, Shen Feng activated the voice modulator concealed within his collar. Soon, the call connected. "Hello everyone. Long time no see. Good morning." His voice blended seamlessly into the cacophony of the bustling market, unnoticed by the throngs engaged in their daily struggles. "Hello everyone. Long time no see. Good morning." The processed voice reverberated in the ears of Zhong Haiyang and his team. Even the mere sound of it tightened their fists, a reminder of their shared disgrace. Zhong Haiyang exchanged a glance with the technician responsible for tracking, then responded in a low, grave tone. "What trickery are you up to this time?" With a light chuckle, Shen Feng leisurely replied, "I merely came to inform you." Carl, male, 39 years old, currently the manager of Candy Angel Company. At the mention of Carl's name, Su Kuan's body tensed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Just days prior, he had seen news about this very person. Shen Feng continued, "However, your time is running short." Zhong Haiyang clenched his fists, barking furiously, "You bastard, what do you want?" Seemingly unfazed, Shen Feng casually inquired, "Captain Zhong, it seems you have been quite busy lately. Times are tough for you, aren't they?" Zhong Haiyang gritted his teeth, ready to explode, when Zhang Yang suddenly picked up the phone, a hint of excitement gracing his face as he cheerfully spoke. "Dear friend, good morning." "Oh, and who might you be?" Shen Feng feigned ignorance. "I am Zhang Yang, and I find you quite intriguing. Perhaps we should have a chat," Zhang Yang replied. His tone relaxed, as if conversing with an old friend. Shen Feng chuckled, "Officer Zhang, it appears you possess a far more amiable temperament than Captain Zhang. Anger is detrimental to one's health, haha. Shall we play a game?" "Oh, hearing the word game has certainly piqued my interest," Shen Feng responded, his tone noticeably animated. Zhang Yang stated, "If I catch you, you must reveal all your thoughts without reservation." It seemed that Officer Zhang was quite confident. Shen Feng chuckled softly in response. "Or else," Zhang Yang countered. At that moment, Shen Feng abruptly realized something, cursing under his breath, "Cunning bastard." The call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, the technician beside Zhong Haiyang announced, "Captain, we have tracked him. He is currently at the center street of Huimin Morning Market." Zhong Haiyang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly rallied his team, split into two groups, one heading to the morning market, the other contacting Carl. We cannot allow him to commit further atrocities under our noses. Understood. The team responded, preparing for action. However, Su Kuan stood conflicted, hesitating to move. Su Kuan. Why are you dawdling? Zhang Haiyang chastised quietly. Boss, Su Kuan inhaled deeply, voicing a question that seemed out of character for him. Boss, are we really going to protect that scoundrel Carl? Chapter 42. Behind the manipulation, controlling the situation. Boss, are we really going to protect that scoundrel, Carl? Su Kuan's expression was filled with helplessness and confusion. His father had once been a police officer but had died in the line of duty. Thus, from a young age, Su Kuan had aspired to be a good policeman, to bring all evildoers to justice. This was his ideal. Just a few days ago, he had seen news about Carl that had filled him with rage. Yet now, he was being asked to protect him? This plunged Su Kuan into a profound self-doubt. He couldn't help but question what he was truly safeguarding. Noticing the shift in his subordinate's mood, Zhang Haiyang patted his shoulder and said, no matter how reprehensible Carl may be, the masked man lacks the right to judge. Moreover, he is merely seeking revenge, regardless of whom he has killed. It is a challenge to the law, and thus we must apprehend him. We must uphold the dignity of the law and maintain social peace. Su Kuan sighed heavily and nodded slowly. These principles had been ingrained in him during his time at the police academy. Any police academy student would understand this truth. However, knowing did not equate to understanding, and understanding did not imply acceptance. At that moment, the scales of order and justice trembled violently within him, losing their balance. The law was temporarily unable to judge Carl, so was the masked man's actions right or wrong? Which held more weight, human life, or the dignity of the law? Enough pondering. Act immediately, time waits for no one, Zhang Haiyang urged. Su Kuan took a deep breath, re-energizing himself. Yes, but at that moment, a seed of doubt regarding justice had quietly taken root in his heart. The plan had succeeded. In a corner of the morning market, Shen Feng smiled faintly. His earlier display of exasperation had been entirely feigned. His objective was to cause the police to lose track of his location. Initially, he had intended to drag out the conversation with Zhang Haiyang for a few extra seconds, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yang had snatched the phone from him. Yang, you truly are a timely assistance, Shen Feng murmured. Zhang Yang's intervention made his exposure appear more natural. Otherwise, the police would have surely grown suspicious, as he had previously executed his plans with impeccable timing. Why had he chosen to reveal his whereabouts this time? However, thanks to the entanglement in the phone call with Zhang Yang, everything fell into place. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Shen Feng retrieved his phone from beneath his hood and crushed the SIM card. He extinguished his cigarette, donned his mask, and swaggered out of the morning market. As he passed a fried dough stick stall, he casually tossed a fragment of the SIM card into the flames. The journey was not short. He disposed of the SIM card fragments into 3 different fires, then, with a barely perceptible smile, his figure gradually faded into the bustling crowd. Carl groggily opened his eyes. The scene before him shifted from a blur to clarity. He vaguely recalled being coerced by a mysterious figure to enter an unfinished building, after which he lost consciousness. At this moment, he was horrified to discover that he was tightly bound to a pillar with coarse ropes, his hands and feet painfully constricted. His mouth was gagged with a filthy rag, rendering him utterly incapable of calling for help. MMM. Carl struggled vigorously, his eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, reverberating ominously in the desolate building. Through the shadow in front of him, Carl discerned that the approaching figure held a glimmering dagger. MMM. Carl thrashed about once more, those cold eyes fixated on him. This beast. Such a person has no right to exist on this land. Their presence, their darkness, is a blight upon this soil. Carl's furious voice resounded within the unfinished building. You are guilty beyond measure. You shall reap what you have sown. Within the subway station, people hurried past, resembling a vast anthill. The vibrancy and pressure of this fast-paced city were vividly displayed in this small subway station. Upon entering, Tang Lingling did not rush to catch a train. Instead, she walked directly to a breakfast stall tucked away in a corner. She ordered a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, taking a seat in a nearby vacant spot to eat slowly. Her movements appeared calm, yet her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner tension. As she stirred her congee with a spoon, she took out her phone and dialed her best friend's number. Hello, darling. I'm at the subway station, just having breakfast. Tang Lingling endeavored to adjust her voice, attempting to make it sound less anxious. I'll be there in a bit. As she spoke, her peripheral vision occasionally scanned her surroundings, silently praying that her disguise remained unrecognized. 2 police officers, feigning the demeanor of ordinary passengers, carefully observed Tang Lingling's every move from 2 different vantage points. The target is having breakfast in the subway station, currently exhibiting no unusual behavior. Their gazes remained fixed on Tang Lingling. Consequently, no one noticed a man clad in a tattered black coat standing behind a distant pillar, quietly staring at Tang Lingling. The man, also wearing a hood that obscured his eyes, was the crucial element in Shen Feng's meticulously crafted murder plan. He had followed Tang Lingling to this location from outside the subway station, leaving his shadow on nearly every surveillance camera. After a while, Tang Lingling finally finished her kanji. Suppressing her inner unease, she made her way to the restroom while continuing to chat with her friend. The two police officers tailing her discreetly followed, maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, the man in the black coat weaved through the crowd, always keeping a close yet distant proximity to Tang Lingling. At this moment, Carl's fate hung in the balance within the unfinished building. Tang Lingling treaded cautiously in the subway station. The police continued their relentless pursuit from the shadows. The actions of all parties intertwined and collided in the corners of the city. Meanwhile, Shen Feng, detached from the chaos, wore a smile as he enjoyed his daily morning run. He braved the chill of the winter morning. His steps light as he traversed the streets he had run countless times before. A thrilling murder was on the verge of reaching its climax. Carl, the police, Tang Lingling, Lucian, the subway station, and even the passers-by all would become pawns in this perfect murder. Only Shen Feng remained, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, quietly awaiting the outcome. Shen Feng raised his hand to glance at his watch. It was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. He squinted against the biting sunlight, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Chapter 43, Completion. The Art of Duplication? Morning Market. Zhang Haiyang, accompanied by a group of plainclothes officers, surged into the bustling morning market, scanning the surroundings for any signs of suspicion. The market was alive with a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of crashing waves. As he surveyed the throng, Zhang commanded, "Split up and proceed with caution." The officers dispersed, seamlessly coordinating their efforts as they meticulously searched and inquired within their designated areas for any suspicious individuals. They maintained close communication through their earpieces, occasionally exchanging hushed updates about their respective zones. One team reported no anomalies, nor did the second. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was in another part of the market, diligently scrutinizing the crowd for anything out of the ordinary. A bemused smile flickered on his face as he murmured, "Where could you possibly be hiding?" At this moment, Zhang was enveloped in a state of exhilaration, relishing the thrill of outsmarting a high-intellect criminal like the masked man. However, as moments ticked by without any valuable leads, their search yielded nothing of significance. Zhang's team learned that Carl was neither at his residence nor at his workplace. He seemed to have vanished entirely. On the other end, Liu Meiwa relayed the situation to Zhang Haiyang. After splitting the main force into two paths, Liu further divided her team into three, targeting Carl's home, his usual routes, and his company, yet all efforts proved fruitless. She reported over the intercom. According to the nanny, Carl left early this morning, but no one at the company has seen him. Zhang felt a tightening in his chest and decisively ordered, "Contact the traffic police to review the surveillance footage at all intersections to locate Carl's vehicle." The traffic police swiftly acted upon receiving the alert. Soon, they identified Carl's car in the surveillance footage near his home, with a clear license plate and matching vehicle description. The car had departed the neighborhood at 8 o'clock and headed towards Bincheng Road. Upon receiving this information, Zhang commanded, "Continue tracking, ascertain his route and final destination." Minutes later, the traffic police reported that Carl's vehicle had entered an abandoned building on the left side of Xuanwu Street. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang gestured decisively. "Proceed to the abandoned building." Subway station. After emerging from the restroom, Tang Lingling stood at the second car's position, awaiting the train. Two officers assigned to monitor her feigned distraction with their phones while keeping a vigilant eye on her movements. Suddenly, the man in black, who had been trailing her, appeared behind her and abruptly embraced Tang Lingling. During the struggle, his hand inadvertently brushed against the bag she was carrying. Startled by the sudden embrace, Tang Lingling's eyes widened in terror. "Ah!" she screamed, drawing the attention of many around her. She fought back with all her might, pushing the man away. He glanced back at her for a moment before turning to flee. Tang Lingling stood frozen for several seconds, but as the man began to vanish into the crowd, she shouted, "Help! Assault! They're SA rogue!" With that, she sprinted after the retreating figure. The two officers exchanged glances before swiftly pursuing her. The crowd at the subway station was taken aback by the unexpected scene, some instinctively parting to clear a path for the chase, while others looked on in confusion. The man in black bulldozed through the throng, creating ripples of disturbance. "Catch him! He SA rogue!" Tang Lingling's heart raced, but she did not relent. She shouted as she ran, hoping to garner assistance from those around her. The two officers maneuvered swiftly through the crowd, closely tailing Tang Lingling. Finally, as they rounded a corner, a kind-hearted bystander lunged at the man in black. Concurrently, Tang Lingling closed in, raising her bag to strike him. "Let go of me! Let go!" The man protested desperately, but soon the indignant crowd subdued him with fervent determination. Such miscreants in public transport were universally despised. Yet beyond that, this incident became a topic of discussion amidst the fast-paced lives of the onlookers. Many pulled out their phones to record the unfolding drama. "Look, he actually assaulted her. What a pervert! Look at this guy. You've lost all dignity as a man. The onlookers jeered, some even broadcasting live as they filmed. Everyone, look. This morning. Meanwhile, the man in black struggled on the ground, his voice warped with desperation as he cried, "Let go of me. I need to find my daughter." In the midst of his turmoil, his hood slipped away, revealing a haggard, sickly visage. His bloodshot eyes glistened with tears. The man who had been stalking Tang Lingling was none other than Liu Ruxu. Now, in the face of public scorn, he struggled to lift his gaze towards Tang Lingling, pleading, "Daughter, please tell them to let your father go." These words, however, fell on deaf ears, merely perceived as a feeble excuse. Tang Lingling quickly interjected, "I am not his daughter. I don't know him. He followed me as soon as I entered the subway. Let go of me. Let go." Liu Ruxu continued to protest, attempting to explain himself, but no one paid heed to his words. Instead, the crowd's disdain only intensified. Shortly thereafter, 2 uniformed police officers arrived, assessed the situation, and escorted both Tang Lingling and Liu Ruxu away. The crowd, once buzzing with excitement, dispersed within moments as if the incident had never occurred. Yet, numerous videos of Liu Ruxu circulated on social media platforms, quickly leading to recognition of him as the father who had lost his daughter in recent news. Meanwhile, Shen Feng had returned to his home. He switched on an old-fashioned turntable, filling the room with melodious music. Swaying to the rhythm, he danced with an invisible partner, a look of bliss adorning his face. The steps of the perfect crime had been meticulously executed. Chapter 44, The Tragic Death of Carl, Clouds Parting, Dawn Breaking. In the derelict building, it seems we have ultimately arrived a step too late. Amidst the dilapidated floors, the police officers discovered Carl's lifeless body. The possibility of Carl's demise had been lingering in everyone's minds, yet none could have anticipated the horrific manner of his death. This oh my. Typically, during a mission, the officers adhere to strict disciplinary standards. Exclamations of shock like "oh my" would seldom escape their lips, yet in this moment, they unconsciously uttered the phrase. For the scene was truly harrowing. Upon sighting the corpse, some officers could no longer contain themselves, rushing to the side to retch. The sounds of vomiting echoed through the air. Even those who had yet to succumb to nausea wore ashen faces, pale and ghastly. Carl was dead. His severed remains lay in a pool of blood, his body marred by countless stab wounds, rendering him unrecognizable. Moreover, the corpse had been subjected to burning. His once unblemished skin was now charred black. Zhang Haiyang and Lu Meihua stood frozen, their stomachs churning, on the verge of vomiting. Secure the scene. Zhang Haiyang struggled to maintain composure, his voice trembling. "Notify the coroner for an autopsy." Having uttered these words, Zhang Haiyang could no longer remain. Hastily departing the floor to light a cigarette on the staircase, attempting to regain some semblance of calm. Yet, his fingertips trembled slightly, not from fear, but as a primal reaction to the intense psychological shock experienced in such a brief span of time. The story unfolds within a simulated game space. Please do not take it literally. Meanwhile, at home, Shen Feng retrieved a notebook, tearing out the page inscribed with Carl's name and igniting it. The paper gradually transformed into black ash within the ashtray. The following page of the journal simultaneously bore 2 names, Chao Jianfei and Sidu Jing. They were a mother and son, both deserving of their fate. Shen Feng smiled, strolling over to the dressing mirror, admiring his clean and tidy reflection. Suddenly, he felt a wave of disorientation, and then he beheld the reflection of himself speaking. "Will you continue? Is it not enough?" The mirror's Shen Feng inquired. Shen Feng gazed intently at his mirrored self, silent and motionless. After a prolonged moment, a sinister smile crept across his face. It seemed he was addressing his reflection, as if speaking to all. "No, this is merely the beginning. All must perish, everyone connected to this matter shall not escape." He laughed maniacally. His distorted laughter echoed by the reflection before him. On the other side, at the police station. "Officer, I apologize, I mistook this lady for my daughter." Liu Ruxu lamented, clutching his head in agony as he faced the police officer opposite him. "I truly, after my daughter's death, I lost control." Liu Ruxu spoke, tears streaming down his face. The female officer responsible for the interrogation sighed softly, handing Liu Ruxu a tissue. "Wipe your tears." "Thank you, officer." Observing Liu Ruxu as he dabbed at his tears, the female officer felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart. In recent days, the incident of Liu Ruxu's daughter's suicide had stirred public outcry, leaving few unaware. Ultimately, after deliberation and with Miss Tang Lingling, who was privy to the truth, expressing her willingness to cease further pursuit Liu Ruxu, we understand this was an outburst stemming from overwhelming grief, and since Miss Tang has indicated her forgiveness, you may leave. A police officer informed Liu Ruxu. Thus, Liu Ruxu was released without charge. Later that afternoon, the once clear sky had turned ominously overcast. At this moment, in the Special Investigation Team's office, the autopsy report for Carl had been released, revealing that he bore dozens of knife wounds, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The fatal blow was a stab to the chest, piercing the heart. Additionally, a heavily burned object was discovered at the scene. Testing revealed it to be the raincoat worn by the assailant, allowing them to evade spattering Carl's blood. As for Carl's vehicle, it had been thoroughly examined without revealing any suspicious clues. The dashcam and memory card had been deliberately damaged. Yang, are you suggesting this case was not the work of the masked man? Zhong Haiyang interlocked his fingers, his expression still grim. In fact, since returning from the crime scene, not a single person, aside from Zhang Yang, had partaken in lunch. It certainly was not. Zhang Yang adjusted his U-shaped neck pillow, a peculiar glint in his eyes. What leads you to that conclusion? 2 points. Zhang Yang extended a finger. First, the manner of Carl's death. I wonder if anyone has noticed that while the masked man's motive for murder is revenge, his methods in previous cases have been swift and decisive, mostly resulting in a single fatal strike. Yet, Carl's demise was inconsistent with his typical modus operandi. Perhaps he harbored a deeper hatred for Carl? Xiaohu inquired. That is unlikely. Zhang Yang shook his head. Let us not forget, this morning we tracked his location. The coroner's report indicates Carl died 6 hours ago. Thus, the masked man, being at the morning market at that time, could not have possibly traveled to the derelict building to commit the crime. Wang Qian questioned. What if he employed the same tactics as in the Hudolin case to mislead us? In the Hudolin case, Shen Feng had used a phone and walkie-talkie to fabricate a false location. That is improbable, Liu Meihua interjected. The morning market would have made such deception impossible to conceal. Furthermore, most crucially, based on the footprint analysis conducted by the forensic experts at the scene, the assailant is estimated to be around 172 centimeters in height and approximately 75 kilograms in weight, which does not correspond with the characteristics of the masked man. Silence enveloped the office once more, as everyone comprehended the implications of this revelation. This meant that the masked man had accomplices. This time, it was a coordinated effort. Indeed. Zhang Yang snapped his fingers, casting an approving glance at Xiaohu. Kai Xiaoming slammed his hand on the table, rising in excitement. Therefore, we can attempt to investigate the individual responsible for Carl's murder, following the leads to uncover the masked man. All members of the special investigation team felt a surge of clarity, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Not everyone possesses the meticulous cunning of the masked man. There exists no perfect crime. Once one acts, traces will inevitably remain. If we apprehend this person, the mere thought quickened their heartbeats. Liu Meihua inhaled deeply, swiftly analyzing. The core motivation of the masked man's group is hatred, and the brutal condition of Carl serves to further corroborate this notion. Such cruelty and murder could only stem from a desire for vengeance or psychological aberration. Zhong Haiyang extinguished his cigarette with force. Thus, our next step should be to investigate all individuals harboring enmity towards Carl to identify the masked man's accomplices. Exactly, Captain Zhong. I've thought of something. Suddenly, Kai Xiaoming shouted, his voice resonating like thunder, startling everyone. Yet at that moment, no one held it against him. Zhong Haiyang swiftly inquired, what have you thought of? Kai Xiaoming exclaimed with conviction. The individual who harbors a grudge against Carl and is most likely to have inflicted harm upon him is none other than Lu Zhan. Suddenly, the crowd recalled the news they had seen a few days prior. Lu Zhan's daughter had tragically taken her own life by jumping from a building due to Carl's violation. And there were even whispers online suggesting that Lu Zhan had suffered a mental breakdown. Furthermore, some reports mentioned that Lu Zhan was a former reconnaissance soldier who had expressed on multiple occasions his desire to eliminate Carl. The very identity of a retired reconnaissance soldier significantly heightens the likelihood of Lu Zhan's involvement in the crime. In essence, if all speculations hold true, then the most suspicious individual, the accomplice of the masked man, is indeed Lu Zhan. With this realization, the crowd felt that they were inching ever closer to the truth. Upon reflecting on this, expressions of hope and clarity illuminated the faces of all present, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Chapter 45, The Art of Duplication and Murder. His shadow envelopes all at that moment. The phone of Zhong Haiyang rang, and he promptly answered. Captain Zhong, we have a breakthrough. We detected Lu Zhan's DNA on Carl's corpse. A jolt of realization coursed through Zhong Haiyang. Understood. With a resounding clap on the table, he declared, we must act swiftly. Let us find Lu Zhan immediately. Notify the airport and train stations. If Lu Zhan attempts to leave Floating Island City, intercept him at once. A chorus of affirmative responses echoed. Yes. In that instant, the morale of the team surged, for it seemed the revelation of the truth was imminent. Once it was confirmed that Lu Zhan was an accomplice of the masked man, everything would gradually fall into place. Hearts raced with excitement and fervor. Zhong Haiyang clenched his fists, silently vowing, you madman, this time I will apprehend you. He was determined to personally place handcuffs on him, erasing the humiliation of previous failures. He swore to himself. With fervent enthusiasm, the team set out. However, fate had other plans. A mere 30 minutes later, reality doused them like a bucket of cold water. What? How is this possible? Zhang Haiyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the officer before him. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he repeated over and over. The expressions of the officers following him shifted from ambitious determination to confusion and discontent. Liu Zhen had been arrested early that morning at the subway station on charges of sexual harassment. This meant he had no time to commit the crime. But who else could harbor such deep animosity and motive? No way, this could not be. Zhang Haiyang shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his composure. Once again, it was like this. Just half an hour ago, they believed the case was taking shape. Yet, upon learning of Liu Zhen's arrest, all leads abruptly returned to square one. Their deductions had been gruesomely overturned by the harsh reality. The masked man had once again ensnared them in his web. Captain Zhang, how could this be a deception? The duty officer remarked with a bitter smile. Would you like to review the surveillance footage? Let us take a look. Zhang Haiyang replied, unwilling to accept defeat. Soon, the group followed the officer into the surveillance room, gathering before the large screen. The officer pulled up the footage from that morning, displaying it for all to see. Captain Zhang, observe, from the moment this lady entered the subway station, Liu Zhen had been covertly tracking her. This time frame aligns precisely with Carl's time of death. The screen showcased two distinct camera angles, one capturing Tang Lingling ordering breakfast, while the other revealed Liu Zhen shadowing her. Wait. Zhang Haiyang suddenly furrowed his brow. This woman. The officer comprehended immediately and enlarged the footage. Upon seeing Tang Lingling's face, every member of the special investigation team was taken aback. How could it be her? Tang Lingling. This is too coincidental. No, Liu Meihua observed keenly, fixating on the familiar visage in the footage. It is likely not mere coincidence. A collective gasp resonated among them. Indeed, Tang Lingling appeared to have a connection to the masked man, as did Liu Zhen. Why did fate conspire to bring them together? Why was it Tang Lingling whom Liu Zhen chose to harass? Doubts filled their minds, yet they recognized the complexity of the situation. The footage quickly progressed to the moment Liu Zhen embraced Tang Lingling, then fled, only to be apprehended. In his struggle, his hood fell away, revealing his haggard face. The members of the investigation team exchanged glances, struck dumb as if by lightning, unable to utter a word. Could it be that Liu Zhen was truly innocent? Who else could it be? He remained the prime suspect, especially considering the DNA evidence, irrefutable proof. Yet, how could one possess the ability to be in two places at once? Simultaneously at the crime scene and the subway station? Was this yet another ploy by the masked man? But how could he orchestrate such a feat? Zhang Ge. Could it be that we have misjudged the situation? Su Kuan asked weakly. Frankly speaking, he deeply wished that Liu Zhen was not the murderer, despite knowing that. As a police officer, he should not let emotions cloud his judgment. He found it impossible to suppress his feelings. Since the moment he saw the news, he had felt immense sympathy for the father. No, our analysis cannot be incorrect, Zhang Yang stated from the back of the crowd, arms crossed. His assertion was not born of arrogance, but rather reflected the fact that all evidence thus far pointed to Liu Zhen. Particularly, the DNA found on the body corroborated this. However, Liu Zhen had been in the subway station tracking Tang Lingling at the time of the murder. Surveillance could verify this, as could the officers who apprehended him. And the short videos circulating online could attest to it as well. As the group gazed at the footage, they were at a loss for words. Once again, they faced a seemingly insurmountable defeat. In the surveillance, it felt as if they glimpsed a mask, one adorned with a grotesque smile, mocking them all. The elusive masked man loomed like a giant, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire investigation team. No. Zhang Yang clenched his shoulders, deep furrows etched on his brow. There is something amiss here. Chapter 46, Crocodiles and Deer, a double homicide the moment Liu Zhen stepped out of the police station. It felt as though he had been reborn, yet he found himself plunging into an abyss of darkness. Upon arriving home, his first act was to indulge in a thorough cleansing. He soaked for several minutes, followed by a lengthy rinse, until his fingers began to wrinkle. Only then did he change into fresh clothes, discarding the soiled ones into the washing machine for a vigorous 55-minute cycle. Xiaoyu Liu Zhen's voice trembled. Soaked in blood and tears, he trudged heavily to his daughter's portrait, sitting down slowly, his gaze fixated on the familiar visage. Gradually, his focus began to blur. That beast is dead, Dad. I avenged you. He reached out, trembling, yearning to caress his daughter's image. Yet halfway there, his hand hung suspended in the air, unable to move another inch. Alas, Liu Zhen sighed, ultimately retracting his hand. This hand was tainted. He believed that these blood-stained hands should not touch that pure blossom. Turning his gaze towards the window, clarity began to return. Today marked a pivotal juncture in his fate. He understood that from this moment forward, his life would be irrevocably altered, like a phoenix rising from ashes or a descent into the depths of hell. And the retreat was a path he had willingly severed. Henceforth, he would transform into a specter in the shadows until the alliance was obliterated. Xiaoyu, will you blame your father? He rasped. In the stillness of the room, silence reigned. A neighbor upstairs carelessly tossed a crumpled piece of paper out the window. The fragments danced in the frigid winter wind, spreading across the sky. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the flurry of pear blossoms on Liu Xingyu's 18th birthday. The Special Investigation Team. Due to the horrific nature of Carl's death and the sensitivity of his identity, the higher-ups were alarmed. Initially, capturing Liu Xun, the most likely suspect, seemed a foregone conclusion. However, the ramifications of this case continued to expand. Since the news broke a few days ago, the death of Liu Xingyu had stirred widespread outrage, garnering sympathy for Liu Xun as a grieving father. This morning, during the time of the incident, Liu Xun had a breakdown in the subway, which numerous bystanders captured and circulated online, further amplifying public sympathy for the father who lost his daughter. It could be said that public opinion now wholly favored Liu Xun. At this juncture, if the police were to forcibly arrest him, it might yield unforeseen consequences. Firstly, Liu Xun had been in the subway station at the time of the incident and was arrested for harassing Tang Lingling. This served as a perfect alibi, corroborated by many bystanders and even police officers. Secondly, regarding the DNA evidence, investigations revealed that Liu Xun had had an altercation with Carl a few days prior. Liu Xun could easily claim that any traces found were inadvertently left during that encounter, which was entirely plausible. Thus, whether due to public sentiment or evidence, the police found themselves unable to pursue Liu Xun. The pressure now rested squarely on the Special Investigation Team: Liu Ruxu, Wu Jun, Hu Delin, He Chumping, and Carl. To date, 5 individuals had met their demise, yet the team's inquiries had returned to square one. Particularly concerning was He Chumping. Even now, the team could not fathom how the masked man had managed to disguise himself to resemble He Chumping so precisely. Silicone masks, in today's world, were nearly impossible to fool facial recognition technology. Everyone, speak up. What should we do now? Zhang Haiyang inquired solemnly. Silence enveloped the room. The expressions of the team were grim. They had initially believed they were close to catching the masked man, only to find themselves deceived. Zhang Yang lounged lazily in his chair, arms crossed. I still maintain my previous stance. Liu Xun is certainly involved. Furthermore, Carl stood nearly 190 centimeters tall. Aside from Liu Xun, a retired soldier, there is scarcely anyone who could abduct him to the abandoned building without drawing attention. Kai Xiaoming retorted. But all of this is mere speculation. And how do we explain that at the time of the incident, he was conveniently arrested at the subway station? Zhang Yiyang propped his arms behind his head, glancing at the ceiling. In this world, there is no such thing as a perfect murder. I refuse to believe that the masked man and Liu Xun left no traces behind. I must decipher this individual's methods. Yet, as he spoke, Zhang Yang could not help but recall a question posed by Xiaohu a few days prior. If everyone could essentially identify the murderer but could not convict them, could such a murder be deemed a perfect one? Zhang Haiyang turned to Zhang Yang. What do you plan to investigate? Stretching, Zhang Yang replied. I want to be coming in for the next couple of days. I'll investigate the subway station. Is that all right, Captain Zhang? Zhang Haiyang hesitated for a moment before nodding. No problem. Zhang Yiyang nudged the distracted Su Kuan. Kuan? Huh? Oh, Brother Zhang, what's up? Su Kuan asked, puzzled. You'll accompany me to investigate the subway station over the next few days and analyze that guy's methods. Su Kuan hesitated briefly before nodding. All right. The following day, soothing music played in the island bar. Shen Feng was an individual who cherished small creatures, not in a casual manner, but rather with a fervent interest in observing their every movement, drawing inspiration from them. At present, the bar was sparsely populated, and Shen Feng lounged at the counter, scrolling through videos on his phone. This was a rather well-known video. In the marsh, a crocodile with glinting eyes was pursuing its prey, a lone deer. Just as the deer seemed doomed, a doe suddenly sprinted from the side, placing itself between the predator and its offspring. The doe stood immobile, diverting the crocodile's attention to ensure her child's escape. Ultimately, the doe met her demise in the crocodile escaping jaws. Shen Feng watched the video over and over, each time revealing a profound expression as the doe succumbed to the crocodile. Finally, after the 9th viewing, he stowed away his phone. The next murder plan had been conceived. A thrilling double homicide. The fates of the mother and child, destined to descend into hell, were now shrouded in death. Given that Liu Xun would undoubtedly be under police surveillance during this period, he could not engage in any actions for the time being. The same applied to Tang Lingling. The authorities would be closely monitoring both individuals. Thus, the forthcoming, heart-stopping double murder would be executed solely by Shen Feng. The thought of claiming 2 wicked lies in one fell swoop ignited a tempest of excitement and madness deep within his soul. Chapter 47. The Truth of the Subway Station. The key to everything, Boss Shen. 2 more glasses of dark beer, please. A man in his 40s approached the bar. Okay. Shen Feng replied with a smile as he poured the drinks. After the man departed, Shen Feng unlocked the bar drawer and retrieved a smartphone. He skillfully disabled the GPS tracking before restarting the device, feeling secure enough to open his messaging app. This social media account was known to no one. In fact, it was a fabricated identity, featuring the profile picture of an attractive woman. Within his friend list, there was but a single contact, a man identified as Fei. whose profile picture was a self-portrait of him wearing sunglasses. This man, likely not yet 30, possessed striking features. With rosy lips and a bright smile that exuded confidence bordering on arrogance. Being visual creatures, most would instinctively feel a sense of affinity upon encountering such a handsome face. However, when Shen Feng beheld this visage, it conjured memories of Fei in his youth, a face he found repugnant. Shen Feng, I wonder how much longer you can act so arrogantly. Your family won't be able to flaunt for much longer. The voice echoed in his mind. And a shadow of malice flickered in Shen Feng's gaze. This Fei in his contact list was none other than his next target, Qiao Jianfei. Long ago, Shen Feng had employed various methods to add Qiao Jianfei's account. From that moment, a meticulously orchestrated double murder had slowly begun to unfold. Now, it was time to reel in the net. Shen Feng tapped on the icon, swiftly crafting a message to send. What are you up to? Approximately 3 minutes later. A reply arrived. Thinking of you. Shen Feng responded. Do you think I believe that? Fei replied instantly. I believe you would. Before Shen Feng could respond further, the other party inquired. When shall we meet? Deliberately delaying for a few minutes. Shen Feng eventually sent a voice message disguised with AI. Let us wait a bit longer. I'm not quite ready. The other party sent a lewd smile emoji and replied, I can't wait any longer. Following this, a transfer of 18,888 was sent. Shen Feng smiled slightly, quickly composing a response. Do you think I'm a woman who adores money? He added an eye-rolling emoji at the end, without allowing a chance for further response. He promptly switched off the phone. For someone like Qiao Jianfei, a rich heir, employing the tactic of feigned indifference, though Clichdi proved most effective. Qiao Jianfei and Sida Jing both deserved to perish. A decade prior, when Qiao Jianfei was merely 19, he had privately threatened Shen Feng. It was evident from his menacing words that he knew something. Sida Jing, on the other hand, had been a crucial pawn in the commercial siege against the Shen family back then. Now, 10 years later, one was a notorious wastrel, indulging in a life of debauchery. The other, a seemingly glamorous businesswoman, thrived in the corporate arena. This time, Shen Feng would send this mother-son duo to their doom in a manner that would astonish all. A strategy beyond the imagination of the police, or indeed, anyone else. Having played too many games of offense and defense, it was time for a thrilling game of hide and seek. He chuckled softly as soothing melodies filled the air. Meanwhile, his adversaries, the members of the special investigation team, would soon receive an unexpected surprise. Zhang Yiyang, dressed in plain clothes, strolled leisurely into the subway station, hands tucked in his pockets, resembling a casual bystander. Su Kuan reluctantly trailed behind, grumbling, Zhang Ge, do we really have to waste time in this godforsaken place? Zhang Yiyang ignored him, engrossed in observing his surroundings, occasionally crouching to inspect corners or glancing up at the ceiling. Though Su Kuan was unwilling, he had no choice but to follow. Upon reaching a relatively secluded corner, Su Kuan could no longer contain himself. Zhang Ge, don't you think we look like two fools wasting our time? Zhang Yiyang shot him a glance, chuckling sometimes. There is only a fine line separating fools from geniuses. Su Kuan merely pouted, falling silent. As they continued, Zhang Yiyang took out his phone, opened a drawing app, and began sketching the subway station's layout and the distribution of surveillance cameras. His map was hastily drawn yet remarkably clear, allowing immediate comprehension. He even illustrated the visual range of the cameras. While continuing his drawing, Su Kuan's phone suddenly rang. He answered, his tone turning impatient. Hey mom, I'm busy with work right now. Let us talk later. He hung up abruptly. Zhang Yiyang glanced at him, saying, can't you be a bit kinder to your family? Su Kuan shrugged helplessly, muttering, every family has its own struggles. Once the map was completed, Su Kuan inquired, Zhang Ge, have you discovered anything? Zhang Yiyang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the map, his finger tracing the lines while his mind incessantly simulated the events of that day. Suddenly, his finger halted, and he squinted slightly. Akun, look here. Su Kuan leaned in to see. It was at the corner of a stairwell passage. According to the map, the surrounding cameras created a small blind spot at this corner. Su Kuan pondered. This seems. Zhang Yiyang quickly pulled out his phone, opening the gallery to find a video of Lu Zhen being apprehended by bystanders. The video began to play, shaky yet clear enough to depict Lu Zhen struggling amid a crowd. Zhang Yiyang focused intently on the background of the video. As the images shifted, his eyes brightened with realization. Countless scenes flashed through his mind like a rapid montage, replaying again and again. Ultimately, these chaotic visuals began to piece together in Zhang Yiyang's mind, revealing the truth. Akun, he whispered, I believe I've deciphered his method, as well as the so-called doppelganger technique. It appears our deductions were indeed correct. The murderer is Lu Zhen. Yet, as he spoke, there was little joy on Zhang Yiyang's face. For even if he had unraveled the enigma of the masked man, or Lu Zhen's modus operandi, it remained nothing more than speculation. At present, there was no tangible evidence to substantiate this hypothesis. Zhang Ge, are you implying Zhang Yiyang enlarged the image? pointing to that critical blind spot in the surveillance, declaring, "This is the pivotal point of it all." Chapter 48. Unraveling the case of Carl. The key point the special investigation team gathered, and Zhang Haiyang inquired, "Yang, are you saying you have deciphered the methods employed by the masked man?" "I have," Zhang Yang shrugged, exhaling softly. "However, this revelation is utterly meaningless." He activated the Bluetooth on his phone, connecting it to the large screen, and projected a hastily drawn diagram. Grasping a laser pointer, he directed the luminous red dot precisely at a blind spot in the surveillance footage. "In truth, the answer lies right here," he remarked while encircling the location. "Here?" Su Kuan pondered, scrutinizing the monitored blind spot. It was an amateurish sketch, yet it corresponded well with Zhang Yang's hastily drawn illustration. Suddenly, Su Kuan's eyes widened as a realization dawned upon him. It was a switch, he exclaimed. A collective pause ensued amongst the group as an unspoken understanding began to settle in their hearts. "Indeed," Zhang Yang confirmed, placing a reassuring hand on Su Kuan's shoulder. It was a switch. His gaze remained fixed on that surveillance blind spot, adjacent to the entrance of the stairwell. "Let us reflect carefully, prior to Lu Zhan's apprehension. Did we observe his face in the surveillance footage, or even a profile?" Kai Xiaoming instinctively shook his head, his voice hoarse. "Not even once." "Precisely, not a single time," Zhang Yang affirmed. "Thus, the truth is that we have been misled by the surveillance footage. The individual who appeared at the subway station as Lu Zhan was a complete imposter." His words struck the group like a heavy hammer, reverberating within their minds. The imposter's sole intention was to masquerade as Lu Zhan, deliberately attracting attention to fabricate an impeccable alibi for him. Images began to assemble in Zhang Yang's mind like pieces of a puzzle. Before the incident, this enigmatic figure in black had been shadowing Tang Lingling, meticulously leaving traces of himself in the surveillance to create confusion. Meanwhile, the genuine Lu Zhan had already taken Carl to an abandoned building, where he perpetrated a cruel murder. After the brutal act, Lu Zhan swiftly cleansed the scene, proceeded to the subway station, and concealed himself in the stairwell beside the surveillance blind spot. Subsequently, the imposter engaged in a ruse, harassing Tang Lingling at the subway station. Tang Lingling escalated the situation purposely, aiming to capture the attention of passers-by and amplify the incident's impact. Then, once the imposter rounded the corner into that very surveillance blind spot, he executed the switch with the real Lu Zhan. Taking advantage of the distraction, the imposter shed his disguise amidst the crowd and made a composed escape. The authentic Lu Zhan, however, was subdued by the crowd, and a well-meaning individual recorded the incident, further solidifying his fabricated alibi. From there, events unfolded seamlessly. Due to Tang Lingling's understanding and the fact that Lu Zhan's actions stemmed from a momentary lapse in sanity, he was soon released without charges. As clarity washed over them, the group remained frozen in place, unable to articulate their thoughts. They at last understood why Zhang Yang claimed to have unraveled the truth. Yet his expression bore no trace of elation. The deductions were indeed logical, yet a dire flaw remained: the absence of evidence. Not even the slightest shred. Even if there were, it had long been eradicated by Lu Zhan and Tang Lingling. They had left the police station the previous morning, and a full day was ample time to eliminate any traces. This time, the authorities had perfectly missed the fleeting window for resolution. Now, even if they had surmised the truth, they could only watch helplessly due to the lack of evidence. Even the bloodstains left at the scene could belong to shoes one size larger or smaller. "What a terrifying individual," Su Kuan murmured, his voice barely audible to himself. What on earth is the masked man conceiving in that mind of his? This question echoed in Su Kuan's heart, resonating with the curiosity of every member of the special investigation team. This individual had proven to be the most formidable adversary they had ever encountered. From the initial Liu Ruxu case to the current Carl case, in total, there were 5 instances, each employing distinct methodologies, each meticulously orchestrated to catch them off guard, even turning them into unwitting instruments of his plan. Particularly this time, the masked man had not even taken the stage himself, but had instead utilized the perfect timing to orchestrate the entire case with elegance. From crafting an alibi to erasing evidence, it was as if he strolled leisurely along the edge of a storm, leaving no trace of his passage. Now, with clues at hand, they found themselves unable to initiate an investigation. In the charged atmosphere of the special investigation team, the members exchanged glances, none daring to break the eerie silence. Yet, they remained unaware that they were merely scratching the surface of this case. In reality, the entirety of the situation was far more intricately perfect than their current deductions suggested. Perfect to the point of bordering on an unsolvable nightmare. Perfect to the extent that even if Lu Zhan had not been released, they would possess no means to convict him. The case of the masked murderer had stirred a tempest throughout the city, even as the authorities attempted to suppress discussions. A plethora of posts regarding the masked killer surfaced online. Although these posts might vanish within hours, netizens remained undeterred, continuing to share their thoughts. Carl deserved his fate. Justice will prevail. Such so-called enforcers of justice should face execution. Enough. Does society truly require a figure like this? Speaking of which, how did he even manage it? The discourse online had reached a fervent climax. Meanwhile, Shen Feng, the architect behind it all, found himself detached from the fray, in the dimly lit, softly glowing island bar. The metallic edges of the counter reflected a cascade of light. Tapping his fingers rhythmically against the tabletop, Shen Feng slightly squinted his eyes, humming along with the melodious music. He placed his phone on the bar, savoring the anticipation of his prey, Chao Jianfei. Unwittingly stepping into his carefully laid trap while relishing the taste of his flawlessly executed scheme. In truth, he had commenced his elaborate plot several days prior. Once Liu Ruxu consented to join him, his first course of action was to exploit stolen social media accounts to disseminate posts linking Liu Ruxu with Carl. By employing hacking techniques to channel traffic effectively, he ignited public sentiment, only to delete the initial posts immediately after. Thus, he conveyed Liu Ruxu's mental instability following the loss of his daughter to the masses, simultaneously stirring a wave of sympathy. Next, he orchestrated a farce at the subway station using Tang Lingling's cousin, whose physique bore a resemblance to Liu Ruxu. The entire sequence aligned closely with the special investigation team's deductions. However, they overlooked the most critical detail, as long as this element remained intact. Even if Liu Ruxu were not released on the spot, he could not be deemed guilty. This pivotal detail was the fingerprints. Chapter 49. The Carl case, a double insurance, and unbreakable trap surveillance and fingerprints are essential evidence that modern law enforcement relies upon to solve crimes. However, everything possesses duality. Much like the interplay of light and shadow in an oil painting, while shaping a three-dimensional truth, it also obscures the modeled canvas behind it. When the counterfeit Liu Ruxu embraced Tang Lingling from behind, he made a seemingly inconspicuous gesture. His hand brushed against her handbag. This action was clearly visible on the surveillance footage. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the counterfeit Liu Ruxu had coated his hand with a layer of glue, rendering it impossible for him to leave any fingerprints. Later, when Tang Lingling pursued the genuine Liu Ruxu, she struck him with her handbag. This action, however, was obscured by the crowd that gathered to witness the scene. During this tumultuous moment, Liu Ruxu cleverly left his fingerprints on Tang Lingling's handbag. Consequently, even if the police deduced the possibility of a switch occurring in the blind spot of the surveillance, they would remain at a loss to explain Liu Ruxu's fingerprints found on her handbag. Moreover, these two individuals were complete strangers, having had no prior interactions. The two officers surveilling Tang Lingling serve as witnesses, adding another crucial layer to this case. To this day, Liu Ruxu's fingerprint lingers on Tang Lingling's handbag. My friends, my adversaries, Shen Feng murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Are you ready to embrace the next challenge? Ding dong. The phone resting on the table chimed once more. Without needing to look, he knew it was a message from Chao Jianfei. Shen Feng did not respond immediately. He intended to exploit Chao Jianfei's sense of unfulfillment fully. Raised in opulence and privilege, Chao Jianfei had ruled his school years with dominance and continued to wield influence as an adult, thanks to his family's connections. Thus, he was never lacking in admirers. However, what would happen when a woman adopted an entirely contrary attitude towards him, maintaining an air of indifference? This is not a Mary Sue novel. And Chao Jianfei does not possess a masochistic inclination. He would certainly not indulge in a cliché love story. Yet, he would feel a burning desire to prove himself. He would resent this woman for her uniqueness and aloofness, striving to demonstrate his charm and capabilities. Despite the seemingly sincere demeanor he presented, it was merely a facade to ensnare his prey. Once he encountered this woman, his true self would be revealed. The question remained, who truly was the prey? After a moment, Shen Feng deemed the time ripe and opened his phone once again. The screen illuminated, revealing a flurry of messages from Chao Jianfei. A subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of confidence as he felt he held all the cards. Chao Jianfei's last message read, "Why have you stopped responding? My sending red envelopes is merely a habit, nothing more." Shen Feng deliberately paused for a few minutes before slowly replying, "Nothing, just a bit busy earlier." Chao Jianfei, I suppose I overthought things. My apologies for being impulsive. Shen Feng, no worries. Chao Jianfei, can we really not meet? Shen Feng, meet? I haven't decided yet. Chao Jianfei, just once, please. I genuinely wish to see you. Name a time, and I will be there. If you dislike me, I will turn and leave. Shen Feng knew Chao Jianfei all too well. He could easily envision the grimace on his face after uttering those words, and that was precisely what he desired. Shen Feng waited a moment longer before replying. Tomorrow morning works, but I might not have time. Chao Jianfei, all right, let us not miss each other. Soon. Shen Feng edited a location and sent it. Tomorrow morning, let us not miss each other. The prey was hooked. Shen Feng smiled as he tucked his phone away and poured himself a glass of soda water. Chao Jianfei would become his most pivotal pawn, and he would use this bait to initiate a thrilling game of hide and seek, or perhaps a ghost-catching game. Shen Feng couldn't help but recall that video. Just as the fawn was about to meet its demise at the jaws of a crocodile, a doe stepped in front. "Boss Shen, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Three vibrant young women inquired with playful smiles as they stood by the bar. "Oh, I was just pondering the recent rumors about the masked murderer," Shen Feng replied, snapping back to reality with a grin. The following morning, the sky, cleansed by a night of snowfall, gleamed brilliantly. The moon banquet CAF stood quiet with few passers-by. A man clad in a black coat stood quietly at a parking spot across the street, awaiting his quarry. That man was, of course, Shen Feng. He wore no mask or hat, standing boldly in plain view, even near a surveillance camera. Nevertheless, once the event transpired, no one would suspect him. For when people reviewed the footage, they would make an unexpected discovery. Before long, a luxurious vehicle with the last three digits as 888 slowly approached. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Feng's eyes. The target had arrived. He strode confidently to the passenger side of the vehicle and, without hesitation, opened the door. Sitting down nonchalantly, Chao Jianfei, sitting in the driver's seat, wore a bewildered expression. "What is going on? Who are you? Who told you to get in?" Yet Shen Feng merely smiled slightly, producing a handkerchief from his pocket and swiftly pressing it against Chao Jianfei's mouth and nose. Chao Jianfei was struck by a pungent odor, reminiscent of fermented fruit, before gradually losing consciousness. What he did not comprehend was that this scent was ether. In no time, the luxurious vehicle with the last three digits as 888 drove towards the outskirts of the city under the morning sun, with Shen Feng now at the wheel, humming an unknown tune. Thus, let this exquisite double murder commence with an abduction. It should be premiering shortly. I humbly request everyone to support with a wave of encouragement, granting the author a bit of confidence. Please, do not neglect this book. The completion rate of new works is critically important. Following the premiere, the author will ensure stable updates, striving to provide ample content for readers' enjoyment. The subsequent cases will only grow more thrilling, guaranteeing an exhilarating experience for all. Chapter 50, The Secret of Chao Jianfei, The Masked Murderer Adapted into a Play? A bone-chilling cold enveloped Chao Jianfei. He found himself lost in an interminable dream, one that transported him back to the carefree days of his youth. In those times, he wielded the power of his family's influence, ruling over others with an iron fist. Nearly everyone had fallen victim to his bullying. But one person left a particularly deep impression on him, a classmate named Shen Feng. Shen Feng came from a wealthy family, yet when it came to power, he could not hold a candle to Chao Jianfei's lineage. As Chao Jianfei drifted in and out of consciousness, he suddenly awoke to find himself bound in a small room, unable to escape. Thick curtains blocked the view outside, rendering him oblivious to his location. "Help! Someone! Please help me!" he shouted desperately, unaware that his struggle was being recorded by a hidden camera concealed within the drapes. "Stop struggling," came a chilling voice from behind him. Shen Feng slowly paced around the room, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. "I advise you to behave yourself." The voice was devoid of warmth. "Who are you?" Chao Jianfei gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized the unfamiliar face. "It's you. You've been deceiving me all along?" "It seems you are not entirely foolish," Shen Feng remarked as he settled down at the table opposite Chao Jianfei. "Why are you doing this? Who are you? What do you want?" Chao Jianfei was no fool. He understood that Shen Feng's elaborate scheme to bring him here was driven by motives far more complex than mere financial gain. "Who am I? Are you so eager to know?" Shen Feng asked with a knowing smile. Chao Jianfei nodded, laboring to do so. Shen Feng gracefully leapt forward, leaning in to whisper something into Chao Jianfei's ear. Boom. In that instant, it felt as if a mountain had collapsed within Chao Jianfei's mind. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed in disbelief at Shen Feng, struggling with even greater intensity. "Let me go? Please, I beg you. I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Shen Feng calmly shook his head. "You do not comprehend your error. You comprehend your fear. Release me. Let me go." Shen Feng moved to the other side, standing behind him, and leaned in to inquire, "What do you know about the events of that year?" Chao Jianfei yearned to turn around, but his body betrayed him. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. "I told you. Can you please just let me go?" "You have no right to negotiate," Shen Feng replied coldly. Chao Jianfei's heart was consumed by dread, surpassing all else. In that moment, his terror eclipsed everything. He nodded. Half an hour later, Shen Feng exited the room, leaving Chao Jianfei alone. Outside lay a vast expanse of white, a desolate forest at the foot of a mountain, long abandoned and rumored to harbor black bears, rendering it rarely visited. The small cabin was merely a temporary shelter for forest wardens during the spring and autumn seasons. The first step of the plan was complete. Now, they awaited the doe. A melodious chime resonated through the pale landscape as Shen Feng glanced at his phone, momentarily taken aback. The caller was Zhang Yiyang. Upon recalling Zhang Yiyang's face, a slight smile graced his lips, yet he chose not to answer immediately. It was only after navigating back to the city that he returned the call. "I say, Shen Feng, why did it take you so long to respond?" Zhang Yiyang and Appo's displeasure was palpable on the line. Shen Feng chuckled. Just like back in school, wasn't it? You rascal. Zhang Yang laughed. Still holding grudges, I see. Anyway, what do you need? In gratitude for your complimentary soda, would you like to attend a play? Zhang Yang asked. A play? What play? Shen Feng inquired. Zhang Yang feigned mystery. This weekend, the play is about the masked man incident. Shen Feng paused, taken aback. Someone turned that into a play? Yet upon reflection, he found it unsurprising. In this age of big data, topics and trends are the quickest routes to profit. Zhang Yang continued. I plan to go. Perhaps I'll find some inspiration for solving the case. What do you say? My treat. I want to go. Shen Feng declined without hesitation. He genuinely had no desire to attend. The vulgar performances of those who profited from others' misfortune struck him as an affront. Really? I'm inviting you. Zhang Yang protested. Even with your invitation, I shall not attend. Zhang Yang pressed on. Do you know who the lead actress is? It's Wei Shui. Have you heard of her? Wei Shui. At the mention of this name, Shen Feng's grip on the phone tightened momentarily. Wei Shui was a renowned theater actress, adored by countless fans. Most importantly, she was on his list of targets for revenge. Keck out your tongue? Regretting your decision? Zhang Yang teased. Shen Feng cleared his throat. If I were to express regret now, would you forgive my ignorance? Call me this weekend evening, Zhang Yang replied as they both hung up, smiling. Once the call ended, the smile vanished from Shen Feng's face, replaced by a chilling resolve. In the afternoon, the special investigation team convened. While discussions about the masked man unfolded, another group entered, escorting a striking woman. Captain Zhong, the leading detective, explained, this case was originally ours, but it seems it should be handed over to you. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the room. Yet another case of the masked man? The beautiful woman, appearing disheveled, approached the team members. She appeared to be in her 40s. Her features still retaining traces of past beauty that suggested she had once been as stunning as a great beauty of yore. Officer Zhong, please save my son, she pleaded. Her voice choked with emotion. I beg you, you must save my son. Zhong Haiying quickly asked, what happened? Please tell me the details of the case. Tears streamed down her face as she recounted, my son has been kidnapped. Chapter 51. The Resurrected Dead, confronting the task force once more at the age of 48. Situ Jing finds that the most significant aspect of her existence is undoubtedly her son, Chao Jianfei. Years prior, when Situ Jing discovered her husband, Chao Shan, was unfaithful, she sought vengeance alongside others. However, human emotions can be perplexing. After Chao Shan's demise, Situ Jing was engulfed by regret and yearned for her husband day and night. But with death comes finality. What use is regret? Consequently, Situ Jing poured all her affection into her son, Chao Jianfei, the fruit of her and her husband's once passionate love. Her indulgence toward him has reached an unbounded extent, catering to his every whim without hesitation, and addressing any trouble he caused without complaint. As a result, Chao Jianfei grew increasingly unruly and tempestuous. This morning, an unsettling feeling plagued Situ Jing, rendering her unable to focus on any task at hand. Later that afternoon, she received an anonymous letter, printed rather than handwritten, containing a single chilling message. Your son is in my possession. If you wish to avoid receiving his severed fingers, contact me at Adexx. Beneath this ominous note was a printed QR code. Upon scanning it, Situ Jing discovered it led to a mysterious chat application, one that required no registration. Without delay, she added the provided ID, and soon after, a harrowing image of Chao Jianfei, bound and helpless, appeared on her screen. Following this, a video call ensued, revealing only the anguished struggle of her son, while the captor remained unseen. To ensure your son's safety, follow my instructions. I will contact you again, the voice commanded, before abruptly ending the call. Panic set in for Situ Jing. Aside from the potential for financial motives from the kidnapper, she had made many enemies over the years. She promptly mobilized her resources to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, aside from the last known location of her son at the Moon Banquet CAF, her efforts yielded no fruitful leads. Soon after, the mysterious individual initiated another video call. This time, a man donned in a white smiling mask appeared, the eerie expression becoming increasingly unsettling. The masked man instructed her to prepare 2 million in cash while awaiting further instructions before terminating the call. Situ Jing's thoughts immediately drifted to the recently notorious masked murderer. Upon hearing Situ Jing's account, Zhong Haiying swiftly made arrangements. He dispatched personnel to investigate the social connections of Chao Jianfei and Situ Jing, while another team headed to the Moon Banquet CAF. Simultaneously, they sought to decipher the foreign chat software. The Moon Banquet CAF, such a brazen abduction method hardly fits the MO of the masked man. Someone speculated, could it be a case of imitation? Moreover, isn't the masked man's primary goal revenge? Why would he demand money? Not necessarily, Lu Meihua replied calmly. After several crimes, he may very well be in need of funds. Zhang Haiyang stated, regardless of the possibilities, we cannot afford to relent. If it is indeed a case of impersonation, it falls within our responsibilities. Captain Zhang, look. Suddenly, Xiaohu, who was reviewing the surveillance footage, called out urgently. The team quickly gathered around the laptop, their eyes trained on the screen. The surveillance footage from the Moon Banquet CAF entrance came into view, time-stamped earlier that morning. A luxury vehicle with the last three digits 888 slowly approached and parked by the roadside. Shortly after, a man clad in a black coat confidently strode across the street to the passenger door, opened it without hesitation, and took a seat inside. The room fell silent, brows furrowing with suspicion. Who was this man? How could he so calmly enter Chao Jinfei's vehicle? Switching to another camera angle, Zhong Haiyang urged, change the view. Xiaohu swiftly adjusted the footage, and as the team recognized the man's face, they froze in disbelief. An overwhelming shock washing over them like a tidal wave. What? Zhong Haiyang's eyes widened, his voice rising involuntarily. For the face before them was unmistakably that of Yi Chunping, the deceased. Exchanging incredulous glances, the room filled with astonishment and confusion. Another dead man resurfaced? Yet, they quickly recalled that on the night Yi Chunping was murdered, the masked man had impersonated him to deceive everyone. This meant, indeed, it was him. The footage remained frozen, their gazes locked on that familiar yet foreign visage, unaware of the intricate web of conspiracy lurking beneath. At that moment, Situ Jing rushed in. Her phone clutched tightly in her trembling hand. Officer Zhang, he called me again, she exclaimed, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Understanding the necessity for caution, Zhong Haiyang scanned the surroundings, directing Situ Jing toward a nearby wall. Take the call here, he instructed, signaling the other officers to conceal themselves. In a state of disarray, Situ Jing's hands quivered as she hastily attempted to connect the call, muttering anxiously, hurry, my son must be safe. Following Zhong Haiyang's cue, she pressed the answer button. The moment the video call connected, she urgently pleaded, what do you want? Don't harm my son. A chilling, distorted voice emerged, Miss Situ, are my friends not nearby? This statement struck the group like a thunderbolt, sending a chill through their hearts. How could he know? Had he anticipated that Situ Jing would be here? Officer Zhang. The sinister voice continued, why not reveal yourself? Recognizing the futility of remaining hidden, Zhong Haiyang stepped forward, taking the phone from Situ Jing's grip. What do you want? He demanded. Zhang Yang approached, feigning disdain. So, it turns out that someone like you would resort to kidnapping for money? Chapter 52, The Gathering of Elites. Both sides prepare ha-ha. On the other end of the video call, Shen Feng emitted a laugh that bordered on the deranged. This laughter caused all present to furrow their brows, perplexed by the madman's true intentions. Ahem, enough, Shen Feng composed himself, gazing through the screen at Situ Jing. Miss Situ. With tear-filled eyes, Situ Jing trembled as she spoke. Who are you? Please, release my son. I have prepared the 2 million you requested. Shen Feng brusquely interrupted. Very well, we shall commence the transaction tomorrow. Zhong Haiyang inquired. How do you propose we conduct this transaction? What about the hostage? Is he safe? Why should we trust you, you lunatic? Shen Feng smiled lightly and snapped his fingers in front of the camera. Soon, the anguished cries of Chao Jinfei echoed through the call. Mom, help me. Save me. Don't harm my son. Situ Jing screamed. Then it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. Time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from further pleasantries. As for the location of the transaction, I will inform you tomorrow. Miss Situ, simply bring the cash for the exchange. And a word of caution to my friends, do not attempt any foul play. I will only negotiate with Miss Situ. Haraha. Zhong Haiyang suppressed his fury and spoke in a low voice. You scoundrel, what on earth? Before he could finish, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving the group in stunned silence. After a moment, Zhong Haiyang handed his phone to a technician. Can you trace his IP address? The technician took the phone, connected it to a computer, and after some analysis, shook his head. No. This software operates akin to a phone call. Once the other party disconnects, location tracking becomes impossible, especially since he has also employed virtual positioning. Meanwhile, Shen Feng had ended the call. Behind him loomed a dimly lit, blank wall. To be honest, he did not possess complete certainty regarding his earlier bluff. Zhong Haiyang and the others had been nearby. He could not even ascertain Situ Jing's location. His previous remarks were merely a ruse. Yet, this was inconsequential. Regardless of Situ Jing's whereabouts, it would not alter his plans. The only difference lay in how convoluted the narrative would become. As long as he held Situ Jing's Achilles heel, namely Chao Jinfei, she would inevitably be cast into a passive role. She would tread the path Shen Feng had meticulously laid out, step by step into the abyss. Shen Feng slowly removed his white smiley face mask, yet his grin was even more sinister and unsettling than that of the mask. As night deepened, the wind outside grew colder. On the other side, the Special Task Force, after scrutinizing Chao Jinfei's social connections and conducting another series of analyses, still could not pinpoint the identity of the masked man. Zhong Haiyang had repeatedly inquired whether, around a decade ago, Chao Jinfei had been involved in any significant events, emphasizing that lives were at stake, and now was not the time for concealment. However, despite Situ Jing's efforts to recall. The multitude of her actions rendered her unable to pinpoint any singular event. At this juncture, everyone was ensnared in a grave cognitive misstep. Their thought processes were being manipulated by Shen Feng's deceit, leading them further away from the truth. The most pressing issue was the inability to ascertain the transaction location. The police had no opportunity to preemptively set up any plans. They could only wait anxiously. The one most anxious was undoubtedly Situ Jing. Her beloved son was in the clutches of the masked killer, unaware of the torment he was enduring. Ultimately, akin to the resolution of all kidnapping cases, the task force devised a meticulous strategy. However, this plan was notably more extensive. At Zhong Haiyang's request, they mobilized nearly all available resources for the operation. Situ Jing would carry the 2 million ransom to negotiate with the masked man, while task force members and a contingent of SWAT officers would covertly follow her. Additionally, a significant number of snipers and elite operatives with espionage capabilities were enlisted. They were equipped with a range of weapons, including tear gas, flashbangs, and thermal imaging devices, ensuring utmost preparedness. Should the masked man appear, the criminals would be swiftly surrounded. If he did not show himself, they would lay a trap, patiently awaiting his emergence. Zhong Haiyang did not believe that the masked man would go to such lengths merely for a game of hide-and-seek. He needed money, he was undoubtedly desperate for it. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could have simply killed Chao Jianfei instead of orchestrating this elaborate charade. If the criminal had any weaknesses, Zhong Haiyang was confident he could apprehend him. All right, our plan stands as is for now. Does anyone have anything to add? Zhong Haiyang interlaced his fingers before him in the conference room. Bulletproof vests. Lu Meihua stated coldly. Ensure Situ Jing is outfitted with one to maximize her safety. Kai Xiaoming added. We should also deploy officers skilled in disguise to blend in around Situ Jing. If the situation changes, they must be ready to act immediately. The discussion continued for another half hour as everyone contributed to refining the intricate details of the deployment plan. Zhong Haiyang mentally rehearsed each aspect and every potential scenario, confident that under this strategy, even the so-called Dragon King from online novels would be unable to escape. The masked man would certainly suspect that the police were preparing a response. However, he could not fathom the magnitude of the resources the police had mobilized this time. All right. Zhong Haiyang rose and glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Everyone should rest and recuperate, ready to respond to any unexpected developments tomorrow. The night deepened further, and the wind outside remained harsh. Zhong Haiyang clenched his fists, vowing never to endure such humiliation again. Situ Jing sat on the cold chair, eyes closed, her tear-stained cheeks still glistening. Tomorrow, regardless of the cost, she would save her precious son. She swore it. Su Kuan lay on the bed in the police break room, arms tucked beneath his head, a blanket draped over him. After a long while, he opened his eyes. If they could rescue Chao Jianfei tomorrow, even if he were not in uniform, he would ensure that the scoundrel was handcuffed. He vowed it. Shen Feng sat at the bar, enraptured by the soothing strains of music. Tomorrow would surely witness a splendid act of vengeance. The 6th, the 7th. Shen Feng closed his eyes, the haunting images of that fateful fire lingering in his mind. Everyone would pay a bloody price. He swore it. Chapter 53. Infuriating Zhong Haiyang. Delayed by 10 seconds the following day, the police were fully prepared, each officer wearing a solemn expression as they awaited the call from the masked man. In stark contrast, Shen Feng spent the day with his usual nonchalance. He began his morning with a jog, opened his shop in the afternoon, and closed early at 9:30 after the last customer departed. He retreated to the lounge, donning a white smiley face mask that shimmered eerily under the lights. The hunt was on. Tick-tock. Time in the Special Investigation Team's office trickled by slowly. Led by Zhong Haiyang, all members anxiously waited for the masked man's call. Situ Jing sat nervously in a corner, clutching a large suitcase containing the 2 million in cash demanded by the masked man. Her grip on her phone was tight, her gaze frequently darting to the interface of an illicit messaging app. Suddenly, the ringing shattered the silence of the office, causing everyone to hold their breath, hearts pounding. The masked man was calling. At Zhong Haiyang's signal, Situ Jing quickly answered the phone. A second later, the grotesque smile of the mask appeared on the screen. Good evening. Miss Situ. Oh dear, you seem to look a bit better than yesterday. The distorted voice dripped with madness and mockery, challenging the dignity of all present. Situ Jing took a moment to steady herself and stammered. I have prepared the 2 million as you requested. Where is my son? With that, she positioned the camera to show the suitcase in her arms. Excellent. Shen Feng snapped his fingers in satisfaction. It seems you were quite cooperative. Meanwhile, the anguished cries of Chao Jianfei echoed from nearby, sending chills through those who heard. Do not harm my son. Situ Jing cried out in desperation. I have the money ready. I will comply. Please, do not hurt him. Miss Situ, please remain calm, Shen Feng gently reassured her. From here on, you will follow my instructions. I suffer from social anxiety and do not wish to see my associates, so you must go to Beishan alone for the transaction. Ah, and you have 50 minutes. If you exceed this time, the deal will be permanently cancelled. Of course, if you're fearful, you may bring some of my associates. But only you can attend the transaction. Beep, beep, beep. The connection was abruptly severed. Upon hearing the name Beishan, Zhong Haiyang's clenched fists trembled involuntarily. Beishan, a place he knew all too well. It used to be a forested area, now long abandoned. More importantly, it harbored the very things he dreaded the most. The members of the special investigation team displayed expressions of rage. What a cunning fellow. Beishan was not particularly large, yet certainly not small. The masked man had provided only a vague location, leaving the police unable to mount an effective response. However, many speculated, given his nature, that such elaborate efforts must indicate a dire need for money. Sita Jing, dazed, clutched her phone and turned to the team members. What should we do? Zhong Haiyang shook off his stupor, convincing himself that everything was merely coincidental. Everyone, act immediately. Split into 3 groups and head to Beishan. Maintain utmost secrecy. We must not expose ourselves. Yes. The night was particularly clear, a full moon hanging in the sky, casting silver light upon every corner, bright yet chilly. At this moment, all members of the special investigation team and police forces had reached Beishan and successfully concealed themselves. The moonlight was as frost, with danger lurking beneath the pale snow. Zhong Haiyang, Kai Xiaoming, and Zhang Yang stood protectively beside Sita Jing, who was clad in a bulletproof vest, tightly holding the suitcase filled with cash. To her, she cradled Xiao Jinfei's life. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Zhong Haiyang's demeanor became slightly uneasy. Only a minute remained until the 50-minute deadline imposed by Shen Feng. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, Sita Jing's phone rang again. As she comforted herself, she answered the call. Good, it seems everyone is punctual. Sita Jing urgently inquired, I have arrived. What should I do next? As long as you do not harm my son, I will comply. Excellent, Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. At the foot of Beishan, there is a stone signpost. Now, proceed to the signpost alone. I will contact you again in 5 minutes. Zhong Haiyang's heart sank. His eyes widened with a fury he had never felt before. At that moment, he knew the masked man was taunting him. He could have chosen another location for the transaction but deliberately directed Sita Jing to the very spot where, years ago, he had shot a hostage-taker beneath that stone. Back then, Zhong Haiyang had been a passionate rookie officer, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Yet, he later realized that the man he had killed was merely a tragic figure, robbing only a few hundred yuan. This incident had left a deep scar on his conscience, and now, that wound had been reopened by the masked man. He was revealing to Zhong Haiyang, I know everything about you. Cold fury surged within him as he bit down on his teeth, muttering a curse that only he could hear. Yet, no one could discern whether he was cursing the masked man or himself. Captain Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Ying asked. Having never witnessed such an expression on his face before, Zhong Haiyang gritted his teeth. It's nothing, continue with the operation. But his heart was in turmoil. Guilt and hatred for the past intertwining with his anger towards the masked man. Under the covert protection of Kai Xiaoming and numerous snipers, Sita Jing finally reached the stone signpost. Once more, the phone rang. Ah, what a pity. Shen Feng's voice rang out clearly in the frigid night, Miss Situ. You were 10 seconds late, a full 10 seconds. Haha. Chapter 54, Deceived Again, the 6th kill, the trap Miss Situ, you were 10 seconds late. A full 10 seconds. Haha. Upon hearing that she was delayed by 10 seconds, Situ Jing's face turned as pale as a sheet, despite the frigid weather. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. Her eyes brimmed with terror and panic, her voice trembling as she almost cried out, I didn't mean to. I beg you. Shen Feng let out a cold laugh and slowly replied, Miss Situ, you now have 1 minute. Proceed to the end of the path opposite the large stone and place the cash beneath the stone at the path's terminus. This is your final opportunity. The countdown begins now, 60, 59. Hearing this, Sita Jing disregarded everything else, clutching the box tightly as she sprinted towards the end of the path. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Feng's countdown was not for this transaction. It was a countdown to Situ Jing's demise. She was unwittingly stepping into the hell Shen Feng had meticulously prepared for her. Miss Situ, wait. Kai Xiaoming, witnessing the scene, hastily followed closely behind while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Zhong Haiyang, noticing the situation, urgently inquired via the intercom, Xiaoming, what is happening? While running, Kai Xiaoming gasped. The masked man ordered Situ Jing to go to the end of the path opposite the large stone. The countdown is currently underway. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the gravity of the situation, shouting, Xiaoming, stop her quickly. The path was blanketed with a layer of snow, glistening like silver under the moonlight. Situ Jing's phone echoed with Shen Feng's countdown, 20, 19, 18. At this moment, her thoughts were solely occupied with her son's safety, leaving no room for anything else. Her heart raced as if it would burst from her chest, each step requiring every ounce of her strength, desperate to hurry just a little more. She kept murmuring, a fei, Mommy is coming to save you. In a daze, her figure seemed to merge with that of a doe in a video, sacrificing itself to protect its fawn. Soon, Situ Jing would meet the same fate. Time is almost up. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Shen Feng's voice dripped with a twisted excitement. Suddenly, Situ Jing felt her footing give way. And she lost her balance entirely. The ground around her collapsed abruptly. Her body plummeted rapidly, the sensation akin to falling off a cliff in a dream. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through her, a relentless tide engulfing her entire being. Her mind went blank, and time began to drag. Simultaneously, Shen Feng's countdown approached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. The hunt is complete. This was a trap, meticulously prepared long in advance. Sharp metallic spikes lined every corner of the pit, their arrangement tested repeatedly by Shen Feng, ensuring double-layered security to guarantee absolute certainty. Falling into this pit meant certain death. With no divine intervention possible, survival was utterly impossible. Situ Jing fell face down into the trap. She owned a struggle to move, but her strength gradually ebbed away. Before her eyes appeared a bizarre, chaotic spectacle. Countless shimmering lights and geometric shapes danced wildly in the darkness, akin to the shattered remnants of collapsing stars in the cosmos, intertwining in disarray. A piercing wail pierced her eardrums, the sound seemingly emanating from an endless abyss, fluctuating in pitch, like countless needles simultaneously piercing her brain. Memories flooded back. Of the ramshackle courtyard where she grew up, of her unforgettable first love. The betrayal of that first love twisted her heart. She recalled her husband, whom she had slain, and her son, Chao Jianfei. A chilling sound emanated from her throat. Her phone lay not far away, its screen shattered yet still connected to the call. Shen Feng's icy voice resonated from the device. Miss Situ, I never said I wouldn't kill you, huh? As her vision blurred and consciousness faded, her soul plummeted, as if descending into an endless abyss of darkness, forever beyond escape. Zhang Haiyang and the others rushed to the edge of the trap, but it was too late. When their eyes fell upon the fading breath of Situ Jing below, rage ignited within them. That cunning criminal! Zhang Haiyang's facial muscles twitched from extreme emotional turmoil. His jaw clenched tightly, unable to utter a sound, as if something choked him. Kai Xiaoming stared in disbelief, nearly dropping his intercom, unable to fathom the scene before him. The others stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in shock. Xiao Hu's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. How could this happen? Zhang Haiyang clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. At that moment, he comprehended everything. The masked man's target had never been money or Chao Jianfei. Through this scheme, he led everyone into a cognitive trap, further enraging Zhang Haiyang and clouding his judgment. No one would suspect that the kidnapper's true target was the one delivering the ransom. All along, his aim had been Situ Jing. What a terrifying individual. His psychological manipulation and acute understanding of human nature sent chills down everyone's spine. A gust of cold wind swept through, lifting the snow from the ground like mist. Everyone's hearts sank. Even more terrifying was the fact that, until now, he had yet to reveal himself. The howling wind filled the air, and no one spoke. Suddenly, Zhang Yiyang furrowed his brow slightly in the bright moonlight. He spotted a red arrow on the side of the trap, pointing northwest. Team Zhong, look. Upon seeing the arrow, Zhang Haiyang's expression shifted several times. Su Kuan is stationed here. Notify the forensic team and rescue personnel to rush to the scene. The rest of you, follow me immediately. He then drew his pistol and, leading the others, swiftly moved in the direction of the arrow. Under the bright moonlight, their figures appeared strikingly clear against the snowy landscape. A trail of disordered footprints stretching towards the northwest. Chapter 55. The seventh kill. Chao Jianfei is dead. On the rooftop of a theater, Shen Feng concluded his call with Situ Jing, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The biting wind sliced against his handsome profile, and he stood quietly in the shadows, his body trembling slightly, like a wild beast poised to pounce on its prey, suppressing an inner ecstasy. The seventh one, the seventh one. His voice was as soft as a whispering breeze. The frigid air coursed through his nostrils into his lungs. Yet it could not quell the fervent madness that blazed within him like a raging inferno. His mind vividly painted images of Situ Jing and Appo's desperate struggles within the trap, her anguished cries echoing in his ears. All of this sent his heart racing, blood surging through his veins as if attempting to burst forth from the confines of his body. He closed his eyes, reveling in the magnificent symphony of vengeance, liberating his very soul. He resembled the most unrestrained dancer in the abyss of darkness, with hatred as his melody and slaughter as his rhythm. At this moment, one could surmise that Zhang Haiyang and his companions had already stumbled upon another surprise, pondering what expressions might adorn their faces: shock, rage, or perhaps a profound sense of regret and self-reproach. Shen Feng vanished into the shadows, leaving behind an eerie silence. Below, at the entrance of the theater, an advertisement board stood tall, emblazoned with the image of a man wearing a comically grotesque clown mask. Beneath it, bold letters proclaimed, "This weekend, the tale of the masked murderer awaits you." Zhang Haiyang and his companions sped along the indicated path, soon arriving at a small cottage. The moonlight poured over the structure, casting a ghostly pallor. The surrounding stillness was eerie, broken only by the sound of their hurried footsteps on the snow. They swiftly spread out in a fan shape, encircling the cottage. Zhong Haiyang gripped his weapon tightly, veins bulging in his arms, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the closed door. What lay within? Was the masked man inside? Zhong Haiyang was uncertain. If he were, would he lose control and empty his magazine? He pondered that he perhaps would. Break the door. At his command, Kai Xiaoming and another officer charged toward the door, using their momentum to deliver a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, slamming against the wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. They rushed inside, greeted by a nauseating stench of blood. Utilizing the beam of their tactical flashlight and the moonlight streaming in, they beheld the scene before them. At that moment, the collective anxiety that had gripped their hearts dissipated. A sharp intake of breath filled the room. Qiao Jianfei dangled lifelessly from ropes, long deceased. A deep, vertical gash marred his wrist, blood having long since congealed and frozen. A wrist slashing. Yet, unlike the common understanding of a horizontal cut, Qiao Jianfei's demise was marked by a vertical incision. The horrific wound seemed to silently narrate the cruelty of the murderer. Qiao Jianfei's face contorted in a grotesque expression, a chilling smile playing upon his lips, inducing a profound unease. This scene struck the gathered officers like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Zhong Haiyang felt a ringing in his ears. His body immobilized as he fixed his gaze on Qiao Jianfei's corpse, the color draining from his face. The individuals present were seasoned detectives. Although they could not ascertain the exact time of death, they knew with certainty that Qiao Jianfei had been dead for quite some time. As for the eerie smile, it stemmed from the cold within the room, exacerbated by his excessive blood loss, leading to a series of neurogenic responses that could induce a false sense of euphoria. Moreover, Qiao Jianfei had succumbed to a vertical wrist slashing. Everyone understood, the target was not merely Situ Jing. From the very beginning, the masked man had sought the lives of both Qiao Jianfei and his mother. A wave of self-reproach and helplessness enveloped Zhong Haiyang. As if a fierce fire raged within him, yet there was no outlet for his fury. Damn it! Kai Xiaoming roared in anger, striking the wall with his fist. Blood seeping from his knuckles, yet he remained oblivious. Zhang Yiyang rose to his feet, urging calm, stay composed, thoroughly examine the scene, do not disturb anything. The group suppressed their inner grief and rage, commencing a meticulous search of the cottage. However, aside from Qiao Jianfei's body and the pervasive odor of blood, they found nothing. No footprints, no fingerprints, no clues to indicate the identity of the assailant. It appeared that this scoundrel had meticulously cleaned the scene. Zhong Haiyang clenched his fists in frustration. Just as despair settled among them, Zhang Yang suddenly noticed a floor tile beneath Qiao Jianfei's body that seemed different from the others. He knelt down, cautiously shifting the tile, revealing a small hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay a bloodstained note, inscribed with a single word, written in blood, the strokes twisted, bearing the vengeance of the deceased and the madness of the murderer. Revenge. Once again. The depiction of the vertical wrist slashing in this narrative serves solely the purpose of the plot and is not intended to promote any harmful values. May everyone cherish life and embrace happiness each day. Chapter 56. Long gone, the crumbling Zhong Haiyang on the other side. Shen Feng returned home to an empty house. After taking a shower, he changed into clean clothes. Upon opening a cupboard, he was met not with clothing or miscellaneous items, but with a slightly yellowed and tattered family portrait, in which Shen Feng wore a radiant smile. His younger sister, Shen Xiaoyu, playfully draped her arms around his neck, her expression fierce yet endearing. The joy in her youthful countenance seemed to reach her very eyes. Their parents stood behind the siblings, their faces filled with affection. Shen Feng gazed quietly at the photograph, his narrow eyes concealing a tumult of emotions. "Brother, you're back?" A playful call echoed from behind him. Turning around, Shen Feng saw a girl with twin ponytails, clad in a white t-shirt, looking up at him with a bright smile. He smiled gently, replying, "Yes, I'm back." Yet, in the mirror of the wardrobe, there was no little girl reflected, only Shen Feng's solitary shadow. It was merely a figment of his fractured mind. He quietly burned incense before the family portrait, paying homage to all those captured within, including his former self. Then he returned to the sofa, staring intently at the map in his notebook. This was the layout of the theater for the weekend performance of The Masked Killer, a location he intended to observe and document discreetly that very night. Beside the map lay a list of names, some evidently added later, comprising individuals Shen Feng had pried information from Qiao Jianfei about. The next name on his target list was Wei Shui. In addition to her name, key information about her was recorded. Name, Wei Shui, a native of Jiangga City, formerly a dancer, now renowned theater actress, age 33. Key details, single, obsessive about cleanliness, suffers from severe pollen allergies, and her favorite food is durian. Her most frequented place is a high-end club named Drunken She Sure. Recently, rumors circulated about her being closely involved with a wealthy heir, causing distress among her fans. Nevertheless, Wei Shui's popularity remained largely unaffected. Moreover, the notes detailed numerous aspects of Wei Shui's daily habits, each serving as a potential pathway to her demise. After much deliberation, Shen Feng resolved to pursue the first option, her obsession with cleanliness. This was a plan that could accomplish two objectives at once. He could hardly wait to witness the exquisite death dance of Wei Shui alongside Zhang Yiyang. Shen Feng named this scheme Scorching Sun. In the task force, bang, a muffled thud echoed. The utterly unhinged Zhang Haiyang could no longer contain himself, forcefully kicking over the table before him. A flurry of A4 papers flew into the air before gently descending. Zhang Haiyang stood amidst the falling sheets, his lips twitching slightly. This night, the masked man had not only ripped open his wounds but had also brutally murdered Situ Jing before his eyes. And this time, it was not just Situ Jing who perished. Her son, Chao Jianfei, was also lost. Zhang Haiyang felt utterly defeated. After deploying so many police resources to secure the scene, he had stood helplessly by as Situ Jing was slain. This was a humiliation not only for him but for all members of the task force and every officer involved in the operation. A profound disgrace. The team exchanged glances, none daring to speak or knowing how to console Zhang Haiyang. Ultimately, it was Wang Qian who stepped forward, silently gathering the scattered documents. Moments later, Zhang Haiyang joined her, picking up the fallen papers. Once he had collected them all, he stood and apologized to the group. "I'm sorry, everyone, I lost control." Zhang Yiyang patted his shoulder in understanding. "Don't blame yourself, Zhang." Wang Qian comforted softly, "Blame it on the cunning criminal." "Indeed," Little Tiger chimed in. "That bastard knows how to manipulate human nature. Zhang, we're still counting on your leadership." Zhang Yiyang rubbed his neck. Even Lu Meihua, typically aloof and sparing with words, regarded him with an encouraging gaze. Faced with the expectant and trusting eyes of his colleagues, Zhang Haiyang felt a twinge of emotion. "I understand." He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. "Just give me a few minutes." The smoke drifted slowly under the task force's lights, resembling a veil of mist. After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Haiyang's emotions steadied. The team gathered around the conference table once more to discuss the case. Forensic expert Cheng Xixue first pushed the autopsy report toward the group before speaking. According to the autopsy results, Chao Jianfei's time of death was not today, but yesterday at 10 in the morning. At this revelation, silence enveloped the room. This meant that when Situ Jing received the threatening letter yesterday, Chao Jianfei had already been dead. Lu Meihua's eyes grew cold. In a fleeting moment, she pieced together the timeline. Her heart sank slightly. Thus, from the outset, the masked man had never intended to spare Chao Jianfei. He was merely a deadbait. As for the photographs received by Situ Jing and the recordings we heard, they were all pre-recorded. During the recording, the masked man had drawn heavy curtains, preventing us from discerning the precise time through sunlight. Bang! Kai Xiaoming slammed his hand on the desk, causing ripples in the water of his cup. "We've been entangled with the corpse for so long." Su Kuan quickly nudged Kai Xiaoming, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Cheng Xixue paused before continuing, aside from the left pinky finger being broken. The body showed no signs of abuse. It's likely the killer interrogated him, obtaining answers after breaking a finger. The group nodded in agreement. The victim's wrist had been sliced with remarkable precision, a clean cut that severed tendons, nerves, and several crucial blood vessels, resulting in Chao Jianfei ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. During this process, the killer had elevated the victim's wrist, minimizing blood loss, further intensifying Chao Jianfei's agony while prolonging his death. Upon hearing this, many involuntarily shuddered. Unlike the savage killing of Carl, which had elements of emotional release, this method of torturing the victim psychologically, allowing them to confront death bit by bit in fear and suffering, was far more ruthless and cruel. For in this process, the murderer needed to maintain absolute calm and rationality. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. As the investigation progressed, the team had initially thought the masked man's profile would become clearer. Yet now, he seemed increasingly enigmatic. Although many of his actions appeared wildly deranged, no one could deny his chilling composure and terrifying rationality during the orchestration of his schemes. Chapter 57. Psychological Warfare, Using a Knife to Kill Next. It was Situ Jing's turn. Cheng Siju spoke while producing another autopsy report, handing it to the group. The metal spikes in the trap were not the primary cause of Situ Jing's death. Zhang Haiyang inquired, "What was it then?" "Cyanide," Cheng Siju replied, furrowing his brow. All the spikes were pre-coated with cyanide by the murderer. Cyanide is a highly toxic substance that inhibits the activity of cellular respiratory enzymes upon entering the human body. Generally, with a sufficiently large contact area and high concentration, it can easily kill a person within 3 minutes. Moreover, it was a woman pierced by multiple spikes. This substance is strictly prohibited in our country, yet it is not entirely unobtainable. Some unregulated platforms or individual sellers may offer it clandestinely. We need to trace the source of this substance, Lu Meihua whispered. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. What do the trace evidence experts say? Zhong Haiyang further questioned. Su Kuan, who was responsible for the liaison, immediately responded. According to observations of the permafrost layer, that trap was excavated at least 2 to 3 months ago. 3 months ago? They began plotting the murder that early? Zhang Yang exhaled. What a grand scheme. The entire sequence of events in the case was becoming clearer. Requiring no further clarification, the masked man, donning He Chuanping's face, had lured Chao Jianfei out through some means and subsequently kidnapped him. He was taken to the foot of the mountain, recorded, and then had his wrist slashed to death. The recorded footage was then used to mislead both the police and Sidu Jing. During the transaction, he intentionally provoked Zhang Haiyang at the location and, citing a lack of time, guided Situ Jing towards the well-concealed trap where the cyanide-coated metal spikes ended her life. The entire case unfolded seamlessly, exploiting the cognitive biases of the individuals involved and leaving an entire police force bewildered. Remarkably, he had never even shown his face. After 6 consecutive failures and a total of 7 lives lost, the enigmatic masked man compelled everyone to re-evaluate his presence. Subsequently, Zhang Haiyang ordered an investigation into all clues related to the case, including the metal spikes, cyanide, and even the paint used to draw arrows in the trap. A thorough search for all enemies of the mother and son ensued, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, as the special task force busied themselves with the Chao Jianfei case, Shen Feng began devising a plan for a covert assassination of Wei Shui. The Scorching Sun plan had commenced. It would be the most exquisite dance, the most exhilarating art. Reclining in his warm bed, Shen Feng retrieved his Nokia phone and dialed a number. The call was answered promptly, greeted by a cautious male voice. Who is this? Shen Feng lowered his voice. Dong Lianqing, a native of Qingxi County, age 39. 10 years ago, you participated in a massacre for a sum of 100,000 yuan, during which you murdered the Shun family maid and disposed of her body. 8 years ago, you robbed and killed a 16-year-old wealthy girl, and to this day, you remain on the run, surviving through theft. Am I correct? Oh, by the way, I heard you're a fan of that drama actor, right? Wei Shui? The other end fell into a profound silence. Shen Feng could even hear the frantic breaths of the man on the line. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. However, Shen Feng remained unfazed, knowing full well that within a minute, the man would call back. True to his expectation, just seconds later, his phone rang again. He hung up immediately. After the phone rang 5 or 6 more times, he finally smiled and answered, holding the receiver away from his ear. As soon as the call connected, a near-roaring shout erupted from the other end. Who are you? How do you know this? Who are you? Shen Feng returned the phone to his ear. Speaking leisurely, it seems I was quite accurate. What do you want? Dong Lianqing gasped. Shen Feng replied calmly. I propose a transaction. What transaction? You are the knife on the chopping block, and I am the fish on the plate. Haven't you always wanted to raise money to smuggle yourself out of the country? I can provide you with a sum of money and keep your secret buried forever, provided you assist me with the task. Why should I trust you? Mr. Dong, do you believe you have a choice? Sensing the lack of response, Shen Feng knew it was time to ease the reins, softening his tone. Dong Lianqing, you must understand, I am not your enemy. Moreover, only when you leave this country for good can I feel safe. Thus, this transaction is quite fair. You receive money for your service, smuggle yourself abroad, and I resolve the trouble while eliminating potential risks. Surely, you don't wish to live a life of perpetual hiding, do you? Dong Lianqing fell silent, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, he suddenly laughed, an enigmatic and eerie laughter. What are you laughing at? Shen Feng feigned displeasure. He knew he had already triumphed in this psychological game. I know who you are, Dong Lianqing sneered. You are. Shen Feng interrupted, if you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. All right, I understand. Dong Lianqing chuckled triumphantly. So, what do you want me to do, and how much will you pay? Faced with the hook of a willing fish, Shen Feng suppressed his smile, stating coldly, tomorrow night, go to the 3rd trash bin on the right side of Baiyang Street, and find a black bag inside. There will be 50,000 as a deposit in a package. Be careful not to be seen. Then wait for my instructions. Once the task is completed, I will pay you an additional 450,000 as the final amount, and you will disappear from this country forever. Do you understand? Dong Lianqing cackled. I say, Mr. Peng, oh no. I mean, this esteemed gentleman, 50,000 seems rather stingy, don't you think? You are. Dong Lianqing. Shen Feng feigned anger. Do not overreach. You should know the consequences of threatening me. Of course. Dong Lianqing laughed nervously. But the task you are asking me to do is certainly a matter of life and death. I'll need 80,000 flat. Shen Feng remained silent for a while before finally agreeing. Deal. After hanging up the phone, Shen Feng retrieved a box from beneath his bed, containing the old currency he had saved over the years. It amounted to nearly 100,000. Using new bills or those withdrawn from an ATM could easily lead the police to trace their serial numbers. Thus, Shen Feng had long adopted the habit of hoarding old notes. After counting out 80,000, he secured the money. This cash would ensure Dong Lianqing's life. But whether he would live to spend it remained uncertain. Once all preparations were complete, Shen Feng turned off the lights. In the darkness, he lay calmly on his bed, mentally revisiting the entire plan. The masked killer. This performance is bound to be spectacular. He lay on his side, letting out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Chapter 58. Dance of Death. The following day, at 7:30 in the evening, Dong Lianqing awakened to the cacophony of a blaring alarm in his windowless short-term rental. Though not particularly tall, Dong possessed a robust physique. In the biting cold of winter, he wore merely a black tank top, his arms adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. This abode, situated in a dilapidated and impoverished urban village, recorded tenants' identification numbers in handwritten form. However, this arrangement afforded him certain conveniences through discreet inquiries. He discovered that the police conducted checks on these handwritten records only every few months. Consequently, he invested 200 yuan in a counterfeit ID and took up residence there. For someone like him, life appeared devoid of hope. Yet, he harbored lofty ambitions of amassing wealth to clandestinely migrate to northern Myanmar. Although it was rumored to be a hellish place, Dong held a contrary belief. He was confident that his fierce demeanor would enable him to thrive there. Having taken lives before, at the very least, he could secure a position as a chief enforcer in some industrial park, leading a rather jubilant existence. Unfortunately, financial constraints and lack of opportunity had hampered his aspirations. However, an opportunity now seemed to present itself. Some individuals are foolish, others are wicked, and some embody both folly and malice. After savoring the cheapest bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery, he made his way to Baiyang Street. It was now 8 o'clock, and every night at 10, the workers at the dump would collect all the refuse. He had 2 hours to spare. Upon arriving at the garbage bin on Baiyang Street, Dong pinched his nose and commenced his search, muttering curses. Damn it, why must it be hidden in such a wretched place? After several minutes of rummaging, he finally unearthed a sealed black package. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of mocking eyes observed him from the shadows. Once he retrieved the heavy package, he did not linger. Cradling it in his arms, he hastened away, disappearing into the frigid streets. Emerging from the dark corner was Shen Feng, his mocking gaze fixed on the robust figure vanishing at the end of the street. How fortuitous, he mused. Individuals like Dong Lianqing were typically easy to manipulate. He possessed a vulnerability and a clear desire, allowing for a targeted approach that could seamlessly integrate him into the grand scheme without his awareness. Dong Lianqing rushed back to his rental, scarcely pausing to catch his breath before eagerly opening the black package. Inside lay a staggering sum of 80,000 yuan in old banknotes, hundreds, 50s, and even 20s. Yet, Dong was indifferent to their condition as long as he could spend them. He cared not whether they were new or old. Additionally, there was a hand-drawn map, seemingly of a theater, and a smaller package marked "Do Not Open Lightly." As a cacophony of ringtone blared from his dilapidated phone, Dong glanced at the cracked screen and saw it was the same number from yesterday. He eagerly answered, "Pang. This mysterious gentleman certainly keeps his word." A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Dong Lianqing, mind your language." Realizing his faux pas, Dong chuckled nervously. Last time. Well, have you received everything? Yes. He gazed at the pile of 80,000 yuan scattered across his bed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Soon, he would receive the remaining hundreds of thousands and escape this precarious existence. Excellent. Having taken my money, benefits come with obligations. Of course, I understand. What do you need me to do? By the way, what is the significance of this map? And what about that package? Shen Feng replied. The map is of the Songha Theater. Familiarize yourself with it swiftly. I need you to infiltrate the theater before 8 o'clock on Sunday night. Listening intently, Dong nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Good. Awaiting good news. In the remote island bar, after concluding the call, Shen Feng stepped out from the lounge and encountered an old acquaintance, Liu Ruxu, whom he had not seen for several days. Liu, unaware of Shen Feng's true identity, appeared markedly transformed. His demeanor, though still tinged with melancholy, lacked the previous torment. Yet, deep within his eyes lurked a barely perceptible hint of cruelty. In just a few days, he had undergone a profound transformation, evolving from a grieving father into a cold-blooded assassin. However, Shen Feng still had certain tests in store for him. Brother Liu, it's been a while, Shen Feng greeted with a smile. Yes. I've been preoccupied with preparations for Xiao Yu's funeral, Liu replied softly. Death is irreversible. Those who remain must continue living, Shen Feng gently consoled. What will you drink? Still beer? Yes. Shen Feng poured Liu a glass of beer and, deliberately probing, asked, Brother Liu, have you heard? Carl is dead. Liu's grip on the beer glass faltered momentarily before he gritted his teeth. He got what he deserved. Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Liu's response was instinctive, his facade convincingly genuine. Every aspect of his demeanor, his gaze, posture, and tone, left no doubt regarding his connection to Carl's demise. What are your plans moving forward? Shen Feng inquired. Me? A flicker of confusion crossed Liu's face, yet whether genuine or feigned remained a mystery. What else can I do? I have nothing left. I'll take it one day at a time. With that, Liu began to gulp down his drink. The bar's lighting remained enchanting yet dim. Days later, the weekend arrived at last. Due to the sensational buzz surrounding the masked murderer, the entrance to the Songa Theater was thronged with a veritable sea of people. A gigantic advertisement adorned the entrance, featuring stills from the production Masked Murderer. In the image, the leading actress, Wei Shui, stood upon a brilliantly lit stage, a beam of light illuminating her striking features. Below, bold crimson letters proclaimed, "Dance of Death, commencing tonight." Many flocked to the poster for photographs, while fervent fans of Wei Shui attempted to purchase tickets at exorbitant prices from scalpers at the entrance. Yet, amidst the commotion, no one noticed a stocky figure clad in a mask. For years, Dong Lianqing had survived by thievery, and few would suspect that such a burly man, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, could be a thief. After meticulous planning, Dong stealthily infiltrated the backstage of the performance, guided by the map imprinted in his memory. Chapter 59. The initial setup. Dong Lianqing's action Shen Feng had arrived at the entrance of the Songa Theater, standing quietly among the throngs of people. Occasionally glancing at his watch, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about this theater, which boasted a long-standing history, named after its inaugural founder, Song Ha. Presently, the theater's main attraction was none other than his target, Wei Shui. Rewind 10 years. At that time, the 23-year-old Wei Shui was a dancer. Not yet a household name, but she had garnered a degree of recognition. Shen Feng's younger sister, Shen Xiaoyu, was quite fond of this older sister figure, even aspiring to learn dance herself. Little did she know that the sister she admired was, in fact, one of the executioners behind the demise of the Shen family. Beneath her beautiful exterior lay a malignant soul that ruthlessly obliterated everything in its path. In the present day, Wei Shui appeared to be a celebrated actress on stage, basking in the limelight like a dazzling pearl. However, behind her glamorous facade lurked a dark underbelly. She manipulated several young and attractive actresses, viewing them as mere assets. Through these girls' allure, she cunningly wove connections with the upper echelons of society, skillfully collecting leverage to serve her clandestine alliance. Those actresses under her control were often too afraid to voice their grievances, and many willingly allowed themselves to be exploited, believing it to be a shortcut to success. Shen Feng glanced back at the poster featuring the enchanting yet hypocritical Wei Shui before once again checking his watch. The evening's performance promised to be nothing short of spectacular, and tonight, Wei Shui would meet her fate in this meticulously orchestrated play. The layers of deception were truly thrilling. "Shen Feng, over here," came the voice of Zhang Yiyang from a distance. Shen Feng looked up to see Zhang Yiyang approaching with a bright smile. He playfully patted Shen Feng on the chest. "You're quite early." Zhang Yiyang was a man of clear boundaries. Despite enduring several setbacks in his investigative work, he maintained a carefree demeanor in private. "Since Officer Zhang is treating us, I had to arrive early." Shen Feng jested back, his heart racing in anticipation. The prolonged mental turmoil had ignited an almost obsessive desire to perform. The presence of an exceptional audience member would add a unique hue to this madcap performance. Zhang Yiyang rolled his eyes in jest. "I see you're eager to recoup the cost of your soda." Just as they were about to enter, a gentle voice called out from nearby. "Oh? Isn't that Officer Zhang? Principal Peng?" A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yiyang's face as he recognized the approaching figure. Shen Feng beheld a middle-aged man, bespectacled and refined in appearance. Upon seeing this face, a shadow flickered in Shen Feng's heart. Peng De, sharing a name with a famed general from the Three Kingdoms, was the vice principal of 3rd Middle School in Floating Island City. In his previous life, Shen Feng had been a student there. Peng De was once Shen Feng's most respected teacher. Crucially, he was also the name left unspoken by Hu Delin before his death, and the one that Dong Lianqing had failed to complete. Peng De was Shen Feng's next target. Despite his polished exterior, Peng De's private conduct was truly beastly. Moreover, he was one of the catalysts behind the Shen family massacre. It was he who had extended an olive branch to the Shen family during a home visit, only for them to face utter destruction after declining his offer. As this realization struck, Shen Feng's heart raced uncontrollably, fueled by a deep-seated hatred emanating from the very core of his being. Yet, Shen Feng was not the type to lose control of his emotions. He swiftly composed himself and shook hands with the man, introduced by Zhang Yiyang. "Hello, Principal Peng. Mr. Shen is truly a remarkable individual." Peng De responded warmly. As their hands clasped, Shen Feng presented a smile that felt like a breath of spring, yet concealed a chilling intent beneath. It was as if vibrant petals unfurled to reveal a venomous scorpion hidden within. "All right, it's about time. Let us head inside," Shen Feng declared, leading the way towards the ticket booth. Peng De observed Shen Feng's retreating figure, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him. He reassured himself internally, attributing it to the coincidence of sharing a name with a former student. "This young man is quite unique," Peng De mused, smiling with an air of elegance. Zhang Yiyang chuckled. He has been special since childhood, and even more so in recent years. Let us go enjoy the show, The Masked Murderer. How intriguing. Who knows what amusing cases might unfold on stage tonight. Having evaded 6 or 7 security personnel, Dong Lianqing successfully infiltrated the backstage dressing room. At that moment, actors, directors, and prop managers were engrossed in on-site coordination, leaving Dong Lianqing unnoticed. His eyes darted around until they landed on his target, Wei Xue's performance attire, a white dress. Wei Xue possessed a degree of obsessive cleanliness. Hence her costumes were stored in vacuum-sealed bags prior to performances to prevent dust accumulation. After each show, they were promptly sent for cleaning. Donning gloves. Dong Lianqing swiftly unsealed the vacuum bag and gingerly extracted Wei Xue's costume. Then, he leaned in, inhaling deeply, a lewd expression overtaking his features. What a delightful scent. Indeed, Dong Lianqing could be considered a fan of Wei Xue, and the opportunity to smell her clothing was a guilty pleasure. Nevertheless, he remained focused on his task. Cautiously, he opened the door and peered through the crack to ensure no one was watching. Satisfied, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket and meticulously applied its contents to Wei Xue's costume. Having completed his mission, Dong Lianqing exited the scene with haste. In the performance hall, people bustled about. Shen Feng and Zhang Yiyang, tickets in hand, searched for their seats. The venue was vast, capable of accommodating over 1,000 patrons. However, the stage and audience were separated by a massive bulletproof glass barrier. Not long ago, after news broke of Wei Xue's close relationship with a wealthy heir, an agitated fan had rushed the stage to douse her in ink. Consequently, the organizers invested heavily in this protective glass for safety reasons. Yet tonight, the barrier would shield more than just a misguided fan. It would guard against Wei Xue's very life. Her fate hung precariously, akin to a flickering candle, on the verge of extinguishing in the wake of this meticulously crafted conspiracy. Chapter 60, Past Hatred in the Makeup Room. Wei Xue languidly reclined in her chair, her gaze emanating an innate arrogance. She surveyed her exquisite visage in the mirror, perceiving it as a flawless masterpiece, while everything and everyone around her merely served to accentuate her existence. The male makeup artist, Xiao Li, stood nervously beside her, gripping his makeup brush tightly as he touched up her makeup. Wei Xue slightly lifted her chin, her tone icy. Is my performance outfit ready? Xiao Li promptly nodded, his voice trembling. Sister Wei, rest assured, everything is prepared. Wei Xue gazed at her reflection, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at her lips. Like Shen Feng, she possessed a strong desire to perform. She could almost envision the thunderous applause and cheers from the audience following her performance, as well as her own resplendent future. Born in a small county, Wei Xue had come to Floating Island City, where, driven by vanity and greed, she became a dancer. With her graceful movements and charm, she navigated among various men, eventually transforming into a modestly renowned dancer under the patronage of a wealthy benefactor. 10 years ago, upon receiving an invitation from the Alliance, Wei Xue accepted without hesitation. However, entry into the Alliance was not as simple as it seemed. To join, one had to pledge allegiance. In other words, everyone within the Alliance had blood on their hands. On that fateful day, in a dimly lit warehouse, a severely beaten young man was dragged to Wei Xue's side. This young man was none other than Shen Feng, the very same from the past. What Wei Xue had to do was to kill this young man before the cameras of the Alliance. As Shen Feng looked at the woman before him, who happened to be his sister's favorite dancer, he suddenly smiled despite the blood covering his face. It was a smile both eerie and oddly contemptuous, deeply wounding Wei Xue's pride. In the face of that smile, she felt a sudden wave of shame wash over her. Overcome, she hesitated not a moment longer and plunged a dagger into Shen Feng's chest. Scoundrel, what are you laughing at? Were the last words Shen Feng heard before his demise. Subsequently, the Alliance entrusted his lifeless body to a thug named Hu Delin. Snapping back to reality, Wei Xue listened to the cacophony outside, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. To her, everything she had today was rightfully earned, the fruit of her relentless efforts. Though she would be tormented by that nightmare for a time, wondering if the spirit of that young man was haunting her, she felt unafraid. For not long after, she sought out a master who banished the boy's vengeful spirit. Whether it was psychological or not, since then, Wei Xue had not experienced another nightmare. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware that a meticulously orchestrated crisis of death was stealthily encroaching upon her, like a shadow in the night, obscuring the light and gradually enveloping her. Today would be her true nightmare. On stage, a large screen displayed a suspenseful preview of the play titled The Dance of Death. Wei Xue portrayed the lead role of a dancer, a domain she was accustomed to. During the performance, she would be assassinated by a masked man disguised as a background dancer. Sometimes, everything unfolds with such dramatic flair. In the audience, Shen Feng and Zhang Yiyang took their seats after locating their spots. Shen Feng pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. The performance was about to commence. Coincidentally, Principal Pang was seated not far from them. Principal Pang, what a coincidence. Shen Feng greeted with a smile. Pang, beaming, replied, Ah, Officer Zhang and Mr. Shen. Indeed a coincidence. Shen Feng inquired, do you enjoy theater as well, Principal Pang? Absolutely. Pang lamented, in this day and age, people are glued to their phones. And such art forms are nearing extinction. Moreover, this young lady Wei Shui is truly remarkable. Her acting skills and character are commendable. Not only the youth, but even someone like me, past 50, finds her delightful. Shen Feng engaged Pang in casual conversation. Pang was unsurprised that he did not know Wei Shui. In truth, within the mysterious alliance, most mid-level members were unfamiliar with one another. They referred to each other solely by code names, often never having seen one another's faces. And even communication was conducted through voice modulators. Only those within the core circles of interest were acquainted. Having established the alliance's rules and assigned various tasks while ensuring that members remained largely anonymous to one another. Before long, the performance commenced, following the host's formal introduction. Shen Feng's heart raced, for he knew that this perfect artistry was about to unveil itself before all. Wei Shui, the woman who had once plunged a knife into his chest, the one who had wronged his sister, was about to suffer torment before the eyes of the audience. Her soul would be purified by the flames of revenge. Witnessing this unfold was nothing short of exquisite. Shen Feng's heart raced, his blood ignited with fervor. His consciousness seemed to dance alone in the darkness, each movement imbued with grace. On stage, the red curtain gradually drew back, revealing Wei Shui in a flowing white gown. Under the spotlight, her face bore a composed and elegant smile, resembling a princess sprung from a fairy tale, utterly enchanting. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and whistles. Wei Shui, Wei Shui, I love you, Wei Shui. I adore Wei Shui. Many of her fervent fans shouted their declarations of love with abandon. The crowd had gone wild. Thrumming with excitement, Zhang Yiyang, grinning while covering his ears, shouted to Shen Feng, goodness, Wei Shui's popularity is rivaling that of a top star. Wei Shui relished the uproar she had stirred. She savored the feeling of being in the limelight, exalted above all. Shen Feng squinted, lost in his own graceful reverie. As Wei Shui adjusted the microphone at her lips, preparing to express her gratitude to the audience, she suddenly felt an unbearable searing pain engulfing her entire body. A cacophony filled her ears, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. Everything transformed into slow motion. In that moment, her senses sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. What was that sound? The clattering. Was it the sound of water? No. Wei Shui's eyes widened in terror. It was fire. In the next instant, flames erupted around her, engulfing her entirely. Chapter 61. A sensation across the internet, that gaze she had seen before. On stage, Wei Shui was suddenly ignited. Flames, like the tendrils of a demon, swiftly spread along her skirt, enveloping her entirely in an instant. Her meticulously styled hair danced wildly in the inferno, resembling burning black satin. Wei Shui's eyes widened in terror, bloodshot with fear, as a sharp and piercing scream erupted from her throat. Ah, ah, ah. This sound sliced through the theater's previously vibrant atmosphere like a razor-sharp sword, piercing the eardrums of every spectator. The audience was momentarily frozen. But soon panic surged through the crowd like a torrential tide. Oh my god, there's a fire. What is happening? Quick, save her. Rushed away Shui. However, the immense glass barrier separating the stage from the audience rendered them unable to rush forward. Many in the audience were rendered paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, pushing and shoving one another while letting out desperate screams, heedlessly fleeing toward the theater's exit. Zhang Yiyang abruptly sprang from his seat, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene. His professional instincts urged him to save her first. Without time to greet Shen Feng, Zhang Yiyang dashed out, colliding through the crowd in search of a way to reach the stage. A meticulously choreographed performance had transformed into a nightmare. On stage, Wei Shui was engulfed by the flames, crying out and struggling as if engaged in a macabre dance. Shen Feng sat quietly in his seat, lost in a solitary dance within his consciousness. His movements and thoughts seemed to resonate eerily with Wei Shui's tortured writhing on stage. To him, her agony appeared hauntingly beautiful. Her once proud figure resembled a butterfly, tormented in hell, paying a painful price for past sins. Soon, staff members rushed forward with fire extinguishers. The extinguishing agent spread rapidly. Yet the powerful extinguishers failed to quell the flames. After merely a few seconds of diminished intensity, the fire reignited. Wei Shui could no longer articulate a complete cry for help. She flailed her arms desperately in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. Gradually, her movements grew feeble until, with a resounding thud, she collapsed to the ground. In her final moments, memories flashed through her mind like lightning, recalling a phrase spoken by the tall boy just before his death. With a resentful glare, he coldly declared, "I will remember your face." Those words echoed hauntingly in her ears. Was this retribution? Suddenly, Wei Shui felt a chilling gaze. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she looked toward the audience. Amidst the chaotic throng, she spotted a man, his eyes filled with resentment, staring intently at her. That gaze, she had seen it before. Wei Shui's consciousness plummeted like a meteor into an endless abyss of darkness, with no hope of return. On stage, thick white smoke billowed like fog. Good evening, dear audience. We interrupt our regular programming for an urgent news bulletin. At 9 o'clock tonight, renowned theatrical actress Wei Shui suddenly self-ignited during a performance and, despite rescue efforts, has been pronounced dead. The specific cause is currently under police investigation, who also remind. As Wei Shui was a public figure with a vast fan base, her sudden demise in front of thousands acted as a catalyst, igniting a media frenzy. Numerous astute reporters hurried to the Songha Theater, nearly blocking the entrance. After all, the death of a famous actress by spontaneous combustion, especially following recent rumors of her dating a wealthy heir and facing attacks from zealous fans, created an immeasurable topic of discussion. Officer, could you disclose the cause of Miss Wei Shui's death? Is it related to the theme of the play? Simultaneously, discussions erupted online, with a plethora of posts flooding the platform. The news of Wei Shui's death spread like wildfire, engulfing the internet. Numerous videos recorded by audience members circulated wildly online. However, due to their terrifying nature, they were swiftly taken down. Wow, that was terrifying. Do you really think it was an accident? At the scene, just as Wei Shui was about to speak, her dress suddenly caught fire. Unbelievable. What on earth happened? Let us wait for the official announcement and police investigation. I have a bold theory. Could it be that Wei Shui's role in the play The Masked Killer provoked some form of revenge from that character? This comment quickly garnered thousands of likes, amassing nearly 5,000 within half an hour. Various bloggers initiated live streams to analyze the event. Even a relatively unknown blogger with only a few hundred followers saw their numbers soar to over 80,000 just for being the first to broadcast live. The weight of public opinion fell squarely on the shoulders of the police. This matter, involving a public figure, public sentiment, and the Masked Killer theme, was far-reaching. Director Qiao Jianzhong was urgently notified and issued a response, assuring the public that the police would clarify the circumstances as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, the true culprit, Shen Feng, remained detached, as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning home, he first lit incense before a family photo. With trembling hands, he picked up the yellowed, tattered picture, gently caressing the faces of his parents and younger sister. His eyes reflected a sense of longing. Those cherished memories could never be reclaimed. And he found himself sinking deeper into a path of crime. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, just watch. All the evildoers from back then will pay the price. I will send them, one by one, into the abyss, eternally damned. Wei Shui was already the 8th. Soon, the 9th would follow. Shen Feng carefully placed the photograph back, as if cradling his most treasured possession. He then drove to a secluded location and dialed Dong Lianqing's number, connecting almost instantly. Dong, you've screwed me over. As soon as the call connected, Dong Lianqing erupted in a tirade. You've made this situation so big. How am I supposed to handle it? I should Tia believed your nonsense. What now, you? Shen Feng remained silent, listening quietly. After all, the insults were not directed at him. Once Dong Lianqing finished venting, panting heavily on the other end, Shen Feng chuckled coldly. Dong Lianqing, this ISNTA stage. Have you finished your performance yet? Chapter 62. The Truth of Spontaneous Combustion. A gift for you, Dong Lianqing. This is not a stage. Have you finished your performance? As soon as these words fell, silence enveloped the other end of the phone. After a brief moment, Dong Lianqing cursed. I couldn't care less about acting. Shen Feng strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant, vibrant neon nightscape. If you continue this charade, I assure you, you shall receive not a single penny. Another brief silence ensued, and then a sudden, hollow laugh erupted from the other end. I speak only the truth. If I knew you wanted me to do such a thing, even with 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare. Now, look at the mess we've created. I can no longer stay here, are you? Heh. Shen Feng furrowed his brows. Stop pretending. Do you truly not know what I have asked of you? Dong Lianqing did not respond directly, but instead declared, a flat rate, 1 million. How about it? Given what I have done, a little compensation is only fair, don't you think? Moreover, I promise to keep this matter to myself. A slow smile crept across Shen Feng's lips. For someone as cautious as Dong Lianqing, engaging in psychological warfare was the only way to gradually lower his defenses, leading him step by step into the trap that had been meticulously set. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Feng coldly replied, only 900,000. Take it or leave it. Deal. Indeed, a deal was struck, but the price was your life. Shen Feng stated slowly, tomorrow afternoon, same place. I will arrange for the money to be placed in the trash bin. Take the money and vanish forever. Heh. Dong Lianqing chuckled slyly, rest assured. In the special investigation team, cases like Wei Shui should typically be assigned to other teams for investigation. However, given that Zhang Yang was present at the scene when Wei Shui tragically perished, and considering that Wei Shui's performance was related to the masked man, it was only natural for this case to fall under the jurisdiction of the special investigation team. Nevertheless, the pressure was immense. The higher-ups demanded that the team resolve the case swiftly, providing the public with answers and quelling the storm of public opinion. This was an overwhelming task for all members of the team. They were still grappling with the slow progress of previous cases when the sudden emergence of Wei Shui's case demanded urgent resolution. Zhong Haiyang was so troubled that his hair seemed to turn gray with worry. At this moment, within the special investigation team, this is no accident. It is a premeditated murder. Zhang Yang asserted confidently, white phosphorus murder. After Wei Shui's spontaneous combustion, Zhang Yang quickly rushed to the backstage dressing room, only to find a nearly burnt-out vacuum-sealed bag. Subsequent police analysis concluded that Wei Shui's costume had been coated with a substantial amount of white phosphorus. This substance ignites at a remarkably low temperature, typically around 40 degrees in an oxygen-rich environment, and cannot be extinguished by standard fire extinguishers. Under the stage lights and various other factors, the white phosphorus ignited rapidly, causing Wei Shui to inhale toxic fumes and perish. But was it truly him? Xiaohu countered. But this time, he seemingly did not issue a murder warning. Zhang Haiyang immediately reprimanded, Xiaohu, do not fall into habitual thinking. Did the lesson from Chao Jianfei's case not suffice? Xiaohu paused, then appeared to grasp something. Lu Meihua nodded, her voice cold. From beginning to end. No one is mandated that he must notify us before committing a crime. Indeed, Zhang Haiyang's expression remained stoic. All along, we have been led by him. Thus, it's time we altered our perspective. Although this case lacks direct evidence linking him to it, we cannot afford to abandon it. As long as there exists even the slightest possibility, we must not relent. 10 years ago, a misjudgment on Zhang Haiyang's part resulted in the destruction of a family. A decade later, he was no longer the same man. He would not repeat past mistakes. He would not forsake even the faintest clue. Ironically, the masked man he now relentlessly pursued was the very victim from a decade prior. We've located the surveillance footage. Suddenly, Su Kuan exclaimed, startling everyone as he called out. The group quickly gathered around the computer. Su Kuan pointed at the screen. Look, this individual exhibits suspicious behavior and entered the dressing room. The surveillance video revealed a shadowy figure, short in stature but seemingly robust, especially with arms that appeared significantly thicker than average. The footage indicated that he avoided all security personnel before prying open the dressing room door. He lingered there for a few minutes before stealthily departing. Yet, upon observing this person's physique, the entire special investigation team sensed something amiss. This was not the physique of the masked man, nor did it resemble Liu Ruxu. Could it be that the masked man had accomplices? Or was it possible that he was not the perpetrator at all, and that another individual was responsible? As everyone exchanged glances, they found themselves unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Suddenly, a rapid phone ring shattered the silence, pulling everyone back from their reverie. Zhang Haiyang frowned at the caller ID, which bore no discernible origin. After a brief pause, he answered the call. Officer Zhang, good evening. Haha. The processed voice on the other end sent a shiver down everyone's spine. It was him, the masked man. Tell me, are you all overwhelmed with work at the moment? Haha. Zhang Haiyang clenched his fist and wasted no time, directly inquiring, you bastard, did you orchestrate tonight's events? Officer Zhang, you remain as hot-headed as ever. Shen Feng replied leisurely. Do you not know that to overcome an opponent, one must maintain respect for them? I ask you, did you? Zhang Haiyang's words nearly erupted through clenched teeth. Calm down, Officer Zhang. Without evidence, do refrain from making unfounded accusations. You. Zhang Yang stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Haiyang's shoulder, taking the phone from him. Good evening. A moment of silence followed, then Shen Feng chuckled. Oh, it's Officer Zhang. As Zhang Yang exchanged glances with the others, he continued. I presume your call isn't merely a courteous greeting? Another warning? No. This time, Shen Feng smiled elegantly. I wish to present you with a gift. Chapter 63, The Triad Siege on Dong Lianqing. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you genuinely so benevolent? Of course not. Shen Feng chuckled lightly. But you have no choice in the matter. What do you mean? Shen Feng, cutting through the pleasantries, candidly articulated his intentions. Dong Lianqing, a 39-year-old male from Qingxi County, has been evading capture for years due to multiple thefts and robberies. Wei Shui met her demise at his hands. Tomorrow, he will appear on Baiyang Street. As for whether you choose to apprehend him, that is entirely up to you. With that, Shen Feng ended the call decisively. The necessary words had been spoken. Now it was time to observe the unfolding events. Soon, the task force members, utilizing Shen Feng's information, unearthed the wanted dossier on Dong Lianqing. The records revealed a litany of crimes, including robbery, theft, and aggravated assault. However, there was no mention of the case from a decade ago where he had killed Shen's family's maid. What are your thoughts? Inquired Zhang Haiyang. After a brief silence, Lu Meihua broke the stillness. Her gaze was penetrating, her voice devoid of warmth. Dong Lianqing is likely a pawn in this case involving the masked man. Somehow, he has coerced Dong into his service, clandestinely orchestrating Wei Shui's murder. Subsequently, he deliberately leaked Dong's information to us, aiming to eliminate him through our hands. The repercussions of Wei Shui's case are too significant. The masked man may need to extricate himself for the time being. Liu Meihua's analysis received unanimous agreement. Indeed, this method aligns with his style, Zhang Haiyang concurred. Through numerous encounters, they had discerned the masked man's characteristics, an individual who adeptly exploited every circumstance. Zhang Yang shrugged, a wry smile adorning his face. And then what? Now that we've deduced this, what can we actually do? Even if we recognize it as a scheme, or rather, his grand design, we find ourselves with no alternative. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Outside, the wind howled as if a tempest was brewing, disturbing the tranquility of all present. Indeed, they had no other options. Wei Shui's death had ignited a tumultuous wave of public discourse, with rampant discussions across the internet. It was certain that by dawn, headlines across major media outlets would demand swift resolution and accountability. Should they fail to solve the case promptly, public trust in law enforcement would erode, intensifying the unbearable pressure of public opinion. The dignity of the law must not be trampled upon. Yet, this information had come from the last person they desired. Bang! Kai Xiaoming slammed his fist on the table in frustration. This scoundrel is exceedingly cunning. He always ensnares us so thoroughly. Zhang Yiyang shook his head and chuckled. This fellow has an uncanny grasp of our psychology, forcing us into his trap even when we are acutely aware of being manipulated. The group fell silent. The masked man was akin to a specter lurking in the shadows, exploiting human frailties, toying with everyone as if they were mere puppets. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Haiyang slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute. Regardless, Dong Lianqing is a criminal, a fugitive at that. Whether this matter is linked to the masked man or not, combating crime is our solemn duty. I concur, Liu Meihua affirmed. We cannot allow the masked man and Oppos' machinations to permit a criminal and Oppos' escape. However, we must remain vigilant. This is likely a trap set by the masked man. During the operation, we must prioritize safety to thwart any further schemes he may have. The members of the task force had developed a psychological aversion to Shen Feng. Whenever he undertook any action, they instinctively wondered if there lurked another ulterior motive. In an undisclosed room within the city, a stifling atmosphere prevailed. The dim lighting resembled the gaze of an aged elder. The tranquil ambience felt akin to the oppressive calm before a storm. The square room housed 4 black doors. At its center stood a circular table, around which 3 enigmatic figures were seated. All donned voluminous black garments, their hoods drawn low, obscuring their faces and revealing only shadows. Each bore a meticulously crafted mask, the intricate patterns barely discernible in the darkness: a fox, a tiger, and a wolf. The fox broke the silence first. Its voice evidently altered. Who could the masked man be? The wolf slightly raised its head, the mask glimmering with a cold light. We conduct our affairs with precision. None shall return alive to seek vengeance. The tiger, after a brief pause, added, he seems to possess a profound understanding of our operations. He is certainly no ordinary avenger. The fox inquired, what shall we do? Inform the higher-ups? The wolf shook its head. To notify the higher-ups over such a trivial matter would merely underscore our incompetence. You may lack dignity, but I do not. The tiger rose, its masked visage resembling a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows. Then let us act. Let us uncover the masked man. With that, the 3 mysterious figures gradually stood and departed through their respective doors. The lights in the room extinguished abruptly, leaving only darkness and silence, as if nothing had transpired. The following day, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the impeccably dressed Dong Lianqing emerged from an upscale restaurant. Moments ago, he had indulged in the most extravagant meal he had savored in years, relishing an array of luxurious delicacies, leaving his stomach round and content. Although he had already squandered half of the 80,000 yuan deposit, he was soon to receive the final payment of 820,000 yuan, enabling him to restart his endeavors in northern Myanmar. Checking his watch, Dong Lianqing deemed it time to leave and promptly hailed a taxi to Bayong Street. Before long, he arrived alone at the designated trash bin. As he reached to rummage through it, a sudden surge of plainclothes officers erupted from all directions. Realizing the peril, Dong Lianqing turned to flee. Yet, he was met by another group of officers charging towards him, swiftly overpowering him and pinning him to the ground. Having indulged excessively and now grappling with the sudden exertion, Dong Lianqing retched violently, expelling the finest meal he had enjoyed in years. Chapter 64. The imitator of the masked man. Not far from where Dong Lianqing was apprehended, Shen Feng sat by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor of a CAF, observing the scene with an air of detachment. The 8th, Wei Shui, the 9th, Dong Lianqing, both had been dealt with. With Dong Lianqing's capture, his doom was sealed. Shen Feng harbored no fears that Dong would disclose any information. He was well aware of what should be spoken and what should remain unspoken. The alliance was not something he could afford to offend. He could choose to end his life, but what of his elderly mother? What of his ex-wife and son? Regardless of his silence or confession, Dong Lianqing was destined for death. Though somewhat foolish, he was far from being a simpleton. A soft chuckle escaped Shen Feng's lips as he gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, Next, it shall be the 10th. Following his arrest, Dong Lianqing was swiftly handed over to the Central Bureau for processing. It was only upon sitting on the cold chair that he realized the extent of his folly. All this time, he had been ensnared in a web of deception. He confessed to the crimes he had committed over the years, but remained tight-lipped about anything related to the alliance. After all, he had family to consider. Despite his disdain for his ex-wife, he still had an elderly mother and a son to protect. The repercussions of this incident were too severe to ignore, necessitating a prompt explanation to the public. Consequently, the authorities acted with remarkable decisiveness. Issuing a statement almost immediately after Dong Lianqing's apprehension, criminal Dong Lianqing was a fan of the victim, Wei Shui. Upon hearing rumors of her involvement with a wealthy heir, he harbored resentment and infiltrated the performance venue, applying white phosphorus to Wei Shui's costume. This act bears no relation to the masked murderer. Further investigation revealed that Dong Lianqing was still a fugitive. Ultimately, he was sentenced to death for theft, burglary, and intentional homicide. Given the egregious nature of his crimes and his lack of remorse, the verdict was swift, multiple charges consolidated, resulting in an immediate death sentence and a lifetime deprivation of political rights. The special task force that captured the murderer received substantial commendations, though the rewards were met with mixed feelings. Soon, Dong Lianqing faced execution by lethal injection. In his final moments, he sang True Eternity by Hua Zai, bringing his sinful existence to a close. Shen Feng was not the least bit surprised by the rapid execution. On one hand, Dong had been ensnared by his own machinations, committing the crime of intentional homicide. On the other hand, the authorities needed to provide a timely account to the public. Additionally, it was evident that members of the alliance were operating behind the scenes. Thus, Dong Lianqing met his end under the siege of various forces. It could be said that following the Wei Shui case, everyone sought his demise. Thus, you owe the masked man a personal favor, Shen Feng remarked. At the Lonely Island bar, Shen Feng sat at the bar, smiling at Zhang Yiyang before him. It was the weekend, and Zhang wore a relaxed sweater over a shirt. Well, I suppose that can be understood, Zhang commented wryly. Given that the Wei Shui case was no longer a secret and Shen Feng had been a witness at the scene, there was little left to conceal. Life is full of unexpected turns. Shen Feng continued to smile, his elongated eyes betraying no emotion. Indeed, while it could not be denied that the task force had been manipulated by the masked man, they had nonetheless acted swiftly to apprehend the criminal Dong Lianqing, upholding the dignity of the law and receiving numerous accolades in the process. However, as I understand it, Shen Feng shifted the conversation, his interest piqued. You, my friend, are not one to relish being in someone's debt. I imagine it weighs on you. Zhang Yiyang paused, his hand gripping the water glass, hesitating momentarily before he nodded. Indeed, but this debt, perhaps I shall repay it when the opportunity arises. Repay it? Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yiyang quickly realized his misstep and laughed. You little rascal, where did your mind wander? Regardless, he remains a criminal, and I shall show him no mercy. However, aside from the principle of the matter, I may still return this so-called favor. Shen Feng nodded. You remain unchanged. Zhang chuckled. Haven't I always been this way? Yet, you seem to have transformed considerably over the years. I often wonder, with all your comforts, what have you truly experienced during this time? As Shen Feng heard this question, the corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, but the fleeting expression was gone before it could be noticed. Oh, I've remained much the same. Perhaps growing older has altered my perspective on things. The dim, tranquil lighting enveloped them, and the music flowed gently through every corner. Sitting across from each other, the occasional fizz of bubbles in their soda water punctuated the silence. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the serene atmosphere. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhang Yiyang's heart tightened. It was Zhang Haiyang. Given that today was a day off, Zhang would not disturb him without cause. Could it be the masked man had resumed his spree? Hello, team leader Zhang. What is the situation? Zhang Yiyang answered, while Shen Feng lowered the music's volume. Zhang Haiyang's grave voice resonated from the other end, clear as day to Shen Feng. Return to work. That guy has called again. Oh, a spark of curiosity ignited in Shen Feng's eyes, for although he had set his sights on the next target, Pangda, he had yet to make a move. He had been right here, without placing any calls to Zhang Haiyang. This left him intrigued. Could it be Liu Zhen? No, Liu Zhen should be under close police surveillance. Not foolish enough to act brazenly. Then who could it be? These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, and he quickly regained his composure. Pretending to sip his drink casually, he leaned in to listen to Zhang Yiyang's conversation. Who is it this time? Zhang Yiyang asked, exasperated. Damn the masked man. Just when I finally had a day off, it's all gone to waste. This person is someone you know, the vice principal of 3rd middle school, Pangda. Pangda? Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just as he planned to eliminate Pangda, someone else had impersonated him and taken the first step. How amusing. All right. Wait for me. I'm heading back now, Zhang Yiyang declared, hanging up the phone without hesitation. He turned to Shen Feng. It seems I must trouble you to drive me to the police station. Shen Feng laughed heartily. Not a problem. The two quickly donned their coats. And after Shen Feng locked the bar door, he drove Zhang Yiyang toward the criminal investigation team. Shen Feng was eager to discover who had dared to impersonate him in an attempt to assassinate Pang De. Chapter 65. The Naive Imitator, Kill Pound. The residence of Pound is situated in an antiquated neighborhood, where the peeling walls narrate tales of its obsolescence. As a member of the Alliance, Pound has always exercised caution to uphold his pristine image and better serve the organization. In this moment, within the confines of his dilapidated room, he addressed the officers with a measured tone, seemingly unperturbed by the masked man's ominous threat. Officer Zhang knows that I could never commit any heinous act, he stated calmly. Zhang Haiying cast a surprised glance at Zhang Yiyang. Do you know each other? Zhang Yiyang nodded. Indeed. We met a year ago while assisting Principal Pound in solving a child trafficking case. Pound chuckled. That was my duty, but Officer Zhang, I truly cannot fathom why someone would seek vengeance upon me. I have conducted myself with integrity all these years and have wronged no one. Su Kuan, standing nearby, subtly scoffed at Pound's assertion, clearly skeptical of his words. Since the Carl case, his mindset had undergone an unnoticed transformation, a shift akin to a silent undercurrent tugging at his conscience. As the sky gradually darkened, a somewhat gaunt figure of a young man stood in the shadows of the neighborhood. His eyes, filled with hatred, glimmered like blades in the darkness. At 20 years of age, Yi Jian should be engrossed in his studies at university, yet he found himself laboring odd jobs. In the obscurity, he combed back his slightly long hair, inhaling deeply several times. After furtively scanning his surroundings, he retrieved an object from his backpack, an illegal crossbow. Yi Jian's purpose tonight was singular, to kill Pound. Earlier that day, he had gleaned details about the masked man's case from a colleague whose cousin worked in the police force, thus ensuring the information's reliability. Utilizing an old phone and AI-altered voice recordings, he had phoned the police, impersonating the masked man and declaring his intent to murder Pound. Following his plan, Yi Jian aimed to find a vantage point, shoot Pound with the crossbow, and make a swift escape. Now, beneath the cloak of night, he took deep breaths to quell his mounting anxiety. However, his trembling hands and the cold sweat dotting his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Pound, you beast. Tonight you shall pay your debts. Yi Jian's voice, still youthful, quavered slightly. He swallowed hard, mustering courage. Yi Jian, do not fear. You can do this. Yet, just as he prepared to act, a chilling sensation crept around his neck. A shadow appeared behind him, ghost-like. In an instant, a glinting dagger pressed against his throat. Who are you? Yi Jian stammered in fear. The silence around him was unnerving. He had heard no sound preceding this apparition. The shadow remained silent, gripping him tightly as they swiftly exited the neighborhood. With no guard present, they left without hindrance. Shen Feng brought Yi Jian to a black van, roughly shoving him inside. Before Yi Jian could react, Shen Feng struck him with a swift motion to his neck, rendering him unconscious. In a derelict building, a byproduct of the distorted real estate market, countless developers sold pre-construction properties only to later declare bankruptcy and abscond with the funds. Thus, the cities bore witness to many such abandoned structures, paradises for vagrants and criminals, yet hells for prospective homeowners. Time passed, and Yi Jian gradually opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he beheld a man adorned with a white mask emblazoned with a smiling face, tilting his head with interest. The man held a sharp dagger in his hand. Who are you? Yi Jian gasped in terror, realizing he was bound firmly to a pillar. He struggled in vain. The more he fought, the tighter the bindings became. Let me go? Let me go? Though Yi Jian possessed the audacity to kill Pound, he was ultimately just a young man fueled by impetuous passion. This fervor was now extinguished by the harshness of reality, exposing his naivety and cowardice. Oh, who am I? In the oppressive silence, Shen Feng slowly approached with the knife. To be honest, he did not mind someone impersonating him, even if it meant taking the fall for it. To him, one more or less made no difference. However, Shen Feng would not tolerate anyone tainting his name. Immersed in his own vengeance, he would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. You impersonate me, yet you do not know who I am? Shen Feng mocked with a grin. Yi Jian's eyes widened in sudden realization. Why, you are the masked killer. Shen Feng chuckled softly, the laughter echoing chillingly in the stillness. A unique fear glimmered in Yi Jian's gaze, not typical of one facing death. And no, I mean no harm. Let me go. He shook his head vigorously, his voice laced with desperation. Please, let me go. Your eyes, Shen Feng observed. Your eyes seem quite intriguing. He leisurely circled around Yi Jian. Now, tell me, why impersonate me, and why target Pound? This is your only opportunity. Yi Jian nodded fervently. I will tell you. I will tell you. Please don't kill me. I cannot die. If I die, it will all be over. Chapter 66. Tomorrow will be better. Yi Jian is a man burdened by fate. Unlike Liu Ruxu's tribulations, he is not orphaned. His parents are indeed alive. However, 6 years ago, they mysteriously vanished. They had embarked on a journey to a Southeast Asian country for work, drawn by promises of lucrative pay and excellent conditions, as recommended by an acquaintance. Yet, they never returned, and that so-called acquaintance disappeared without a trace. It was only later that Yi Jian learned of the true circumstances surrounding their departure. At the tender age of 14, he resolutely took on the responsibility of caring for his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyu, who is 9 years his junior. Over the years, he has tirelessly raised her, sacrificing his own education to ensure she could attend school. Due to his commitment to escorting and looking after her, he has been unable to secure stable employment, surviving instead on odd jobs. Years ago, a man named Pang De entered their lives. Moved by the siblings' plight, he used his influence to secure Yi Xiaoyu a place at the 3rd Middle School, an institution that integrates primary and secondary education. Yi Jian is profoundly grateful, viewing Pang De as a beacon of hope in their dark existence. A few days prior, Pang De summoned Yi Xiaoyu to his office in preparation for a New Year's performance. The sun shone brightly that day, illuminating the specks of dust dancing in the air. Hopeful melodies filled the room, including "Tomorrow Will Be Better," the very song Yi Xiaoyu intended to perform. "Xiaoyu, how is your song preparation coming along?" Pang De's warm smile felt like a gentle spring breeze, as the prelude to "Tomorrow Will Be Better" flowed softly from the speakers. It resembled a trickling stream. "Uncle Pang," Yi Xiaoyu beamed, her face lighting up. "I've prepared very well." "Oh, is that so?" Pang De chuckled. "For this performance, you must give it your all. You cannot let Uncle Pang and your brother down, understand?" Yi Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. "Let the spring breeze awaken your youthful heart," Pang De remarked, rising to welcome the sun's brilliance as he gently closed the office door. The moment the door clicked shut, a soft sound echoed. After returning to his seat, Pang De clasped his hands together, sitting quietly as the music continued to envelop the room. "Let the tears of yesterday dry in the winds of memory," he murmured, gazing at Yi Xiaoyu. "You must study diligently, Xiaoyu." "Of course, I will," she replied sweetly, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. "Look up and seek the wings of the sky." As the migratory birds reveal their shadows, the song continued, weaving through the air, bringing news of distant famine and relentless war, still present. Snowflakes dance upon the peaks of Yushan, piercing the heart of the young. The scars of the past will never heal. With a slight smile, Pang De slowly stood. Yi Xiaoyu tilted her head, her clear eyes reflecting confusion. The sunlight outside seemed to intensify, as a few fragmented snowflakes drifted down silently. The song's melody remained enchanting. "Sing out your passion, extend your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let our smiles be filled with youthful pride. Let us anticipate that tomorrow will be better." In the derelict building, silence reigned. Shen Feng gazed quietly at Yi Jian, whose youthful face was streaked with the marks of tears. "Pang De, he is a beast, a monster." Each word Yi Jian uttered was laced with fury, as if he sought to shatter Pang De into oblivion. "I want to kill this beast. I must." Yet, a desperate realization struck him. "But I cannot die. If I die, who will care for her? Please, spare me, let me go." In the throes of youthful passion, he wept like a child. "Let me go? Please." Shen Feng remained silent, not uttering a word, merely observing Yi Jian's anguish. In a moment of disorientation, he saw Yi Jian's visage transform into a familiar yet foreign countenance. The self he once was in a past life. The eyes hidden behind a mask resembled a swirling abyss, concealing myriad thoughts. After a long pause, Shen Feng suddenly recalled something, his voice low and serious. "What is your sister's name?" Yi Jian looked up, wary. "What do you intend to do? Answer me." Shen Feng's voice rose, a whisper of desperation. "Tell me her name again." Yi Jian, startled by Shen Feng's intensity, instinctively replied, Yi Xiaoyu." "Haha." Shen Feng lowered his head, laughter emanating softly at first, spiraling into a cacophony of madness. Yet, the sound seemed torn, frayed by unseen forces. "Ha ha ha ha." The distorted laughter echoed throughout the empty building. Suddenly, Shen Feng ceased his mirth, fixing a piercing gaze on Yi Jian. "You wish to kill Pang De?" Taken aback, a fierce blaze ignited in Yi Jian's eyes. "Kill? I must kill him. Please, let me go." Shen Feng regarded him for a long moment before speaking quietly. "I also wish for Pang De to perish. What if I help you kill him?" His smile was eerie, a sound more grotesque than sorrow, as if drenched in blood. You would help me?" Yi Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Otherwise, what?" Shen Feng replied, his calm unnerving. "Then you." Yi Jian struggled to comprehend the unfolding scenario, astonished by its trajectory. With a swift motion, Shen Feng's dagger sliced through the ropes binding Yi Jian. "You have one opportunity." "What opportunity? To participate, or not to participate in this matter?" Shen Feng's voice settled into an unsettling tranquility, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "Regardless of your choice, Pang De will die. But you still possess a path of retreat." Suddenly, Yi Jian dropped to his knees, shaking his head vehemently. "I will not retreat. I trust you." He bowed deeply 3 times, declaring, "I will kill Pang De. I want him dead." Have you made up your mind? Sometimes, once the mask is donned, it cannot be removed. Shen Feng's demeanor was unusually serene, a rare moment of genuine calm. Have you decided? Yi Jian replied resolutely, Peng De must die. Not just him. Those behind him must also perish. Although Yi Jian was young and impulsive, he was far from being a mere fool driven by blind passion. He understood well that there were figures lurking behind Peng De, for otherwise, he would not have remained unscathed until now. Yet in this moment, Yi Jian's resolve crystallized. He sought vengeance against Peng De and those who supported him. He yearned for retribution, demanding that all pay the price. Gradually, his expression morphed from frantic to eerily calm, embodying the stillness that precedes a cataclysm. Chapter 67, The Art of Killing by Shen Feng. Under the cover of night, two figures emerged from the abandoned building. As delicate snowflakes began to fall from the somber sky, Shen Feng abruptly turned his head, nervously inquiring, Do you have any money or identification on you? Huh? Yi Jian, slightly bewildered by Shen Feng's erratic thoughts, nodded in confusion. I do. After you give me your contact information, reserve a room at the New Hotel. Preferably on the 8th floor or higher. Yi Jian, perplexed, asked, Aren't we supposed to kill Peng De? Shen Feng shook his head and looked at Yi Jian, retorting, What do you think revenge is? Is it mere impulsive fervor, or reckless abandon without thought of the consequences? No. Revenge is a meticulously calculated series of chain reactions. In this intricate web, every individual is but a cog, no matter how insignificant, once it begins to turn. It will set all the other gears into motion. The Avenger's role is not solely to become a cog at certain moments, but more often, to be the one who presses the switch. Then, one can revel in the operation of these precise mechanisms. Shen Feng raised his palm before him and gently twisted it, as if it were a leaf swaying in the wind. He envisioned those who had wronged him, watching them wither like fallen leaves, descending into the mire, only to decay. That is the most exhilarating sensation, observing the target, as calculated, move toward their inevitable demise. The thrill of control over everything is utterly captivating. Shen Feng's eyes narrowed in delight, lost in his savage imaginings. Yi Jian stared at him in a daze, suddenly feeling a chill. He realized that the individual before him seemed to be in a state of profound instability. His tone, demeanor, actions, and words all conveyed a bone-chilling coldness, akin to a madman from a film. Are you all right? Yi Jian cautiously asked. Me? I'm splendid, Shen Feng replied as he walked, arms wide open, nervously proclaiming, Soon, you will comprehend what revenge truly is. Killing is not merely about bloodshed. It is the manipulation of the human heart, striking at the soul, that constitutes the most exquisite performance. Soon, driven by fear, Peng De will willingly walk step by step into hell. Perhaps feeling that his words lacked depth, he reiterated, willingly. True terror does not manifest in what is visible. All visible fears are restrained by tangible realities. The most terrifying things stem from the depths of the human heart, from the most ferocious fantasies within. Half an hour later, following Shen Feng's instructions, Yi Jian secured a room at the hotel. Room 903, on the 9th floor. The moment Shen Feng received Yi Jian's text, he had already completed the entire plan in his mind. Peng De would, through this intricate calculation, willingly embark on a path to death. This was a hunt, akin to the Hu Dellen case, yet fundamentally different. While Hu Dellen was hunted for his flesh, Peng De would be pursued for far more than just his corporeal form. The snowflakes continued to fall, as if quietly awaiting something. In an old room, all the lights were ablaze. A young girl hugged her knees, gazing dreamily through the window at the falling snow. Youth has succumbed to the mundane, her eyes clouded with sorrow. Her face bore the marks of tears that had burned her skin. It was almost dawn, and the masked man had yet to appear. Inside Peng De's home, the increasingly impatient Kai Xiaoming checked his watch repeatedly. At the windowsill, Su Kuan absent-mindedly observed the outside world through night vision binoculars. Officers. Peng De emerged from the kitchen with a tea tray. Thank you for your hard work. Please enjoy some tea. Zhong Haiyang lifted his cup, saying, Mr. Peng, this is our duty. A flicker of barely perceptible resistance crossed Peng De's eyes as he asked, do you really need to stay here? Just moments ago, Zhong Haiyang had proposed that the special task force members stay overnight. Lu Meihua explained, Mr. Peng, we are here for your safety. We hope you understand. Ah, very well. Peng De nodded, but my accommodations are quite humble. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all, Zhang Yiyang chuckled, teasing, in comparison to extraordinary times. Your place is practically a mansion. As the group sipped tea and engaged in idle chatter, Peng De retreated to his room to rest. To ensure Peng De's safety, Zhang Haiyang arranged for Xiao Hu to share a room with him, while other officers took turns keeping watch outside, ensuring no unforeseen occurrences transpired, though this seemed overly cautious. It reflected the Special Task Force's profound apprehension regarding the masked man. After all, they had not emerged victorious even once thus far. Ah, Mr. Peng. It seems we will be quite close tonight, Xiao Hu joked, attempting to lighten the oppressive atmosphere. Peng De appeared troubled but understood he could neither refuse nor hesitate. After all, this was a matter of life and death. All right, officer, please wait a moment. I will tidy up my room, Pang said hurriedly, darting back inside. As if something within the room was best kept hidden from others. As the night deepened, Su Kuan and Zhang Yang rested on the sofa. Brother Zhang, have you noticed something? Su Kuan asked. The masked man and Appo's tone during the phone call seemed different this time. Zhang Yang nodded. I noticed that long ago. The masked man is likely not a single individual, but rather a team. We need to continue our investigation. Su Kuan sighed. I wonder what brings these masked individuals together. Hatred, or perhaps what they perceive as justice. Suddenly, Su Kuan turned to Zhang Yang, asking, Brother Zhang, do you endorse this notion of justice? Zhang Yang hesitated, not answering immediately. After a moment, he quietly replied, Kuan, the concept of justice is far too nebulous. What we uphold is the soil that can yield justice. Upholding. The soil that produces justice. Su Kuan murmured thoughtfully, plunging into deep contemplation. The night passed, both interminably long and fleeting. Everyone anticipated that something would occur that night, yet, in truth, nothing unusual transpired. The dawn began to break, though the sun had not yet risen. All eyes bore the telltale signs of fatigue, red-rimmed, with hair slightly oily. This night had proven to be quite a trial for everyone, as the space was rather cramped, offering no proper place for rest. Xiaohu and the unharmed Pang De emerged from the bedroom, rubbing their eyes. Su Kuan stretched lazily, asking, Can we consider this a victory? Zhang Yang replied, Let's not be overly optimistic. Let us not forget the he-chumping case. Su Kuan sighed. When will this ordeal come to an end? Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell at Pang De's residence rang. Chapter 68. Is it really you? Meanwhile, disguised as someone else, Yi Jian returned to his hotel room. He was stuffed with various items in his clothing, appearing somewhat bulky and corpulent. As he entered the elevator, he forcefully suppressed his hurried and chaotic breaths. After all, at just 20 years of age, it was impossible not to feel anxious about engaging in such actions for the first time. In reality, his palms were slick with sweat, though the leather gloves he wore made it less noticeable. Huffing and puffing, Yi Jian took a deep breath while tremblingly pressing the button for the 8th floor. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell rang out, jarringly piercing the early morning haze. Everyone in the room exchanged glances, their nerves instantly taut. The masked man? Could he have gone mad? Zhang Haiyang drew his gun, peering through the peephole at the door. It was merely a milk delivery worker. Pang De had a habit of drinking milk, with a delivery service coming weekly. Yet, even so, Zhang Haiyang remained vigilant. After all, the masked man could easily disguise himself as a milkman. Signaling everyone to prepare, Zhang Haiyang opened the door. Creak. As the door swung open, the milkman was taken aback by the sight of so many people inside. He instinctively stepped back several paces. What on earth is happening? Clutching a small box of milk, he froze in place. At that moment, Pang Du approached him with a smile, saying, Xiao Lu, don't be afraid, they are my friends. While speaking, he jovially accepted the milk. Oh, you startled me. I thought something was wrong here, Mr. Pang. If everything is all right, I'll be on my way. Su Kuan furrowed his brow slightly, finding the voice strangely familiar. He hurried forward, astonished. Hey, is it really you? The milkman, upon seeing Su Kuan, was equally stunned, only managing to utter, Su. Officer Su. Zhang Yang chuckled wryly. What a small world. The milkman was dumbfounded. Zhang, you're here too? This milkman, named Liu Daong, had recently been a security guard at the Shuiyun Villa district. Not long ago, on a night when he was on duty, a murder had occurred in the neighborhood. He-chumping was killed in his home and his body was burned. Despite Liu Daong's name containing the character for bravery, he was quite timid. Although Zhang Yang and Su Kuan had uncovered some truths during their investigation, Liu Daong felt increasingly anxious about his job as a security guard. Thus, he resigned and sought work as a milkman, thinking it would be a safer option. However, seeing Zhang Yang and Su Kuan here filled him with dread. Officers, what? What is going on? Zhang Haiyang inquired of Zhang Yang. Do you know him? Zhang Yang helplessly explained the situation, and Zhang Haiyang breathed a slight sigh of relief, though his heart remained unsettled. Noticing Liu Daong's continued anxiety, Pang De smiled benignly. It's all right, Xiao Lu, don't worry. Oh. Liu Daong nodded dazedly, asking, Can I leave now? Zhang Haiyang nodded. After Liu Daong departed, the door was closed once more, and the atmosphere among the remaining people grew tense as they exchanged solemn glances. Mr. Pang, Lu Meihua was the first to break the silence. Her keen gaze fixed on Pang De. Are you familiar with this milkman? Pang De recalled for a moment, saying, Not really. Xiao Lu just started not long ago. He is quite friendly, so I asked for his name. Why? Lu Meihua did not respond, merely shaking her head as her gaze shifted to the box of milk on the floor. Inside, there were 14 glass bottles of milk. Mr. Pang, for your safety, it might be best to refrain from drinking this milk for now, Lu Meihua advised. Why? Pang Du instinctively questioned, but quickly realized, Are you suggesting it could be poisoned? Liu Meihuan nodded gravely. There is that possibility. Zhong Haiyang stated. Mr. Pang, may we take this box of milk for testing? Pang readily agreed. Of course. I apologize for the trouble. Zhong Haiyang affirmed. It's our duty. At that moment, the sun had yet to rise, and a thin layer of morning mist enveloped the outside, rendering everything hazy. The scent of fog wafted through the aged neighborhood. Time passed slowly as everyone in Pang's residence endured the anxious wait. Shen Feng drove at the city's edge. The weather was frightfully cold, yet he rolled down the car window to relish the icy breeze. The radio played tranquil and invigorating music. Shen Feng retrieved an old-fashioned button phone, his long fingers marked by prominent knuckles, skillfully dialing a number. Pang's hidden number. With this call, he could take Pang's life. Ring, ring. In the room. Pang's phone rang abruptly, tightening everyone's hearts. Pang glanced at his phone, his expression subtly shifting. The caller ID displayed his second SIM card. This SIM card was secretly registered under someone else's identity, specifically for contacting the Alliance. Very few knew this number. Is it a call from the Alliance? Why would they contact him at this moment? Pang's heartbeat quickened. Liu Meihua perceptively caught the subtle change in Pang's demeanor and asked casually, Mr. Pang, what is the matter? Pang forced a smile, but to everyone's eyes, it appeared stiff and unnatural. It's nothing. I just need to take a phone call. As he spoke, he hurried toward the bedroom. Xiaohu instinctively rose to follow, but Pang turned, startled like a frightened bird, and said hurriedly, I'm sorry. This is a private call. Xiaohu halted, watching helplessly as Pang entered the bedroom and closed the door. Inside the bedroom, Pang leaned against the door, hand pressed to his chest, attempting to calm his wildly racing heart. His gaze was filled with fear and confusion. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he muttered to himself, why would they call now? Taking several deep breaths, he tremblingly pressed the answer button. His voice dry as he said, hello? In the living room, everyone exchanged glances, an inexplicable unease permeating the air. They all understood that Pang's reaction was decidedly off. However, it was not appropriate to intervene at this moment. As Pang had stated, it was a private call. Everyone could only speculate in silence. Chapter 69. Pound went mad. Pound died 2 minutes later. Pound pushed open the bedroom door, his face as pale as parchment, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. Xiaohu hurried forward, inquiring, Mr. Pound, are you all right? What on earth happened? Pound appeared oblivious to Su Kuan's words, his gaze vacant as he strode directly towards the sofa, collapsing onto it, his body trembling uncontrollably. The others sensed that the phone call Pound had just received was of grave significance. Zhong Haiyang, his tone grave, remarked, Mr. Pound, if you're in trouble, you can confide in us. We are here to protect you. Pound slowly lifted his head, his lips moving as if to speak, but faltering. Internally, he was embroiled in a fierce struggle, his gaze fixated on a nearby box of milk. Meanwhile, having ended the call, Shen Feng deftly removed the battery from his phone. He extracted the disposable SIM card, snapping it in half with a decisive motion, discarding it carelessly out the car window. The cold wind rushed in, tousling Shen Feng's hair. A chilling smirk graced his lips as he murmured, the game is over. Pound relished the taste of fear. The biting cold sliced against his face, yet he remained oblivious. The scenery outside the car sped by, while his thoughts drifted back to the past. Suddenly, a faint voice emanated from the back seat. Brother. The sound felt achingly distant, as if it belonged to another realm, yet it resonated with clarity. Shen Feng's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles whitening. Yet, a gentle smile gradually unfurled on his face. He slightly turned his head, as if envisioning his sister, Shen Xiaoyu, seated in the back, her innocence radiating as always. Xiaoyu. Do you know? I met a girl yesterday with your name. Shen Feng's voice was tender, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure. Her name is also Xiaoyu. Her circumstances mirror ours from years past, and her brother is fighting fiercely to protect her. Seeing her is like seeing you. Brother, are you all right? Are you tired? Shen Xiaoyu asked with concern. I and Appos am not tired, Shen Feng replied calmly. I will seek justice for all that has transpired. His eyes burned with a fervent flame, one that seemed capable of consuming all darkness. Brother, Shen Xiaoyu whispered, be careful. I understand. Shen Feng took a deep breath, redirecting his gaze to the road ahead. In the back seat, Shen Xiaoyu's ethereal form gradually faded, becoming translucent before vanishing entirely. Xiaoyu. Shen Feng recognized that he could not linger in memories. He had far too much to accomplish, and Pound was merely another sacrificial pawn on his path of vengeance. At this moment, his mind began to devise the next phase of his plan, how to ensure that those who had harmed him and his family would pay a far more excruciating price. A series of fragmented images surfaced in Shen Feng's mind. In the midst of a raging fire, he beheld his father, Shen Jiang, struck unconscious by a man wielding a vase. The car sped along the icy road, a singular path leading to the culmination of revenge. Simultaneously, Yi Jian shed all pretense, departing from room 903. He lingered deliberately at the door for a moment before resolutely exiting the hotel. Pound sat on the sofa, trembling like a leaf in the wind, his eyes wide with terror. He seemed to behold the most horrifying sight imaginable. Zhong Haiyang stepped forward again, his voice serious. Mr. Pound, what has transpired? You must tell us so that we may assist you. Yet Pound remained oblivious, his lips quivering as he uttered, Please, leave me alone for a moment. Alone? In such a moment, how could they acquiesce? They stood resolutely in place. Mr. Pound, for your safety, we've suddenly, Pound. As if possessed, lunged towards the box of milk. The group, astonished, rushed to intercept him. Pound, calm down, Zhong Haiyang shouted. However, in that instant, Pound had completely lost his sanity, his eyes bloodshot like a frenzied beast, forcefully shoving everyone aside. Get away. Don't interfere, he bellowed, clutching the box of milk tightly. He then opened a bottle, preparing to pour its contents into his mouth. Zhong Haiyang shouted urgently, Quick, restrain him. The group surged forward, attempting to subdue Pound. But at that moment, Pound exhibited an extraordinary strength, breaking free from Kai Xiaoming and Xiaohu's grasp. He glared with bloodshot eyes, cursing vehemently, Get away from me. Don't you dare harm me. Clutching the box of milk, he charged towards the door amidst the chaos. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut, swiftly locking it from the outside. In the corridor, Pound leaned against the wall, frantically twisting open the milk bottle, gulping it down as if he were a parched soul discovering water in a desert. Zhong Haiyang was in a state of frantic urgency, knowing he must halt Pound at once. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol, signaling the others to retreat, then swiftly ducked around the corner and fired twice at the door lock. Bang! Bang! With the gunshots, the lock shattered, and Zhong Haiyang bolted through the doorway. There he found Pound, desperately pouring 3 or 4 milk bottles into his mouth, the white liquid spilling from the corners of his mouth, staining his clothes. Zhong Haiyang lunged forward, attempting to wrest the milk bottles from him. Yet Pound, summoning all his strength, shoved Zhong Haiyang away, staggering back against the wall. Suddenly, he began to laugh, a laugh disturbingly eerie. Hee hee. The laughter echoed through the dim corridor, sending chills down the spine. Abruptly, Pound's body began to convulse violently, his breathing rapid and labored, akin to a bellows. A gurgling sound emanated from his throat, as if an invisible hand were choking him. The milk bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor. Zhong Haiyang immediately supported Pound, shouting, Call an ambulance. Pound's hands clutched his throat tightly, desperately gasping for air, producing only faint wheezes. His eyes bulged with terror and despair, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. As his consciousness faded, he seemed to see countless young girls' faces materializing before him, some smiling, others weeping, all twisting and morphing. The face of Yi Xiaoyu, weeping in despair, stood out vividly, her tears flowing like blood, each sob piercing Pound's soul like arrows. The ringing in his ears felt like sharp needles piercing his eardrums, as everything around him spun and distorted, plunging him into an endless vortex of darkness. Pound's body convulsed incessantly, and soon, he lay still, his eyes widened, as if he could not fathom the tragic end he had met. Quickly, Lu Meihua suddenly realized something. The milkman. Find him. Chapter 70. Shen Feng's experiences over the years, Yi Jian, seemed to exert every ounce of strength to push open the door to his home. Upon hearing the creak of the door, the young girl perched on the windowsill trembled violently. Xiaoyu, it's me, Yi Jian spoke softly, his eyes nearly submerged in a deluge of tears. Although Pang De was no longer alive, the wounds that Xiaoyu had endured would never heal. Brother. Yi Xiaoyu gazed blankly out the window, murmuring as if in a dream, I thought, you no longer wanted me. How could that be? Yi Jian looked at his almost shattered sister, his heart feeling as though it were being tightly squeezed by an unseen hand. He stepped forward and gently embraced Yi Xiaoyu. Your brother will never abandon you, never. Yi Xiaoyu nestled in her brother's embrace, silent. The siblings gazed toward the distant horizon, lost in quiet contemplation. Xiaoyu, look, dawn is breaking. Yi Jian pointed towards the far-off sky. The rosy light pierced through the heavy mist, cascading down upon the girl's fragmented face. Is the sky really brightening? She stared in bewilderment at the horizon. Yi Jian held Yi Xiaoyu close, resting his chin lightly on her forehead, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yes, the dawn has arrived. The sun rises, awakening the morning, bringing life back to the earth. Let the gentle breeze carry forth a symphony, composing the melody of existence. Sing out your passion, extend your hands, and allow me to embrace your dreams. Let me behold your true, heartfelt visage. Shen Feng returned home, as he did on any ordinary day, pushing the door open. The creaking of the door echoed through the silent hallway. He felt no emotional upheaval, merely walking quietly to the cabinet, opening the door to offer incense before the family portrait. Seated on the sofa, Shen Feng's thoughts drifted aimlessly back to a distant past. After losing his parents and sister, he embarked on a long journey of seeking redress. Yet, on that fateful day, bang! In the dilapidated rented room, the door was kicked open, and a man clad in black, accompanied by several burly men, stormed in. "Who are you?" Shen Feng, who had been resting, sprang up abruptly. The man who barged in took a silent drag from his cigarette and coldly remarked, "Young man, if you seek to blame anyone, blame yourself for the actions you should not have taken. Get him." The burly men immediately surged forward. Despite Shen Feng's desperate struggles, he was soon ensnared in a burlap sack and taken away. In an abandoned factory, the man in black swung a baseball bat, raining blows upon Shen Feng. Beaten and bloodied, Shen Feng raised his head, glaring at the man with venomous eyes. "If you have the guts, kill me. Grant me a swift end." The man in black suddenly chuckled, shaking the blood from his hand as he approached Shen Feng, pinching his face. "Let me make it clear. Your family has offended the wrong people, and you have committed actions you ought not to have. Now, I explicitly inform you that you are not even worthy of dying for. Your life no longer belongs to you." Shen Feng remained silent, merely glaring at the man in black. "Hee, don't look at me with those eyes. My name is Zuanan. If anyone has a next life, feel free to seek revenge on me." Bang! As the words fell, the man in black delivered another crushing blow. Uncertain how long he had been beaten, Shen Feng was on the verge of unconsciousness when he was dragged before a beautiful woman, Wei Shui. Huff! Shen Feng exhaled deeply, returning from his reverie. "Hee, don't look at me with those eyes. My name is Zuanan. If anyone has a next life, feel free to seek revenge on me." The words echoed in his ears, and Shen Feng let out a sinister laugh. One must admit, life is truly unpredictable, whether or not there is a next life. Shen Feng did not know, but he had indeed returned to seek vengeance against Zuanan. The black-clad man from a decade ago, Zuanan, had now risen to become the owner of a financial company known as Nan Tian Group. According to Shen Feng's investigations, this company was not as straightforward as it appeared. Behind the scenes, it was involved in laundering money for a prominent figure within a certain alliance, and Zuanan had also pocketed a considerable sum. However, the identity of the individual behind the laundering remained elusive. Shen Feng only knew that this powerful figure was codenamed Mr. Wolf. This individual may have far-reaching connections. Nevertheless, once Zuanan is eliminated, Shen Feng was confident that the true identity of that powerful figure would gradually come to light. Even if not directly exposed, there would surely be a slip-up, and that would be sufficient. Once this powerful figure is revealed, Shen Feng possessed ample means to extract the truth. Over the years, in pursuit of revenge, Shen Feng had never shied away from hardship. He diligently learned a myriad of skills, self-taught in hacking through expensive online tutorials. The books he studied each night before sleeping revolved around criminal psychology and social psychology. Additionally, he immersed himself in numerous volumes on physics, chemistry, and more. He had lost count of the films, television shows, animations, comics, and novels he had consumed, all centered around the theme of murder. He meticulously analyzed and summarized official records of real murder cases, repeatedly watching them. During these years of traversing through time, his life had been nearly consumed by the thirst for revenge. He had become like a sponge, fervently absorbing various forms of knowledge, preparing for his plan of retribution. His morning runs were not merely for exercise. He sought to explore different locales, committing details such as surveillance camera placements and stored distributions to memory. Furthermore, he self-studied a series of skills, including combat, parkour, skydiving, and wilderness survival, though he was entirely self-taught, and none of his skills were perfected. When all these attributes converged within a single individual, that person became an extraordinarily perilous entity. Revenge had perpetually fueled Shen Feng's motivation. He disguised himself in various identities, befriending merchants in the black market to facilitate his endeavors. Simultaneously, he was constantly analyzing human psychology. As the saying goes, every day that one does not dance is a day wasted. You were the ones who caused my family's ruin, weren't you? Then I shall ensure you experience the taste of despair. He intended to make those who had harmed him descend step by step into the abyss. Next up, Zuanan. He chuckled eerily. I remember what you said. So now, I have come to seek my revenge. I hope you remember as well. He glanced at the calendar on the table. Just a few days remained until Christmas. According to Shen Feng's investigation, Zuanan would spend Christmas with his lover. That would be the perfect opportunity. A plan began to take shape in Shen Feng's mind. Hee. Leaning back against the sofa, Shen Feng began to laugh maniacally. This plan would be an entirely new game. In this scheme, Zuanan would meet his demise at the hands of the police. Or rather, he would be shot dead by the police. In the interrogation room, Liu Ruxu sat on the icy chair, on the verge of tears. What kind of situation was this? He started as a security guard, encountered a murder case, and now found himself reduced to delivering milk, only to be brought here. Liu Ruxu felt that this year had been nothing short of a disaster. Officer, it truly wasn't me. Liu Ruxu's voice trembled, his hands slightly shaking. I know nothing. Do you believe me when I say I know nothing? Ugh, I don't even believe it myself. The more he thought about it, the more he cried. Chapter 71. The cause of Pangda's death and the revelation of his malice. Zhang Yiyang looked helplessly at Liu Ruxu, who was crying profusely before him, and offered some words of comfort. I implore you, Can you please stop crying? Through his sniffles, Liu Daong lamented, I swear it wasn't me. Zhang Yang managed a wry smile, acknowledging, I know it wasn't you. Just moments ago, the police had conducted an initial investigation and had largely dismissed Liu Daong as a suspect. Liu Daong, sensing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, Really? Officer, do you truly believe me? Zhang Yang replied, At this moment, I wish to inquire about your whereabouts this morning, during your milk delivery. Did anyone come into contact with your bicycle? Liu Daong strained to recall, I can't say for certain, officer. Our company mandates that deliveries are made to the doorsteps. While I was upstairs, I truly had no idea. With that, Liu Daong broke down once more into tears. Zhang Yang consoled him. All right, enough of the tears. I've already assured you that I believe you. Now, I kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. Once it concludes, you shall be free to go. Upon hearing this, Liu Daong wept even more earnestly, leaving Zhang Yang utterly perplexed. Why are you crying again? Through his sobs, Liu Daong managed to choke out, Officer Zhang. My life is truly miserable. Meanwhile, in the office, a group of investigative team members, including Zhong Haiyang, were deliberating the case. The autopsy report for Pang De had been finalized, revealing that he succumbed to shock and death due to a severe allergic reaction to penicillin. Pang De, it turned out, had a grave allergy to penicillin, and the milk bottle had been deliberately tainted with the substance. The investigative team had indeed considered the possibility of poisoning. They had requested a test as soon as the milk arrived. However, who could have anticipated that Pang De would suddenly go mad, locking everyone inside the room while he poured milk down his throat in the corridor? This reckless act ultimately led to his demise. I believe Pang De's erratic behavior is linked to that mysterious phone call he received, Liu Meihua suggested. The group reflected on this. It was true that ever since he had received that enigmatic call, Pang De had been visibly unsettled, culminating in his desperate rush towards the milk box, which no one could prevent. But what had transpired to drive Pang De, a seemingly normal individual, into such a frenzy? They recalled the unsettling image of Pang De leaning against the corridor wall, frantically pouring milk from several bottles into his mouth. What had transformed him? Was it a threat against his family? Yet, investigations revealed that Pang De had always been a solitary figure. What, then, had been said in that fateful call? Despite their earnest contemplation, no one could unravel the mystery. The case once again fell into a state of impasse. Xiaohu, stroking his chin, murmured, I believe our focus should not solely be on the content of that phone call that drove Pang De to consume milk laced with penicillin, but rather on how the perpetrator managed to mix the penicillin into the milk. We've already dispatched personnel to review the surveillance footage, Kai Xiaoming added. Something feels amiss. Something feels wrong. Su Kuan exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly. The group turned their attention towards him. Liu Meihua responded coldly, Indeed, something is off. From the very beginning. The voice of the masked man during the phone call seemed peculiar. It did not match his usual tone. Zhang Haiyang raised an eyebrow. So, imitation? Collaborative involvement. Su Kuan and Liu Meihua both declared almost in unison. Su Kuan spoke of imitation, while Liu Meihua referred to collaborative effort. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Haiyang hoarsely stated, Thus, whether it is imitation or collaboration, our investigative direction must now focus on Pang De's adversaries. At this point, the group let out collective sighs of despair. Although Liu Meihua had initially proposed investigating connections and rivals from a decade ago, their efforts had yielded little success thus far. After all, the alliance operated with such meticulousness that uncovering their activities was no simple feat. Many individuals were even unaware of the roles they played in the tragic Shen family incident 10 years prior. Suddenly, a voice from outside shattered the silence. What on earth? Who is this Pang De? The group turned to see a member of the investigative team, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at his phone, gritting his teeth. What has happened? Zhang Haiyang inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Boss, you must see for yourselves. This Pang De is nothing short of a beast. The officer responsible for investigating Pang De's residence slammed a stack of photographs and a diary onto the desk. The group hurriedly gathered around, and upon glimpsing the photographs, an eerie silence enveloped them. The images depicted students from Pang De's school, specifically female students. Apologies, but I cannot elaborate further here. You understand. Zhang Haiyang reluctantly picked up the diary, and the contents documented within were chilling. Merely reading those words sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 72. The unusual reasons behind Pang De's actions. Su Kuan's fury. The chilling words inscribed in the diary reveal a harrowing truth. On a certain day in XXXX, I summoned her into my office. In the struggle, she bit my arm, yet ultimately, I prevailed. In the month of X, the prey this time felt refreshingly novel. Was she born in the year of the dog? The final page recounts how, just days ago, Pang De summoned Xiaoyu to his office under the pretense of a New Year's performance. Each incident detailed therein incites a profound sense of indignation. Simultaneously, the internet erupted with expos regarding the Pang De incident, stirring a significant uproar. These revelations were disseminated through social media accounts that Shen Feng had illicitly accessed. His intentions were starkly clear. He sought not only Pang De's demise but also aimed to ensure that his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, forever affixed to the pillar of disgrace. He harbored no concerns over the possibility of Yi Jian attracting police suspicion, for he understood that, regardless of whether the matter was exposed, the authorities would inevitably trace it back to Yi Jian. Yet, Shen Feng had already fabricated a nearly flawless alibi for Yi Jian, one that could rival Liu Zhen's testimony at the subway station, rendering the police investigation futile. At that moment, the members of the Special Task Force exchanged glances, as if a realization dawned upon them. Indeed, they all unconsciously recalled the Carl case. In that case, the death of Liu Zhen's daughter, Liu Xingyu, had likely been the catalyst for everything that followed. While they could not convict Liu Zhen, there was a near certainty that he was the perpetrator. What of this case? Then, could it be that the masked man had colluded with a family member of one of the victims to orchestrate Pang De's murder? The warmth of the office was palpable, yet an inexplicable chill enveloped them. If this were indeed the case, it could only imply one thing. The masked man was amassing all available forces in society. These individuals had suffered varying degrees of harm, yet for reasons shrouded in darkness, their quest for justice remained unfulfilled. And now, the masked man was uniting these souls to form a vengeful coalition. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Haiyang envisioned countless figures clad in masks and blue trench coats, traversing the streets, their numbers swelling like a torrent, engulfing the entire city. The atmosphere in the office grew unbearably tense. The investigative direction had indeed become somewhat clearer. Yet, was this truly a stroke of good fortune? If given the choice, many would prefer to remain oblivious to this direction. Bang! Su Kuan's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he slammed his palm onto the table, causing the water cups to nearly topple. His face flushed crimson with rage, his neck and ears suffused with anger, his lips trembled slightly, teeth grinding audibly, and his bloodshot eyes fixated on the familiar face in the news on his phone. This beast, how could he be so heartless? How could we have once protected such a monster? Silence enveloped the room. The news weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. I need some air, Su Kuan declared as he strode alone to the balcony. In the biting wind, he lit a cigarette. Whether it was the cold or his overwhelming anger, his fingers trembled slightly. He gazed into the distance, his internal conflict deepening. If today they had indeed succeeded in protecting Pang De, would there still be others victimized by him in the future? Should they, who had shielded Pang De, bear responsibility for that? Su Kuan found himself at a loss for an answer. Clenching the half-burned cigarette, his gaze remained vacant. A few birds flitted across the frigid sky, vanishing from sight. Before long, the team responsible for reviewing the surveillance footage returned. Due to the dilapidated state of the neighborhood where Pang De resided, the surveillance coverage was sparse, riddled with blind spots. Fortunately, they had captured the perpetrator's actions on camera. A group gathered around a laptop, scrutinizing the footage intently. In the video, after Liu Daong parked his bicycle beside a tree to deliver milk, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the tree, clad entirely in black, with a hat, mask, and gloves. The individual's features were indistinguishable, though he appeared somewhat corpulent. Strangely, his obesity seemed unnatural, as if he had stuffed his attire with copious amounts of newspaper. This is not the masked man, or at least not the masked man we know, Zhang Haiyang remarked. Indeed, this appears to be an imitation or perhaps the work of a group, Xiaohu analyzed. Look at him. He seems quite anxious. The masked man would never make such a mistake. In the footage, the man in black glanced around nervously before rummaging through the milk crates. Upon locating the crate marked with Pang De's address, he swiftly twisted off the cap of a milk bottle and discarded something inside before sealing it tightly again. Everyone understood that what he had inserted was the lethal penicillin for Pang De. Subsequently, he anxiously restored everything to its original state and stealthily departed. Can we deduce his route based on the distribution of the surveillance cameras? Kai Xiaoming inquired. I'm afraid not, the officer responsible for retrieving the footage replied. The camera placements are exceedingly haphazard, and the suspect seems to have anticipated their locations. His sporadic appearances on camera appear to be an intentional attempt to mislead us. All present were seasoned officers, and thus, upon hearing this, they collectively deduced that the perpetrator had acted under the masked man's direction. It would be nearly impossible for one person to exist in such a fragmented state, meticulously evading surveillance while exhibiting palpable tension during the poisoning. Zhang Haiyang inhaled deeply. Next, we must focus on interviewing the victims. His tone was heavy, perhaps reflecting a shared internal struggle akin to Su Kuan's. Soon, everyone resumed their respective duties. Yet, they remained perplexed as to how the masked man had compelled Pang De to willingly consume the milk laced with penicillin. As evening approached, Lu Meihua suddenly lifted her head. I understand now. Sister Lu, what have you figured out? Kai Xiaoming asked, his voice lacking enthusiasm. We have been operating under a fundamental misconception from the outset. Initially, we suspected the milk might be poisoned, yet in Pang De's mind, it might not be perceived that way. If Lu Meihua raised her gaze, surveying the room, and spoke softly, imagine a scenario where a person would desperately wish to consume something without hesitation. Zheng Haiyang's eyes brightened instantaneously. To save their life. Exactly, Liu Meihua affirmed. What we view as a death sentence may, in Pengda's perception, represent salvation. If that is the case, does everything begin to make sense? Chapter 73, The Call Content. A Christmas Eve nightmare, a single phrase jolted the dreamers awake, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It became evident that everyone, including Pengda, had been misled by the masked man. Liu Meihua nodded, acknowledging he exploited the information gap we all had. The group exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into ones of dawning comprehension. At that moment, every officer believed that the delivered milk could potentially be a hazardous substance. However, what if this notion was inverted in Pengda's perspective? No one could claim to understand his cognition. What if the milk was not lethal to him, but rather a source of salvation? Wang Qian murmured, I understand now. Those bottles of milk were not poison in Pengda's eyes, but Liu Meihua cast a heavy gaze upon the assembly and continued, but a remedy. Time rewound to shortly before, when Pengda, upon receiving a call from his private number, retreated to his bedroom to answer. Hello? A severely distorted voice echoed through the line. Who are you? Guess who I am? Came the unsettling laughter that made Pengda shudder involuntarily. You are the masked killer. Bingo. Unfortunately, there is no prize. Pengda felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Who are you? How did you acquire my number? Shen Feng chose silence, reveling in the thrill of manipulating his prey's emotions. Pengda, I want to play a game with you. Are you interested? Pengda swallowed hard. What do you want? Oh, just to see if you have a chance of survival. Did you find anything unusual about the bowl of noodles you ate yesterday? Pengda's heart sank. What do you mean? Shen Feng's eerie laughter filled the air. You know exactly what I mean. Don't you find everything a bit off? As Pengda reflected, he recalled that the bowl of noodles had indeed seemed odd, though he could not pinpoint why. In truth, it had been an ordinary bowl of noodles without any abnormalities. Yet, in this moment, Shen Feng's words cast a powerful psychological suggestion over Pengda, causing him to perceive every detail of yesterday's events as increasingly peculiar. Even the waitress and Appo's seemingly benign smile now appeared unsettling. He fell into a state of paranoia. While Pengda consumed his meal, Shen Feng had been at a bar, casually chatting with Zhang Yiyang, entirely unaware of the unfolding drama. Sometimes, seemingly trivial matters can trigger a series of domino effects. What do you want from me? Pengda's voice trembled violently. The rumors surrounding the masked killer had led him to believe Shen Feng's words without question. In 10 minutes, or at most half an hour, you will succumb to poisoning. Now, let us play a game. Among the 14 bottles of milk just delivered, one contains the antidote. You have only 3 chances to choose. If by chance you select the correct bottle, all will be forgiven. If you fail, regrettably, you shall descend into your own hell. Only 3 chances. Do not think of breaking the rules, for I have numerous ways to ensure your demise. Now, the game begins. With that, the call abruptly ended, leaving Pengda feeling as though all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing despondently onto the floor. Was he about to succumb to poison? With 14 bottles, yet only 3 containing the antidote, how was he to proceed? No, I cannot die. I must not die. He shook his head vigorously. To hell with the rules, to hell with the consequences. Today, I shall drink every single bottle of milk. What comes after can wait. The most crucial thing now is to preserve my life. With this resolution, Pengda took a deep breath and stepped out of the room, unaware that he had fallen into a meticulously laid trap by Shen Feng. In such circumstances, how many would adhere to the so-called rules? Shen Feng was no fool. His words served only to deepen the psychological suggestion he had cast upon Pengda. In truth, breaking the rules was itself a form of compliance, adhering to the rules of death. As Christmas Eve approached, Shen Feng had remained inactive, not out of tranquility, but rather in preparation for a more elaborate scheme. He intended to confront the task force directly. This plan required meticulous attention to detail, and thus he spent the days refining every aspect of it. Additionally, he delved deeper into the movements of Xuanan. A Christmas Eve nightmare was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the task force conducted a series of visits to the families of the students harmed by Pengda. They discovered, to their horror, that the extent of Pengda's malevolence far exceeded anyone's imagination. Many were utterly oblivious to what their children had endured at school. The lack of sexual education in the country left numerous teachers and institutions embarrassed to discuss such matters, while many students themselves lacked the vocabulary to articulate their experiences. After extensive investigation, the task force deemed a certain individual, Yijian, highly suspicious, as he had stalked Pengda for several hours the day before the incident. Zhang Haiyang promptly decided to initiate an investigation into Yijian. On this day, Su Kuan, accompanied by several officers, arrived at Yijian's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Came Yijian's wary voice from within. Hello, we are police officers, and we would like to ask you a few questions, Su Kuan replied solemnly, displaying his badge through the peephole. Silence enveloped the room for a prolonged moment before the door creaked open. Su Kuan beheld a 20-year-old young man. Yijian wore tattered clothing, his hair slightly disheveled, and dark circles under his eyes. Behind him stood a small, fragile figure, a pale girl, clutching Yi Jian's sleeve tightly, her body curled in on itself. In that instant, Su Kuan felt as though something had struck his heart. He hesitated, then instructed the other officers, "You all stay outside. Wait here." The officers nodded, and Su Kuan entered the sparsely furnished room with Yi Jian. As he surveyed the outdated DCOR, Su Kuan felt a pang of sorrow, a mixture of emotions flooding his heart. Throughout the encounter, Yi Xiaoyu cautiously followed Yi Jian's side, afraid to speak or even meet Su Kuan's gaze. "Is this your sister?" Su Kuan asked gently. "Yes," Yi Jian replied with a bitter smile, stroking Yi Xiaoyu's hair. Su Kuan took a deep breath and said to Yi Jian, "Yi Jian, we need you to come with us to assist in our investigation." He then turned his attention to Yi Xiaoyu, softening his tone. "Is that all right?" Yi Xiaoyu, already like a startled bird, flinched at Su Kuan's words, her body jolting as if struck by electricity. She immediately curled into the corner, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Su Kuan's heart ached at the sight, as if blood were dripping within. Pound, that wretched beast. He harbored a deep-seated desire to exact vengeance upon Pound's lifeless form. Yet, bound by duty, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Yi Jian hastily rose, moved to Xiaoyu's side, and crouched down to gently caress her hair, whispering words of solace. After a considerable time, Xiaoyu's emotions began to stabilize. Yi Jian gradually stood up, escorting Yi Xiaoyu back to her bedroom. "Officer, let us proceed," he said. Su Kuan hesitated momentarily and replied, "I will arrange for someone to watch over your sister in the meantime. Rest assured, they shall not enter the room." Yi Jian was taken aback for a moment and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Thereafter, he followed Su Kuan out of the room. As he crossed the threshold, Yi Jian could not help but glance back, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of the bedroom, filled with reluctance and concern, before he slowly fell in step behind Su Kuan. Meanwhile, Su Kuan was grappling with a difficult decision in his heart. Chapter 74, Su Kuan's Dilemma. The alibi in the interrogation room. The atmosphere was oppressive and tense. Su Kuan fixed his gaze on Yi Jian's eyes and asked bluntly, "Why did you follow Pang Da on the afternoon of December 18th? Why?" Anger surged across Yi Jian's face, and he gritted his teeth as he replied, "I wanted to kill him. It's that simple. But alas, he didn't. He died by my hand." He seemed to deflate, lamenting, "What a pity. What a pity." Su Kuan continued, "Where did you go on the evening of December 18th? Yi Jian responded, "I rented a room at the Dihao Hotel and slept there the entire time. I was planning to find an opportunity the next day on his way to work. But he ended up dead first." Su Kuan pressed further, "What was your room number? Who can corroborate your story?" 903. "No one can vouch for me." "But the hotel has surveillance." Yi Jian paused, then countered Su Kuan's inquiry, "Officer, do you think? Is this retribution for Pang Da?" Su Kuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to provide an answer. To be fair, after witnessing Pang Da's numerous misdeeds, Su Kuan couldn't help but wish for such a scoundrel to rot in hell. Yet, sometimes, one's profession and personal feelings could not coexist harmoniously. Soon, surveillance footage from the Dihao Hotel was retrieved. The footage revealed that once Yi Jian entered room 903, he did not emerge until dawn, but by that time, the incident involving Pang Da had already occurred. Thus, while Yi Jian had a strong motive, he lacked the opportunity to commit the crime. Moreover, his physique starkly contrasted with the assailant in the footage. Gazing into Yi Jian's eyes for a long moment, Su Kuan finally said, "It seems you are not lying." "I am indeed not lying," Yi Jian replied, maintaining eye contact. Their gazes met in the void. After a prolonged silence, Su Kuan sighed. With his extensive experience in criminal investigation, he could discern that Yi Jian might be fabricating his story. Yi Jian's slight tremor while speaking and his evasive gaze did not escape Su Kuan's notice. Yet, Su Kuan struggled internally. Was Yi Jian truly uninvolved in this matter? At least Su Kuan himself did not believe so. However, he refrained from probing further, merely casting a deep glance at Yi Jian. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong, yet a voice within him persistently tugged at his conscience. After some time, Su Kuan sighed once more and exited the interrogation room. Ultimately, in Su Kuan's report, he noted that Yi Jian merely exhibited preparatory criminal behavior. Although Yi Jian was suspected of such behavior, considering the harm endured by his family and the actual circumstances, he was exempted from punishment and received only a reprimand. Does Yi Jian have an alibi? In the office, Zhong Haiyang looked at Su Kuan in disbelief. Indeed, Su Kuan confirmed, keeping his head lowered, which Zhong Haiyang failed to notice. Could it be that our investigative direction is misguided again? Zhong Haiyang furrowed his brow. "Boss, I feel." Su Kuan hesitated before suggesting, "Is it possible that the masked man is deliberately misleading us? He aims to utilize the public perception of Pang Da to misdirect our investigation towards the victim's family?" Zhong Haiyang wearily rubbed his temples. To be honest, that mysterious individual is exceedingly cunning. It is quite plausible. However, he sensed that something felt amiss. As Yi Jian exited the police station, night had fallen. He hailed a taxi and hurried home. In truth, all the words he had spoken to Su Kuan were premeditated teachings from Shen Feng. Given that Yi Xiaoyu was the last victim, it was challenging for Yi Jian to extricate himself from genuine suspicion. Since he could not entirely clear his name, why not leverage this suspicion? Allow Yi Jian to openly admit his desire to kill Pang De but claim he failed. In such a scenario, the worst consequence for Yi Jian would merely be preparatory criminal behavior. Furthermore, he possessed an irrefutable alibi that left the police speechless. On that night at the Dihao Hotel, 2 rooms were booked. Yi Jian first reserved room 903 under his own name to distract the police. Shortly thereafter, Shen Feng arrived at the Dihao Hotel, using a false identity to book another room, 803, directly beneath Yi Jian's. After entering room 903, Yi Jian climbed through the window to room 803. Subsequently, he exited room 803 and altered his appearance through various disguises. After introducing the penicillin that Shen Feng had provided him into the milk, he took a lengthy detour through the surveillance blind spots and returned to room 803. Then, he climbed back through the window to room 903. Following the incident, he exited room 903, creating the illusion that he had rested there the entire night. Yet the police would remain oblivious to these details. Even if they later uncovered leads and attempted to investigate the client records for room 803, all they would find was Shen Feng's fabricated identity. Originally, with Yi Jian's immature and clumsy acting skills, it would have been nearly impossible to deceive the special investigation team. According to Shen Feng's plan, after this operation, Yi Jian would likely face close surveillance, much like Liu Ruxu. However, unexpectedly, Yi Jian encountered Su Kuan, who was already wavering. That night, Su Kuan sat alone in his living room, staring blankly at his father's portrait on the wall. In that photograph, his young father donned a solemn police uniform, exuding a gallant demeanor. Su Kuan knew that this picture was taken on his father's first day of work. From the moment he donned that uniform, his father had contemplated the possibility of sacrificing his life. Dead in the darkness, Su Kuan locked eyes with his father's image. Was he right or wrong? Today, he clearly perceived the contradictions in Yi Jian's statements, yet the room remained eerily silent. No one answered Su Kuan. Only an abyss of darkness quietly enveloped him. Was everything the masked man did right or wrong? Su Kuan lit a cigarette and inhaled quietly. In the bedroom, his mother, suffering from Alzheimer's, had already fallen asleep. A few days later, on December 24th, a light snow fell. In the West, this night is known as Christmas Eve. However, this night would be anything but peaceful. For tonight marked Shen Feng's night of hunting. The target, Zuanan. Based on Shen Feng's investigation, Zuanan would be spending the evening with his lover. This hunt would lead to a direct confrontation with Zhong Haiyang. Moreover, Zuanan's demise carried exceptional significance, as it would unveil the hidden puppeteers lurking in the shadows. Chapter 75, Mr. Zua, Merry Christmas Eve. Shen Feng stood before the dimly lit mirror, his visage appearing particularly austere in the shadows. Memories of a decade ago incessantly resurfaced in his mind. He recalled every blow from that fateful day. Suddenly, the reflection of Shen Feng in the mirror spoke. Today is Christmas Eve. Do you still intend to take lives? Shen Feng furrowed his brow and replied softly. This is the plan. It cannot be altered. Yet, the image in the mirror chuckled sinisterly. A plan? But today is not a day for murder. Shen Feng's expression turned scornful. Why is it not suitable? The reflection pressed on. This night should be filled with beauty. Beauty? Shen Feng retorted coldly. I have long forgotten the meaning of that word. The mirror's Shen Feng countered. If your family were still alive, would they wish for you to kill tonight? Silence. Shen Feng hissed. Have you forgotten hatred? The reflection shook its head. Revenge cannot resolve anything. Shen Feng scoffed. But it can offer me solace. With that, he seized a nearby chair and violently hurled it at the mirror. With a shattering crash, the mirror fractured into countless shards, each fragment seemingly reflecting his distorted face. Breathing heavily amidst the scattered reflections, his figure appeared more desolate and resolute than ever. No one could impede his path of vengeance. No one at all. In Xingyu Square, a grand Christmas tree twinkled with vibrant lights. Delicate snowflakes danced down like pristine butterflies. Street performers played melodious Christmas tunes, their notes mingling with the falling snow in the crisp air. Everything enveloped the square in a warm and romantic veil. Inside the shopping mall, the jingling of bells filled the atmosphere, creating a lively ambience. Zuanan, clad in an exquisite suit and an overcoat, lightly tread upon the thin layer of snow covering the ground. Nonggu, it's rare for you to have free time today. We must take a good stroll later. A beautiful lady said, linking her arm with Zuanan, her smile radiant. Yes, it has been a while since I've felt this relaxed, Zuanan remarked. Glancing back at the burly bodyguard, be vigilant for our safety. Understood. As Zuanan gazed at the Christmas lights and the gently falling snowflakes, he strolled leisurely. He reminisced about a decade ago when he was merely an inconspicuous figure within the alliance. Yet, he was unwilling to accept mediocrity. Unwilling to remain a minor player for life. Thus, he seized the opportunity that arose. He utilized his connections to locate the young man attempting to petition for help. Although Zhuanan felt a twinge of remorse, the prospect of a bright future outweighed the value of a single life to him. It was his decisiveness in that affair that garnered the admiration of Mr. Wolf. Zhuanan believed that was the most prudent choice he had ever made. In recent years, having established a financial company and assisted Mr. Wolf in laundering money, Zhuanan's status within the alliance had risen steadily. Although he remained unaware of the true identity of the enigmatic Mr. Wolf, he understood that ignorance was bliss. The more one knew, the swifter their demise. In the square, children frolicked in the snow, chasing one another while attempting to catch the drifting snowflakes with their tiny hands. Their laughter intertwined with the distant chimes of church bells, creating a unique melody for Christmas Eve. Nonger, will you accompany me tonight? His lover gazed tenderly at Zhuanan. Of course, Zhuanan replied gently, patting her shoulder. Just then, a mechanical whirring sound echoed beneath his feet. Zhuanan looked down to see two robot-shaped toys. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhuanan? A sudden elderly voice emerged from a nearby newsstand. An elderly man, stooped and frail, looked up at Zhuanan with eager anticipation. Zhuanan furrowed his brow, warily asking, "Who are you?" The old man waved amiably at Zhuanan. "Someone is looking for you." As he spoke, he held up an old-fashioned landline telephone that had been connected. Typically, newsstands were equipped with such telephones, charging by the minute. "Looking for me?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Zhuanan's face. "Yes, indeed," the old man replied, producing a photograph to compare with Zhuanan. "See, isn't this you?" The photograph, an online image of Zhuanan, was not particularly surprising. However, its presence here struck Zhuanan as peculiar. Instinctively, he withdrew his arm from his lover's grasp, frowning as he asked, "What does that person look like?" The old man recalled, He has an intimidating appearance." "Oh, he mentioned wanting to discuss issues regarding the flow of funds." "The flow of funds?" Zhuanan and Appo's heart tightened slightly. He exchanged glances with his bodyguard and lover before stepping towards the newsstand. As he entered, the old man turned to leave but was immediately halted by Zhuanan's bodyguard. Zhuanan coldly inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" The old man appeared startled by the imposing figure of the bodyguard, who stood at least 6 feet tall. He stammered that the gentleman gave me $2,000, saying that as long as Mr. Zhua answers the phone, I can go home and celebrate the holiday with my grandson tonight. Zhuanan shook his head. "You cannot leave just yet." The old man, resigned, remained in place. Zhuanan took a deep breath and picked up the long-connected payphone. "Hello? Haha." A distorted voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Mr. Zhua, Merry Christmas Eve." Chapter 76, Mr. Zhua, you do not wish for. The night was fragmented by the whispering snowflakes. Upon hearing the voice, Zhuanan felt a chilling sensation pierce through him. "Who are you?" he inquired, maintaining his composure with effort. "Haha. Mr. Zhua, I am a ghost." The mocking voice echoed as if it emerged from the abyss, laced with a sinister amusement. "I have no time for this tedious game." Zhuanan furrowed his brow. "No, I believe you do," Shen Feng replied with a soft chuckle. His laughter tinged with a knowing sarcasm. "As I understand it, you are laundering money for a significant figure, am I correct?" Zhuanan's pupils constricted in an instant, his heart tightening. "You are threatening me." His voice involuntarily grew more serious. "Mr. Zhua, you surely do not wish for your embezzlement to be uncovered by Mr. Wolf, do you?" Shen Feng's words struck like a sharp blade. Zhuanan's heart sank, his expression darkening ominously. "You should be aware of the consequences of threatening me." Shen Feng smiled slightly. "Well, we can certainly test that. If I know your secret, it implies that I may know more. Would you care to wager?" The muscles in Zhuanan's face twitched as if he were about to explode, yet he ultimately relented. "What do you want?" "A game." "A game?" "Just a game for the two of us," Shen Feng declared. "Now, let everyone leave, and then we shall commence." "You certainly have the right to refuse. But I will either blow your head off or inform Mr. Wolf of your misdeeds." Zhuanan scoffed. "Blow my head off? Here? You must be joking. Otherwise?" Shen Feng countered, to which Zhuanan sneered. "Do you think I would believe your absurd threats? You are clad in a black suit, a black coat, currently holding a phone in your left hand, with your right hand tucked into your pants pocket. Am I correct?" Zhuanan's heart raced, instinctively lifting his gaze and scanning the surroundings in a panic. All he could see were cheerful pedestrians immersed in the festive joy, devoid of any suspicious figures. Beneath the lights of the Christmas tree, snowflakes danced, soothing the city. "Stop looking, you will not find me," Shen Feng said with an eerie smile. "Now, let everyone leave and let our game begin, shall we? Unless you prefer to have your head blown off by a sniper." "Huh, a sniper? Do not jest, this is—" Bang! Before Zhuanan could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion shattered the night sky. The robotic toy outside the newsstand was instantly reduced to countless fragments, sending nearby pedestrians into a frenzy of screams. Cold sweat poured from Zhuanan, a sensation akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. Shen Feng coldly remarked, "Next time you disobey, it will be your left ear, then your right, and finally, your head, Mr. Zhua. I hope you cooperate." Zhuanan swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The adversary lurked in the shadows, likely wielding a sniper rifle. His identity was shrouded in mystery, and he seemed privy to Xuan'an's secrets, leaving him seemingly without options. Xuan'an quickly gestured for his lover and bodyguard to leave. However, he remained vigilant, covertly signaling his bodyguard for backup. Soon, the bodyguard, lover, and the elderly man from the newsstand departed. Xuan'an sat down in the newsstand, regaining his composure. Friend, tell me your purpose. What do you desire? Money or power? Neither. I simply wish to play a game with you. What kind of game? At this moment, Shen Feng stood on a rooftop, clad in a navy blue coat and wearing a mask. Under the falling snow, his silhouette appeared cold and solitary. One hand held the phone, while the other grasped a monocular, keenly observing Xuan'an's every move. Right beneath you, at your feet, lies a box. Open it. Xuan'an hesitated, but ultimately complied, opening the box. Under the dim light, he discovered a white mask with a smiling face, attached to synthetic hair. A mask? What do you mean? Put it on, Shen Feng commanded. Of course, you may choose not to, but I cannot guarantee what may transpire. Xuan'an hesitated, battling an inner turmoil. Wearing the mask would mean surrendering his fate to this enigmatic figure, yet, abstaining posed its own unknown dangers. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and donned the mask, the long synthetic hair cascading down to obscure his original hairstyle. I have put on the mask. What do you intend to do? Xuan'an endured the curious glances of pedestrians, feeling like an exhibit in a glass showcase. Ha ha ha, this mask suits you quite well, Mr. Zwa. Friend, Xuan'an warned, there is a limit to jesting, lest you invite unforeseen consequences. Oh, then I suppose I should attempt to make a call now. I wonder if that mysterious gentleman would care to hear your tale. You. Xuan'an seemed to deflate instantaneously. Do not be angry. Shen Feng gently reassured him. Now, let us proceed to the next phase of the game. Within the mask's synthetic hair, there was a Bluetooth earpiece. Put it on, and then hang up the landline. Xuan'an felt around and indeed found a small Bluetooth earpiece nestled within the mask's hair. After a moment of hesitation, he placed it on and hung up the landline. Mr. Zwa is quite the clever one. Shen Feng's voice emanated from the earpiece. Simultaneously, he ended his call and retrieved a gray monochrome phone from another pocket. The call recipient was the Bluetooth earpiece. I have complied with your demands. Can we end this farce now? Xuan'an said despondently. He truly despised this feeling of being manipulated. However, for now, setting aside the sniper issue, his life was in the hands of the other party. Shen Feng did not respond but grinned widely. Rest assured, as long as Mr. Zwa cooperates, I will not kill you nor divulge your secrets to anyone. So please, await further instructions. Shen Feng's tone was as gentle as one soothing a mischievous child, yet the eyes concealed behind the mask betrayed a lethal mockery and frigid malice. He would muffle the gray phone's microphone with a piece of cotton, then skillfully dial a number he had called numerous times before. Soon, the call connected, and the voice of Zhong Haiyang resonated from the other end. Chapter 77, Su Kuan's Collapse. The Special Task Force arrives. Hello, Floating Island. Officer Zhong. Shen Feng interrupted. Merry Christmas. It's you. Zhong Haiyang's voice suddenly turned cold. Indeed, it is I. Who do you intend to kill this time? Zhong Haiyang inquired icily. The masked man's every appearance was accompanied by death and foreboding. Officer Zhang, today is a special day, Shen Feng remarked with suggestive undertones. So, meet me at the newsstand in Xingya Square. Let us not miss each other. Ha ha. Beep, beep, beep. After the call was terminated, Shen Feng spread his arms wide, embracing the snowflakes of Christmas Eve, as if welcoming the impending chaos of the dark night. Tonight promises to be a spectacular evening. Both the task force and Xuan'an are merely pawns in his hands, while he is the master strategist of this night. The task force. I said no. There is no way I'm going. Su Kuan glared at Zhong Haiyang, his voice hoarse with rage. His eyes were bloodshot, and as he roared, saliva flew everywhere, his emotions spiraling out of control. Su Kuan, do you even realize what you're saying? Zhong Haiyang bellowed back, his voice booming. I know. Su Kuan retorted loudly, veins bulging on his neck. I said no. I don't want to go. He angrily questioned, what are we even doing? His once handsome face was now flushed with rage. Pengda, Carl, even the Chao Jianfei mother and son. What have these scoundrels done? Is everyone blind? Can't you see? Zhong Haiyang, are you blind too? Why must we protect these scoundrels? What the hell am I wearing this uniform for? Su Kuan angrily ripped off his jacket and threw it onto the ground with a thud, as if venting all his dissatisfaction and confusion. Our existence should be to protect the good and punish the wicked. Is this what you call justice? His furious voice nearly threatened to shatter the office ceiling. Su Kuan, Zhong Haiyang shouted, lunging forward like a fierce tiger, pushing Su Kuan against the wall, gripping his collar tightly. He pressed his forehead against Su Kuan's. Their bloodshot eyes locked in a tense standoff, as if attempting to quell each other's fury through sheer will. Su Kuan, remember, we are police officers. Zhong Haiyang gritted out. No one can enforce the law beyond the boundaries of the law. This is order. Su Kuan paused, a strange smile slowly emerging on his face. He suddenly pushed Zhong Haiyang away with force, jabbing his finger at his own chest. Have you considered this? If we succeed in protecting Peng to this time, if we fail to uncover his misdeeds, and he continues to harm others, who will be responsible? You or I? We should be the last line of defense against evil. Yet now, are we to protect such a scoundrel? If someone suffers because of Peng De, their blood will be on our hands. Each of us will be stained with the blood of the victims. Zhong Haiyang was momentarily stunned. He gradually released Su Kuan's collar and turned away from him, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to calm the turmoil within. Su Kuan let out a bitter laugh. You speak of order. He gazed at Zhong Haiyang's weary back and countered, what about justice? Zhong Haiyang's back stiffened slightly. Justice? What? Can't you answer that, boss? Su Kuan's emotions began to settle, and he reverted to addressing Zhong Haiyang as he usually did. Zhong Haiyang sighed, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he turned back, softly stating, justice is the inevitable result of maintaining order. Yet, he knew that his words would not convince Su Kuan. Just moments earlier, after hanging up on the masked man, Zhong Haiyang had prepared to lead the team to Xingyao Square. He patted Su Kuan on the shoulder and said, I understand. Ah Kuan, you have many doubts, but now is not the time to dwell on them. If chaos erupts at Xingyao Square, the consequences will be dire, do you understand? The silent Zhang Yiyang stepped forward and added, Ah Kuan, it is precisely because you have doubts that you should participate in this operation. Isn't that right? Su Kuan was puzzled. Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Yiyang also patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Your answers cannot be provided by anyone else. But perhaps you can find them yourself. Su Kuan lowered his head, deep in thought. After a long pause, he whispered, I understand. Zhong Haiyang exchanged a grateful glance with Zhang Yiyang. Indeed, a simple phrase from a psychology major could temporarily sway Su Kuan. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. All right, let us stop discussing unpleasant matters. We're heading out. Mr. Zhua, please set your phone to silent and place it in your pocket. Shen Feng commanded softly from the rooftop. His tone, though gentle, carried an underlying threat that demanded compliance. Zuanan hesitated for a moment, about to comply, when suddenly, a loud bang erupted beside him. Another toy was shattered by a gunshot, sending nearby pedestrians retreating in fright. Zuanan's heart raced in tandem with his fear. I dislike verbose individuals, Shen Feng's cold voice echoed through his earpiece. Beads of sweat formed on Zuanan's forehead as he hurriedly complied, silencing his phone and stuffing it into his pants pocket. Fear gripped Zuanan. No one is immune to the fear of death. Although sniper rifles are not typically in the possession of ordinary individuals, given that the other party knew about Mr. Wolf, acquiring such a weapon should not be difficult. What terrified him most was not merely death, but Mr. Wolf himself. Zuanan was acutely aware of Mr. Wolf's methods. Once, someone had crossed Mr. Wolf, only to meet a gruesome fate. He gasped for breath, his expression growing increasingly grave, frequently scanning the surroundings in search of the mysterious figure. Yet, Zuanan remained oblivious to the fact that within the crowd, another pair of eyes was watching him. With a screech, several police cars abruptly halted outside Xingyao Square. Zhang Haiyang and his fellow officers exited the vehicles. Meanwhile, 2 police snipers had taken up excellent positions nearby, setting up their rifles and aiming at the newsstand. Flurries of snow drifted down, and the dazzling Christmas lights of Xingyao Square became ethereal amidst the snowfall. An eerie silence descended upon this stage, poised on the brink of an explosive crisis. Chapter 78. Threats evacuate the crowd immediately, commanded Zhong Haiyang with unwavering resolve. The officers swiftly dispersed, guiding the masses toward an orderly retreat. The warmth of the Christmas spirit seemed to vanish in an instant. Sitting in the newsstand, Zuanan sensed something amiss. Just as he contemplated taking action, Shen Feng's chilling voice echoed through his earpiece like a ghostly whisper. If you wish to keep your head intact and avoid Mr. Wolf's ire, remain seated and do not move. Reluctantly, Zuanan complied, resuming his previous posture. In a hushed tone, he inquired, this commotion has escalated significantly. What do you intend to achieve? You will soon find out. As long as you follow my instructions, I assure you, your life will be spared. Before long, the crowd in the square had largely dispersed, standing at a distance, curiously observing the unfolding scene. The expansive plaza was now an empty expanse, with only a Christmas tree adorned with twinkling lights standing forlornly in its midst. Snowflakes continued to gently descend, silently witnessing the warm Christmas melodies around them. Zuanan sat motionless in the newsstand, feeling akin to a prey ensnared in a cage. He had no choice but to watch as danger inched ever closer. Zhang Haiyang stood steadfastly, waiting for the opportune moment to break the deadlock. Resembling a crouched leopard poised to pounce, Shen Feng, aloof and commanding, surveyed the scene from a distant rooftop, coldly orchestrating the events below. Every decision he made would shape the fate of those present. The game had commenced. Snow continued to fall on this Christmas Eve. Yet the atmosphere at Xingyao Square was fraught with tension. Zhong Haiyang and his team had encircled the modest newsstand. In addition to the task force members, Numerous officers brandished riot shields, prepared for any eventuality. Even Zhuanan, well-versed in the ways of the world, was taken aback by the overwhelming display of force. What is your intention? With so many police officers present, do you wish for my demise? Zhuanan whispered, yet masked and shrouded in the dim confines of the newsstand. His Bluetooth earpiece concealed by a wig, none could discern that he was in communication with another. To the officers, he appeared merely as a statue, immobile. The smiling visage of his mask seemingly mocking all who gazed upon it. Mr. Zhua, you have no alternative. Zhuanan's voice was grave as he replied. How can you be so certain that I am without choice? If I were to collaborate with the police to apprehend you, perhaps you would be compelled to keep your secrets forever. You wouldn't dare, Shen Feng retorted. On what basis do you make that claim? I know everything about you, Mr. Zhua. 15 years ago, you arrived in Fudou City from Jianghe City. 13 years ago, a middle-aged man perished at your hands. 10 years ago, a boy met the same fate. 8 years ago, Zhuanan furrowed his brow. Enough. Shen Feng merely chuckled, unfazed. Every Tuesday afternoon, you frequent the gym. Every Thursday morning, you review accounts at your company. Every Sunday. His tone remained devoid of emotion. Yet Zhuanan felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he were stripped bare, exposed to the enigmatic figure before him. The intertwining sensations of humiliation and dread enveloped him. How long have you been surveilling me? Zhuanan asked coldly, though a tremor betrayed his composure. Who are you? A long time, Shen Feng replied with a sinister grin. As for my identity, I am your inner demon. As long as your heart harbors no malice, I cannot harm you, but you do. Now do as I say. You still possess a sliver of hope. Otherwise, you shall bear witness to the horrors of hell. The sound of jingling bells from the mall echoed through the now silent night. Zhang Haiyang signaled to his team, stepping forward cautiously. He refrained from taking action until he fully grasped the intricacies of the situation. On one hand, the masked man was exceedingly cunning. Repeated failures had instilled a psychological shadow over the task force members. On the other, Zhang Haiyang feared that the man might possess other hostages as leverage. This is our first formal meeting, is it not? After a pause, Zhang Haiyang inquired. Zhuanan longed to deny it, yet felt too intimidated to speak. At this juncture, he had a vague inkling that the voice on the other end of the line belonged to the notorious masked murderer of legends. However, Zhuanan remained oblivious to the masked man's identity, unable to deduce it. After all, over the years, he had performed numerous unsavory tasks for the Alliance, yet typically, he was only responsible for a fraction of the overall operation. Who executed the remaining tasks and how remained a mystery to him. Now, he had unwittingly become a pawn for the masked man. Yet Zhuanan could only acquiesce to his demands. Although facing such a multitude of officers was perilous, there still lay a glimmer of hope. However, if his affairs were exposed and reached Mr. Wolf, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. Why do you have nothing to say upon seeing me? Zhang Haiyang asked coldly. Suddenly, Zhuanan lifted his head fiercely and shouted, Zhang Haiyang, you bastard. You have finally arrived. Chapter 79 Confrontation with Zhang Haiyang. I will not surrender. Zhang Haiyang, you bastard, you finally arrived. As Zhuanan's words echoed, a stunned silence enveloped the gathering. No one anticipated how drastically the situation had shifted. Zhang Haiyang's lips quivered slightly, a sign of his agitation. Ha. On the rooftop, Shen Feng erupted into a maniacal laugh, as if he had just witnessed the most ludicrous spectacle. He laughed until he doubled over, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of his eyes. Mr. Zhua, you truly are obedient. I asked you to insult them, but I didn't expect you to do it so harshly. Ha. But well done. What a delightful scene. Zhuanan remained silent, internally cursing Shen Feng with intense frustration and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Haiyang furrowed his brow and said, What do you think this accomplishes? Is it merely to hurl insults at me? Zhuanan felt an unspoken agony, wishing to clarify that it was not him who was cursing. He longed to explain everything, but once again, the nightmarish voice echoed in his ear. From now on, whatever I say, you will repeat. You will do as I instruct. Moments later, Zhuanan lifted his head and mechanically uttered, Zhang Haiyang, do you believe you deserve to wear that uniform? Look at you, how grand you think you are. Yet, how utterly repulsive. Zhang Haiyang's expression shifted slightly. Throughout the investigation, he had sensed that the masked man seemed to be targeting him intentionally. Especially in the recent Chao Jianfei case, the masked man had deliberately chosen Beishan as the transaction site, a location that stirred painful memories for him. Time and again, he felt provoked. Who are you? Do you have a grudge against me? Zhang Haiyang asked in a low voice. A grudge? Captain Zhang, Zhuanan, under Shen Feng's control, replied, Do you not find yourself ridiculous? You were once, you are now, and you will always be. Do you truly care about right and wrong? Or is it only the semblance of order or that elusive sense of dignity that matters to you? Zhuanan felt trapped, forced to act according to Shen Feng's demands. Uttering words he wished to retract, yet he believed he was unlikely to meet his demise. There was still hope. He understood that under no circumstances would the police fire without just cause. As long as he could maneuver through the situation without inciting the mysterious figure, he could potentially explain his actions later. Unbeknownst to him, he was drifting further into Shen Feng's grasp, edging closer to an irreversible abyss. From the moment he answered the call, his fate had been sealed. Zhong Haiyang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He recognized that this was neither a debate nor a moment to fall into the trap of self-justification. What significance does your speech hold? Regardless, you have broken the law. Reality is not a film. There can be no dark heroes. Zhong Haiyang coldly retorted, now, you are surrounded. Do you truly believe you can escape? I know you possess great abilities, but there are dozens of guns trained on you, even if you have hostages elsewhere. Do you think we would allow you to leave unscathed? Don't be foolish. Even if I weren't in this uniform, I would not let you prevail. Your game ends here. Snowflakes continued to fall softly, burying all past grievances. Is that so, Officer Zhang? Zuanan Shen Feng responded again, you keep proclaiming. Have you achieved what you claim? Kai Xiaoming, 5 years ago, in pursuit of a thief who merely stole a loaf of bread, you left him severely injured. Han Yuhu, little tiger, back then, you knew your master was in the wrong, yet you feigned ignorance to protect him. At this, the members of the special investigation team exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. How did this man uncover so many secrets about their operations? And you, Zhong Haiyang? In your quest for so-called merit, in order to showcase your supposed bravery, shot and killed a. Enough. Zhong Haiyang shouted once more, surrender. You cannot escape. In the distance, 2 snipers had their rifles firmly aimed at Zuanan. Mr. Zhua, Shen Feng said with a sly grin, please step out of the newsstand. Zuanan hesitated, about to speak, when Shen Feng interrupted, if you refuse, I will aim at Zhong Haiyang. If anything happens to him, what do you think will become of you? Will it be, boom? A chill coursed through Zuanan as he felt an icy grip on his heart. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. He rose and slowly exited the newsstand. With a rustle, all the officers simultaneously raised their weapons. The dark muzzles resembling the gaze of death, aimed directly at Zuanan. Zuanan swallowed hard, feeling his throat constrict. He could distinctly hear the frantic pounding of his heart, as if it might burst forth from his chest. The shadow of death loomed over him like a dark cloud, each second stretching into eternity. Meanwhile, Shen Feng lurked in the depths of darkness, orchestrating everything, driving this deadly game toward an unknown climax. At that moment, the entire Xingyu Square seemed to be frozen in time, all breath held, awaiting the next judgment of fate. Raise your hands. Surrender immediately. Zhong Haiyang commanded loudly. On the rooftop, Shen Feng chuckled coldly, I will not surrender. Zuanan replied mechanically, I will not surrender. Zhong Haiyang tightened his grip on the gun, shouting, raise your hands. Surrender. Following Shen Feng's orders, Zuanan exclaimed urgently, I will not surrender. His lips trembled, his face pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Surrender. I will not give up. Raise your hands. Zhong Haiyang's voice grew louder, shaking the very air around them. I will not give up. I will not give up. Zuanan screamed in a frenzy, his body swaying slightly, as if struggling against the internal fear and intimidation. At that moment, he resembled a cornered beast, knowing that defiance could lead to death, yet unable to break free from the invisible control. Through the phone, Shen Feng commanded. For the final step, insult Zhong Haiyang once more. Zuanan inhaled deeply and shouted, Zhong Haiyang, you. All right, Shen Feng replied with a chilling smile. I will send you a message. Show it to Zhong Haiyang, and you will be safe. As he spoke, Zuanan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Under normal circumstances, no one would be foolish enough to reach into their pocket in such a tense standoff. Yet, Zuanan, pushed to the brink of collapse, instinctively reached for his phone, eager to escape this torment. Chapter 80. Mr. Zhua, if there is an afterlife. Zuanan, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse from torment, instinctively reached for his phone. However, just as his hand delved into his pocket, a sudden bang resonated from the newsstand. This sound was exceptionally jarring, acting as a catalyst that swiftly triggered a series of chain reactions. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots echoed beneath the snowy sky on Christmas Eve, shattering the tranquility of the night. The first shot was fired by Zhong Haiyang, striking Zuanan's arm. The second shot was from one of the snipers, piercing Zuanan's chest. The third shot, from an on-site officer, also hit Zuanan's chest. In such circumstances, it is customary for the police to avoid directly killing a suspect. At the moment Zuanan reached into his pocket, the loud noise from the newsstand was mistakenly perceived as gunfire, and Zuanan's action was misinterpreted as drawing a weapon. At that moment, everyone's nerves were taut, like a bowstring ready to snap. Upon hearing the gunshot, Zhong Haiyang's brain instinctively issued the command to fire. His finger reflexively pulled the trigger, aiming at Zuanan's arm, intending to prevent him from pulling out a weapon, yet he overlooked the sequence of events. The sniper, in a heightened state of tension, fixated on Zuanan, mistakenly believing the loud noise indicated Zuanan was firing at Zhong Haiyang. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet tore through Zuanan's chest. At the same moment, another officer, jolted by the unfolding chaos, lost his usual calm judgment and fired, again striking Zhuan'an's chest. The gunfire reverberated over Starry Square, contrasting sharply with the serenity of Christmas night. Mixed with the falling snowflakes, it evoked a sense of chilling despair. Zhuan'an's body stood rigidly in place, seemingly unable to accept his fate even unto death. His eyes were hollow, and then, with a thud, he fell backward onto the ground. In Zhuan'an's line of sight, the snowflakes drifted down, illuminated by the lights, resembling a magnificent starry sky. How beautiful! For the first time, he realized that death could be such a wondrous experience. Yet, soon, a chilling voice dragged him into an endless abyss of darkness, as though he had plunged into an icy cavern. Mr. Zhua, a voice, cold to the bone, echoed in his ears. It posed a question that felt both familiar and foreign. Do you believe in an afterlife? If so, I welcome you to come seek revenge on me. Ha ha. At the moment the call was severed, Zhuan'an's pupils constricted dramatically, as if a great mountain had collapsed within him. He remembered that phrase. It was from a boy 10 years ago. Zhuan'an's soul trembled violently. Had he returned? Is there truly another life for people? Or was he indeed a ghost? Was this retribution? As Zhuan'an gazed at the falling snowflakes, his consciousness gradually sank into an unfathomable abyss, drifting into endless void. On the square, Zhong Haiyang stood frozen, his gun still emitting smoke. The instant Zhuan'an collapsed, he discerned what Zhuan'an had been holding. It was not a gun, merely a phone. The screen displayed an incoming call. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. Christmas had arrived. Above the snowy city, brilliant fireworks exploded in a riot of colors. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground like a shroud, concealing the city beneath it. Zhong Haiyang suddenly felt a chill. He vaguely sensed that he had been deceived. At this moment, other members of the special investigation team and police officers arrived. They collectively approached the lifeless body, and Su Kuan's expression was particularly complex. Was it relief? Regret? Satisfaction? No one could articulate it, not even he. Kai Xiaoming removed the mask adorned with a white smile. When he beheld the face marked by unwillingness, everyone was stunned. This was Zhuan'an of the Nantian group? How could he be here? What in the world was happening? We've been duped, Zhong Haiyang stated gravely. He picked up Zhuan'an's phone, which was still ringing, and, summoning all his strength, answered the call, trembling as he held it to his ear. Indeed, the next moment, that familiar voice reached Zhong Haiyang and Appo's ears. Congratulations, Officer Zhong, for eliminating the perpetrator. Athahaha. This time, Zhong Haiyang did not lose control or succumb to rage. He had exhausted all his fury. You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? Zhong Haiyang asked in a tone nearly devoid of hope. Haha. So, Officer Zhong, how was tonight's performance? Spectacular, wasn't he it? Madman. Zhong Haiyang shook his head. How many more lives do you intend to take? Many, many, Shen Feng replied, enraptured. Captain Zhong, you will never comprehend the exhilaration of this feeling. I will catch you, Zhong Haiyang whispered, as if speaking to Shen Feng, yet also to himself. Let us see, Shen Feng chuckled. But, Captain Zhong, you should prepare yourself. Because? Prepare for what? Zhong Haiyang inquired. Because if that day truly arrives, it will be your moment of judgment. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected, and Zhong Haiyang furrowed his brow, pondering the ambiguous statement. Boss. Kai Xiaoming called out, over here, there's a Bluetooth earpiece. He extracted the earpiece from a wig. Zhong Haiyang wearily glanced at the earpiece but said nothing more. Under the swirling snowflakes, silence enveloped them. Everyone vaguely understood the purpose of the earpiece. The masked man's objective had never merely been Zhuan'an's life. It was to ensnare everyone in chaos and self-doubt. The entire starry square fell silent, leaving only the Christmas music echoing through the snow and the sound of their heavy breaths. Meanwhile, the masked man lurked like a specter hidden in the depths of darkness, silently observing all. On a distant rooftop, Shen Feng stepped back a half-step, one hand resting on his chest while the other elegantly extended to the side. Bowing slowly amidst the falling snowflakes. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas. Then he turned and gradually faded into the darkness. Christmas Eve was no longer peaceful, and this night was destined to be anything but ordinary. In a darkened room, three masked figures sat facing one another. The wolf, the fox, and the tiger. The three masks regarded one another. It seems they have come for you, the fox remarked with intrigue, a hint of mischief in his tone. What do you intend to do? The tiger asked. I will eliminate him, Mr. Wolf replied with a cold smile, stretching his limbs. Have you identified him? The fox inquired. Mr. Wolf shook his head. At first, I thought he was someone from the Shen family 10 years ago, but no one from the Shen family survived. It cannot be them. Who could it be? I too would like to know, Mr. Wolf pondered. I will draw him out using my methods. Do you need assistance? The fox asked. No, my accomplice will return soon. Chapter 81. Confrontation with Mr. Wolf. Upon returning home, Shen Feng stretched his arms and sank into the sofa. He first incinerated the diary page inscribed with Xuan'an's name, then gazed vacantly out the window, lost in contemplation. Xuan'an was already dead. The next step was to unravel the identity of Mr. Wolf. In truth, the investigation was not particularly challenging. By meticulously observing the recent financial irregularities of various companies, one could likely pinpoint Mr. Wolf's enterprise. However, it was also plausible that Mr. Wolf had deliberately allowed a flaw to surface, attempting to lead him astray. Alternatively, he might employ certain tactics to shift attention onto others, obscuring the true identity of the real Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf was a shrewd adversary, and it was reasonable to assume that, following the string of incidents, the Alliance was beginning to prepare for retaliation, perhaps even already probing into his identity. The drama had reached its zenith. Rising from his seat, he approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the nightscape outside. The streets were adorned with vibrant Christmas trees, illuminating every corner. On the ground lay the shattered remnants of a mirror, remnants of Shen Feng's departure. In the fragments, another figure clad in black slowly emerged, Shen Feng himself. His expression ominously cold, twisted by a morbid grin, with crimson tears streaming from his eyes. He approached the window, joining Shen Feng and gazing outward. What a beautiful night. The black-clad, blood-teared Shen Feng remarked. In the future, the true Shen Feng will smile more wickedly. It will be even more beautiful. Thus began the formal duel between Shen Feng and the Alliance's Mr. Wolf. One shrouded in shadows, the other equally concealed. It remained to be seen who would ultimately prevail. Besides Mr. Wolf, there were also some of the petty criminals from years past. Shen Feng intended to eliminate them in the course of his confrontation with Mr. Wolf. Once more, Shen Feng glanced into the distance, envisioning an overwhelming tide of blood engulfing the entire city. In the criminal police brigade of Floating Island City. Within the office, Director Qiao Jinzhong cast an exasperated yet helpless gaze at Zhong Haiyang. What am I to say to you? He exclaimed. At 53 years of age, years of toil had left Qiao with a receding hairline. Zhong Haiyang hung his head, standing before Qiao, shoulders slumped, his face etched with regret and despondency. Qiao studied Zhong, a serious glint flickering in his eyes. He approached Zhong and gently patted his shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. Haiyang, this situation is indeed quite precarious. I understand your distress. No one wishes to witness such an outcome. Zhong Haiyang's lips quivered as he attempted to articulate a response, but Qiao raised a hand to silence him. I comprehend your circumstances, he sighed. Zhong nodded slightly. Director, I have let you down. Now is not the time for assigning blame, Qiao interrupted. While I can shield you for the moment, the media has already begun extensive coverage and public discourse is rife. We must swiftly provide clarity and locate the masked man. During this period, I will ensure that all members of the police force cooperate with you to the fullest extent. Zhong Haiyang lifted his head. Director, I understand. I will commit myself fully to redeeming my failures. With determination, Zhong turned and exited the office. The road ahead remained long, and he refused to believe that he would face perpetual defeat. Moreover, he harbored a vague premonition that the forthcoming confrontations would be even more arduous. Yet, retreat was not an option. Zhong gazed at the snow-laden sky, sensing the presence of a masked visage grinning ominously at him. The truth is now clear. Liu Ruxu stated solemnly. Following hours of investigation, the group had discerned Shen Feng's intricate machinations. Allow me to elaborate. Zhang Yiyang, adjusting his sore neck, continued. The masked man arrived at Xingyu Plaza as early as 9 o'clock. Can you guess whose face he was wearing? Kai Xiaoming, weary, leaned back in his chair. It was he chumping again, Wazd and Oppos, Tiet? Indeed, Zhang Yiyang offered a rueful smile. However, at this juncture, we still have not unraveled how he managed to impersonate Yi chumping, even deceiving facial recognition systems. Returning to the case, according to the elderly man at the newsstand, the masked man approached him around 9:30, handing him 2,000 yuan in cash along with Xuan'an's photograph. Wait, Xiaohu interjected eagerly. Can we trace the source of that cash? Futile. Liu Ruxu shook her head. The money was old currency, and its origin cannot be traced. Very well. Zhang Yiyang massaged his aching neck. Next. The masked man deposited a prepared box at the newsstand. Inside were the mask, a cell phone, a power bank, and a Bluetooth earpiece concealed within a wig. At that moment, the cell phone connected to the Bluetooth earpiece was in a call state. This means that the masked man had already commenced his scheme. Wang Xian inquired curiously. What about those robots? What's their purpose? Props, Xiaohu, responsible for the investigation, replied. The filming props have been obsolete for years, yet we still cannot discern their significance. Liu Ruxu furrowed her brows, analyzing intimidation. Intimidation? Liu Ruxu nodded. Do you not find it peculiar? Why would Xuan'an heed the masked man and remain at the newsstand? She surveyed the group, asking in what circumstances would a person feel they had no choice but to be controlled. Chapter 82. Zhang Yiyang's terrifying hypothesis. Such questions often possess countless answers. However, as police officers, the immediate thought that crossed their minds was singular. Wang Qian blurted out. When threatened at gunpoint, The group momentarily froze in surprise before quickly grasping the underlying reason. Given the stringent regulations domestically, acquiring a weapon seemed nearly impossible. Yet, what if the masked man fabricated the illusion of having a gun using mere film props? Even during the confrontation, the officers instinctively mistook the sound of prop explosions for gunfire. But what of Xuan? If a prop exploded nearby, causing him to believe it was gunfire? This notion rippled through their minds like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. This fellow, Kai Xiaoming, clenched his teeth, feeling a mix of shame and anger. With just a few mobile devices and toys, he had deftly manipulated everyone. Moreover, he had even used them to indirectly eliminate Xuan. Yet, aside from a single instance of disguise, he had scarcely shown his face. But that alone was insufficient. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Insufficient? Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully, stating, according to psychology, when confronted with unlikely threats, individuals subconsciously doubt their authenticity. For instance, if you brandished a gun before an ancient person, he would feel no fear, as such concepts exceed his comprehension. Similarly, even if Xuan truly believed he was armed, he wouldn't be foolish enough to let himself be so thoroughly led. Indeed, viewed from this angle, the situation seemed implausible, as Xuan could have easily seized an opportunity to escape in the crowded Xingyao Square. After all, both rationally and emotionally, Xuan would likely opt for a gamble. Yet, why had he never attempted to flee from the onset? Fearful? The group fell into contemplation once more. Moments later, Lu Meihua suddenly lifted her head, her voice cold. I understand now. Sister Lu, what have you realized? The others inquired. Lu Meihua continued. Does anyone recall what Xuan mentioned earlier tonight? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Meihua paused, her gaze landing first on Kai Xiaoming. Xiaoming, during a pursuit, you caused significant injury to a suspect, leaving him in a state of dementia. This has weighed heavily on your conscience, hasn't it? Kai Xiaoming's expression shifted, a flicker of pain and regret crossing his features as he silently nodded. Lu Meihua then turned to Xiaohu. Xiaohu, you too sheltered your mentor, correct? Xiaohu's face flushed with embarrassment, his head bowed as if to hide. Lu Meihua sighed softly, her demeanor serious. I know that everyone has faced disciplinary actions, but I wish for you all to ponder a crucial point. Perhaps the masked man is aware of our various dark histories, including that of Captain Zhong. If that is the case, might Xuan also share a similar fate? Perhaps the masked man is using Xuan's concealed past to exert control over him. This secret must be of utmost significance, instilling in Xuan a sense of trepidation that prevents him from acting rashly. Even during our standoff, he might have refrained from revealing his identity. The group was momentarily stunned, only to feel as though the fog that had enveloped them was being lifted. However, this revelation brought with it an unsettling chill. If this were true, it would be profoundly terrifying. The masked man would be akin to a ghost lurking in the shadows, privy to the darkest secrets of each individual. Su Kuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly wore a self-mocking and resigned smile. Dark history. Is it truly so? He mused. Therefore, it's possible that Xuan is also a scoundrel. Su Kuan lowered his gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. His face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his emotions. It seems we must reassess this adversary thoroughly, Lu Meihua declared, taking a deep breath. Let us summarize the characteristics of the masked man once more, to determine if we have overlooked any critical information. The masked man stands approximately 180 centimeters tall, endured a significant upheaval a decade ago, and exhibits severe antisocial tendencies. He is likely a person of taste in his daily life, possibly a freelancer or an entrepreneur with ties to the music industry. Based on our multiple encounters, we can deduce that he is detail-oriented and enjoys taking risks. He possesses knowledge of hacking techniques and chemistry, such as white phosphorus and cyanides, and has conducted some sociological research. Furthermore, he seems to know us well, possibly being someone in our circle. Although this remains speculative, he may have gleaned insights into our past through hacking or investigation. Zhang Yiyang listened intently, increasingly sensing something amiss. Aside from the significant upheaval, hacking, and chemistry, this psychological profile felt eerily familiar. Why did it resemble a friend of his? At first, Zhang Yang merely furrowed his brow, but as time passed, his heart began to race. An indescribable sense of familiarity overwhelmed him like a surging tide. Each detail felt like a key unlocking the doors of his deepest memories, leading him to the edge of a secret poised to be unveiled, the contours of which filled him with dread. On the eve of New Year's Day, snow fell gently. In Shen Feng's bar, not a single patron was present. Only the stray cat, Jiang Wo, lay languidly on the bar counter, eyelids drooping as if on the verge of slumber. Shen Feng sat behind the bar, contemplating his subsequent plans. Outside, the snow danced wildly, yet Shen Feng's thoughts remained fixated on Mr. Wolf. In recent days, Xuan's demise had caused tremendous chaos within Nantian Company and the city. However, these disturbances were of little concern to Shen Feng. His objective was to locate Mr. Wolf. Through his observations over the past few days, he deduced that 3 companies had encountered financial issues due to the turmoil at Nantian Company. Shen Feng speculated that Mr. Wolf was either the actual controller of one of these three companies or had orchestrated the chaos as a decoy. Among them, two companies could be largely ruled out, leaving only the final entity, Tianhai Group. This was a major pharmaceutical corporation, one of the foremost enterprises in Floating Island City. Even on a national scale, it could be classified as T1 or even T0 in status. Of course, another possibility remained. Tianhai Group may not be under Mr. Wolf's direct control, but could be a deliberate bait he had cast. Given Xuanan's previous role within the alliance and his evident fear of Mr. Wolf, it was clear that Mr. Wolf was not an ordinary adversary. He must be a master of orchestrating events from the shadows, maintaining control over the entire situation. As Shen Feng investigated him, it was possible that Mr. Wolf was simultaneously gathering intelligence on him. With a creak, the bar's door swung open, and Shen Feng was taken aback. In such heavy snow, was there truly a customer? A gust of cold wind swept in, and Zhang Yang strode in, covered in snow. "Boss Shen, I've come to mooch some drinks," he declared. Under the bar's lights, Zhang Yang's gaze seemed subtly transformed from his usual demeanor. Chapter 83. You bear a striking resemblance to the masked killer. Is that Officer Zhang Da? What brings you here at such an ungodly hour? The sudden appearance of Zhang Yang took Shen Feng by surprise, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Although Zhang Yang was Shen Feng and Appo's classmate from middle school, he was not originally from Floating Island City. He had been stationed here after the incident concerning the masked killer. As such, he had virtually no family in Floating Island City, with Shen Feng being his sole friend of note. Zhang Yang casually settled himself at the bar and chuckled. "It's a long, sleepless night, so." Shen Feng frowned, replying curtly, "Speak plainly." With a hearty laugh, Zhang Yang explained, "Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and being alone is rather dull, so I came to find you." Shen Feng smiled. "Soda water?" "Indeed, the complimentary kind," Zhang Yang affirmed. Shen Feng teased, "I remember just how many glasses you've had." He poured Zhang Yang a glass of soda water, followed by one for himself. The sound of the fizzing bubbles seemed somewhat jarring in the otherwise quiet bar. A stray cat named Jiangwo lifted its head warily at the sound of strange voices. "Jiangwo. He is my friend," Shen Feng said with a smile. Zhang Yang, caught mid-sip, erupted in laughter, sputtering, "This little fellow's name is Jiangwo?" His expression was one of amusement. "Yes, that's correct," Shen Feng confirmed. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up. "That's quite a memorable name." "Ha." Shen Feng chuckled as he turned on the wall-mounted television, which displayed the lively yet mundane New Year's Eve gala, injecting a bit of vibrancy into the tranquil bar. On this snowy and blustery night, the warmth of the bar enveloped the two as they snacked and sipped their soda water, occasionally sharing awkward laughs at the cringeworthy segments of the program. At their feet, Jiangwo dozed off, bewildered by their antics. "Shen Feng, did you know? I stumbled upon something intriguing a few days ago," Zhang Yang stated, draining his glass of soda with enthusiasm. "Another one, please." "Oh?" Shen Feng inquired as he poured more soda. "What intriguing discovery?" Zhang Yang turned to face Shen Feng, his gaze intense. "It's uncannily similar." "Similar to what?" Shen Feng nudged the glass of soda towards Zhang Yang, the cup sliding across the table with a sharp sound. "The masked killer," Zhang Yang replied, locking eyes with Shen Feng. "The masked killer?" Shen Feng laughed, a hint of bewilderment flickering across his face, unsure of the authenticity of his own confusion. "Indeed." Zhang Yang nodded. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to the psychological profile we devised of the masked killer." As he spoke, his interest in Shen Feng was palpable. Though a complex emotion simmered beneath the surface, an unnameable feeling. His visit to the isolated bar this evening was not solely to celebrate the new year. Deep down, he sought to validate a terrifying suspicion that lingered in his mind. He certainly did not wish, nor was he willing, to believe that Shen Feng could be the masked killer. Thus, he came alone, withholding this visit from everyone else. Only recently, when he was with Shen Feng, the police received a call reporting that the masked killer had made contact. However, that was not during the time of the incident, and it did little to quell his doubts. His suspicions were not born of malice, but rather a troubling coincidence that he felt compelled to unravel. The howling wind and snow outside intensified, causing the brittle branches to creak ominously. Shen Feng continued pouring soda for himself without missing a beat, jokingly asking, "So, Officer Zhang, you're not here to arrest me, are you?" Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily. "Guess. You guess whether I guess?" Zhang Yang regarded Shen Feng with a knowing gaze. Shen Feng returned the look with an expression reminiscent of concern for the clueless. After a brief silence, Zhang Yang suddenly laughed again. "Guess or not, it matters little." Amidst their laughter, Zhang Yang felt an inexplicable relief wash over him. Shen Feng's reactions, whether astonished or otherwise, revealed no cracks in his demeanor. Even if Zhang Yang were a psychological expert, he would discern nothing amiss. Perhaps he was merely overthinking things. "Perhaps you're simply exhausted," Shen Feng remarked, his tone laced with concern. "Sometimes, you shouldn't place such immense pressure on yourself. or you may find yourself mistaking shadows for threats. Zhang Yiyang felt a rush of guilt at Shen Feng's words, realizing how unreasonable his suspicions were. Yet Shen Feng still offered him comfort. Reminiscent of their school days when they got into trouble together, and Shen Feng would take the blame while reassuring Zhang Yiyang that everything would be all right. Zhang Yiyang felt as though he were drowning in guilt. How could he doubt his good friend so? I must be foolish. Shen Feng pointed at the television, chuckling. After watching all night, finally, there is something that is awkward. Zhang Yiyang paused, then retorted, but when it's not awkward, it loses its charm. Their laughter filled the air, as they returned their attention to the television, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Though Shen Feng maintained a cheerful facade while watching the television, his mind was already racing with calculations. Zhang Yiyang's suspicion served as a warning signal. Despite his meticulous caution and the fact that his current identity could mask any ulterior motives, the special investigation team was not to be underestimated. His plans were only halfway through, and the best performance had yet to unfold. He could not afford any slip-ups. A strategy was imperative. Originally, Shen Feng intended to spend this New Year's Eve in solitude, relishing the tranquility. Yet now, it seemed he was compelled to engage. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of determination glinted in Shen Feng's eyes. He conceived a bold and audacious plan right beneath Zhang Yiyang's nose to dispel all his doubts. I say, Yiyang, have you not had enough soda over the years? I recall you being like this back in middle school, Shen Feng remarked nonchalantly. His gaze still fixed on the awkward gala on the television. Yet in truth, he was already digging a pit for Zhang Yiyang. Zhang Yiyang stretched lazily, saying, I tend to shy away from new experiences, for they often lead to disappointment. Shen Feng, beaming with anticipation, inquired, then, would you care to try my new drink? It's not even on the market yet. New drink? Zhang Yiyang raised an eyebrow. While he seldom drank alcohol, he reasoned that since the next day was a holiday, there would be no need for work. Moreover, the earlier suspicions, though unspoken, left him feeling unsettled. All right, then, I shall give it a try. Chapter 84, Drunken Dreams. The first penitent Shen Feng smiled with satisfaction. It seems that even psychological experts have their vulnerabilities at times. His earlier concern for Zhang Yiyang was a blend of truth and pretense. For the moment Zhang mentioned the masked killer, Shen had already devised his strategy. Now, he was capitalizing on Zhang's anticipation of a day off tomorrow and his feelings of guilt, playing the emotional card, ensuring that Zhang would indulge in the drink. Then do savor it, Shen Feng said as he stood up. The moment he turned his back to Zhang, a cold smile crept across his face. However, you can't drink for free. After you finish, I expect some feedback. Shen Feng's slender fingers glided over the array of bottles, ultimately pausing at a few uniquely shaped ones. Zhang Yiyang chuckled, easing the tension in his sore neck. No problem. Though I can't guarantee my opinion will be of any value. Shen Feng retrieved a bottle and placed it on the bar counter. As he bent down to arrange it, a fleeting shadow flickered in his eyes, barely noticeable. He opened the cooler beneath, retrieving ice, his movements concealed by the bar, leaving Zhang oblivious. Then, Shen Feng grasped the cocktail shaker, skillfully beginning to mix the drink. His actions were professional, as if he had undergone systematic training. The ice clinked melodiously within the shaker. Moments later, the liquid flowed into the glass like silk, exuding an alluring aroma. Shen poured 2 glasses, smiling as he handed one to Zhang Yiyang. Give it a try. Zhang accepted the glass, eyeing the enticing liquid with curiosity. He gently inhaled the fragrance and couldn't help but exclaim, it smells wonderful. What is the name of this drink? Shen Feng countered. Do you recall the martial arts film we once watched at the video hall? Zhang pondered briefly before responding with a grin. You're not suggesting this drink is called Drunken Dreams, are you? Why not? Shen Feng replied with a smile. Let us indulge in drunken dreams, then. With that, Zhang tilted his head back, slowly letting the liquid slide into his mouth. The moment the alcohol touched his tongue, his expression momentarily froze. This drink is quite potent. The liquor ignited like a flame, coursing down his throat and exploding in his stomach, flooding him with warmth. Observing Zhang's reaction, Shen Feng's lips curled slightly. Yet his eyes remained as tranquil as ever. Strong liquor is what gives it flavor. Zhang steadied himself and took another sip, savoring the taste. Though fierce, the drink was undeniably exquisite, ranking among the finest he had ever tasted. After the initial spice, he discerned a complex bouquet, a hint of fruit, a whisper of spices, and an indescribable, mysterious undertone. In the outskirts, amidst swirling snow, a dimly lit, humble dwelling emanated a warm yellow glow. Yu Junxing placed a plate of freshly boiled dumplings onto a worn wooden table smeared with grease. The dumplings released steam, and the table bore the patina of age. He took a small bowl, filled it with a few dumplings, and quietly said, Go ahead and eat. Yu Junxing considered himself a sinner, and he believed that he deserved this title. At just under 50, wearing glasses and slightly hunched, his weathered face bore the marks of hardship. A decade ago, he had been involved in the suppression of a family. Ironically, he later found himself imprisoned for other crimes. Perhaps prison is a place that allows one to reflect. After his rehabilitation, Yu Junxing came to realize the severity of the harm he had inflicted upon others. Upon his release, facing numerous obstacles, he could only find work as a dock laborer. His life was one of poverty, smoking the cheapest cigarettes and living in a dilapidated house. In the stillness of the night, he often thought of the Shen family, tears welling in his eyes, sometimes striking himself in remorse. He began to explore various religions, praying daily for redemption. Yet, some events once set in motion cannot be undone, and opportunities for regret remain elusive. Eat, eat, he murmured, gazing across the table as if envisioning that family of four. Each holiday, he paid tribute to his past transgressions in this manner. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resonated from outside. Yu Junxing was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. It was late at night. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? With suspicion, he donned a tattered coat and approached the door. Who is it? He inquired from beyond the threshold. I came to see you, came a calm voice from outside. See me? Yu Junxing asked, puzzled. Could it be an old prison mate? He opened the door, and a gust of wind and snow swept in. Standing outside was a strangely dressed individual, cloaked in a dark blue overcoat, their face obscured by a grotesque smile mask. The mask's grin appeared eerily sinister against the backdrop of the stormy night as the figure tilted their head, scrutinizing Yu Junxing. You are. Yu Junxing's confusion deepened. On the eve of New Year's Day, this peculiar figure appeared like a ghost in the dilapidated neighborhood, claiming to visit him. Yu Junxing could not fathom the meaning behind this encounter. The moment he laid eyes on Yu Junxing, the eyes hidden behind the mask flashed with a cold, lethal intent, brief yet sufficient to be deadly. Yu Junxing, is that you? The specter of vengeance had arrived. Yes, but who are you? Do we know each other? Of course, the masked man replied, his tone unwavering and devoid of emotion. You. Before Yu Junxing could finish, the masked man interrupted, tilting his head as he posed a question. Do you remember the Shen family from 10 years ago? Yu Junxing's body trembled violently, as if all strength had been drained from him, his legs buckling beneath him. In that instant, Shen Feng delivered a swift blow to the right side of his neck. Chapter 85. You should have died long ago in the Special Investigation Team. On duty tonight are Xiao Hu and Su Kuan. With the New Year's Day holiday approaching, the police station is unusually quiet, with only a handful of officers present. The two are devouring their boxed meals with hearty appetite. Ah Kuan, what has been troubling you lately? You seem so distracted, still thinking about those matters? Xiao said, wiping his greasy mouth with a napkin. He then stood up to fetch some hot water from the dispenser, preparing a makeshift bowl of soup. Su Kuan sighed, well, it's complicated. How so? Xiao Hu gently shook his food container, mixing the remaining sauce with the hot water. My mother and Oppo's condition is worsening, Su Kuan replied, weariness evident in his tone. A few years prior, his mother had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and occasionally mistook Su Kuan for his father. Xiao Hu patted Su Kuan's shoulder. Every family has its own struggles. Setting down his meal, Su Kuan retrieved a cigarette from the box on the table and lit it. Not long ago, I heard about a private hospital conducting clinical trials for this illness. I believe it's called Tianhai Hospital. It seems quite effective. Are you planning to check it out? Xiao Hu inquired. Su Kuan gave a bitter smile. Alzheimer's. A societal dilemma. If only it could be so easily cured. Sigh. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Hu gazed out at the swirling snowflakes and remarked, another year has passed. I hope the new year brings smooth sailing. I wish the masked man could find peace in the outskirts. The snowy night resembled a merciless hand, erasing all colors from the world, leaving only an endless expanse of pallor and silence. Inside a cramped, humble dwelling, the warm yellow light struggled to illuminate small patches of brightness. Waking up, Yu Junxing realized he was tightly bound to a chair with coarse ropes. Shen Feng stood quietly in the shadows, his navy coat appearing even darker under the dim light. The eerie mask obscured any glimpse of his true expression. Why? Yu Junxing could no longer contain himself, his voice trembling with a hint of supplication. Why do you bring up the Shen family? Who are you? After a brief silence, Shen Feng let out a low, peculiar laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's call. Who am I? I am the avenger of the Shen family. 10 years ago, your actions led to my family's destruction. Today, it is time for you to pay your debt. Yu Junxing's body began to tremble uncontrollably, fear etched across his face. You are that child from the Shen family? You're still alive? Shen Feng shook his head. I have long since died. Yu Junxing swallowed hard. What do you mean? Shen Feng remained still, watching him intently. 10 years ago today, I asked my father a question. I asked, will we be better in the new year? His voice quivered with an odd emotion, akin to a poorly acted performance. My father assured me that things would improve, that our tomorrow would be brighter. But not long after, you destroyed everything Yu Junxing struggled to articulate. I was blinded by greed back then. I shouldn't have done those things. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me, he writhed in desperation, genuinely remorseful for his past actions. Yet regret is one thing. Being willing to pay with one's life is another. Yu Junxing explained with a choked voice. I have lived in guilt all these years. Look at the table. Seizing the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, he continued hastily, every holiday. I have honored your family. I truly regret everything I did back then. Tears of remorse streamed down his face. Shen Feng could see the sincerity in his regret. Do not kill me. I truly am sorry. Forgive me. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival or genuine contrition, but Yu Junxing repeatedly apologized. Tears flowing incessantly. Shen Feng shook his head indifferently. If apologies could rectify wrongs, the courtroom would be filled with insincere penitence. He approached the struggling Yu Junxing, gently removing his glasses with gloved hands. Are you going to kill me? Yu Junxing cried out. I have long desired to do so, Shen Feng replied, his fingers pressing down firmly, causing the lenses to shatter with a sharp sound. He discarded the frames and held a jagged piece of glass, regarding Yu Junxing with a bemused expression. Farewell. Don't. Yu Junxing shrieked in terror, struggling violently as the chair legs clattered against the ground. Yu Junxing's eyes widened in fear, gasping for breath yet only able to produce ragged sounds. Shen Feng crouched before him with a smile, murmuring, the 12th one actually. You should have been the 5th, but I kept you alive until now because your death holds the most value at this moment. Can you guess why? Yu Junxing's eyes widened in terror, unable to speak. His vision began to blur. Shen Feng stood, picked up a cloth from the table, dipped it in a red paint, and drew a grotesque smile on Yu Junxing and Apos' lips. I wish you perpetual joy, he chuckled softly. Zhang Yiyang had a dream. A beautiful dream. In it, he caught the masked man and was showered with countless flowers and applause. However, just as he thought he could discern the masked man's face, he discovered behind the mask a featureless visage groggy and disoriented. Zhang Yiyang opened his eyes. He found himself slumped over the bar at the Lonely Island pub. Shen Feng sat across from him, reeking of alcohol. I say. Boss Shen. Zhang Yiyang's voice was hoarse. You've had quite a bit to drink. Shen Feng, tipsy, teased. How else could one describe being drunk and dreaming away? Zhang Yiyang shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear his mind, yet the fatigue clung to him like a shadow. How long have I been asleep? He asked, glancing at his watch before Shen Feng could respond. Oh, nearly half an hour. Shen Feng replied. Would you like some coffee to perk you up? No, thanks. Zhang Yiyang shook his head. I think I'll just head home to rest. He reached for the table to steady himself, but his dizzy head caused him to stumble back into his seat. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, Goodness, this drink is too strong. Didn't you want my opinion? My advice is, you might as well stop selling this liquor. Chapter 86. The plan of killing two birds with one stone. Shadows of surveillance. Shen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter at Zhang Yiyang's distressed expression. His smile, however, concealed a deeper secret. Zhang Yiyang retorted, How dare you laugh? Fine. I'll take the loss. Shen Feng, suppressing his amusement, helped Zhang Yiyang to his feet. Given your current state, it's best you don't go home. Let's make do in the bar's lounge for the night. All right, Zhang Yiyang nodded, jokingly adding, but don't harbor any ulterior motives. The lounge was quite simple, furnished only with a bed and a sofa. After assisting Zhang Yiyang to the edge of the bed, he waved his hand dismissively. What's wrong? Shen Feng inquired. Zhang Yiyang countered. Have you ever seen someone fall asleep in a second? Never. With a thud, Zhang Yiyang collapsed onto the bed, and almost instantly, the sound of snoring filled the air. Shen Feng was both amused and exasperated. After a brief moment, he softly called out, Yiyang? Yiyang? But Zhang Yiyang was in a deep slumber, oblivious to Shen Feng's calls, only responding with his snores. A satisfied smile crept onto Shen Feng's lips. Sleep. He mused inwardly. The plan to achieve two objectives simultaneously had been successfully executed. He gradually crouched down, slowly removing his shoes, revealing a pair of exquisite height-increasing insoles hidden within. The next morning, the dawn of the new year quietly broke through the night sky, painting the world in a delicate layer of snow. Liu Ruxu walked anxiously yet expectantly along the streets of the outskirts, the bag of fruit in his hand feeling slightly chilled. After the Pangda incident, Liu Ruxu had resigned from his job at the milk delivery station. Having been embroiled in two chilling murder cases, he felt it was time to seek new employment. Through an introduction, he had come to know Yu Junxing, who he heard might offer him some labor work. Thus, Liu Ruxu decided to seek him out on New Year's Day. Navigating through a dilapidated row of houses, he arrived at Yu Junxing's doorstep. Steeling himself, he raised his hand to knock. Once, twice, but the interior remained eerily silent. A wave of doubt swept over him, prompting him to knock harder, yet the unnerving quiet persisted. This shouldn't be. Was he really not home so early in the morning? Liu Ruxu instinctively pushed the door gently, and to his surprise, it creaked open. With a sense of foreboding, he stepped inside. As he turned the corner and glanced into the living room, he froze in horror. There was Yu Junxing, bound tightly to a chair, a gruesome wound gaping at his throat. Liu Ruxu felt his scalp tingle, his brain buzzing. Oh no. His legs turned to jelly, almost collapsing to the floor. He scrambled to turn and rush outside, nearly dropping his phone in the chaos. Trembling, he dialed emergency services. His voice quaking as he cried, "Police, there's a dead body. Hurry." The incessant ringing of a phone stirred Zhang Yiyang from his slumber, rubbing his groggy head. He felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion wash over him. At that moment, Shen Feng, who had been dozing on the sofa, lazily awakened. "I say, Officer Zhang, can you not turn your phone's volume down a notch on your day off? You startled me awake." Zhang Yiyang shrugged. "I drank too much last night and forgot." However, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. The screen displayed the name Captain Zhang. Without a doubt, something had happened. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. "Captain Zhang, is there another incident?" On the other end, Zhang Haiyang's voice confirmed, "Indeed, there's been another incident." At that moment, Zhang Haiyang, leading a team of investigators, had arrived at the outskirts, outside Yu Jiwenshin's home. He looked at Liu Daong, who stood beside the officers, incredulously remarking, "You again?" "It's me." Liu Daong was on the verge of tears. He never imagined that he couldn't escape the inevitable. Shortly after Liu Daong reported the incident, the police arrived at the scene. They found a voice recorder, and after listening to its contents, they immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, promptly reporting it and contacting the investigative team. "Officer Zhang I." Liu Daong trembled in the cold, his gaunt frame shivering. "I swear, I didn't do it. Why am I so unlucky? I truly didn't." Tears streamed down his face, his sobs heart-wrenching. Zhang Haiyang patted his shoulder, exasperated. "Whether it was you or not, we'll find out through the investigation." He was well aware that since they were here, it was undoubtedly the work of the masked man. Although Liu Daong had appeared at the crime scenes twice, raising suspicions, previous investigations had completely cleared him of any wrongdoing. Everyone understood that Liu Daong had no connection to the masked man. As for his repeated appearances, the consensus was simply that he was just extraordinarily unfortunate. After Liu Daong, who was crying like a heartbroken maiden, was taken away, the officers handed the voice recorder to Zhang Haiyang. "Captain Zhang, give it a listen." "All right." Zhang Haiyang inhaled deeply and pressed play. After a cacophony of noise, a voice that was both familiar and strange echoed through the air. "Good morning, Captain Zhang, or perhaps good afternoon or good evening. A new year has arrived, and I hope our upcoming game will be increasingly thrilling, haha. This is my New Year's gift to everyone. Hope you enjoy it. And I hope it's not too late. Let us eagerly anticipate that day together." Then, the recording abruptly ceased. Another audacious provocation, yet everyone felt utterly powerless. Zhang Haiyang's expression darkened, and he handed the recorder to Lu Meihua beside him, his gaze heavy with fatigue and gravity. "It seems this year we have our work cut out for us." Lu Meihua spoke softly. "Let's go examine the crime scene." Zhang Haiyang donned protective gear and was the first to step into the room. The area had already been cleaned, leaving almost no trace behind. The dumplings on the table had completely cooled, untouched. Yu Jiwenshin's body sat silently, his eyes wide open in a look of profound discontent. Was he unwilling to die so abruptly? Or was he regretful for not having savored the dumplings that symbolized the new year? The smile etched in blood at the corners of his mouth seemed to mock everyone mercilessly, as if the masked man were taunting them from beyond. At that moment, the officer initially assigned to the case received a phone call. He immediately answered, "Hello? What? The surveillance footage has been found? Great, I'm on my way." After hanging up, the officer spoke excitedly, "Captain Zhang, a colleague has located the surveillance footage of the masked man." Zhang Haiyang promptly replied, "Let us go take a look." Not long after, the officers cordoned off the scene with yellow tape, and Zhang Haiyang and his team climbed into their vehicle. Chapter 87, The Art of Deception. A 20-minute lag 20 minutes later, in the surveillance room. The snowfall from the previous night rendered the monitored footage somewhat unclear, yet it remained discernible. The timestamp displayed was in the early hours of the morning. The masked man appeared brazenly on screen, sauntering toward the camera with an unhurried demeanor. The eerie visage of the mask took on a particularly menacing quality in the dim light. He stood quietly for a moment, seemingly relishing the attention he garnered, before tilting his head and gazing mockingly at the camera, as though making eye contact with the onlookers through the screen. Finally, he exaggeratedly made a gesture of slitting his throat before vanishing from view. "That bastard is as arrogant as ever." Kai Xiaoming spat vehemently. Another officer gritted his teeth. "How dare he be so brazen? Does he have such confidence that we won and oppose to apprehend him?" Lu Meihua shook her head. "Perhaps not." The group turned to her. Lu Meihua elaborated, "Having dealt with him numerous times, we should recognize that the masked man is a meticulous individual. Though many of his actions may appear spontaneous, they often carry deeper significance. Perhaps this was a deliberate act on his part, the purpose of which remains unknown to us. At this moment, we feel as if we are surrounded by unseen threats." Lu Meihua sensed the underlying motive but could not discern the specifics. Indeed, every action taken by Shen Feng was imbued with intent. The assassination of Yu Junxing was no exception. On the surface, it seemed aimed at eliminating Zhang Yiyang's suspicions. But in reality, it was a strategic maneuver leveraging Yu Junsheng's demise to further mislead the police into the carefully crafted trap he had set. Zhang Yiyang's doubts were merely a pretext. In the special investigation team, the glaring fluorescent lights illuminated weary, displeased faces. Originally, on this New Year's Day, everyone ought to have been enjoying the festive atmosphere at home or out shopping. However, the case of Yu Junsheng had completely derailed their holiday plans. Even the officers on duty the previous night, Xiao Hu and Su Kuan, had been summoned back. Frustration simmered among the team. The officers gathered around the conference table, including the belatedly arriving Zhang Yiyang, as they analyzed the events of the previous night. Zhang Yiyang lacked his usual vigor. Dark circles reminiscent of panda eyes adorned his face. His hair was tousled, and his eyes reflected fatigue and drowsiness, as if all vitality had been drained overnight. According to their investigation, the masked man was only spotted on that one surveillance camera, with no other traces available. Lu Meihua remarked. While we are uncertain of his purpose in exposing himself on the camera, we do have some valuable insights. Although the footage is not particularly clear, we can deduce that the masked man's height falls between 184 and 185 centimeters. Zhang Haiyang nodded. However, we cannot discount the possibility that he wore height-increasing insoles to deliberately mislead us. Lu Jie, Kai Xiaoming inquired eagerly. Is there any clue we can glean from the footage? Lu Meihua shook her head. Modern height-increasing insoles are crafted so skillfully that they can easily pass for the real thing. Coupled with the fact that the masked man wore long pants that concealed his shoes, his gait appeared normal, making it impossible to discern. Zhang Haiyang sighed in resignation and turned to the forensic expert, Cheng Xixue. Xiao Cheng, please share your findings regarding the deceased. Cheng Xixue retrieved the autopsy report and declared. The deceased, Yu Junsheng, aged 49, male, stood at 176 centimeters and weighed 68 kilograms. He was a former inmate, having been released 2 years ago. The cause of death was a slit throat, with the murder weapon identified as the glasses he was wearing, though no fingerprints were recovered from the lenses. The time of death has been precisely determined to be 12:28 a.m. As Cheng Xixue recounted the autopsy report and analyzed various possibilities, Zhang Yiyang, seated nearby, involuntarily recalled the events of that night. Death at 12:28 a.m. During that period, he had been at the bar drinking with Shen Feng. After a night of revelry, he remembered feeling inebriated and dozing off for a while. Upon awakening, he glanced at his watch, which indicated it was around 12:38 a.m. Based on his recollection, he had fallen asleep around 12:08 a.m. This realization deepened Zhang Yiyang's sense of guilt for harboring the most inappropriate doubts regarding his good friend Shen Feng. Given the distance from the island bar to the outskirts, even at full speed, a round trip would take at least 2.5 hours. The timing of Yu Junsheng's death at 12:38 a.m. rendered any doubts utterly baseless, slicing through the tether of uncertainty that lingered in Zhang Yiyang's heart and amplifying his remorse over his friendship with Shen Feng. Suddenly, Lu Meihua furrowed her brow, her eyes flashing with awareness. Xiao Cheng, are you saying that Yu Junsheng was previously incarcerated? Cheng Xixue nodded. The gazes of the group converged, seemingly capturing a fleeting spark of inspiration from one another's eyes. Lu Meihua eagerly pressed on. What crime did he commit to be imprisoned? Wang Qian produced the latest compiled data, stating, according to the investigation, 8 years ago, Yu Junsheng was involved in. Lu Meihua's body tensed slightly. 8 years ago? Wang Qian confirmed, indeed, 8 years ago. She inhaled deeply and continued, 8 years ago, at the roundabout in the west of the city. Yu Junsheng participated in a brawl involving a group of thugs. Documentation from that time indicates that a total of 127 individuals were involved in the altercation, with Yu Junsheng identified as a group leader. The incident had severe repercussions and even resulted in fatalities. Su Kuan scoffed disdainfully, those scoundrels. Wang Qian shot him a penetrating glance and continued, that day, 6 people lost their lives, 42 were injured, and 2 individuals were left permanently disabled. Yu Junsheng, not being the principal offender, received an 8-year prison sentence. Ultimately, due to good behavior, his sentence was reduced by 2 years, leading to his early release. Zhang Haiyang regarded the contemplative Lu Meihua, inquiring, Meihua, have you come to any conclusions? Lu Meihua slowly raised her head, rubbing her temples. Her previously cold voice seemed to gain warmth at that moment. Do you all remember my initial hypothesis? The masked man's motive is revenge, and the timeline of his misfortunes likely dates back approximately 10 years. The group nodded in unison, recognizing this as the direction of their ongoing investigation, though regrettably, they had failed to uncover any useful information thus far. Lu Meihua continued. Furthermore, Wu Jun, being the second target of the masked man's vengeance, founded his Yu Junsheng Academy exactly 8 years ago. Coincidentally, that is also when Yu Junsheng was incarcerated. Could there be a connection between these two events? Chapter 88. Shen Feng's investigation. The officers immediately grasped Lu Meihua's intent. Thus far, no connections had been discovered among the victims. However, Yu Junxing and Wu Jun both experienced significant upheavals 8 years ago. One founded an academy, while the other was incarcerated. Could it be that the masked man's life-altering events also transpired 8 years prior? Might it be that the masked man's family perished during that brawl, or that they were affected by it, leading to various misfortunes? Xiaohu speculated. It is not implausible. Yet, how to explain the connection of the other victims to this brawl? The investigation must continue. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Haiyang stated, "Next, we should focus on what these victims were doing 8 years ago and whether they had any intersections. We must particularly investigate the families of the deceased and severely injured from that brawl." Understood. The death of Yu Junxing acted as a switch, igniting a line of thought among the group, albeit a misguided one. In the cold wind, Liu Daong stood at the entrance of the police station, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. It was said that this would prevent tears from flowing. After thorough investigation, his suspicions had been cleared. The staff of the police station expressed sympathy for his plight. Yet, Liu Daong felt an odd illusion, as if everyone was suppressing laughter while looking at him. Sigh. Liu Daong deeply exhaled. It seemed this assignment had also gone awry. The year had barely begun, and things were already so tumultuous. He contemplated seeking refuge in a monastic life, but then reconsidered. He had a family and a son, Liu Eryong, to support. Perhaps he should return to his old profession? Suddenly, Liu Daong recalled seeing a private hospital that was massively recruiting security personnel. Working in a hospital, facing patients and occasionally the deceased, might help him dispel his own misfortunes. Upon further reflection, he realized the hospital was called Tianhai Hospital. This time, facing the dead, surely he would be safe, he mused, wiping away his tears. He silently encouraged himself. Persevere, you can do this. At the lonely island bar, Shen Feng tidied the lounge, retrieving a piece of bread and fresh milk from the refrigerator to eat. Last night, he had added a little something to Zhang Yiyang's drink. This concoction was enough to induce several hours of sleep, leaving Zhang Yiyang in a state of hazy confusion. After Zhang Yiyang fell asleep, Shen Feng adjusted the time on his watch. Zhang Yiyang had never been in the habit of wearing a watch. He only adopted it after the He Chumpun case. Subsequently, Shen Feng unlocked Zhang Yiyang's phone using his fingerprint, synchronizing its time with his watch before departing to commit his crime. Zhang Yiyang slept for a long time, but due to the watch's time, he mistakenly believed he had only rested for half an hour. As Zhang Yiyang drifted in and out of consciousness, Shen Feng subtly coaxed him to remain in the lounge. After Zhang Yiyang fell asleep once more, Shen Feng restored all the times to normal. The murder of Yu Junxing was merely a secondary objective. Shen Feng's primary aim was to exploit Yu Junxing's incarceration 8 years prior to mislead the police into erroneous investigations. After all, Shen Feng's current power was relatively limited, while his adversaries comprised the entire task force and a shadowy alliance. Thus, he needed to divert the investigation's focus. Wu Jun founded Yu Jinxiang 8 years ago, while Yu Junxing was imprisoned following a violent altercation. Shen Feng believed the task force would inevitably connect these two events. Therefore, the timing of Yu Junxing's murder was optimal. To act prematurely would be akin to the Mao Shuijian tale, puncturing the bag too early. Not associating him with Wu Jun or executing them in close succession was a strategy meant to demonstrate Shen Feng's caution while simultaneously providing the police with a psychological suggestion that the events from 8 years ago had been inadvertently exposed by him. This would further bolster the credibility of the situation. To Shen Feng, Yu Junxing's demise functioned as a control gate, governing the trajectory of the train. And now, the train had changed tracks. In the ensuing days, the task force indeed commenced investigations into the events of 8 years ago. Shen Feng did not remain idle. Delving into the Tianhai Group, his inquiries bore fruit, revealing inconsistencies. Mr. Wolf began to exhibit cracks in his facade. The Tianhai Group was a large pharmaceutical enterprise, initially just another ordinary company among the masses. However, it gained prominence 7 years ago when the Tianhai Group suddenly announced it was developing a new drug, claiming it had undergone multiple clinical trials and yielded effective results. This drug purportedly offered a genuine cure for Alzheimer's disease, not merely a means of slowing its progression. Alzheimer's, often referred to simply as senile dementia, posed a formidable challenge in the medical field, plunging countless families into the depths of despair. Presently, numerous leading research teams worldwide were tirelessly striving to find a definitive cure, yet none had succeeded. Various treatments could only delay the condition's progression. Consequently, when the Tianhai Group released this news, it detonated like a bombshell in both the medical and financial realms. The company's stock price soared like a rocket, transforming the previously modest Tianhai Group into a darling of the capital market. Investors flocked to partake in the anticipated dividends of this miraculous drug. With even the upper echelons joining the fray, the public brimmed with hope, particularly families with Alzheimer's patients who regarded the Tianhai Group as a beacon of hope. Closely monitoring the drug's development, the Tianhai Group swiftly applied for patents and embarked on extensive research lasting several years. Yet, beneath the clamor and anticipation, An undercurrent of hidden secrets seemed to lurk. According to Shen Feng's investigation, dozens of elderly patients had naturally passed away at Tianhai Hospital over the span of 7 years. Yet this did not incite any uproar. Rather, it was suppressed. Logically, given Tianhai Group's technological prowess, it was improbable for such a revolutionary drug to be successfully developed within a mere 7 years. However, suspiciously, not long ago, the Tianhai Group announced without any prior indication that the drug's development had entered its final phase and began recruiting patients willing to participate in clinical trials at Tianhai Hospital. Simultaneously, they recruited numerous security personnel and initiated widespread media promotions. This raised Shen Feng and Appo's suspicions. Where there is an anomaly, there is often a hidden agenda. Chapter 89. The Identity of the Wolf. Layers within layers. Generally speaking, the development and announcement of such a revolutionary drug should not be conducted in a hasty manner. If the Tianhai Group has indeed succeeded in creating a medication that effectively treats Alzheimer's disease, its chairman, Quang Tianhai, would achieve monumental success. From a market perspective alone, the number of Alzheimer's patients is vast, with tens of millions globally, and this figure continues to rise. The demand for such a drug would be exceptionally high, leading to astronomical revenue for the company and substantial profits. While Quang Tianhai may not become the richest individual, he would undoubtedly secure a place on the list of the affluent, alongside gaining greater power. As for the authenticity of this drug, no one can ascertain its truth. Yet, Quang Tianhai has recklessly made the announcement, which can only imply one thing. There is something amiss. Perhaps the Tianhai Group is facing a severe financial shortfall, compelling them to release this information prematurely. The announcement was made on December 28th, precisely 3 days after Zhuanan's demise, or 4. As Zhuanan passed away at midnight on Christmas Eve. This aligns everything perfectly. Hence, is the target Quang Tianhai? Moreover, he was already on the list. But is it truly that simple? Shen Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. A glimmer of insight occasionally flickered in his narrow eyes. He always felt that there was something amiss in his reasoning. Shen Feng found himself ensnared in another troubling thought. Brother, something feels off about this. Suddenly, a bright voice interrupted his contemplation. Turning to see Shen Xiaoyu had reappeared, he hesitated before deciding to explain. What Shen Feng perceived as illusions were merely manifestations of his own psyche, not apparitions. He was grappling with a form of schizophrenia, conversing with himself. Shen Xiaoyu, perched on a high stool, swung her bare little feet playfully. Shen Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. What was wrong? Shen Xiaoyu, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Brother, don't you think everything seems too smooth? From Zhuanan's exit to Mr. Wolf's exposure, it feels almost too effortless, doesn't it? Shen Feng paused, as a sudden flash of realization illuminated his mind, followed by an eerie chuckle. Amidst his laughter, Shen Xiaoyu's figure began to fade into nothingness. He comprehended the truth. Unlike others, Mr. Wolf was an exceedingly cautious individual. However, according to the information released by the Tianhai Group, a press conference was imminent, where Chairman Quang Tianhai would personally address journalists. The peculiarity lies here. If Quang Tianhai is indeed Mr. Wolf, he must be aware that the masked man has orchestrated all this to draw him out, to expose his vulnerabilities. Yet, given Mr. Wolf's astuteness, he would never fall for such a ruse. There was no necessity for him to attend the press conference in person. The event would attract a multitude of attendees, placing him in a precarious position, an approach that defies the typical behavior of a puppet master. Unless, Shen Feng's pupils constricted slightly as another possibility dawned upon him. Quang Tianhai was merely a puppet, or rather, the faade that the adversary wished him to perceive as Mr. Wolf. This maneuver was designed to lure him out. A trap meticulously laid. He chuckled softly, his head bowed as he reveled in the thrill of the challenge. If his earlier hypothesis held merit, then this press conference was a meticulously orchestrated ambush directed at him. Concealed within the venue could very well be additional traps set by Mr. Wolf. Should he reveal any weakness, he might find himself summarily dismissed. Even if he were to succeed, Quang Tianhai would still be just a puppet. The true Mr. Wolf would remain in the shadows, quietly observing everything. Yet, he would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. The drug development by the Tianhai Group had extensive implications. Everyone sought to claim a piece of the pie. This was not limited to domestic interests, but also involved significant foreign investments. If the masked man were to eliminate Quang Tianhai during the press conference, it would undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of all involved. All factions would surely launch a relentless investigation and manhunt for the masked killer. Even ordinary citizens would harbor an intense hatred for the masked murderer. Following Quang Tianhai's death, the Tianhai Group could use his demise as a pretext to halt drug development, taking this opportunity to address their financial deficits. They would shift the blame onto the masked man, allowing the Tianhai Group to breathe again, a dual victory, a twofold achievement. Even if he failed to secure his objective, escaping safely from the scene would still prove to be a daunting task in the face of numerous factions. Mr. Wolf could easily unite all forces to investigate him. Shen Feng silently nodded, acknowledging the malevolence of this strategic move. Mr. Wolf had orchestrated a situation wherein, regardless of success or failure, Shen Feng would find himself in an irretrievable predicament. In the deserted bar, Shen Feng began to clap enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Brilliant, simply brilliant. What an extraordinary game this is." With newfound inspiration surging within him, he swiftly made his way to the performance area, retrieving a somewhat weathered guitar. Outside, the chill was biting. Inside the bar, the sound of chaotic yet fervent music erupted, resonating with passion. Chapter 90, An Unexpected Encounter with Su Kuan, heading to Tianai Hospital in a dimly lit room. The atmosphere was oppressive, almost tangible. A wolf, a fox, and a tiger sat facing each other. "Have you come up with a solution?" The tiger's deep voice echoed in the room, its emotions inscrutable. "Or perhaps I could lend you a hand." The fox's gaze was unfocused, seemingly casual as it posed the question, yet it concealed a subtle test. Mr. Wolf shook his head. "If I were to accept your help, I would lose all dignity to remain here." The tiger shot a sidelong glance at Mr. Wolf, his tone laced with warning. "Do not jeopardize the alliance for the sake of your pride." Mr. Wolf chuckled lightly, retorting, "When have I ever relied on others to clean up my mess? Have you uncovered the identity of the masked man?" Mr. Wolf spoke solemnly. "The investigation is ongoing. I expect answers soon. If all goes as planned, many will assist me." The fox lifted its head. "Is it truly unrelated to the Shen family?" Mr. Wolf scoffed. "Do you find yourself wishing it were connected?" The fox shook its head. "If it were, it would not be solely your affair, but ours collectively, or perhaps, matters above us. Let us await the outcome." Mr. Wolf sneered. "The trap is set. We shall see if he chooses to leap into it. Will Shen Feng fall into the trap?" The answer is yes. However, he merely feigns being ensnared. His true aim is to draw out the hunter lurking in the shadows. In this thrilling game of wits, there are no true prey. All are hunters, seeking to discern one another's intentions and lead each other step by step into a snare, ultimately becoming the hunted. Shen Feng's preliminary plan is already in motion. He intends to eliminate Kuang Tianhai, regardless of whether Kuang Tianhai is Mr. Wolf. He is still on Shen Feng's list of revenge. Shen Feng plans to kill Kuang Tianhai before the press conference. This is merely the first move in his strategy. After several days of investigation, Shen Feng indeed discovered more suspicious details. Logically, given Kuang Tianhai's status and Mr. Wolf's caution, one would expect heightened security around Kuang Tianhai as the press conference approached, especially now that it is confirmed he will attend. Yet strangely, Kuang Tianhai has had very few bodyguards recently, and he himself appears quite relaxed. Such a situation is exceedingly peculiar. However, Shen Feng quickly surmised the reason. That afternoon, after finishing his rounds, Shen Feng was driving when a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he approached an intersection. "Oh, is that him?" He spotted a familiar figure standing by the roadside. It was Su Kuan, accompanied by an elderly lady. The woman had graying hair, her gaze somewhat clouded, and her movements appeared slow. She seemed to be murmuring to herself, occasionally attempting to cross the street, only to be gently pulled back by Su Kuan, who looked utterly helpless. "Mom, you can't cross the street. It's dangerous." Su Kuan lamented. "But aren't you Zhong Yao?" the elderly lady asked, her eyes vacant. "Why do you call me Mom?" "Mom," Su Kuan replied helplessly, "I am your son, Su Kuan." "Oh," the old lady exclaimed, cupping Su Kuan's face, "it's a Kuan. It and Appos, S.A. Kuan." Shen Feng stopped his car beside them and rolled down the window, cheerfully inquiring, "Officer Su, where are you headed?" Su Kuan's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Shen Feng. "Brother Shen, what a coincidence." "Yes. What is going on here?" Su Kuan introduced, "This is my mother." Shen Feng nodded with a smile. "Hello, Annie." "Mom, this is my friend, Shen Feng." The elderly lady looked up. "Genie?" "The genie is great. The genie can grant wishes." An awkward silence enveloped the air. Su Kuan, feeling embarrassed, explained, "Brother Shen, please don't mind. My mother." Shen Feng waved his hand with a smile. "I understand. Where are you going?" "Hop in. I'll give you a ride, as I have nothing pressing." "Brother Shen, is that really appropriate?" Su Kuan hesitated. "Oh, what is inappropriate about it?" "Get in." Su Kuan helped the elderly lady into the car, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Shen. It's so cold today, and waiting for a bus would take forever." Shen Feng replied with a smile. "No need for thanks, it's just a small favor." "Where to?" Su Kuan replied, "Tianhai Hospital." "Tianhai Hospital?" Shen Feng's pupils slightly contracted. However, he concealed his reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As they drove, Shen Feng casually asked, "Officer Su, what have you been busy with lately?" "Brother Shen, please don't be so formal. Just call me a Kuan." Su Kuan sighed resignedly. "It's the cases. I've been swamped. How about you? How's the bar business?" Shen Feng replied lightly, "It's been maintaining." After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Feng seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "What brings you to Tianai Hospital?" Su Kuan sighed, his eyes filled with worry. He glanced at the elderly lady beside him and slowly replied, As you can see, my mother's dementia is worsening. I heard that Tianhai Hospital is conducting clinical trials in this area, which seem effective. I want to take her to see, even if there's just a glimmer of hope. Shen Feng nodded slightly, glancing at the elderly lady through the rearview mirror. Her gaze was vacant, mumbling indistinctly, her hands waving as if shooing something away. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Feng quietly cautioned, "A Kuan. Such trials can often carry risks." Su Kuan nodded, offering a wry smile. "I'm aware, but, Brother Shen, look at me. I'm just an ordinary police officer, with a monthly salary that barely suffices. I can't afford to buy even a car. What else can I do? Once Tianhai's medication hits the market, it will be beyond the reach of people like us." Su Kuan's reasoning is understandable. After all, his work as a detective comes with unpredictable hours and frequent overtime. Furthermore, he has no one else at home aside from his mother, who suffers from Alzheimer's. And he cannot bear to leave her alone for extended periods. Shen Feng remained silent for a moment before asking, "How much do you know about the clinical trials at Tianhai Hospital?" Su Kuan shook his head. "I've heard a bit. I know several patients are participating, but the specific outcomes are still unclear. They say it's not particularly dangerous." He sighed again. "Now, any hint of hope is worth trying." Chapter 91. Why is it always you? The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Shen Feng reminded, "Have you thought it through?" Su Kuan remained silent, casting a glance at his mother beside him, and expressed with deep emotion, "Shen Gu, this feeling is difficult for anyone to comprehend. Ever since my mother fell ill, our home has been in constant unrest. Sometimes, she doesn't even recognize me, which is truly heart-wrenching. And due to my work, I cannot always be by her side. As for the nursing home," Su Kuan shrugged in imitation of Zhang Yang, "I cannot afford it, nor do I dare to go." The phrase "I do not dare to go" carried a weight of unspoken significance. Shen Feng gripped the steering wheel, choosing silence and refraining from contradiction. Each individual has their own fate, and some matters are best left unspoken. The car gradually approached Tianhai Hospital, its grand structure visible from afar. The main building of the hospital shimmered under the sunlight, its vast blue glass facade reflecting the sky and surrounding scenery. The square in front of the entrance was spacious, dotted with luxury vehicles glinting under the sun, showcasing the hospital's extraordinary elegance. However, what captured the most attention were the numerous security guards at the entrance. Clad in uniform black attire, they were stationed every few steps, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, casting a veil of tension over the seemingly tranquil hospital. Once the car came to a stop, Su Kuan assisted the elderly lady out, sincerely thanking Shen Feng once more. "Shen Gu, I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, we would have been lost on the road for who knows how long." Shen Feng smiled in response. "No need to be so polite." As he cast his gaze toward the hospital, contemplating his own plans, he added, "I'll accompany you inside. It wouldn't be convenient for you to go alone." "Ah, Shen Gu, I can end oppose. Thank you enough." Su Kuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Just as they were about to enter, a slightly trembling, familiar voice called out from behind. "Su. Officer Su." Su Kuan turned to see a security guard standing a short distance away, his wide, terrified eyes resembling those of someone who had just encountered a great horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Su Kuan could only smile wryly. "Why is it always you? Liu Daong, what brings you here?" Just as Liu Daong was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Shen Feng beside Su Kuan. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Shen Feng, he felt as if his very soul quivered. "What are you thinking about?" Su Kuan asked, bemused. Regaining his composure, Liu Daong's face was a picture of despair as he lamented, "Officer Su, I was just looking for a job. I heard this hospital was hiring security guards, and I thought, with my luck being so poor, perhaps working in a hospital would somehow reverse my misfortune. Little did I expect to run into you here. What sin did I commit in my past life?" Liu Daong felt utterly defeated. Su Kuan found Liu Daong's words both amusing and exasperating. "What do you mean? So running into me is a punishment?" Liu Daong, startled, quickly waved his hands. Before he could respond, the elderly lady pointed at Liu Daong and exclaimed, "A Kun, who is this person? He looks like a little mouse, trembling all over." Liu Daong's face turned crimson, embarrassment washing over him as he stammered, Auntie, I'm not a little mouse. My name is Liu Daong." Unable to contain himself, Shen Feng chuckled at the unexpected turn of events, which lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Su Kuan shook his head in resignation and waved Liu Daong off. "All right, enough of this humiliation. Focus on your job." With that, he assisted the elderly lady and Shen Feng into the hospital. The interior of the hospital was spacious and well-lit. The lobby bustled with a diverse array of patients and their families. Staff members carried medical files, frequently engaging with patients or their relatives. Shen Feng followed Su Kuan while discreetly observing his surroundings, secretly formulating his plans. Su Kuan led his mother to a bench and excitedly dialed a number on his phone. Meanwhile, the elderly lady curiously surveyed her surroundings, occasionally mumbling incomprehensible phrases. Shen Feng stood nearby, his attention fixed on every corner of the hospital. "Liu Daong, filled with trepidation, stood outside the entrance, stealing glances at Su Kuan and his mother, his heart racing. He took deep breaths, silently praying for a smooth experience in this hospital, hoping to avoid any further entanglements in inexplicable matters. Soon, a doctor clad in a white coat approached Su Kuan and his mother. The physician appeared to be around 40, tall and composed, with a name tag prominently displayed on his chest. "Are you Mr. Su?" the doctor inquired. "Hello, Dr. Han, I am Su Kuan." The two exchanged smiles and shook hands. At that moment, Dr. Han noticed Shen Feng standing nearby and asked, "And this gentleman is?" "My friend, Shen Feng." Su Kuan replied. Dr. Han extended his hand amicably. "Mr. Shen, it's a pleasure to meet you." Shen Feng smiled. "Hello, Dr. Han." Their hands met briefly before parting. Dr. Han conducted a brief examination of Su Kuan's mother before leading them to his office for a detailed discussion of her medical history. Shen Feng cast a lingering glance at Dr. Han, preparing to take his leave. "Shingu, let us leave it at that for now. Thank you once again for your help today. Are you free next weekend? I'd like to treat you to a meal," Su Kuan said reluctantly as he bid farewell to Shen Feng. Shen Feng patted his arm. "Let us focus on your mother's matters first." As he exited the hospital, he brushed past Lu Daong, offering him a smile. Lu Daong furrowed his brow, puzzled. "How strange. Why do I feel as if my eyelids are twitching incessantly?" Chapter 92. The double-locked room. Shen Feng schemed days later, at the solitary island bar. Just minutes after opening, the bar was devoid of patrons. Shen Feng sat at the bar, listening to the music, his fingers rhythmically tapping the tabletop. His target was Kuang Tianhai. Yet, how could he prevent Mr. Wolf from casting aspersions upon him? After a long period of contemplation, Shen Feng suddenly thought of someone, an individual on his revenge list, Park Dongwei. He recalled the Wei Shui case he had orchestrated not long ago. What if he could find a scapegoat for Kuang Tianhai's case as well? What if he could manipulate Zhong Haiyang and the others into believing Park Dongwei was the perpetrator for some reason? A seemingly flawless plan began to take shape in Shen Feng's mind. The double-locked room. He retrieved his phone from the drawer and located Park Dongwei and Appo's number from his list, dialing it without hesitation. "Hello, who is this?" A slightly weary voice answered on the other end. "Park Dongwei, I know your secret. The League's secret." Kuang Tianhai was jogging alone on a deserted path devoid of surveillance. In middle age, while his physique had slightly rounded, he appeared to be in good shape, having run for over 40 minutes with only a hint of breathlessness. To others, Kuang Tianhai's life seemed idyllic. He had excelled academically from a young age, breezing through university. He had a wife who, though not conventionally beautiful, was exceptionally virtuous and a considerate son. Most notably, he had founded the Tianhai Group a decade ago, amassing a substantial fortune. Since the group announced its pharmaceutical development 7 years ago, his status had risen significantly. Yet, only Kuang Tianhai understood that this facade of prosperity was merely superficial. Since his involvement in the crackdown 10 years prior, his fate had slipped from his grasp and fallen under the League's control. Over the years, he had regretted joining the League more than once. But what use was regret? Gasping for air, Kuang Tianhai sat on a stone by the roadside. It was hard to imagine someone of his stature engaging in such actions. Soon, he used his expensive phone to dial his wife's number, who was traveling abroad. The call connected. "Darling." A woman's voice responded. "Hubby, how are you?" Her voice was melodious yet tinged with a hint of fear, as if she were suppressing something. "I'm well. How about you and our son?" Kuang Tianhai asked, his voice trembling. "We're fine, dear. Please take care of yourself." "Don't worry, I will. I'll wait for your return." He reluctantly ended the call. Failing to notice the figure lurking in the shadows by the roadside, an individual clad in a black windbreaker with a hood, their face concealed by a chilling mask, the Azura mask. Liwa village lay not far from Floating Island City. Exiting the toll station, it would take about 35 minutes to arrive. Although not affluent, the area boasted beautiful scenery and a simple folk. When Park Dongwei departed from his KTV establishment to drive there, it was already deep into the night. As he waited in his car, his phone rang again. "Hello?" Park Dongwei answered, his voice trembling. "Have you arrived?" Shen Feng and Appo's voice came through, deliberately lowered. "I have," Park Dongwei replied. "I've come to Lihua village alone as you instructed. Now, can you reveal your identity? Do the people from your country always resort to such petty tricks?" Shen Feng did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Do you see that abandoned warehouse?" Park Dongwei scanned the area and indeed spotted a solitary structure not far from him. In the dim moonlight, he discerned that the building had no windows, only a slightly weathered iron door ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, a gaping maw that seemed to engulf him. "Don't you wish to know who I am?" Shen Feng countered. "I'm waiting for you here. We need to talk." Park Dongwei shivered at the sight of the foreboding building. "If I go in, won't I be walking into a trap?" "You have no choice," Shen Feng replied. "If you don't come in to meet me, your secrets will be exposed. And please, consider this. If I truly intended harm, I could have acted long ago. Why would I go through all this trouble?" Park Dongwei remained silent, weighing his options, and ultimately decided to enter. Indeed, as the mysterious figure had stated, he had no choice. With heavy steps, he approached the abandoned warehouse. Inside, darkness enveloped him, obscuring everything. A musty odor assailed his senses, causing him to frown. Dimly, he perceived a figure approaching from within. Instinctively, he stepped back, his voice tinged with caution. "Did you summon me?" The figure responded in a raspy voice. "Indeed, it is I." Park Dongwei struggled to maintain his composure, demanding, "Who are you?" The figure leisurely chuckled, replying, "What if I told you I am Kuang Tianhai? Would you believe me?" Park Dongwei stood frozen, utterly taken aback by this revelation. Before he could fully process the situation, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, as if countless insects scurried through his mind. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Park Dongwei's consciousness seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness. He lost track of time, feeling utterly drained, as if all his vitality had been siphoned away. In his dazed state, he heard a series of loud thuds echoing in the silence, suggesting something was urgently banging against something else. He fought to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Attempting to rise, he found his body unresponsive. After an indeterminate period, Park Dongwei sensed someone gently pushing him. A voice urgently called out in his ear, "Wake up! Wake up!" The voice reverberated in the darkness, seemingly from a distant place. Gradually, Park Dongwei opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in complete darkness, where he could not see his own hand in front of his face. The profound blackness instilled an unprecedented sense of panic within him. He instinctively reached for his phone to illuminate his surroundings, only to discover his pocket was empty. Entering the small dark room, the author is preparing for a revival match. Chapter 93. Orders, Transactions, and Forgiveness. What on earth is happening? Park Dongwei inquired, his voice quaking with palpable anxiety. "I do not know, just moments ago. I was speaking with you, and then consciousness slipped away," came the reply. Recalling the words heard just before his fainting spell, Park Dongwei pressed further. "Are you truly Kuang Tianhai? What is your purpose in summoning me?" "It is I. We are trapped here and cannot escape. We must devise a means to leave. Other matters can be addressed later," the other voice urged, brimming with urgency. In the pitch-black confines of the warehouse, the two groped through the darkness, their hands cautiously exploring before finally encountering the cold iron door. They first felt for the bolt and with great effort, managed to pull it open. With a firm grip on the doorknob, they exerted all their strength to pull it outward. Yet, it remained steadfastly immovable, as if bound by some colossal force. After several attempts, varying their positions and exertions, the door remained obstinately shut, offering no hint of yielding. Could it be locked from the outside? Park Dongwei gasped, breathless. "Most likely," came the expletive-laden response. After a brief silence, the other continued, "Perhaps someone has sinister intentions if they have locked the door from outside. We should secure the bolt from within. Although we cannot exit, at least they cannot enter." Park Dongwei nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Soon, the bolt was secured. At that moment, Park Dongwei's body felt exceedingly frail. The recent struggle had sapped his energy entirely. He leaned against the door, slowly crouching down, his head buzzing and vision blurring. Abruptly, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once again within the double-locked chamber. Meanwhile, by a frigid riverside, Shen Feng sat in an unmarked black vehicle, engaged in a conversation with an old acquaintance. "Officer Zhong, it has been a few days. How have you been?" His tone laced with sarcasm and mockery. Zhong Haiyang gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, "You're about to start again, aren't you?" "Indeed. Guess who my target is this time?" "I shall not indulge in such a tiresome guessing game." Zhong Haiyang retorted with palpable irritation. "Your temper remains as volatile as ever." Shen Feng remarked, shaking his head. "Very well, I shall tell you. This time my target is Kuang Tianhai." "What? Kuang Tianhai?" Zhong Haiyang's voice escalated dramatically. "Do you have any idea who Kuang Tianhai is? Do you comprehend the implications of the Tianhai group?" Shen Feng interrupted him directly. "Captain Zhong, I am far more aware than you. Enough of this friendly banter. Kuang Tianhai is currently in the abandoned warehouse in Lihua Town. Haha. Beep beep beep." With that, Shen Feng abruptly severed the call without warning. "What? Kuang Tianhai?" Director Qiao Jinzhong leapt out of bed upon receiving Zhong Haiyang's call. Disbelief etched across his features. "Haiyang, are you certain it is Kuang Tianhai?" Zhong Haiyang solemnly affirmed. "There is no way to mishear something like this. Typically, Zhong Haiyang would lead the charge in such cases. However, given Kuang Tianhai's sensitive status and the recent media storm surrounding the Tianhai Group's press conference, he felt it prudent to report the matter. Director Qiao, this is... Do not speak yet, Qiao Jinzhong interjected, taking several deep breaths. Haiyang, give me 3 minutes. I need to make a call. Wait for my return. Understood. In the special investigation team, a palpable gloom enveloped everyone. Sukuan sat in the corner, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Yet, He refrained from contemplating further, convinced that Kwang Tianhai was likely not a virtuous character, with serious moral deficiencies. As for Tianhai Hospital, Su Kuan could only surmise potential corruption within its ranks. 3 minutes felt interminable as everyone busied themselves checking equipment, anxiously awaiting news. Kwang Tianhai is likely gone, Liu Meihua remarked coldly while inspecting her firearm. Sister Liu, what makes you say that? Kai Xiaoming inquired. Quite simply. Liwa village lies on the outskirts. We cannot arrive in time to provide protection, Liu Meihua replied icily. Zhang Yiyang let out a bitter laugh and shrugged, this time. Who knows what blame will be heaped upon us? If something happens to Kwang Tianhai, the Tianhai group will face dire consequences, Xiao Hu lamented. At this remark, Su Kuan felt a tremor within. He instinctively clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. His mind was ensnared in turmoil. Fate, indeed, is cruelly ironic. This time, the masked man's target is Kwang Tianhai. If Kwang Tianhai perishes, halting drug development, what will become of his mother? Su Kuan's thoughts surged like tumultuous waves. A storm of emotion within him. In his subconscious, his perception of the masked man had begun to shift. Yet, at the same time, the image of his mother, ravaged by Alzheimer's, loomed large in his mind. The drugs from the Tianhai group represented her only flicker of hope. According to the Tianhai group's contract, participation in clinical trials guarantees lifelong free access to the medication if the drug is successfully developed. Should Kwang Tianhai die, or any calamity befall him, that glimmer of hope would likely extinguish. Uncertain of his decision, Su Kuan felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. At that moment, Zhong Haiyang's phone rang abruptly, shattering the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Zhong Haiyang pressed the answer button, and Xiao Jinzhong's weary yet resolute voice emerged. Haiyang. 2 points. First, this information must be kept strictly confidential. Second, Kwang Tianhai must not die. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Jinzhong and Oppo's voice seemed to age him by several years. Zhong Haiyang paused, unable to suppress a mental retort. Is it within my power to decide who lives or dies? Director Xiao, Haiyang, listen to me. Xiao Jinzhong's tone was laden with difficulty, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. He understood that this decision could incite considerable controversy and repercussions, yet circumstances compelled him to act thus. Kwang Tianhai absolutely must not come to harm. Xiao Jinzhong's declaration left Zhong Haiyang bewildered. After a brief pause, Xiao Jinzhong added slowly, if at all possible, allow him to go free. Let bygones be bygones. For now, the members of the special investigation team were taken aback by this statement. Even the usually composed Liu Meihua's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom such an order, yet, comprehension dawned upon her, and her tense expression gradually relaxed into a resigned smile. Kai Xiaoming and Xiao Hu stood with mouths agape. Momentarily speechless, their equipment inspections halted mid-action. As for Su Kuan, his internal struggle intensified. He could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse for him. All he felt was as if he were caught in a tremendous vortex. Chapter 94, The Terrifying Death of Kwang Tianhai. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the weary voice of Xiao Jianzhong, who seemed to articulate his inner turmoil and helplessness. Very well, let it be. Ocean, I understand your thoughts. Yet, you must realize my perspective as well. Many matters are beyond our control. With that, Xiao Jianzhong ended the call. Standing in the empty living room, he let out a deep sigh, his gaze falling upon the wall adorned with numerous awards and medals, lost in contemplation. His posture began to show signs of weariness. Upon receiving orders, Zhong Haiyang swiftly mobilized the police force. Before long, a formidable contingent set forth towards Lihua village. Over 100 officers bore solemn expressions, fully aware of the gravity and sensitivity of the task at hand. Zhong Haiyang pressed his lips tightly together, his fists clenched, his head bowed in deep thought. Zhong, are you all right? Sensing Zhong Haiyang's unusual demeanor, the typically reticent Liu Meihua inquired softly. Zhong Haiyang wearily shook his head. It's nothing. Zhang Yiyang cast a penetrating glance at Zhong Haiyang, understanding, as a psychologist, the turmoil brewing within him. He too was grappling with similar thoughts, yet, in the face of certain circumstances, they had no choice but to remain silent. Upon reaching Lihua village, the team quickly located the abandoned warehouse. Isolated in the wilderness, it exuded an eerie atmosphere. Action! With a command, Zhong Haiyang was the first to exit the vehicle, leading the officers cautiously closer. The thin moonlight quietly illuminated the wintry snow, casting a faint glow that pierced through the oppressive darkness. As they approached the warehouse, Zhong Haiyang noticed that the large door was secured tightly with a heavy iron chain, its rust seemingly whispering the secrets it held captive. This is the place, Zhong Haiyang declared. An armed officer swiftly produced a thermal imaging device to probe the interior of the warehouse. Through the screen, they discerned 2 indistinct figures lying motionless on the ground. Zhong Haiyang's heart raced with dread. He feared the worst had transpired. Listen, we are the police, he called out, banging on the door in an effort to rouse any survivors within. Moments later, a frail voice emerged from inside. Help, help me. Is someone still alive? Zhang Haiyang immediately commanded, everyone, fall back. The team swiftly dispersed, taking cover, their weapons trained on the warehouse entrance. Finding a relatively safe position, Zhang Haiyang gripped his firearm, aiming at the lock on the chain. With a resounding bang, the lock shattered, the chain clattering to the ground. He pushed against the door, but it remained steadfastly shut. It's bolted from the inside. Open the door, Zhang Haiyang shouted. Soon after, a sound of the bolt being drawn echoed from within, and the door creaked open. A nauseating stench of blood rushed out to meet them. Park Dongwei emerged, pale and unsteady, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. His disheveled hair and blood-stained clothes painted a grim picture. In an instant, every officer's weapon was aimed at Park Dongwei. He raised his hands, trembling, and pleaded, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." The officers surged forward, swiftly subduing Park Dongwei. The moment Zhang Haiyang caught the scent of blood, his heart sank to the depths of despair. He quickly secured his tactical flashlight to his chest, signaling to his team to advance with caution into the warehouse. Moments later, a lifeless body was illuminated by the flashlight, prompting everyone to instinctively recoil. The scene was harrowing beyond description. A middle-aged man, slightly overweight, lay face down. The most chilling aspect was the grotesque contortion of all his joints, the shattered bones piercing through the skin, blood seeping into the earth. A white plastic bag was tightly wrapped around his head, clearly the instrument of his demise. He had suffocated. The seasoned forensic expert, Chung Sishue, donned gloves and approached the body. After a brief examination, he frowned and stated, the deceased and Appo's elbow and knee joints have been brutally shattered by a blunt instrument. He emphasized, shattered. A shiver coursed through many at his words. So, the murderer had crushed the victim's joints before suffocating him with the plastic bag? What level of psychological fortitude must the perpetrator possess to conceive and execute such a brutal act? Zhang Haiyang, putting on gloves, cautiously removed the plastic bag. Beneath it revealed a face twisted in agony, the eyes nearly bulging out, Quang Tianhai. A towel was stuffed into his mouth, ensuring he could not scream, further complicating his asphyxiation. Boss, there's a hammer here, Kai Xiaoming exclaimed. Following the sound, Zhang Haiyang spotted a bloodied hammer lying alone in the corner. At this moment, his mind was engulfed in an unprecedented quandary. He fixed his gaze on Park Dongwei. Could he be the masked man? Unlikely. The masked man would not be foolish enough to expose himself in such a manner. However, if Park Dongwei was not the murderer, then the bizarre scene before him resembled an unsolvable enigma. This was a double-locked chamber. The iron chain secured the entrance tightly from the outside, preventing any easy intrusion from the external world. Meanwhile, the bolt inside was firmly engaged, sealing off the space entirely. How could the killer, under such stringent conditions, stealthily infiltrate, mercilessly murder Quang Tianhai, and then depart without a trace? It seemed implausible. The most critical point remained. The bolt was engaged from within, making it impossible for the murderer to secure it post-escape. The warehouse showed no signs of forced entry, nor were there any hidden passages or ventilation shafts for escape. The thermal imaging device did not indicate anyone leaving before their arrival. Was this a performance orchestrated by the masked man and Park Dongwei? Yet, Zhang Haiyang still felt something was amiss, for the masked man had no need for such elaborate deception. Chapter 95. The Masked Demon and the third person in the sealed room. Lu Meihua switched on her tactical flashlight and stepped into the pitch-black abandoned warehouse, scanning her surroundings. Behind her, Kai Xiaoming inquired, "Do you have any leads?" Lu Meihua merely shook her head gently, refraining from responding. Years of investigative experience had taught her that this case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. In any locked-room murder, the more meticulously crafted the scene, the more lethal the minuscule details that it betrays. And this was a case of double locked-room murders. Lu Meihua firmly believed that no crime could exist without flaws. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on the wall, directly opposite the dilapidated iron door behind her. Observing the wall, she furrowed her brow slightly. There were several conspicuous new nail holes. This was. Lu Meihua felt a twinge of suspicion. She donned gloves and leaned in for a closer inspection. As the beam of her flashlight concentrated on a single point, she noticed faint metallic shavings surrounding the nail holes. "Sister Lu, what is this?" Kai Xiaoming asked. In a hushed tone, Lu Meihua replied, "Perhaps this is the key to solving the case." As night deepened, the darkness enveloped the abandoned warehouse, where numerous officers busied themselves. The suspect, Pu Dongwei, was likely in custody now. Lu Meihua stood silently beneath the wall, gazing upward. There were a total of 7 nail holes, unevenly distributed. What could they signify? And from where did the metallic shavings originate? Lu Meihua fell into contemplation. The nearby officers, mindful not to disrupt her thoughts, deliberately slowed their movements, striving to keep the noise to a minimum. Outside, the wind was still. The silvery moonlight draped everything like a chilling veil, shrouding the truth. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Meihua, and she whipped around, her shoulder-length hair flying. Her enchanting eyes grew serious. She had discerned a pattern. Although the 7 nail holes appeared wildly scattered and chaotic, they were all aligned with the iron door. Moreover, none of the nails extended beyond the door's frame. Lu Meihua and Appos, S mind flowed like a gentle stream, gradually converging into a mighty river. At the lonely island bar, Shen Feng answered a phone call. "Have you extracted the information?" he asked quietly, deliberately lowering his voice to obscure his true tone. Over the years, Shen Feng had honed various disguises, voice modulation being just one of them. On the other end of the line, a raspy voice responded, "I have gleaned some information." He does not know the true name or identity of Mr. Wolf, but he is aware of certain characteristics. "Excellent," Shen Feng nodded. "Did you leave any traces?" "No, everything was done as you instructed. Even if the case leaves traces, it is inconsequential. The person must not leave any flaws." The individual on the phone was seated in the driver's seat of an unmarked van, clad in a black tactical jacket and a terrifying mask. "Rest assured, there will be no flaws," the figure known as Shura said, slowly removing the mask as he exited the van. It was Liu Ruxu. Although Liu Ruxu was not in a secure position as a veteran, evading the unseen eyes was not particularly challenging for him. This was Liu Ruxu's second strike. Yet the brutality was no less than the first. Since the Carl incident, a door within him had seemingly creaked open. Unlike Shen Feng's pristine efficiency, Liu Ruxu relished witnessing the agonizing struggles of the malevolent. After exchanging the remaining relevant information, Liu Ruxu vanished into the night, while Shen Feng, sporting a smile, sat in the lonely island bar, entranced by the music as he closed his eyes. When a gear begins to turn, all interconnected gears inevitably follow suit. Even if they resist moving in a certain direction, the momentum compels them to rotate. In the special investigation team, after interrogating the suspect Pu Dongwei, the members gathered around the office table, their expressions grim. The incident involving Quang Tianhai had cast a significant shadow, and the clues were indeed limited. Both Quang Tianhai and Pu Dongwei's communication devices had disappeared entirely. Even if they were recovered, it was unlikely they could pinpoint locations based on call logs. "Meihua, please share the clues you've uncovered." Zhong Haiyang spoke first. All eyes instinctively turned to Lu Meihua. Lu Meihua nodded and said, "It is quite evident that this double-locked room is fabricated. The perpetrator is either the masked man or Pu Dongwei." Fabricated? Upon hearing this term, the others instinctively furrowed their brows. How could such a flawless double-locked room be a fabrication? Lu Meihua took a deep breath and clarified. The crux of the locked room deception lies within those nail holes on the wall. According to Pu Dongwei's testimony, after entering the locked room, he encountered Appos, Quang Tianhai, and Appos, but the darkness rendered visibility impossible. Thus, we cannot ascertain whether he truly met the real Quang Tianhai. It is highly likely he encountered an imposter. After all, Pu Dongwei had never seen Quang Tianhai in person. Even if he had seen him on television, in such a tense and dark environment, misidentification is very plausible. Zhong Haiyang remarked gravely. Could it be that Quang Tianhai was already dead before he entered the locked room? Indeed, that seemed the most probable scenario. No. The forensic pathologist Cheng Xishui suddenly interjected, entering the room with the freshly minted autopsy report in hand. Quang Tianhai's time of death was not prior to Pu Dongwei's entry into the locked room, but afterward. "What? Afterward?" Kai Xiaoming exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Indeed," Cheng Xishui replied, returning to his seat. "Quang Tianhai was murdered only after Pu Dongwei entered the locked room." Didn't Pu Dongwei mention hearing a series of thuds while in a daze? That sound could very well have been the perpetrator using a hammer to strike Quang Tianhai's joints. Is it possible that the murderer was Pu Dongwei himself? Xiaohu speculated, but soon realized the inconsistency. If the murderer was Pu Dongwei, then how did he lock the door from the outside? How then could one explain the timing of Quang Tianhai's death and the murderer's escape? Lu Meihua shook her head. "No, the truth is not as it appears." "Sister Lu, what do you mean?" Lu Meihua explained. "In fact, everyone has been misled. There may very well have been a third person in that locked room. The murderer, Quang Tianhai, and Pu Dongwei. Apologies for the limited update today. I am currently engaged in a revival tournament and must proceed with caution. The upcoming portion of the plot is somewhat sensitive to share." Chapter 96. The third person? A change of hands? Is there a third individual? Kai Xiaoming was filled with confusion. Lu Meihua slightly nodded, her expression grave as she began to analyze. Indeed, this so-called double-locked room was merely a ruse by the murderer from the very start. Let us reflect carefully. According to Park Dongwei's testimony, he experienced a brief moment of consciousness. At that time, he was groping in the dark alongside the individual who claimed to be Quang Tianhai, attempting to open the warehouse door. Yet the door remained immovable. She paused, scanning the faces of the assembly, and continued. "I discovered several nail holes on the wall opposite the door. The distribution of these holes precisely falls within the confines of the door frame. What does this imply?" Xiaohu's eyes lit up, as if a realization dawned upon him. And he exclaimed, "Could it be? The door is a fake?" Exactly. In the pitch blackness of the warehouse, one loses all sense of direction. Park Dongwei believed he was touching a real door, but in truth, it was a false door affixed to the wall by the murderer beforehand. The nail holes serve as evidence. At the moment he attempted to open a door that was never meant to be opened, he fainted once more. The actual door was right behind him. Lu Meihua's words flowed through everyone's minds like a surge of electricity, illuminating the situation. Zhang Yiyang nodded thoughtfully, massaging his sore neck as he reasoned. If that is the case, then everything makes sense. The so-called double-locked room never existed. And all of it was merely an elaborate deception. Precisely. Subsequently, Lu Meihua swiftly recapitulated the entire case in her mind. When Park Dongwei entered the dark warehouse, he did not encounter the genuine Kuang Tianhai, but rather the murderer. At this moment, Kuang Tianhai was likely not in the warehouse, or if he were, he remained undetectable to Park Dongwei. In the enveloping darkness, before Park Dongwei could ascertain Kuang Tianhai's identity, he was disoriented and incapacitated. Zhang Haiyang rubbed his temples. Thus, what Park Dongwei heard during his unconsciousness was not solely the sound of bone shattering, but rather, Lu Meihua interjected quickly, the sound of the murderer nailing the false door to the wall. From that point forward, all subsequent conjectures fell into place seamlessly. The entire progression of the case unfolded in their minds like a cinematic reel. Park Dongwei entered the warehouse, encountered the false Kuang Tianhai, and was then incapacitated. After the murderer secured the false door and cruelly murdered Kuang Tianhai, they awakened Park Dongwei. Under the murderer's deliberate guidance, Park Dongwei believed the door had been locked from the outside, trapping them both in a locked room. Subsequently, the murderer directed Park Dongwei to engage the door latch from inside, creating the illusion of a double-locked room. Park Dongwei then fainted once more. Following this, the murderer dismantled the false door, departed from the scene, and locked the door with a chain from the outside. Yet, there remains a flaw in this narrative. Xiaohu furrowed his brow and inquired, if the murderer had already exited the locked room, how was the door latch engaged from the inside? Such a feat is not insurmountable. Zhang Yiyang explained, the murderer merely needed to pull the latch out a small distance beforehand. When closing the door, both doors shifted from an inclined position to a vertical one. Due to the angle at which the doors closed, the latch would slide into the latch hole, creating the illusion that the door was secured from the inside. As he spoke, Zhang Yiyang took a pen and sketched a rough diagram on a sheet of A4 paper. However, there is one aspect I cannot comprehend. Lu Meihua lowered her head, her bright eyes filled with confusion. The murderer could have directly killed Kuang Tianhai or Park Dongwei. Why go to such lengths to fabricate a false double-locked room? What was their purpose? The group fell silent. Indeed, if the murderer aimed to evade suspicion or frame Park Dongwei, it would be entirely plausible. Yet, this does not align with the masked man's modus operandi. Furthermore, such a suspicious scenario would inevitably attract police investigation. Once examined, the intricacies of this affair would undoubtedly be uncovered. Both Park Dongwei's testimony and the nail holes on the wall could serve as evidence. So why proceed thusly? At this moment, none of the task force members realized that this was a meticulously layered plan, a web of intricacies. Park Dongwei, in the first layer, could perceive only what he had directly encountered. Meanwhile, the task force, positioned in the second layer, could glimpse the truth of the matter, yet remained unable to grasp its essence. Suddenly, Zhang Haiyang's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Qiao Jianzhou. Zhang Haiyang answered, Director Qiao. What is the matter? On the other end, Qiao Jianzhou's weary voice resonated. Haiyang, gather all materials related to the Kuang Tianhai case, and come to my office immediately. The situation concerning Kuang Tianhai is quite serious, so upon hearing of the incident, Qiao Jianzhou had foregone rest and returned to the precinct overnight. Zhang Haiyang's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he sensed a subtle undertone in Qiao Jianzhou's tone. Soon, Zhang Haiyang had compiled all the case materials and arrived at Qiao Jianzhou's office. Due to the urgency of the situation, Qiao Jianzhou had not even changed his clothes. He wore casual attire beneath a hastily donned jacket, appearing fatigued as he sat at his desk. Upon seeing Zhang Haiyang enter, he quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. Haiyang, you've arrived. Yes, Director Qiao, what exactly is going on? Zhang Haiyang placed all the materials regarding Kuang Tianhai on the desk. Qiao Jianzhou raised his head, gazing deeply at Zhang Haiyang, his eyes seemingly conveying a multitude of unspoken words. Qiao Jianzhou knew his subordinate all too well. His dedication to solving cases was unparalleled. Yet now, all those unspoken words culminated in a long, heavy sigh. Haiyang, this case is rather complex. You and your task force will no longer be responsible for it. A new task force has been established overnight to handle the Kuang Tianhai case. Moreover, given the capabilities of this new task force, they will solve the case within 2 days. Do you understand? Finally emerged from the dark room. It was no easy feat. In the past 2 days, the author engaged in 3 resurrection matches. The first 2 were failures, but the third was finally a victory. Some darker, more ironic elements were removed, leaving me with an uneasy feeling. Fortunately, the book is still published. From tomorrow, normal updates will resume. Thank you all for your support. Lastly, I shamelessly request a wave of free gifts. Truly, just free ones will suffice. Thank you. Chapter 97. The terrifying speculation of Zhong Haiyang. Zhong Haiyang seemed as though he had been ensnared by an immobilizing spell, rendered utterly motionless. In that fleeting moment, his mind was a void, save for the echo of the other task force's words. Solve the case in 2 days reverberated incessantly in his thoughts. He struggled to lift his head, his neck burdened as if it were carrying an immense weight, his throat parched to the point of feeling as though it might ignite. Director Chiao. His voice emerged hoarse and cracked, as if in an instant he had transformed from a spirited captain of the criminal police into a frail, weathered elder. He might not be the murderer, Zhong Dongwei. A flicker of unwillingness shone in Zhong Haiyang's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Qiao Jianzhong, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope in his expression. However, Qiao Jianzhong merely shook his head slowly. Though his tone was not harsh, it brooked no argument. Haiyang. Whether Zhong Dongwei is the killer is not for you to decide. Evidence is the sole arbiter. But we have deduced. Zhong Haiyang began, only to be cut off by Qiao Jianzhong's resolute interjection. You yourself have stated that you are merely speculating. That cannot serve as courtroom evidence. Everything must be grounded in irrefutable proof. Upon finishing, he let out a deep sigh, infused with an ineffable emotion. Haiyang, I understand your concerns, but, alas, you should prepare to hand over your duties. Zhong Haiyang stood there, as though his very soul had been stripped away, frozen in place for a long while. Suddenly, a thought burgeoned within him, tightening its grip around his heart. His mind was illuminated by an epiphany. He had been manipulated. At that moment, he comprehended why the masked man had gone to such lengths to create a double-locked room riddled with floss. For perhaps his true intent was not to exonerate himself from suspicion. This locked room was deliberately crafted for their scrutiny. It was the masked man's solution to the puzzle. If they wished to prevent a catastrophe from spiraling out of control, they had no choice but to cut through the chaos with swift decisiveness. They must follow the masked man's prescribed method to unravel the mystery. It was evident that those above had already adopted this line of thinking in addressing the matter. A chill swept over Zhong Haiyang, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Having faced the masked man countless times, he had always found him fearsome. But now, Zhong Haiyang perceived him as terrifying. He was terrifying to the point of evoking a sense of helplessness. His manipulation of human nature and psychology was executed with such perfection. Just like the current predicament, even knowing there lay a pit ahead, they were compelled to leap. For only by leaping could they decipher this conundrum. A wave of dread began to unfurl within Zhong Haiyang's heart. For the first time, he felt a twinge of fear. After a long pause, a bitter smile crept across his lips. Subsequently, he resembled a marionette that had lost its strings, his head drooping in defeat. Director Chiao, I understand now. These words escaped his lips as if they had drained him of all his strength. As Zhong Haiyang exited Qiao Jianzhong's office, dawn had already begun to break. A night had passed. He felt utterly exhausted, as though he had not merely endured a single evening, but rather traversed the expanse of several decades. Gazing upward, he followed the window's line of sight to the sky. Today was not a day of fine weather. Layers of ominous clouds obscured the heavens, preventing even a sliver of sunlight from penetrating. Another heavy snowfall loomed, the thick clouds seemingly heralding its ferocity and chill. Su Kuan stood alone in the corridor, his cigarette nearly burnt to the end, oblivious to its existence. He merely stared vacantly at the gloomy sky outside. Kong Tianhai was dead. Although his demise at the hands of the masked man suggested he was likely akin to scoundrels like Pang De and Carl, Su Kuan felt no joy. The death of Kong Tianhai would undoubtedly destabilize the Tianhai group. If further issues arose, what would become of his mother and Apos' illness? At that moment, Su Kuan remained unaware that true despair had only just begun. The death of Kong Tianhai inevitably triggered a cascade of repercussions. After all, the Tianhai group wielded immense influence, and mere days later, Kong Tianhai was scheduled to appear at a press conference. The news of his death struck like a thunderclap, instantly stirring turmoil in the previously tranquil city of Floating Island. Within the Tianhai group, panic ensued, akin to ants on a hot stove. Senior executives convened emergency meetings in an attempt to stabilize the situation, yet stock prices plummeted like a runaway roller coaster. The internal management structure began to tremble. Employees anxious lest they become collateral damage in the storm, with some even covertly seeking alternative avenues. Businesses that had previously collaborated with the Tianhai group began to apply pressure. Meanwhile, society at large was keenly focused on the cause of Kong Tianhai's death. Who could be so cruel as to murder him in such a brutal fashion? Of course, some individuals, through anonymous online posts, had gleaned fragments of the truth. Yet, no one knew the identity of the poster. The account was deactivated immediately after the post, rendering any investigation futile. It was as if the account existed solely to divulge this information, resembling a fabricated locked room murder mystery. Reports indicated that when Kang Tianhai's body was discovered, he was confined with an individual named Zhong Dongwei. At the Lonely Island bar, Shen Feng deactivated the last account he had used for anonymous posting, savoring his masterpiece. Everyone believed this was a double locked room mystery. Yet, in truth, it was a triple locked room mystery. The third locked room ensnared the human heart. Boss Shun, the events in this city lately have been relentless, one after another. Liu Ruxu sat quietly at the bar, his expression placid as water. His fingers moved leisurely across his phone screen, seemingly browsing something. However, only he knew the true thoughts swirling within him. Shen Feng chuckled. Kang Tianhai met a truly tragic end. Indeed, Liu Ruxu thought to himself, smirking coldly. Kang Tianhai's demise was indeed tragic to the utmost. As his bones shattered one by one, his mouth was sealed shut, unable to utter even a faint cry. Ultimately, it was merely an ordinary plastic bag that callously claimed his life. An inconspicuous plastic bag that posed no threat to anyone. For an average person, it was merely a matter of lifting an arm, but for Kang Tianhai, that plastic bag marked the chasm between life and death. As he helplessly watched himself being dragged into the abyss of mortality, powerless to resist, unable to escape. Chapter 98. The Triple Secret Chamber. The third chamber encloses the truth, Brother Liu. Can you guess who the murderer is? Shen Feng asked with a smile, looking at Liu Zhen with keen interest. Shen Feng found this situation to be quite amusing. He was aware of Liu Zhen's identity and everything about him. Yet Liu Zhen remained oblivious to Shen Feng's true identity and the fact that Shen Feng already possessed all the answers. Who is the murderer? Liu Zhen chuckled. How would I know? Shen Feng's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Liu Zhen. He meticulously observed every subtle fluctuation of Liu Zhen's emotions, leaving no stone unturned for any hint of a clue. Shen Feng inwardly nodded. Liu Zhen's disguising skills were, at best, adequate. Boss Shen, who do you think the murderer might be? Liu Zhen countered. Without hesitation, Shen Feng replied, the murderer is Park Dongwei. Oh? Liu Zhen inquired curiously. Why do you say that? Shen Feng poured himself a glass of soda water, gently swirling the liquid. Isn't it quite evident from what is discussed online? The two of them were confined together. Aside from him, who else could have had the opportunity to commit the act? At the end, Shen Feng added with an intriguing tone, the murderer can only be Park Dongwei. He must be the murderer. Liu Zhen looked at Shen Feng, puzzled. Shen Feng smiled and explained, of course, this is merely my conjecture, but ultimately, it all hinges on the evidence. After a brief pause, Liu Zhen suddenly laughed and said, this matter has nothing to do with us. Why are we engaging in such idle speculation? Let us wait for the announcement. Shen Feng nodded. Indeed. Let us await the outcome. The wait was not long. Merely the following day, the truth was revealed. The hastily established Special Investigation Team 013, like a divine force, swiftly solved this highly publicized case in just 2 days. Moreover, at the moment the case was cracked, they immediately released a statement. The announcement declared that Kang Tianhai had fallen victim to a premeditated murder. The murderer, Park Dongwei, harbored a grudge against Kang Tianhai due to a medical dispute. He lured Kang Tianhai to an abandoned warehouse in Lihua village and brutally killed him. Subsequently, he fabricated the illusion of a double secret chamber, portraying himself as a victim in a bid to confuse the police. The intricacies of his plot and the brutality of his methods were utterly deranged. Through extensive investigations and evidence collection, Park Dongwei's lies collapsed under scrutiny. Ultimately, he confessed unequivocally to his crimes. Given the severe ramifications of this case and its impact on countless ordinary citizens, along with Park Dongwei's utter lack of remorse and his extremely poor attitude, he was sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. On the afternoon of the day the verdict was delivered, Park Dongwei was taken to the execution ground for lethal injection. The 013 Special Investigation Team received commendations for their swift resolution of the case. Simultaneously, the team led by Zhang Haiyang, which also made significant contributions to the case, received accolades as well. This case seemed to reach a conclusion. Everything appeared settled. However, this tranquility was merely superficial. Underneath, turbulent currents were brewing. The repercussions of this event were far from over. The public's primary concern now was not the murderer, but rather whether Kang Tianhai's death would affect the pharmaceutical research of Tianhai Group. In a room as dark as ink, Mr. Wolf, the tiger, and the fox sat in a triangular formation. It seems he has taken the bait, Mr. Wolf said calmly. He thinks he is on the second level, but in reality, I am on this level. Good, good. The tiger clapped uncontrollably, the sound echoing in the empty room. This move, and amp, oppos, the young master offers his head, and amp, oppos, is indeed a clever strategy. I admire you, haha. The so-called young master offers his head is an exceedingly ruthless chess move. It refers to sacrificing a key figure on one's side, using their life as bait to ensnare the opponent. During the Warring States period, Jing Ke sought the trust of King Yingzheng of Qin to facilitate an assassination attempt. He advised Prince Dan to present the head of the traitor Fan Yuki and a map of Yin to the king. Ultimately, Fan Yuki, in support of Jing Ke, committed suicide. Now, on this chessboard, Kuang Tianhai, the young master, has similarly offered his head. However, I did not expect this fellow to be so astute, Mr. Wolf mused. According to his original plan, the death of a single Kuang Tianhai would suffice to push the opponent into a dire predicament. Yet, unexpectedly, the opponent utilized Park Dong-wei to successfully counter this move. Zhang Haiyang's previous conjecture was incorrect, yet it was also correct. Shen Feng indeed intended to utilize the double-secret chamber to evade suspicion, but not to escape the scrutiny of Zhang Haiyang and others. Rather, he aimed to exploit the police and Oppo's urgent need for a resolution to extricate himself from the predicament Mr. Wolf had thrust upon him. The Kuang Tianhai case had extraordinary implications. Therefore, for whatever reason, it was imperative to resolve the case swiftly. Consequently, the masked man left the murderer Park Dong-wei amidst the glaring flaws of the double-secret chamber. This was not merely a double-secret chamber, but a triple-secret chamber. The first and second chambers confined Park Dong-wei and Kuang Tianhai. The third secret chamber, established by the police, contained the entirety of the events that transpired in the abandoned warehouse. This revelation mildly surprised Mr. Wolf. "What are your plans now?" the fox inquired slyly. Mr. Wolf chuckled coldly. "I shall cast a stone to attract jade. Shall I arrange for someone to assist you?" the fox asked with a smile. Mr. Wolf chuckled lightly. "Would you be so kind?" "Of course not," the fox replied, laughing. "But this masked man must disappear." As various parties speculated, Tianhai Group promptly issued an urgent announcement. In the statement, they expressed profound sorrow and heartfelt condolences over Kuang Tianhai's death, with sincere and earnest words. However, the tone shifted as they emphasized that this incident would not affect the progress of their pharmaceutical research. Upon the release of this announcement, it stirred up another wave of controversy. Soon thereafter, news of a press conference followed. Tianhai Group declared that the press conference would proceed as originally scheduled. However, the key figure to appear would no longer be Kuang Tianhai but a man named Lin Yuxuan. Lin Yuxuan, nearing 40, graduated from Jiangling Medical University. He had served within Tianhai Group for many years, consistently overseeing the management of important projects. According to Tianhai Group, the responsibility for this pharmaceutical research had, in fact, always rested on Lin Yuxuan and Oppo's shoulders. Lin Yuxuan, summoned in a time of crisis, was to replace Kuang Tianhai at the press conference, undoubtedly placing him in the spotlight. Simultaneously, the police announced that they would provide the highest level of protection for Lin Yuxuan during the press conference, ensuring that criminals would not succeed. A thrilling contest was brewing, akin to a storm gathering on the distant horizon, poised to engulf everything in its path. Yet at the center of this storm, Shen Feng appeared to stroll leisurely through the tempest, for everything was proceeding according to plan. Chapter 99. Shun Jiang and Oppo's persona, trouble for Su and Oppo's mother. In the desolate island bar devoid of patrons, Shen Feng sat at the counter, quietly perusing the news on his phone. A fleeting smile graced his lips. Mr. Wolf, Lin Yuxuan, and the police had already entered the third layer of their intricate game. Soon, Mr. Wolf would step into the fourth layer of this labyrinth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Shen Feng was observing him from the fifth layer. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Following the oriole, the hawk was poised to strike. Shen Feng glanced at the date. In a few days, the press conference would commence. That day would mark Mr. Wolf and Oppo's descent into hell. The thought quickened Shen Feng's pulse. At last, he was about to engage in a formal confrontation with the upper echelons of the alliance. This impending duel ignited a fervor within him. Xiao Feng. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, causing Shen Feng to stiffen slightly. It was as if the voice had emerged from a distant past, one he had not heard in years. "Dad." Shen Feng turned slowly to see his father. Shen Jiang, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, standing there. "Xiao Feng, avenge us. Make them all pay." Shen Jiang's voice bore an icy chill. Yet, his reflection was conspicuously absent from the mirror. "Dad, rest assured I will." Shen Feng and Oppo's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he smiled. "Avenge," Shen Jiang urged. In the next moment, blood gushed from Shen Jiang and Oppo's eyes, mouth, and nostrils, staining his visage crimson, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. His figure gradually faded into nothingness. A maniacal grin spread across Shen Feng and Oppo's face, his hands slicing through the air like blades. "Kill, kill, he, annihilate you all, annihilate you all." Ha ha ha. The distorted laughter echoed hauntingly in the empty island bar. At a barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere was heavy, weighed down by the recent developments surrounding the Kuang Tianhai case. The members of the special investigation team were in low spirits. Park Dong-wei had confessed, sealing the case and Oppo's fate. Whether it was Qiao Jianzhong or other higher-ups, they deemed further investigation unnecessary. Thus, after work, The dejected Zhang Yiyang dragged Su Kuan to the barbecue restaurant for drinks. Hey, Kuan, what in Oppos? What's wrong with you today? You seem restless all day. Still brooding over those matters? Zhang Yiyang inquired, taking a hearty swig of beer, genuinely concerned for Su Kuan. He admired Su Kuan and Oppos' integrity. The young man was straightforward, never one to flatter, always speaking his mind without pretense. Zhang Yiyang cherished friendships with such individuals. Zhang Gu. It's not that. Su Kuan shook his head, denying the suggestion. I don't know what's wrong today. I just feel unsettled. I can't articulate this feeling. You're studying psychology. Could you analyze it for me? Su Kuan munched on a skewer of lamb kidneys, a favorite dish that now tasted like cardboard. I usually have remarkably good sleep quality, but lately, I've been restless. Today during my lunch break, I even had a nightmare. Zhang Yiyang sighed. Kuan. The recent events have truly been. Just then, Zhang Yiyang's words were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Su Kuan, agitated, glanced at his phone. And to his dismay, it was Dr. Hanyu from Tianai Hospital calling. Upon seeing the caller ID, a wave of dread washed over Su Kuan. And his mother and Oppos' smiling face flashed in his mind. An unprecedented sense of anxiety enveloped him as he answered the call, his voice trembling. Hello? Mr. Su. This is Hanyu. The voice on the other end sounded somber. Dr. Han. What? What has happened? After a brief silence, Hanyu spoke slowly. Mr. Su, your mother experienced a severe adverse reaction during the clinical trial. We initiated emergency measures, but Su Kuan's mind felt as though it had imploded. The world collapsing around him. His body swayed slightly, and the phone slipped from his grip, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. How could this happen? Mom. Tears streamed down Su Kuan's face, as if his soul had momentarily departed, leaving behind a mere shell. At that moment, the seeds long buried in the soil began to quietly take root and sprout. Kuan. Zhang Yiyang gently squeezed his shoulder. What is going on? Su Kuan's emotions spiraled out of control. He violently smashed the beer bottle onto the ground, shattering it into countless shards, the liquid splattering everywhere, mirroring his shattered heart. He cradled his head, crouching down as tears flowed freely down his cheeks. He had pinned all his hopes on the Tianhai Group and Oppos' drug trials, but now, everything had turned to dust. Suddenly, he rose, disregarding Zhang Yiyang's presence, even neglecting to pick up his phone as he stormed out. Zhang Yiyang quickly retrieved the phone, tossed 300 yuan onto the table, and hurried after him. He needed to get to Tianai Hospital and uncover the truth. He refused to believe that his mother could have perished like this. Why? Half an hour later, Su Kuan and Zhang Yiyang, now aware of the situation, rushed into Tianai Hospital. Where is my mother? Where is she? Dr. Han. Hanyu. Su Kuan's emotions had completely unraveled as he burst into the hospital. Mr. Su. I'm over here. Hanyu approached, his expression grave. What happened? Su Kuan's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward, gripping Hanyu's shoulders and shaking him violently. What happened? You said there was no danger. Where is my mother? Where is she? Zhang Yiyang quickly intervened, pulling Su Kuan back. Kuan. Let's check on your mother first. Guided by Hanyu, they soon arrived at the morgue. His mother, once full of life, now lay in the cold chamber. Her face twisted in agony, revealing the torment she had endured in her final moments. How could this happen? Su Kuan felt the world spinning, as if he had lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. Mom! His anguished cries echoed through the corridor of the morgue, a heart-wrenching testament to his shattered spirit. Chapter 100. The Truth of the Hospital, Self-Deception. Half an hour later, Su Kuan sat despondently at the flower bed outside Tianhai Hospital. Engulfed by the overwhelming sorrow of losing his mother, he tugged at his hair with one hand while the other incessantly struck his head. He was consumed by self-reproach, questioning why he had allowed his mother to participate in the clinical trial. Would she have experienced this fate had he not sent her? The agonizing expression on his mother's face in the morgue was vividly etched in his mind, piercing his heart like a dagger, rendering him nearly lifeless. Kuan. Zhang Yiyang said, standing behind him, gently squeezing his shoulder. He then offered Su Kuan a cigarette. He understood that at this moment, any verbal consolation would be futile. Phrases like I offer my condolences or the dead cannot be revived would not soothe Su Kuan's heart, but might instead exacerbate his pain. What this troubled soul needed was perhaps merely someone who could empathize with him. After a while, Su Kuan's emotions began to settle somewhat, though traces of anguish and confusion lingered in his eyes. Zhang Yiyang sat beside him and softly spoke. Kuan, try not to blame yourself too harshly. I have something to discuss. Su Kuan looked at Zhang Yiyang, bewildered. Zhang Yiyang continued. I feel that this situation might not be as straightforward as it seems. Su Kuan paused, his voice hoarse as he asked, Zhang Gu, what do you mean? Zhang Yiyang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hanyu's demeanor and reaction seemed rather calculated, as if rehearsed. Some performances may deceive others, but they cannot fool me. And how could Auntie bear such an expression? Even if it were a clinical trial, it seems implausible. ISNT, there's something amiss here? Su Kuan lifted his head slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Are you suggesting my mother's death is not as simple as it appears? Zhang Yiyang furrowed his brow and analyzed. I've been pondering. I haven't heard of any severe adverse reactions from this clinical trial before. Why the sudden? Su Kuan shuddered at Zhang Yiyang's words. Is there a problem with the clinical trial? His eyes widened in horror as dreadful thoughts began to coalesce in his mind. He then shook his head abruptly. But many people have participated in the A Kuan. Zhang Yiyang's expression turned grave. The matters at hand are not as simple as they seem. Just then, a trembling voice called from a distance, Officer Zhang? Officer Su. They looked up to see Liu Daong, just off duty, cautiously approaching. Fear flickered on his face, and his steps were hesitant, his gaze darting between the two men. As if burdened by an unspoken secret, Zhang Yiyang frowned. Liu Daong? What brings you here? Liu Daong forced a smile, looking more pained than amused. If you have something to say, just say it, Zhang Yiyang sighed. Liu Daong stepped closer, glancing around before swallowing hard. I just heard some strange noises in the hospital, like someone was arguing and they mentioned Officer Su's mother. Su Kuan immediately grasped Liu Daong's shoulders, urgently asking, what did you hear? Speak quickly. Liu Daong flinched at Su Kuan's sudden movement, trembling as he stammered, I didn't catch it all. Just heard someone say something about not being allowed to fail, that it shouldn't be known. Zhang Yiyang scrutinized Liu Daong, his gaze piercing. Are you certain of what you heard? Liu Daong nodded vigorously, raising his hand in a pledge. Officer Zhang, I swear I heard that. And Su Kuan, growing impatient, urged, can you stop hesitating and just tell us? Liu Daong lowered his voice. And I heard that many elderly people have died in this hospital. Zhang Yiyang and Su Kuan froze in shock. How is that possible? Their initial reaction was disbelief. If what Liu Daong claimed were true, why hadn't the media reported it? However, in a fleeting moment, their professional instincts led them to connect the dots, igniting a sense of dread within them. Perhaps it was not that no one reported it, but rather that no one dared to. The implications involved transcended mere commercial and economic interests. It was far more profound. Zhang Yiyang contemplated the situation. If someone could collaborate with Tianhai Group during their tenure to advance the drug's development, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkable achievement. Therefore, any rumors regarding Tianhai Hospital must be suppressed. All rumors must be quelled. After all, this was a grand initiative laden with expectations and deemed of great significance. Yet, if the price of such advancement was the sacrifice of lives for a drug that could save many, was this action righteous or malevolent? Should it be lauded or condemned? Zhang Yiyang gazed back at the imposing structure of Tianhai Hospital. Under the luminous night, the pristine white building radiated a sacred glow. That divine radiance was blinding, nearly preventing Zhang Yiyang from opening his eyes. After sending Liu Daong away, Su Kuan irritably shook his head. Zhang Gu, my mind is in disarray. What should I do? Zhang Yiyang sighed. We must immediately notify Zhang. No, we must find Director Chiao and launch an investigation into Tianhai Hospital to uncover the truth. We owe Auntie and everyone else justice. As he spoke, Zhang Yiyang's tone wavered slightly. He ultimately sighed. But Akuan, we should not harbor excessive hopes. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyang's mood was equally dismal. The case of Pu Dongwei had been snatched by the 013 Special Task Force, and the verdict was conclusive. Although the task force led by Zhang Haiyang received a bonus for assisting in the investigation, they felt no joy in their reward. What infuriated Zhang Haiyang more was that the insufferable masked man was mocking him over the phone, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Captain Zhang. How does it feel to assist others in solving a case? Zhang Haiyang clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. You scoundrel. The masked man retorted, Captain Zhang. Your temper is still as volatile as ever. That is not good, you know. Zhang Haiyang coldly responded, you deceived everyone. The masked man swiftly denied, no. I didn't deceive anyone. Some people simply prefer to engage in self-deception. Zhang Haiyang was taken aback. He opened his mouth to refute but found himself utterly unable to counter that statement. Self-deception, could it be? Perhaps, indeed. Chapter 101 Discovering Mr. Wolf's identity. Zhang Haiyang realized that in this matter, no matter what he said, he could not outsmart the masked man. He could only ask, well then, what kind of trickery do you intend to play this time? Shen Feng laughed maniacally. It's quite simple. The press conference of Tianhai Group. Zhang Haiyang's heart sank. Indeed. Everything Shen Feng had orchestrated was aimed at Tianhai Group. What do you want? Zhang Haiyang asked in a low voice. When the press conference begins. That will mark our next confrontation. Officer Zhang, I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Ha ha ha. Madman. Zhang Haiyang muttered under his breath. I will capture you. You've said that many times. I shall not repeat myself. Then, Shen Feng smiled. Let us eagerly await that day. However, I advise you. Officer Zhang, if that day truly arrives, it will be your moment to face the abyss. Heh. Ha ha ha. Beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Zhang Haiyang stood there for a long time, clutching the phone. He understood the significance of the upcoming press conference. That enigmatic masked man would surely stir up a tempest. He had to prepare himself thoroughly, leaving no room for error. In a dark, mysterious room, the silhouettes of a wolf, a tiger, and a fox flickered in the dim light. Mr. Wolf slightly raised his head, a cold smirk flashing in his eyes. Everything has been arranged. It merely awaits his step into the trap to see how he meets his demise. The tiger crossed his arms, speaking in a grave tone. At last, this matter is coming to a close. The fox, peering through his mask at the two, revealed a profound smile. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Shen Feng leisurely settled onto his sofa, indulging in television. All the plans had been meticulously laid. Now, Shen Feng had reached the 5th layer, awaiting Mr. Wolf, who was about to plunge into the 4th layer. As the date of the press conference approached, an enormous net was slowly tightening. The next target had been identified, Mr. Wolf. Shen Feng intended to eliminate Mr. Wolf on the day of the press conference. Originally, Mr. Wolf was an exceedingly mysterious figure, with few in the alliance aware of his true identity. However, not long ago, through Liu Zhen's friendly inquiries about Kuang Tianhai, Shen Feng had gleaned some crucial clues. Prior to this, Kuang Tianhai had already begun a covert investigation into Mr. Wolf's identity. After all, Kuang Tianhai's family had been sent abroad to enjoy life by Mr. Wolf. Kuang Tianhai also sought retribution. Based on all the information Kuang Tianhai provided, Shen Feng had locked onto Mr. Wolf's true identity. The day of the press conference would spell the end for Mr. Wolf. Shen Feng gazed out the window. The profound night was imbued with a chilling coldness. It appeared that snow was about to fall again. Su Kuan was engulfed in a tempest of grief and anger. On one hand, he mourned the loss of his mother. On the other, he harbored suspicions about Tianai Hospital. Initially, upon seeing his mother and Appo's corpse, Su Kuan sensed something amiss at Tianai Hospital. Yet, overwhelmed by sorrow, he overlooked many details. Lu Dayong's words, however, gradually brought clarity to his thoughts. Bang! Su Kuan resolutely pushed open the door to Qiao Jinzhong's office. Ignoring all courtesies, he strode directly to Qiao Jinzhong, his emotions surging as he exclaimed, "Director Qiao, I must investigate Tianai Hospital. There are surely unspeakable secrets hidden within. We cannot stand idly by." His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled slightly with anger. The news of Su Kuan and Appo's mother and Appo's death at Tianai Hospital was already common knowledge. Qiao Jinzhong's expression grew serious as he slowly rose from behind his desk. "Su Kuan, please calm down. This matter." Qiao Jinzhong's throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, he refrained, swallowing his words. "Su Kuan, I understand your feelings are complicated right now, but without evidence, we cannot investigate Tianai Hospital." Su Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Qiao Jinzhong with a strange gaze and shouted, "Director Qiao, how could there be no ulterior motives regarding my mother? There must be something sinister at play. I refuse to believe it." "Su Kuan," Qiao Jinzhong raised his voice sharply. "Have I not made myself clear? There is no need to investigate Tianhai Hospital. I refuse to accept this." Su Kuan's bloodshot eyes bore into him. "What do you mean there is no need for an investigation? Director Qiao, are you blind?" "Su Kuan." Qiao Jinzhong slammed his hand on the table, standing up. "You are a police officer. Regardless of what happens, you must not act on impulse. Do you understand?" Yet, despite the sternness of his words, a flicker of helplessness and concern crossed his eyes. Su Kuan was oblivious to this, but Zhang Yiyang, who had accompanied him, noticed. Zhang Yiyang's brow furrowed slightly. This was not right. Based on his understanding, Qiao Jinzhong was a protective person. He would not speak so harshly to Su Kuan unless. Zhang Yiyang felt a shift in his thoughts, and soon, his frown eased. He understood. Qiao Jinzhong had a hidden burden. "Su Kuan," Qiao Jinzhong stated with righteous firmness. "The research at Tianhai Hospital benefits all citizens. Do you understand? I don't care what you've heard, but I assure you, those are mere rumors. There is no evidence." Again, this familiar refrain. Su Kuan's chest heaved violently. "Why don't you go talk to Lu Xingyu? Why not speak to the victims of the Pangde incident? Go tell them." Su Kuan roared. Qiao Jinzhong's heart tightened slightly as he watched his subordinate nearly on the brink of collapse. He too felt the weight of his own emotions. However, some matters Su Kuan was far too young to comprehend. "Su Kuan, I am now officially telling you for the last time." Qiao Jinzhong took a deep breath. "We are police officers. Without solid evidence, we cannot investigate Tianai Hospital. This matter ends here." After a pause, he feigned anger. "You have seriously violated discipline today." His feigned anger was evident. It was as if he wanted everyone to perceive his fury. "Considering your mother's situation, I will not pursue this further. Look at your current state. You are not fit to continue working. Go home and rest for a week. Adjust your mindset, and then come see me. This week." Qiao Jinzhong hesitated, then raised his voice again. "This week, you may rest however you wish. Adjust however you see fit. It has nothing to do with me. Get your mind right. Then return to work. Now leave immediately." Su Kuan was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated Qiao Jinzhong would be so resolute. Just as he was about to argue fiercely again, Zhang Yiyang quickly tugged at his sleeve, simultaneously giving him a meaningful look. Su Kuan did not grasp Qiao Jinzhong's words. But Zhang Yiyang did. This week, rest however you wish. Adjust however you see fit. It has nothing to do with me. Kuan, stop making a scene. Let us go. Zhang Yiyang urged, gesturing vigorously at Su Kuan. Su Kuan hesitated for a moment, but soon, it seemed he began to comprehend.